Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of the Silverstone Festival. We had a day of qualifying yesterday. We had every single car pretty much out on track, but today is when all the action starts. This is the racing. We've got 10 races today, but Nicola, you were out and about yesterday. You managed to see a huge amount. Well, I mean, for everyone here, don't just watch the racing. You can spend the entire day not seeing a single car.
I mean, this is the thing. So yesterday there was qualifying happening all day and I saw none of it because I was experiencing everything else. So you can go and test drive a load of cars. There's Teslas here, there's Genesis here, there's the Alpine A110 that you can jump in and have a little test drive in as well. I had a little mooch around the Escapade, Silverstone, the new apartments that are based around the track. They very, very nice.
The view looks pretty good from those.
It's a bit nice. It's a bit nice, but actually, I know people are saying that, you know, we can't afford to buy them, but actually you can start renting them from next spring, which would be nice.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So as you'll see, we are in the assembly area at the moment. The Formula Junior race, these are the first cars out, and this is probably going to be sort of one of the closest races of today. But as I said, we've got 10 races, we've got demonstrations, and this year, it's the 75th anniversary year of racing here at Silverstone. Back on the 2nd of October, 1948, the sound of racing cars echoed from all the tarmac around here.
That was so perfectly timed. That was unbelievable.
As a car starts up. And we've had 75 years of the most amazing action here at Silverstone. I mean, it's the home of the British Grand Prix. There's so many memories at this circuit.
If you're a motorsport fan, this is exactly where you want to be. If you can't be here this weekend, then I can guarantee all the motorsport fans will be watching the live stream throughout the entire day. But don't worry, we've got everything covered. So you don't have to go anywhere. If you are sat at home, you can just sit on your sofa and enjoy the stream throughout the entire day because it's just going to be utterly brilliant. The smell has already kicked off. It's a very cloudy day, so who knows what the weather is going to bring, but it might make some very entertaining racing.
And I'm going to be in the assembly area chatting to people before they go out. You're doing the podium,
yes.
So that's always great fun though, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you get to chat to the winners, you get to chat to the top three, so you know they're going to be in a good mood, so that's always a good thing.
Well, look, we've got so much to look forward to. 10 races. We've got demonstrations for post-66 Grand Prix cars. I can hear the engine starting up here. The action is about to begin. Right, so look, why don't we wander up here? Max, you follow us, and we'll have a wee look at who we've actually got up, because we've got the drivers are starting to get their helmets on, so I'm just going to start chatting to a few people. We've got Michael O'Brien up at the front. He's on the front row of the grid behind Sam Wilson. Sam's very recognisable helmet with the blue and the green. Michael O'Brien, he's never driven this Lotus before. The Lotus, he was saying, is very, very twitchy. He's revving the car. I'll tell you what, we'll chat to Sam because his engine's not on yet. Sam, I'm sorry, you're just about to go out, but cracking qualifying session yesterday.
Yeah, I was quite lucky really. I managed to get a lap in on the last lap. It was clear, but we've got a bit of traffic, but yeah, we managed.
And a lot of rain last night. I guess it's going to be quite slippy.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a few damp patches, so yeah, not too bothered if I lead the first lap or not, to be honest, but no, it'll be all right. I think it'll dry out pretty quick.
I mean, there's a lot of talented drivers on this grid. I think the front four are all within 1 second. You're going to be looking in your mirrors a bit.
Yeah, to be honest, I think probably the top 8 cars are going to be quick, so we'll just do what we can.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, I can see the marshals who are telling everyone to get their engine started, so let's just get out of the way, Max. This Formula Junior race, an enormous field of cars. If you just follow me, we'll look back down the assembly area, and there's 56 cars, but they're all enormously different. So we go at the front, we've got the rear engine cars, disc brakes, and then as you go further back, you start getting the front engine cars, the drum brakes. But these guys race together all the time. So the racing is absolutely fantastic, but that's them getting the 30-second board. So that is everything from the assembly area.
Welcome to Silverstone, the home of British motor racing, for the first day of racing of the 2023 Silverstone Festival, carrying on the long and heady tradition of historic racing at the British Grand Prix circuit. And if last year is anything to go by, this historic junior opener may well be one of the races of the weekend. Hello everybody, I'm Martin Haven, alongside me Alistair Douglas, second generation commentator at this circuit. We've got the third generation here working on the notes, and last year, Alistair, this was better than a double espresso. It really got the blood pumping.
It did indeed, yes. On both days, actually, we opened with the Formula Junior race, and it was a cracker. And it was a Michael O'Brien win, both races actually in the end, but he didn't take the lead until the very, very last corner of the very last lap of the race. And what an emotional win it was for Michael, who sadly lost his mum not many months before, and he dedicated the wins to his mum on the podium.
Well, there is our grid, the last two cars on it, Sharon Edelman and Philip Buhofer. Edelman will start. She actually qualified out of session, but Philip Buhofer has withdrawn his car. However, we have a fantastic grid of, well, the weird and the wonderful, as well as the slightly more recognisable cars like Coopers, Lotuses and Brabhams will be well known. Going through shot, you can see the Mallock U2, driven by Ray Mallock, the son of Sir Arthur Mallock, who designed the U2s, and there are a whole bunch of very limited production run, and in a couple of cases one-off cars, front-engined, which Formula Junior started as, and then the rear-engined revolution arrived in these cars as it had in Formula One, driven by likes of Cooper and Lotus. So the front runners, as in the real world of Formula One or every other racing format, are the rear-engined cars, the little small cigar tubes with the engine right behind the driver's ears, and the cars that are taller with the driver sitting a lot further up, those tend to be the front engine cars, where of course the transmission has to go past or in some cases underneath the driver, and those have that late 1940s, early 50s look of something like a Van Wall or a Maserati 250F, where you can see the longer nose and the driver sitting much more upright. So this will be a combination of the two generations of cars, and it is absolutely thrilling racing. One of the things we always talk about with these cars is that they look like miniature Formula One cars. If you were a certain age, and I imagine that Keith and I both grew up with Scalextric's cars that looked largely like this, but in this era, Formula One was a 1.5 litre category. So the car that's leading the field round, Sam Wilson's Cooper, for instance, as a Formula Junior car, 1100cc Climax engine. As a Formula One car, 1500cc four-cylinder Climax engine. So the two were almost interchangeable, and the chassis is a very, very similar chassis to what would have been raced by the older brothers, if you like, in Formula One. So his, beg your pardon, his Lotus 2022, so Lotus 20, Lotus 21 was the type number of the Formula One car, and that was exactly the same chassis, but just with a different engine and slightly bigger brakes. So they are not just visually, but literally smaller versions, or the same version, but a smaller engine version of the F1 car of the period.
Yes, and whilst the rear-engine cars definitely used the same chassis, so we see the same type number used in a car that raced in Grand Prix with the likes of Sterling Moss and Jim Clark aboard, the front-engine cars look like their larger cousins. They're generally very much smaller, so they're not the same chassis. But I can see towards the back there the red car with the driver sat right up in the air, almost like in an armchair with a red helmet with a white band. That's the Stanguellini, which is very much a copy of the Maserati 250F, which we'll see racing in the Grand Prix races later on. And they, as you would expect, they copied their bigger brothers for the general design of the cars, but with a much smaller engine up front.
Now this grid and all the grids this morning are coming out of the old Silverstone Formula One pit lane. The cars would have left there in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And this afternoon's cars are all garaged in the wing, the modern Formula One pit lane. So these guys would normally come round and do half a lap to go to the grid as their formation lap, but because the track is a little bit damp and it was dry yesterday, an extra formation lap behind the safety car as they will come to the grid, and that gives them a chance to spot where the damp patches may or may not be. There hasn't been rain since yesterday evening, and that's pretty much dried out, but there was quite a heavy dew and a bit of mist this morning, so there will be a few damp patches. and particularly the curbs. Curbs hide water and then feel a bit like ice. Painted water is, or wet paint rather, or wet watered paint is not a good place to be, particularly when you've got such narrow tyres as these cars do. They're about 5.5 inches wide, that's it. So you've got a very small contact patch, and staying off the curbs is going to be quite important. With the limited power that these cars have, they do have a very low overall weight. The driver makes up actually really quite a large percentage of the overall weight of the car, but it does mean that keeping your momentum up is absolutely critical, because you can't just hoof it out of the corner with a huge amount of torque or power, because you don't have any.
This is a classic shot from Silverstone, looking up the Hangar Straight, and what a sight, as we can still see cars filing into Beckett's behind the leaders, who are already halfway down the Hangar Straight. What a field we have. We've got 54 cars on the grid, and they'll make their way now into a 2x2 formation, ready for the start, which will take place on the international pit straight, so just a couple of corners away.
Yeah, 54 cars starting, and that is not our biggest grid of the weekend. Most of them will have well north of 30 or 40 cars, and the maximum capacity will be up to about 60 for some of our races. All of these cars, small, light, narrow, nimble, and really critical to keep your momentum up. And that's what makes this racing so exciting, because there is plenty of room for manoeuvre, and these cars do move around a lot under the drivers. So it is Sam Wilson who leads us. He's got that Porsche psychedelic purple and green helmet as he brings the cars to the line to get the Silverstone Festival underway. First race of the 2023 Silverstone Festival is about to get underway. The red lights are off. Sam Wilson leads the field of 54 Formula Juniors down to the first corner. Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas trying to work out who's going to come through from the outside of the front row. Double winner last year, Michael O'Brien in the Lotus 27, puts his nose in front. The red and gold of a Brabham right behind, and Sam Wilson, car number 53 with the orange noseband, goes around the outside. He said before the start of the race, Alistair, he wasn't particularly bothered whether he led early on or not. It's going to be about finding out for the first couple of laps where the grip really is and isn't on the slightly damp edges of this circuit, and then working his way in, and he's got time to do so as the cars stream down the Wellington Straight for the first time.
An initial very good start indeed from Tim De Silva from row 3, but he's dropped back to 4th place now, and coming up on the inside is Horatio Fitzsimon. Now, it was Horatio and Michael O'Brien who's leading, who had that fantastic dice, and Sam Wilson is in there as well. 3 drivers well known for their abilities, and the gold car of Sam Harrison. Sam Harrison, another star, young driver, a star of Formula Junior and other Formula, in the Renmax, which is a very unusual car we've not seen, I don't think, at the festival before. And it's Michael O'Brien who leads into Copse Corner for the first time, followed very closely by Horatio Fitzsimon, and Horatio goes tighter through Copse Corner.
Yeah, Horatio had a little wobble turning into Copse, but Mike O'Brien ran out very wide indeed. So Sam Wilson in second place. It's the red and yellow Lotus 22 of Horatio Fitzsimon who leads into the Beckett's S's for the first time. And these cars look dwarfed by the vast expanse of the Silverstone circuit. This is almost exactly the same circuit that the Grand Prix cars used in Formula One. We just open up the final element of Club Corner to allow for the fact that these cars have much less in the way of braking. Is that O'Brien pulling over at the side of the exit of Beckett's, right at the top of the straight? I think it was. Michael O'Brien ran out very wide. I wonder whether that was because he was in neutral and couldn't find the gear he wanted. Meanwhile, the gold car, Simon Harrison, from 5th on the grid, harassing our poleman Sam Wilson for 2nd place, as leader Horatio Fitzsimon sets the pace out front.
And they go into Club Corner through that slightly opened out element you talked about, which leads them into the right-handed element of Club and back round to complete the first racing lap. And it's Horatio Fitzsimon who leads, and in 2nd place is Sam Wilson, and 3rd is Samuel Harrison. And there, I'm afraid, is the sorry sight of Michael O'Brien, last year's double winner, pulled over at the side of the road in that car which he's not driven before.
Yeah, that's a real shame. He ran out very wide in Copse Corner, which is most unlike him, and I did wonder whether he just selected a box full of neutrals, and that may well be the case. Might be something else. I mean, these cars, yeah, they're 60+ years old, and not all of us still function quite as well as we might have done when we were new at that age, but nevertheless, Horatio Fitzsimon just easing a fraction away from Sam Wilson in second place and Samuel Harrison in third place. Now, they've been joined by Alex Ames. Ames coming from 8th on the grid in the first of the Brabhams in the race, blue with the red noseband. So he's taking the race to the Lotuses and that gold Renmax. Another great-looking little car, even lower and flatter, the frontal area, than the Lotus. So we're starting to settle down. This is our lead quartet, and they've got a little gap. Tim De Silva is about a second back, a challenge for third place. Through goes Alex Ames, gets ahead of Harrison.
Alex Ames was racing here last week, actually, in a completely different formula and on the short circuit, so he knows the parts of the circuit very well indeed, and he's made his way, as you say, past the very unusual Renmax, the gold car of Samuel Harrison, who's pretty much pushed everything before him this year in Formula Junior racing throughout the season.
And right behind this quartet, they were side by side into Copse Corner. Tim De Silva in the green and gold Brabham and Clive Richards in the red Lotus. And Lotus got through. Richards, the red nose. Tim De Silva now pulls out on the inside as they come down the hanger straight behind these guys. And there's more trouble with the Ronnie Peterson lookalike helmet. That's the car of Andrew Beaumont, his Lotus 22 at the side of the circuit. I wonder whether there was a little bit of contact there. We've got another car off as well in the gravel, a little further back in the field, and Stuart Monument's Lotus 18, one of the older cars in the field, the first of the rear-engined cars.
Meantime, the lead battle is now 3 cars, with Samuel Harrison not that far behind in the Renmax, the Australian-built car, I think based on the Lotus 2022, so it's got good form.
Yep.
But the leading car of Horatio Fitzsimon, the red car, easy to pick out, and that turns through the tight right-hander at Village, then it'll be tight left, and Sam Wilson looking for the inside at the loop, but doesn't make his way through there. But that opens the door a little bit for the third-placed car, that of Alex Ames, as they turn through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight, the long run down into Brooklands, which is an excellent overtaking opportunity.
And Ames with the fastest lap last time round. That's how he's jumped up onto the tail of Sam Wilson, a car with the broad red stripe down the centre, but nothing to be gained now. He's slowed down to the speed of the cars in front. Horatio Fitzsimon is leading the race and setting the pace. Sam Wilson looks fairly content to sit behind him for another 2 or 3 laps. There's another 14 minutes of the race still to go, so be about another half dozen laps, and they will bide their time. The problem with these cars, they don't have aerodynamic wings, but they do punch a little hole in the air, and when you've got so little horsepower, the aerodynamic toe of the car in front is going to make a difference. And it is a 4-car battle for 3 places on the podium. Now, obviously, none of them are interested in anything other than the top step of the podium, but right now it'll be about keeping your powder dry and trying to figure out where you're going to find an advantage over your rivals. The battle for 5th and 6th, Richards Lotus still ahead of De Silva. So Clive Richards in the red Lotus 22. You'll just see at the top of the shot as they come onto the hanger straight out of the Chapel Curve, just ahead of Tim De Silva. There he is, and De Silva hovering right behind him in the family Brabham BT2.
Sam Wilson had a little look down the inside there of Horatio Fitzsimon into Stowe Corner, but no room there. But in fact, the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars do run a little wide, and that part of the track there looks a bit damper than the line that Horatio Fitzsimon took as they turn now into Club Corner. They've all bunched up again, and it's Fitzsimon who leads from Sam Wilson in 2nd place, and Fitzsimon gets a little bit sideways. That gives an opportunity to Sam Wilson, but also to Alex Ames to come up a little bit alongside. And look at Samuel Harrison, who just a lap ago was a few lengths behind. He's now right back with them again. This is absolutely classic Formula Junior racing.
and we're watching the lead group, but all the way through the field of 50-plus cars, this will be repeated for just about every position. There will be some tiny gaps and lots of very close dicing. Sam Wilson runs out a little wide and just keeps his nose in front of varying different lines here. Of course, when the cars are so short and so narrow particularly, there's an awful lot of width to this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It doesn't look like it with a modern Grand Prix car on it, given the speed and the width of those, but these tiny machines, yeah, they're barely 2 bodies wide, so you've got a lot of room to maneuver. And very noticeable that the Red Lotus of our race leader is often using a very different line to anybody else, and I think he trusts implicitly that Sam Wilson is not going to stick his nose on the inside as he sees that Horatio Fitzsimon out front is taking a wide sweeping arc. Well, they come across the first of the back markers, so already going a lap down. That's Sharon Edelman. She had a little problem with her car in practice. In fact, that's not Sharon Edelman, that's another car further back from her. There's a couple of cars that had problems in practice and are struggling to maintain any kind of pace. Leaders continue, 11 minutes on the clock.
Wonderful as they come into the Beckett sweepers, mentioned by many drivers who race all over the world that this is one of the greatest sequence of corners anywhere in the world. And Horatio Fitzsimon races quite a lot in America as well, and he loves coming to Silverstone. And the 4 of them now onto the Hangar Straight, and the track looks, as you say, very, very wide for these little cars, and they're able to take different lines. And but we can see there is a slightly drier line, isn't there, on the outside of the circuit there as they turn into Stowe Corner. And once again, Horatio Fitzsimon on a very slightly different line, much tighter through there than Sam Wilson, but Sam comes out quickly and closes up to the back of Horatio as they turn into club.
Yeah, very different lines indeed from the 2 drivers, and that's partly driving style, partly what the car demands. Horatio in a big slide. It's got a little bit of damp on the tyres maybe. Sam Wilson takes the lead sort of by default really, by not getting it wrong and also setting a new fastest race lap, 2 minutes 24.8. Let's put that into perspective. The group Richards and De Silva, who are battling for 5th, are doing 2-minute 27s. I was about to say that the leaders are lapping at least a second a lap quicker than the battle for 5th place. It's now more like 2 seconds a lap. They've just gone by the very upright front-engined Stangalini, so they are now lapping cars that are in the 40s in the field rather than in the 50s. Such is the relentless pace of the leaders.
The leaders coming down, 1 car ahead of them is a slower car. They'll be lapping that, and Duncan Rabagliati in the Alexis in the orange car to the left of the track, one of the earliest cars in the race, but they all make their way past the slower car lapping them, and it's very tight there through Brooklands into Luffield now, and through they go. It's still Sam Wilson leading from Alex Ames in 2nd place, Horatio Fitzsimon 3rd, but I would suggest you watch out for that gold car, Samuel Harrison in 4th place. He's shown that he can close up to the leaders, and a young man he is, but huge amount of experience.
Yeah, Sam just got a little break there, the leader, as they got around the Huffaker BMW, the pale blue car of Richard Spritz, that was not quite sure whether he should stay in the middle of the track or use the racing line that the leaders were hoping to use. But as it happens, you never get far away. Sam Wilson now being caught by the train behind. Alex Ames, the red car of Horatio Fitzsimon, and then Sam Harrison in 4th place. Again, 2 cars working together. You can see Horatio Fitzsimon there actually pushing along the gearbox of Alex Ames as they came through the Beckett's S's. They're coming up to the next couple of cars in front of them. They're battling for 43rd place as the leaders approach. And it's always a little bit of a tricky moment. Sam Wilson runs out very wide indeed through Stowe. And there is the battle just in front.
And it's Alex Ames now who's taken the lead from Horatio Fitzsimon, just nips through on the inside of Sam Wilson there at the historic club corner, the left-handed element of it. And so it's now Ames from Fitzsimon, from Wilson, from Harrison as they come up the Hamilton Straight, and sadly another retirement.
That's Richard Spritz that they were passing halfway around the lap. He was going very slowly and he has pulled off now. So you don't get eliminated just because the leaders pass you, but clearly he had an issue.
And I noticed Horatio Fitzsimon started to become a lot more sideways in the corners, and that lost him the lead a couple of laps ago. I just wonder whether his tyres have started to just wilt a little bit under the pressure that he's been putting them on, but he's still in second place. He's got past Sam Wilson. Samuel Harrison is in fourth place in the gold car as they make their way through some more lapped cars down the Hanger Straight, and pulling out to the left of the first of those lap cars, not the Hanger Straight, sorry, the Wellington Straight, turning into Brooklands and Luffield.
That's Tim Metcalf's Cooper, car number 17, and another familiar colour scheme, another Cooper with the traditional green and white Cooper stripes as they go around the outside of 33. That's Stuart Tizard in a Cooper T56. But the leaders keeping up this relentless pace, still in the 2 minutes 24s, 25s. The next group, 5th and 6th. De Silva's got back ahead of Clive Richards, Tim De Silva, but they are still lapping in the 2 minute 27s. And they're the only cars that are, because the group 8th, 9th, 10th and below are doing 2 minute 29 laps. So the leaders are relentlessly 4 seconds a lap quicker than other cars that are still in the top 10 in this 50-strong field. Now, you saw yellow flags out at Copse Corner. Somebody's sitting in the gravel there, didn't see them go off, but the leaders now with another group of cars in front, and this is all part of the game, is dealing with those. Much easier when you're behind than when you're in front, trying to figure out how to keep the door shut and wriggle through. Horatio Fitzsimon down the inside at the end of the Hanger Straight into Stowe, takes the tight line again, and that's often why he's more sideways exiting the corners, because he goes in very shallow and then has to tighten the line a little. They're coming up behind Justin Fleming's Lola Mark II, the very upright front engine car, designed by Eric Broadley. Lola went on to be a very successful car manufacturer throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And again, look at the very upright front engine car as they all sweep by. Hand out to the cockpit from your race leader, Alex Ames, to say thank you for seeing us and giving us room. I think the quick guys understand just how difficult it probably is for the guys who've got their own battles going but are just a little slower and being caught by the leaders. You don't want to lose your own battle, but on the other hand, you don't want to ruin somebody else's race either.
And of course, they've all been there. When they started out racing, they would have been the slower cars, and they've gradually worked their way to the front. But a change of lead now, because we've got Sam Wilson, and I think in all that lapping down at Club Corner, Sam Wilson managed to sneak through on the outside. Alex Ames in second place. Horatio Fitzsimon, who was almost leading, is back in third place. But Samuel Harrison, I'm afraid, is starting to lose touch now, and that's slightly worrying, because you'd normally expect him to be right there with the leaders right through to the last lap, when maybe he makes a bid for the win. But Horatio Fitzsimon once again twirling away at the wheel, all arms and elbows, as Innes Arlen said many years ago, and great to see. You can see the drivers working away in these cockpits.
It only takes catching the traffic in the wrong place, like here coming into Copse Corner, where you catch a slower car and it takes 5 miles an hour off your top speed, and suddenly Sam Harrison will be right back in the battle with the leaders. And they didn't quite get through cleanly there. Sam Wilson goes through first, Alex Ames in second, the red and yellow car, Horatio Fitzsimon is in third. But the gold car, again, not catching traffic in the ideal place. From Maggots into Beckett's, he scythes through behind. So Samuel Harrison trying to be a little bit bolder in traffic. Big slide from Alex Ames as they come out through the final element of the Beckett's S's onto the Chapel curve. Now going by, what's that, 77, 99, 77. That's Buhofer, who qualified out of position, has now moved up from the back of the field into the early 30s, so he's having a very strong race.
Spin for Horatio Fitz, or half spin for Horatio Fitzsimon.
He's been getting more and more sideways, and he drops out of the top 3.
So that puts Samuel Harrison up into third place, and Horatio will now double his efforts, but the lead battle is absolutely joined, and it's Sam Wilson leading Alex Ames, and then the gold car at the back of the screen there is the Samuel Harrison car as they come through in towards the tight right-hander at Village.
So we got 2 arch protagonists in period, and still 60 years later, Lotus versus Brabham. So the Lotus out front, Sam Wilson, and the Brabham, Alex Ames. giving chase. Ames, the British Racing green car with the bold orange stripe down the centre, car number 66, and our race leader Sam Wilson, car number 53, in the green with a slightly narrower orange strip. They're coming up behind another group of midfield runners who have got their own battles to fight. Sam Wilson gets tight on the inside, just manages to escape down the inside of Luffield, and loses out because, again, he guessed the wrong way. Alex Ames tucked on in the inside. It's a great example of how the leader has to make the decision first, and if you're just a fraction behind, you can see that the gap's going the other way. Sometimes you lose out as the leader because the guys that you're catching, you're the first to get there. They don't always realise what's going on quite as quickly as you might hope.
And unlike in modern Grand Prix racing, the slower driver doesn't get waved flags and penalties for not getting out of the way. They just basically stick to their line and let the leading cars work their way through. And as Martin's just said, if you guess the wrong way, as Sam Wilson did at Stowe Corner there, the lead can be lost in an instant, but he's still there, he's still in contention. We've only got a minute to go.
So this will be the penultimate lap. They should just about get to the line before the checkered flag comes out. The last lap from Sam Wilson, by the way, a new lap, a new fastest lap, 2:23.0, but just after that, on this lap, he lost the lead. So 46 seconds. They will start another lap before time elapses, so they shouldn't see the checkered flag this time. So they will head on to the final lap as they come past the Grand Prix pit lane. And Alex Ames leading from Sam Wilson. It is between these two. There's not a lot of traffic right in front. Again, another half spin there from Horatio Fitzsimon as he tries to catch Samuel Harrison for third. The gold car in third, Samuel Harrison, car number 44. And then the red car with the yellow wheels, 68, the Lotus of Horatio Fitzsimon, at increasingly large angles of the dangle at every turn. As we watch Alex Ames holding off Sam Wilson. Wilson looking to the inside at the loop, but knew the door was going to close there. So he's got half a lap left now to try and sort this one out and come out victorious.
And they make their way through yet another slower car, but pretty clear down the Wellington straight towards Brooklands for them now. And Sam Wilson will be trying to stay in the slipstream of the hole in the air that Alex Ames has punched, and he's got within a length and a half as they turn into Brooklands, now up to the double right-hander at Luffield. And Sam Wilson goes for the tight line. He comes up alongside Alex Ames, and I think he's going to get through there. What a move there from Sam Wilson, but no, Alex Ames is still alongside and has the slightly quicker line out of Luffield into Woodcote Corner, and they're still side by side as they go down the old pit straight. And they look wonderful, absolutely wonderful, looking at each other. Bit of a wave there from Alex.
Well, that's not the Mansell Senna Portugal intimidatory glare. That is a friendly smile across the two cockpits. What a fun race we are having. Last lap of the race. Sam Wilson leads into the Beckett's S's. There is traffic in front though. They got a couple of cars and then there's a little gap, but there is more traffic on the Hanger Straight. So Alex Ames trying to look around the outside of Sam Wilson. And there is the next gaggle of cars, and they may catch them right as they get to the end of the lap. It could be those front runners, or those tail enders rather, that decide the action. The gold car of Samuel Harrison is third. Horatio Fitzsimon has not caught him yet in fourth place. Sam Wilson leads out of Stowe for the final time. But the worrying sight for him of slower cars in front. How close does this get? Not sure that Alex Ames is going to catch him on pace. He needs Wilson to be held up. I think it's just about going to work out for Sam Wilson through Club Corner for the final time. The checkered flag awaits, and the first race of the Silverstone Festival is won by Sam Wilson in the Lotus, the man who started from pole position up and down the lead for a number of times. And a big applause for Alex Ames from him, and for him from Alex Ames. A great race to the flag from the two of them. Samuel Harrison in the gold car in third place in the Renmax, and Horatio Fitzsimon, the red Lotus with the yellow wheels, just off the podium in fourth. The rest of the field still racing hard for the line. Tim De Silva takes fifth ahead of Clive Richards as they finish. And again, they wave to each other. They've had a great dice, just the two of them, their own private battle, and there will have been dozens of those all the way down the field. You can see cars coming through in pairs, in little clumps. But out front, Sam Wilson, the first winner of the 2023 Silverstone Festival. Well, these cars are always worth waiting for, and whatever time of day they go out on track, definitely worth trying to catch trackside, because there's so much variety in the kind of cars we're watching, but also so much close racing between the drivers and so much respect. It's a thoroughly entertaining prospect. And the cars, we're still only halfway through the field. There are still cars streaming across the line at full speed as our leaders enjoy their slowing down moment.
And we didn't see much of them during the race, but the winner of the front-engined element of the race was Andrew Hibbard, who started in pole position, and second was Ray Mallock.
So Andrew Hibbard finishing 10th overall. That's not bad at all for a front-engine car. Ray Mallock in the U2 Mark II. The car's originally built by his father. So finishing down, in fact, he's just been shuffled down another spot as they race to the checkered flag. They haven't quite got there yet. So there's a few strays and waifs to pick up at the side of the circuit. You just saw another car pulling off. Hopefully that was after the checkered flag. And there is the slightly mangled Lotus 18. That's Stuart Monument's Lotus 18. And there, car number 51, Andrew Hibbard, the Lola Mark II. That rather pale leaf green with a pale yellow noseband. Very pastel-y colours. So our front-engined winner. Again, Eric Broadley at Lola, following just a few years behind the Coopers, Brabhams and Lotuses of the world coming into constructing cars. But Lola cars in Huntingdon really took off, particularly as some manufacturers of customer racing cars, and as everybody did in those days, building cars for just about any category that you can imagine. You will see a whole host of different Lolas racing this weekend, particularly sports racers. Very successful indeed. Car coming to a halt in the pit lane just below us. One of the front engine cars, in fact that's Harinder de Silva's Lola Mark II, has just failed to proceed as it entered the pit lane. Harinder, the father of Tim de Silva, who raced to 5th place. Well, there you go, mouth-watering prospect, these cars always, and that race did not disappoint. You see the tall Stangalini Formula Junior of Tom de Gres, and there's another car sitting at the side of the circuit.
Michael O'Brien, who's now got a chance to have a look. It looks like it was an engine or gearbox problem. Michael experienced at looking after these cars.
I think possibly gearbox. He ran wide in Stowe, and if you select neutral there, then you don't have the drive, you'll go off. Here's the result then of the historic Formula Junior race, the curtain raiser for the Silverstone Festival 2023. Sam Wilson, the pole sitter, and the last lap regaining the lead from Alex Ames in the Brabham. Sam Harrison completing the podium in the Australian-built Ren Max after a half spin, took Horatio Fitzsimon just out of the lead group. In their private battle for 5th, Timothy de Silva just ahead of Clive Richards, and it was Andrew Hibbard's Lola Mark II that was the first of the front-engined, the older cars, across the line, with Ray Mallock in 18th place in his U2, originally built by his father Arthur Mallock, and lots of battles all the way down the order from front engine and rear engine cars of a mass manufacture, in racing car terms at least, from the likes of Brabham, Cooper and Lotus, or the unique one-offs. Stangalini, the Alexis, the Di Tommaso, the Huffaker. Andrew Beaumont didn't make it through the first couple of laps in his car, and Michael O'Brien expected to be one of the front runners, last year's double race winner in the Formula Juniors, also off early on. Right from the very start, there was a little bit of caution in the Formula Junior race for our pole sitter, Sam Wilson. Not quite sure where the damp patches were going to catch everybody out. Front runner Michael O'Brien running very wide, and smoky departure from the circuit on the first racing lap, taking one of the expected front runners out of the action. In the Red Lotus, Horatio Fitzsimon, the early race leader, from Sam Wilson, Alex Ames and Samuel Harrison. But an increasingly wayward Lotus allowed his rivals through, and eventually a place in the top 3 disappeared from the clutches of Horatio Fitzsimon with a half spin. Meanwhile, Lotus versus Brabham was the race out front. Lots of respect and enjoyment from Alex Ames and Samuel Wilson, and Wilson taking victory in the first race of the weekend by a hair's breadth.
So this is the international paddock. I've come down here to meet the lovely Giles English, who is the co-founder of Bremont. Bremont are the official timing partner for the festival. So look, I have to say, they are in prime position here. They're literally on the track. Look, you've got all the Jaguars going out at the moment. Right, let's go and have a word with the man himself.
Cody, lovely to see you.
How are you?
Very well, thank you very much.
Well, isn't this a wonderful position?
Well, we wanted the perfect view of the course, and obviously people coming to buy a car, they can come and have a look at a watch as well.
Exactly. So this is the second year that you've been the official timing partner. So what brought you back a second year?
Well, I think it's such a sort of iconic event, this, isn't it? And I think what I love is that, well, first all the racing that goes on, and my brother will be racing later on, so we can sit here and watch him come last.
Hopefully not crash.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's no, it's brilliant.
So tell me a little bit, because you've partnered up with Jaguar and Williams.
Yes, we've always had quite a sort of strong motor racing sort of history, and worked with Jaguar for many years, and originally designing clocks for some of their concept cars, and then Williams, we've been with them for the last 3 years, and on the Formula 1 world, as that goes slightly manic, which is great fun and great partnership to have.
And where is that kind of connection been with cars and Bremont?
Well, if you think Williams is based 40 minutes up the road from us, we're based in Henley-on-Thames, using some of the same machines as they're using, with a lovely sort of technical crossover. And we used to have a facility just on the edge of the circuit here where we machined all our car components. So yeah, lots going on there.
Fantastic. Well, all I have to say is, I think last year, where did Nick come?
I think he did relatively well. Not last.
Not last. Do we think he's going to do better?
I think he's doing well, actually. Right. So, well, please come and see us.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck, Nick.
Thank you.
We have had our first race in the 2023 Silverstone Festival, and here is what is coming up next. Well, right now, we're getting ready for the Rolling Thunder of the Thundersports, then the Derek Bell Trophy for HSCC Formula Libre. So that is single-seaters of almost any description you like. The Historic Touring Car Challenge, that is going to be an excellent race as well. Practice was really good fun for that. And then as we get into the lunchtime break, the 75th anniversary of NASCAR, cars from the very earliest right up to the modern day. Yesterday they went round behind the safety car. It was a spirited, high-speed and very noisy parade. And through the lunch break as well, we were celebrating some of the car club anniversaries, some of the car manufacturer anniversaries, with lots of club parades on track. And then getting into this afternoon's racing, from particularly the Masters and the Motor Racing Legends, with GT cars, pre-66 Grand Prix cars and touring cars, a great demonstration of Formula 1 cars to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the first Grand Prix at Silverstone. And we will round out our motor racing with the Masters Sports Car Legends this evening before the music gets underway. But let's get down to Thundersports and the holding area with that man, Ed Foster.
Dan Eagling, I was watching you earlier with your eyes on the big screen. There's some damp patches. Are you kind of looking at those, or are you just enjoying the racing?
No, for sure. I'm looking at the damp patches because I think it's going to be quite tricky at the start of our race. We're obviously on slicks, but it's going to be changing all the way through the first half of the race, I think. I think it'll be dry after we've done the pit stops. So it should be good. I think we're just going to be cautious in the first half of the race and get some tyre temp, and then we'll be fine.
Yeah, I suppose you can't win the race on the first lap.
No, certainly not. And I mean, there's quite a big spread of cars out here as well. So what we're looking to do is be kind to the car, make sure we get to the finish, and hopefully we can pull a result from there.
You've done a full restoration on this car. You were out to Brands and won. There. Are you still finding a lot of time every time you go out?
Yeah, we're still tweaking the car in it. You know, we're getting there, but obviously, circuit to circuit, we haven't really got any reference. So when we got here, the car was quite oversteery. So we've been working on that. So hopefully we've made another improvement here, and hopefully it'll be a bit easier to drive, especially these conditions. So we're sort of optimistic.
Best of luck.
Thanks, cheers.
I mean, in terms of kicking off a race weekend, that was a pretty exciting start. So welcome to the podium of the first race of the weekend, the historic Formula Junior. So shall we do this? All right, so to bring up the trophies, we do have former Kiwi racing driver Howden Ganley, who's going to be handing out the trophies. So in third place, please welcome Samuel Harrison. And in second place, Alex Ames. And in first place, our race winner for the first one of the day, it's Sam Wilson. Make your way up, please, Howden Ganley, and come and hand out the trophies. And I'll get out the way so we can have some lovely photos with everybody. What a brilliant, brilliant start to the race weekend. That was some very cheeky racing I spotted going on, some waving from Sam Wilson, I think. One more trophy to go, the big one. Over to our winner, Sam Wilson. A big round of applause. And we'll have some smiles for the pictures, please. And then I'm going to come in and have a little chat with you. Okay, Sam Wilson. Did I spot some very cheeky waving from you right at the end there?
I'd like to claim that one, but that one was Alex. we were looking at each other a little bit down there, but no, it was such a fantastic race. It could have been anybody's. There was traffic, and the conditions were particularly bad down at the other end of the circuit, so it could have been anybody's.
I mean, I did spot, actually, Alex, it got a little bit slippery on some corners out there.
There was you kept going across some damp patches, and it was like big sideways drift moments, and but it was great fun, and it's trying to pick through the back markers where we could. But I missed a gear, unfortunately, on the last lap coming out onto the back straight. I was hoping to tow alongside Sam again, but hey, you go, second's really good from 8th. I'm happy with that.
I mean, that's not too shabby, is it? And Samuel, how was that for you?
Oh, brilliant. I'm happy to be here. First time in the car on Thursday, so watching these two was good as well. So,
did you just say first time in the car on Thursday?
Yeah.
And you've come in third?
Happy with that, yeah.
That's not too bad at all. Can we have another massive round of applause for our podium winners for the historic Formula Junior? What a brilliant, brilliant start to the weekend.
Stand by for action from the HSCC Thundersports category. This is our second race of the 2023 Silverstone Festival. Good morning wherever you're joining us around the world. Thank you for being with us. Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas will be looking forward to this one with you, particularly to see the Ibec, the Ian Bracey designed ex-Le Mans car of Michael Lyons that starts on pole position from the March 717 Can-Am car of Mark Williams. And this grid, as you can see as it scrolls by, the Tiger there, by the way, one of the owners and designers of Tiger is Howden Ganley, who's just presented the trophies to the Formula Junior. Tiger, Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley's company of sports car racers and single-seaters they built as well in the 80s and into the 90s. So we got a bumper grid of 26 cars heading out, 25 cars now heading out, because unfortunately Georg Hallau has had to scratch his Lola T310 Can-Am car overnight. That car qualified 4th fastest, so it seemed to be going pretty well yesterday, but perhaps in the way of old cars, they came to a perfectly good car from yesterday to find it less perfectly good today. It is still damp out there. We've just seen one of our Chevy Corvettes, the Glenn and Sam Every shared car, have a big looping spin. And again, as you just heard from Glenn Eagling, these cars on slicks. Worth pointing out that the Formula Juniors that you just watched are on treaded Dunlop tyres, so the CR65, which they would have used in period and is still being manufactured. But these cars on slicks, and that makes the damp patches seem more damp, because a cold slick, and they would have been cold coming out of the collecting area, does not have much in the way of grip. And so there you are, you go for the brakes and suddenly you're viewing the field coming up behind you. So again, I think another formation lap for these guys, just so they can see where the dampest bits of the circuit are. And definitely Glenn Every, who's starting that car, will be feeling a little bit more cautious than he might have been coming out of the pit lane earlier.
And you carried on with your Glens to the Eagling, which is Dad Glenn Eagling. It's Dan Eagling who's racing.
There we go. Yes.
Easy one that. And Dan Eagling, carried on the family business of preparing racing cars extremely well, but sitting in the Royale himself on the second row. And great to see the blue coral Porsche back out. We remember that racing many years ago, and it's great to see a Porsche 935, the fire-breathing turbocharged car that came out in 1976 in its original form. This one a slightly later version.
Yeah, John Greasley raced that in British GT and then went on to race a slightly more modern Porsche. He had a GT1 98 as his next blue coral car. So, he certainly worked his way through some fairly spectacular porkers racing in the British GT Championship. And you've got the low-slung sports prototypes out front and the Sports 2000 cars, and then you've got, you know, another generation of height behind. They look like trucks almost, the BMWs and the Mustangs and the Corvettes, so much taller. And you think, you know, it's a Corvette. It's not exactly an SUV, is it? But in the company of the prototypes in front, you can see how tiny they are in comparison to what is actually quite a low-slung sports car behind. So the car at the front of the field, the white machine, the Ibec 308 LM, that car raced in period in Le Mans, Ian Bracey's Ibec team. On the outside, the March 717, big early Can-Am car, big brutish 8-litre V8 behind the big tall chimney stacks behind the driver. That's gulping in air and fuel mixture. Those are the injectors. And then on row 2, the red car, the Royale of Dan Eagling with those green and yellow stripes. Take a look at that car when you see it from head on. It looks pretty much like the others, but side on, it's got a really narrow waist, very distinctive shape to that Royale RP17. So the cars coming round, forming up now in grid formation. Car number 14, that is John Spires in the 2-litre Acela. Red lights are on. And we go green at Silverstone for the HSCC Thundersports race, and the rolling, roaring power of the March 717 Can-Am car just blasts Mark Williams into the lead ahead of our poleman Michael Lyons and little white Ibec. And in third place, Dan Eagling in the red Royal RP17, the 2-litre sports racer. John Spires behind him, and Tim De Silva has moved up into fourth ahead of Spires, white Acela, that pale blue Tay-Deck of the De Silvas. There will be a pit stop midway through this race, and a number of these drivers are in a 2-driver lineup. The front guys, though, the top 3 are all racing on their own, but the pale blue Tay-Deck of Tim and Harinder De Silva, car number 96, that will have a driver change. Now, you don't lose out by doing a driver change, because all of the cars will have a minimum pit stop time to try and even things out. And they march leading as they come past the old pits and bellow past us. And our poleman, Michael Lyons, having a look inside, outside, trying to figure out where he's going to undo the big horsepower march with the nimbleness of the Ibec.
And Michael Lyons very squirrely there a couple of times on that opening part of the lap, and he's really looking for the grip now as he comes up behind the huge Can-Am car, the March of Mark Williams. And relatively speaking, Michael Lyons' Ibec is a small car, but then you look at the Royale behind it, smaller again, and that's Roger Whiteside in his Chevron B8 who's gone off somewhere around the track. Didn't catch where that was, Martin, but he's parked on the grass.
Yeah, looks like he's found a wet patch, as we saw on the formation lap. And that was coming out of Village. Now, again, under braking. The Ibeck just getting a little caught out. I think the March earlier on the brakes, there's a bit of gesticulation going there from Michael Lyons. He's got some very wet slicks underneath him as well. So all the heat he's worked into them, all to no avail. And having another wave at Mark Williams. I don't think there was anything intentional by Mark Williams, not a brake check or anything, but I think he caught Michael Lyons out. Lyons was looking to go around the outside, and suddenly the March was stationary in front of him, and so he had to take avoiding action on the grass. He's giving him the big scroots though, isn't he, at the moment? I think Mark Williams may have been slightly oblivious of that. You can see the mirrors on the blue March. I don't think they really showed him, and yeah, straight through goes the Ibeck. Michael Lyons with his tail up suddenly finds another gear, if you like. Maybe Mark Williams just allowed him to go by there. The Royale in third place, Dan Eagling, he'll try and get on terms with them. His last lap was a 2 minute 9.2. These guys circulating in 2 minutes 5.5 and 5.8, so they are going substantially quicker than the third place Royale. And now the Ibeck's in front. Can Mark Williams unleash the Can-Am March's power down the straight to rein in a very fired up Michael Lyons?
And you can see on the front of Michael Lyons' Ibeck the set of headlights and spotlights that would have been fitted for the 24-hour race at Le Mans.
Well, actually, when you get a side view as well of the car, you can see the scrutineering patches from yes. Le Mans as well. So the ACO patch is just behind the rear wheel arch. And again, anybody who's at the circuit, you can wander around and you'll see all these cars in the garages. They're all open. You can go and peer into them. And all right, you might not be able to climb into them, but certainly the mechanics and the owners of the cars will give you chapter and verse about these, and that's one of the joys of the festival, is the access to everything is absolutely unrestricted. But the Ibeck out front now, and although Michael Lyons had that moment on the grass here a lap ago, he is now going to set the new fastest race lap as he pulls away from the march of Mark Williams.
And Michael Lyons, an extremely experienced driver in both modern GT cars and more frequently, I think, in this country in historic racing cars, along with his father Frank and his mother Judy. They all take part in historic racing, but Michael, extremely experienced, and we'll see him out, I think, at least 3 times from memory this weekend, as those huge stacked trumpets behind the driver in this Can-Am car. Mark Williams there sitting with those air intakes perched behind him, sucking air into that big 8-litre engine as they get onto the long straight down towards Brooklands.
Yeah, sort of the opposite of a stack pipe BRM, which would have the exhaust pointing up in the air. That is, yeah, sucking in the air. But this Ibeck Le Mans car, there you go. You can see the blue and yellow stickers on the side of the car that were applied in period at Le Mans to prove that it had passed through scrutineering. And this car, yeah, very small, very low budget team. There was a number of opportunities to go racing at Le Mans with smaller cars over the years before Group C2 came in to really make that quite a thing. So Dan Eagling in third place, Tim De Silva in fourth in the pale blue Tay-Deck, looking at a little bit further back.
That's the earlier Royale RP6, which has had RP17 bodywork fitted to it. Mark Williams had a spin in the big Can-Am car.
Gone off in the march.
And that's at
the loop. He looped it at the loop?
Beckett's, I think it was.
Right, okay.
Yes,
so
Beckett's.
Coming into the Beckett's S's.
Yes, as he now recovers through Chapel.
And the leader coming up above, yes it was, leader, and there's the Tay-Deck behind. Now he's had a big spin in the moment on the grass, and there is the fourth place car catching him, and now he leaves that behind. And John Spires behind them in the white Acela. Again, the Acela, a 2-litre sports racer, up against the 8-litre March. And it's Can-Am power unit. And Tim De Silva starting the Tay-Deck. He will hand over to Harinder De Silva midway through the race.
And John Spears will hand over to Nigel Greensall in the race as well, at the pit stop in the Ozella, the white car. Not a name that's terribly familiar in the UK, but Ozella, the manufacturer of many sports cars over the years, and they are still very popular in the European Hill Climb Championship, which is not like 1,000 yards up Shelsley Walsh. They are 10 and 11 kilometre climbs up mountainsides.
Yeah, a few frantic miles. Now, here's a combination you don't expect to see: a Corvette Stingray ahead of a Porsche 935. But that's exactly what we've got here. Simeon Chodosh, the Chodosh family, has long been associated with racing American muscle, particularly with Dad Bernie. So Simeon Chodosh in that gunmetal grey Corvette Stingray, and behind is the Porsche 935. The blue coral car, and they are battling for 17th place. And up behind comes the Mustang, the red, white and blue Mustang of Rupert West, who will hand over to Richard Hodgson. So the 935 does not look like it is necessarily giving of its very best at the moment. Again, the G-Force logos there, John Greasley's race team. That car will have raced, I guess, early 2000s in the British GT Championship before he got his GT1 98 Porsche.
And the 935 launched by Porsche in a much slightly different shaped bodywork, less enveloping, but 1976 here at Silverstone in what was then called the 6-hour race and became the 1,000 Ks, and but 6 hours it was, not a kilometre distance. And unfortunately that car broke its clutch on the start line, on the grid from pole position. Took them an hour and 20 minutes, I think, to change it, and then Jochen Mass and Jackie Ickx drove the wheels off it for the rest of the race. Obviously couldn't get a good finish, but was a fabulous sight.
So this is a 50-minute race, and some of our races have slightly antediluvian pit regulations, longer or shorter stops depending on the type of car you have. Alistair is all over those, so knowing that Alistair is all over those, I haven't looked at them. But for the viewers at home, and definitely not for me, what are the regulations for the pit stops in this race?
Well, this one, yes, the Historic Sports Car Club do publish their regulations. Cameron, our assistant today, is trying to find out the regulations for other races, but this one, pit window will open at 15 minutes. It will remain open for just 10 minutes, 15 minutes into the race for 10 minutes, and every car must stop for a minimum of 60 seconds stationary. But using the national pit lane, there is a 20.2, to be precise, second in and out time to make sure you don't break the speed limit, which is 60 kilometers an hour. So a total stop time of 80.2, pit in to pit out.
Yes. So, and that's straightforward. So all cars in all categories, because basically Thundersports is run what you brung, double take the hindmost, they all have the same pit stop. So there, John Spires, you can see, right behind the little blue Curie Filippinetti machine, the Gitin livery, and that is the car that is currently in fifth place. John Spires starts that car with Nigel Greensall. Greensall sharing everything that John Spires is racing here, and almost everything that anybody else is racing as well. Nigel Greensall is a name that you'll hear a very great deal over this weekend, because he is partnering a lot of drivers in a lot of cars, which is a bit of a skill in itself, because he'll be jumping from a little 2-litre sports car to some huge behemoth of a closed GT racer. And also, the only thing he's not sharing is any of the single-seater racing. So you can see that there's a lot going on. There is the Tay deck, and Tim De Silva just sneaked by Mark Williams a little earlier. Williams got back by on the straight, but De Silva in that little Tay deck. Again, in the tight and twisty stuff, the vastness of the march, not quite up to the nimble 2-litre cars, but it does have that horsepower advantage down the straight. And this is so often going to be repeated this weekend, small and nimble versus big and brutish. You'll see that in a lot of our touring car and GT races. And there's the pit board out for our race leader, Michael Lyons. Another fastest race lap. Do you remember when I said that they were in the 2-minute 3s and 4s and the rest behind were 2-minute 7s and 9s? He's just gone round in 2 minutes 0.6 seconds. So Michael Lyons getting quicker and quicker, and again the march just steams by down the straight. And again, we'll see a lot of big American muscle doing that against smaller engined opposition, only to lose out immediately in the twisty stuff.
Both British manufacturers on screen now, the March and the Tay-Deck. Tay-Deck probably not as well known as the March to those of you that follow racing. Tay-Deck built in Keighley in Yorkshire, and very small run of cars, and built by a man called Tommy Clapham. But the March, much more widely known, and they produced cars in many, many different formula, right from Formula 1 through to what we're seeing here, the Can-Am car.
So this car now in 10th position. You are looking at car number 22, which is Gwyn Pollard and Rob Wainwright's Royal RP6/17. So a very upgraded early Royale sports racer, and that car has made up a dozen places on the grid.
I think it may be Gwyn just solo in this race. We got a note just beforehand. Perhaps Rob won't be driving, but we'll see at the pit stop whether they change drivers.
Well, it started in 25th position and is now currently in 10th. So having a pretty entertaining time. No wonder he doesn't want to give it up to anybody. We have had a pit caller. The red and white Corvette that you remember spun on the formation lap has come into the pit lane. The pit lane not yet open for driver changes. Or is it? Because in fact there are 2 cars in. We've also got Howard Spooner's BMW Alpina in. So have they not read the rules, or have we not read the press release correctly?
I think I saw the BMW crawling in. So, you described it perfectly yesterday as not one of Alpina's greatest body shapes.
No.
The BMW, but anyway, it's in the pit lane. But no, the pit window will open in a minute and a half, so they've come in with problems.
We just saw a shot a moment or two ago, Ross Hyatt in his Lola T70 Mark III, car number 70. But again, looking here at the march of Mark Williams in 3rd place, car number 3. And again, he's used the last lap to open up a little bit. Now, a little bit prematurely again into the pit lane, Ian Rowley and Stuart Olley's Tiger. This is a Sports 2000 car. Tiger set up by ex-Grand Prix and sports car racers Tim Schenken and Howard Ganley. Howard Ganley presenting trophies here at Silverstone this weekend. Tim Schenken, part of the governing body of Australian motorsport CAMS at the moment. But they were very successful in small capacity sports car racing. They also made junior single-seaters, Formula Ford cars and so on. And they were particularly successful with Group C2 cars as well. So they battled the likes of Spice and so on in Group C2 for a number of years. Very much a customer-facing operation. Now the Corvette's back out again. Simeon Chodos not exactly going at in Glen Every. No, I wonder if it's Glen or if it is Sam. No, he's coming back into the pits again. Whatever ailed it, look, he's already undone the window net. Whatever ailed it, still ails it. Although we have 25 minutes remaining and a few seconds, he is in too early for a pit stop.
The pit window is now open, so we should see some drivers start to come in. Those that own the cars but perhaps have a driver who's quicker than them may choose to take less than half the race, despite the fact they're paying the bills, because obviously giving your quicker driver more time in the car gives you a better opportunity to stand on the podium.
So there's John Spires in the little white Acela, right behind the Lola T70. So that is a battle for position. That is for 6th position. Ross Hyatt in the big Lola. I told you would see quite a lot more of Eric Broadley's manufacturing when we were talking about Lola in the Formula Junior race. And Lola made their name with big sports cars and then with big single-seaters. Very successful in Can-Am in the early years, very successful in sports car racing and on both sides of the Atlantic, as well as single-seaters in a whole host from Formula Ford all the way up to Indy cars. And you can see the Lola using its additional capacity to come steaming down the inside into Brooklands, sweeps through on the inside, But then the tighter Luffield means that he won't be able to get on the throttle quite as quickly as the little Acela behind. Now, who's coming into the pit lane? Yes, the Acela is. John Spires is going to bring it in early and hand over to Nigel Greensall, and that will bring up the speed of the car. I think they may have a good shout at a podium. There's quite a lot of ground to make up. At the moment, they're about 20 seconds behind. There is Nigel Greensall, the blue and yellow helmet with the stars on. Again, we'll see him sharing a lot with John Spires this weekend. Part of Nigel's job is to be quick when he's in the car. The other and more important part of his job is to help John get quicker in the cars. And that's why gentlemen drivers who can afford race cars can also really learn from a good co-driver like Greensall. And there are a number of drivers, Michael Lyons and guys like that, often share with non-professional race drivers as a way of helping out their gentleman drivers getting the speed. See this tiny little Acela. Look at a little perspex panel cut there in the body moulding so that you can just see the corner of the car if you're a shorter driver. There's all these tiny little touches on it, and the big periscope mirrors. I mean, there's a lot of mirror on that car. Probably not many of them actually do much in terms of showing you what's behind you. That's the first of our front-running pit stops, coming in from what was 6th position. The Acela, so 2-litre hill climb car. And away goes Nigel Greensall, and across the grass, a big sliding moment, just avoiding the barriers. That's the Chris Porritt, Ed Thurston Chevron B19. I think Chris started that, didn't he, Chris Porritt? Yeah, he did. They started in 7th place, and they were in 8th. But here is our race leader. Now, Michael Lyons, we sort of really want to try and come in when the pit lane isn't that busy, but with 25 cars and a big Silverstone pit lane, it should be okay to come in whenever your crew are ready for you. And again, looks like possibly a moment of indecision coming up to Club Corner, and that's a wide-eyed moment, just avoiding the tyres, but that was seemingly not driver error, because he has left it exactly where it came to rest, and that's the other pit lane that we're not using this weekend. So that's good news for everybody else, is that there's nobody stationary in the pit lane. Michael Lyons continues, Dan Eagling in 2nd place behind him, and we have a couple more pit callers from a little further down the order. Our top 8 cars, though, at the moment are all single driver cars, so they can time their pit stop for when the crew is ready, and in comes Lyons. So the leader is in the pit lane, and as you can see, he's not alone, comes in behind the blue Coral car. Now, once you're in the pit lane, you're both limited to 60 Ks, but the blue Coral 935 was coming in quite a lot slower and is get out of my way. So clearly the blue Coral's Porsche driver, Blue Coral Porsche's driver, is not going quite to the 60 Ks, and Michael Lyons doesn't want to lose another second.
It's unusual to see Michael so frustrated. He's such a calm driver and quick, but yeah, that's understandable, because you don't have to be doing 60 Ks until that line where you saw the board, and any time, any speed you're doing lower than 60 Ks up to that point, you're losing time. So he's very keen to get that car back out. Tiffany Dell's name on the car there.
And Tony Trimmer and Ian Bracey. Yeah, IB, the IB in IBEC, Ian Bracey. Yeah, Le Patron. So great looking car. Now, Michael Lyons did have more than a fraction in hand. He was 53 seconds ahead of 2nd place Dan Eagling. And he was lapping 5 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else. There you can see the Vancature Dumont scrutineering sticker, Group 6, 2000cc. So that was the category in which this car was entered at Le Mans back in 1982, possibly. So I'm taking a wild stab. Everybody else coming in now. Everybody else. Dan Eagling, Mark Williams, Tim De Silva, to hand over to Harinder De Silva. Here is Dan Eagling's car. And this car coming in from 2nd place, the Royale. We didn't see it getting by the Williams-driven Richard Dawkins not driving that number 3 march, but I think that was probably when Mark Williams spun the march.
That is a beautifully prepared car, isn't it?
It is absolutely. Of course, it's such an unusual shape as well. So narrow around the driver. Now you can't quite see it. Quick, just pull back with the RF camera there. Just get Max to step back a little and show how narrow the car is in the middle. You look at the Ibec here, and it sort of gets a little wider, but the Royale is sort of pinched in. It's almost like they started with a single-seater and only had bodywork to cover the wheels, and the rest of it is almost single-seater width. Whoa! Well, Michael Lyons got eased onto the grass by Mark Williams' march on the opening lap, and it does not look like the fury has left him yet, does it? And as you say, he's normally such a quiet-spoken man. Okay, he's just really in a bit of a state of high dudgeon. Maybe he's had, you know, 1 espresso too many this morning. There's Dan Eagling out in the number 2 Royale. So at the moment, it is Ross Hyatt who leads the race in the Lola T70 car, number 70. That has not yet stopped. So he's not stopped, nor has the number 22, Chris Pollard, Rob Wainwright Royale RP6. That's the white car with the red and blue stripes up the centre of it. But the march has, bearing the name of its period driver, Helmut Kelleners, whose son Ralph, also a very successful sports car racer in his time. But Helmut Kelleners made a big international name for himself in sports car and endurance racing. I didn't realise that he'd raced Can-Am marches, sort of associated more with Porsche. So here is the 6th place car. This is the pale blue Tay-Deck of Tim and Harinder da Silva. Harinder now at the wheel. They have stopped, haven't we? I did see him come in. Yes, we did. So that is battling with the car of, that's Richardson behind, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, the car number 29, the Lola T290 of Mark Richardson, who's just driving solo. So you could say there's a small advantage to solo drivers in that they know the track conditions, but no doubt the first driver will download information to the second driver just about where there might be any damp patches, although I have to say the track, as Dan Eagling was saying, he thought the track would dry out very quickly, and I think it has, hasn't it?
I was, no matter how many Formula Juniors you throw at them at the track, it's not going to have a very great drying effect because the tyres are so tiny. These cars, guys with their bigger, fatter slicks will have a bit more of an effect. And you just saw Harinder da Silva drift out wide, out of the loop and run over the curbs. And through has gone Mark Richardson. So Richardson moving up in the little Lola. It's a battle of 2-litre cars as they go by the red Chevron. So putting a lap on one of the Chevrons, that's car number 27, John Sheldon, Chevron B16. John Sheldon racing at Le Mans at the same time that the Ian Bracey Ibec that leads the race was competing. So John Sheldon had a long and successful sports car racing history and still racing now into what must be his 8th decade, I'm sure, John Sheldon.
His late 70s is his age now, so yes, coming...
well, that is his 8th decade, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
When you're 80, you start your 9th decade, because you've done 8. That was a good stab in the dark. No, don't. Yeah, you don't have your first birthday until you're a year old, not when you're born, so...
I just thinking that means I'm in my 7th decade. That's not great.
I'm still in my 3rd. The final pit stop's just being made. In fact, that is the last car who's just come into the pit lane underneath us, making its last stop. So the only cars that have not stopped aren't going to stop because they're no longer running. Looking here at Ross Hyatt, and right behind him, closing in, is the little white 2-litre Acela of Nigel Greensill. Now, to give you an idea of the power disparity, the Lola T70 has a 5-litre Chevy V8 and a 2-litre engine in the little Acela behind it. So giving away probably a couple of 100 horsepower comfortably. Nigel Greensill, he's going to have to make up in the twiddly bits what the Lola can do in the straight bits. And that's the challenge that you take on when you bring a 2-litre car. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, but quite often the knife actually undoes the gunman.
as it has done there. As you said, that perfect timing, although the gunman's coming back through the left-hander at the loop. Nice move there from Ross Hyatt, who himself is a very, very experienced driver over many, many years in sports cars and open-wheel cars as well. And he said to Nigel, thank you, I'm going back through.
Yeah, Nigel had to really open the steering there and just kind of a big extra braking effort, and there's not usually much extra braking left when Nigel's driving a car, so he knew that Ross was in the inside coming into the loop and that the likelihood was that he was going to stay there. So again, gather up your thoughts and have another go. Now the real problem is they get out of Luffield, they come onto the pit straight, and that Lola will extend its advantage. However, he will be on the anchors coming down into Copse Corner, and Nigel will have a tiny lift and then hard onto the throttle and drive the little 2-litre car in behind. Here comes our race leader though, so this is Michael Lyons coming up behind the battle for 6th position. And they have all made their requisite pit stops, so that is how quick he's going. Remember when I said he was doing 2-minute 3s, and then I said, oh no, he's doing 2-minute 0s? Michael Lyons last lap, 1:59.2. So if you want to beat Michael Lyons in a race, do not ease him off onto the grass. This would be rule 1, I'm afraid. He is absolutely flying. And to give you an indication of how quick he's going, the cars he's chasing, Ross Hyatt's last lap was a 2-minute 9, and Nigel Greensil's was 2-minute 7.0. And our race leader there, Michael Lyons, closing in on them, 1:59. So he's doing he was last time around 10 seconds quicker than the Lola T70 and 7-8 seconds nearly quicker than Nigel Greensill. And maybe that's just an indication of what the Ibec was designed to do. It is a 2-litre car, but it wasn't designed for brief runs up hills or 20 lappers. It was designed to go day and night on the fastest circuit in the business at Le Mans. So it's designed to carry a lot of speed a long time. And I'm sure it hasn't got great long Mulsanne straights. And Nigel Greensill pulls off the Acela, slowing right down now. He's looking down in the cockpit. Is he rowing through the gears? I think he might be, and I wonder if that's possibly what happened the last lap when Ross Hyatt came back underneath him. Nigel seemed to drop back quite a long way, and now he pulls off just before he gets to the pit lane. So the race leader is through now past Ross Hyatt and has lapped everybody up to and including 6th position.
And that's the mark of a really professional driver who knows his way around circuits. He found a place to pull the car off, so there won't be a need for a brief maybe yellow flag just to push him behind the barriers, but it won't mean that that car is sat at the edge of the track. Very, very professional driving, but a shame for Nigel Greensill and John Spears, the owner of the car, because that was making its way up, wasn't it?
Yeah. Now, Mark Williams in 3rd place still in that big blue march, but 4th place now is car number 29, and that's the white chevron, white Lola rather, with the red and blue stripes, and Mark Richardson. No, it's not, that's the blue Lola of Mark Richardson. So I was looking in fact at another car further back. So Richardson in 4th place. Coming towards us, car number 2, Dan Eagling in the Royale, and then you can see the big Can-Am M1 McLaren behind him.
And for those of you here at the circuit, standing at the bottom of the Hanger Straight on the approach to Stowe Corner, the fastest car past you in this race so far has been Mark Williams in the big blue Can-Am March. 170 miles an hour. 170 miles an hour is what you're seeing on the Hanger Straight.
I said Can-Am McLaren M1. What I really meant, of course, was Lola T70, the open Lola T70 Can-Am car that we saw in the background of the last shot. Here's the closed coupe, the Mark 3B. And these cars you could fit with pretty much any big capacity engine. Lots of them had Aston Martin V8s, Chevy V8s. You could, if you were a particular fan for some reason of an Oldsmobile or a Ford, I'm sure Eric Broadley would have done a conversion kit for you to make them fit. And there is the Tadec, the pale blue 2-litre sports car. That is in 4th place, and the leader's gone by him as well now. Ross Hyatt in 5th. So Ross Hyatt moving on. And as you say, coming into the car halfway through the race, you've then got to get used to how the car feels, where any damp patches may be on the track, the state of your brakes and your tyres and so on. But if you've been in the car right from the beginning, you don't have to get used to it because you're the one that's already part worn it out. So you often come up to speed even quicker after the pit stop than the best of the stopped drivers, and that's an advantage. Into the pit lane now, this car of Mark Richardson slowing down, so the Gitane car coming into the pit lane. He just lost a spot and now back into the pits, and that will move up into 6th place. Gwyn Pollard and Rob Wainwright's Royal RP617, the car you're looking at now. So he's moved up the order.
Gwyn has stayed on board, so as we had a late amendment there that Rob wasn't going to drive this car, looks that's the case.
Just a great looking car. I'm now trying to identify with the red and black stripes who I associate that car with, and it's like most things, I'm afraid, it's completely escaped my memory. Again, that's a great looking car, and if you think of the red car of Dan Eagling, that cutaway in the centre is even more evident when it's white. It's just so narrow-waisted, and that's, of course, to allow plenty of airflow into the rear radiators and cooling ducts. It's a great-looking car.
And a faster lap for Michael Lyons than even the one you mentioned earlier. Now of 1:59.0 for Michael Lyons, 1:59.0 and a bit of change. Set a couple of laps ago.
Yeah. Fastest race lap. I'm sure by the end of this, is going to be dipping down into the 58s. Meanwhile, Mark Williams in 3rd place in the March 717 that started on the outside of the front row of the grid. So Dan Eagling in 2nd in the Red Royale. And Mark Williams will complete the podium at the moment. Tim and Harinder De Silva's car in 4th place. Just saying Tim De Silva still, so did Harinder decide not to drive that as well? Hard to tell. They got very similar helmets. I have yet not managed quite to remember how to decipher which is which. This is Mark Williams. There is no Richard Dodkins driving this car today. He's a last-minute withdrawal, so Mark Williams driving it solo. So he'll probably need to lie down in a damp room after a dark room after this. That's probably a very big oral and vibrational assault on the senses.
Yes, we'd like you to be strapped into this 8-litre monster for 40 minutes, please.
Reminds me of what they always used to say about DFV engine Formula 1 cars. If it's running rough, that's fine. If it smooths out, turn it off and park it, because that's when they're letting go. So it's exactly the opposite of what you'd ideally want in a racing car. Of course, you want it to be fast, but you don't necessarily want it to shake your fillings out at the same time.
And this, the De Silva car, as you say, it looks like Tim's decided to take the wheel for the whole of the race.
Could well be.
In the family car, the Tay deck.
So we'll see that twice. You can see it's racing here as number 96, and the number 2 that's crossed out with a bit of gaffer. When you see it later on this afternoon in one of our other, or today, this weekend, in one of our other sports car races, the gaffer will be over the 96 and it will run as car number 2. So there are a number of cars, particularly in the touring car categories as well as in the sports car categories, where you can do double duty with a car that fits a number of different race formats. So they're getting their mileage out of that car as well. And the battle for 4th place is starting to hot up, because the behemoth Lola T70, car number 70, right behind, that is for 4th place. Ross Hyatt closing in on Tim De Silva. De Silva's going the long way round the Chevy Corvette.
And the place changes.
Wow. Didn't go the long way round successfully, and through comes the Lola. Ross Hyatt taking the opportunity to dive straight through. I wonder if Ross Hyatt raced a Royale RP17 in period, because that's sort of when he was coming up through junior single-seaters. Not sure if he ever did Sports 2000. That's possibly a slightly esoteric question that we'd have to ask him personally. Only Marcus Pye would know, or Bruce Jones. or Stuart Dent. So there's a few people who've got that encyclopedic knowledge of all of that stuff. I was just a bystander that it whizzed by, but Ross Hyatt certainly was coming up through the junior ranks when Royale were in their pomp. However, he is now in this big Lola, and again you can see the Lola steaming down the straight, but tucking in underneath him comes Tim De Silva, the little 2-litre Tadec. In fact, it's an 1800cc car, so he's giving away even more capacity to the Lola. Sticks his nose in underneath. You can still, there are still considerable damp patches on what was referred to as the other end of the circuit. Well, the other end from where these cars are pitted anyway, but not from the start-finish line. So the end of the Grand Prix lap is still pretty damp in patches, and that's possibly going to favour the lighter, nimbler Tadec. So Tim De Silva has not given this battle for 4th place up. He's not going to make the podium unless in the next 3.5 minutes somebody else goes bang or has to pull off with a problem. But racing is racing, and if somebody goes by, you definitely want to undo that insult as quickly as you possibly can.
Nice battle here between, as you say, two completely different ways of making a car go quickly. One with a big V8 engine, the other one with a little 1800 Ford FVC engine.
And in fact, you saw that in front of them as well, because there was a little Chevron B8 and a Lola T70, the open car as well. Now, they're just about to go a lap down on this battle, but again, a similar battle of non-likely, this now becomes the battle for 3rd, because in the final 3 minutes, something has gone bang, or pop bang bang. The March 717 that was in 3rd place has just rumbled into the pits below us. I thought I saw it coming in on one of our other cameras that you're not seeing, and indeed Mark Williams has pitted, so this is now for 3rd. Ross Hyatt's 3rd, Tim De Silva 4th, and traffic beckons in front. So there's the T70 Spider as the T70 closed coupe goes through. And they're coming up behind the little Chevron B8 that got the better of the big Lola. Again, that little yellow Chevron, little 2-litre sports racer. So here we go, 2 minutes to go. It will be this plus one more, because only Michael Lyons is lapping under 2 minutes. Lyons is already way ahead of this battle, or rather closing in on it from behind. There is the race leader. He's half a lap ahead almost. Sweeping down onto the Wellington straight as they come out onto the Hangar straight. So that gives you an idea of the advantage Michael Lyons has. Dan Eagling still in 2nd in the Red Royale, and then the all-blue battle for 3rd. Car number 70, the Lola T70 Mark 3B of Ross Hyatt, and right behind him, car number 96, the pale blue Tadec of Tim De Silva. Hyatt just stretching his legs away in front. There's about a second in it now, and De Silva's going to struggle to close that gap on the pace. Hyatt really has got his teeth firmly into that Lola T70. Working his way up the grid, qualified in 8th place, and the car's just getting quicker and quicker through the race.
Down into the left-hander at Brooklands, which leads into the double long looping right-hander of Luffield. So the cars want to be on the right-hand side of the track, but the drivers really want them to be a little bit further out to the left. So it's a tricky corner, but a good opportunity for overtaking when they're closer. But it's Ross Hyatt has enough gap now as he comes through Woodcote Corner onto the pit straight, the Heritage pit straight as it's now known. Was of course the start line for Grand Prix for many, many years till the circuit was changed. And here's our overall leader on those damp patches again as he comes into Club Corner.
Now, I was going to say, are we on the last lap? We are not on the last lap, because he is going to get to the line with 7 seconds remaining. So the leader now starts his last lap, which means that the cars behind will complete this, and then there is one more lap for Tim De Silva to try and somehow get the best of Ross Hyatt. And there's another couple of battles up and down the order, which are within a second or two of each other. So again, they will start their last lap. Michael Lyons now on the final lap of this second race of the Silverstone Festival. Sun starting to come out from behind the clouds. The day is going to warm up a little, and that overnight damp will disappear. Michael Lyons in the Ibec 308 Le Mans car, the 2-litre Le Mans car, leading. Dan Eagling in 2nd place. And he is now on his penultimate lap. He's going into Copse as the leader comes out of Luffield, nearly closing in on him from behind. So that's the leader, who is basically about 15 seconds maybe behind Dan Eagling, who's in second place on the road. And here's the battle for third. Ross Hyatt, car number 70, just ahead of car number 96, Tim De Silva, the paler of the two blue cars. So sweeping through the Beckett's S's comes the Ibec Le Mans car, catching the blue Coral Porsche and the red and white Corvette. You've got two different generations of Corvettes. We've got the C2 Stingrays, the older, more upright cars, and then the 1970s Coke bottle-shaped C3s. And again, all dispatched with equal lack of passion there by Mike Lyons. Just carves his way through them as though they're slow-moving motorhomes or something. Dan Eagling in second, and the battle from Ross Hyatt and Tim De Silva continues, but the checkered flag awaits Michael Lyons. A dominant performance in the Ibec, took his time on the opening couple of laps, got eased onto the grass by the big march, but then just dropped the hammer and absolutely destroyed the opposition. The only man to lap within 2 minutes on this Silverstone historic circuit. A crushing victory for the Ibec of Michael Lyons. We wait for Dan Eagling, who's now heading towards, down towards the BRD suite as he essentially starts his final lap. And then the battle for third place. This could yet change. Look at Tim De Silva closing in again on Ross Hyatt's big blue Lola. And that is as close as they have been in a while. There's a smoky Mustang in front. Ross Hyatt goes the long way around the outside. But again, you can see the wet patches. So how close is this going to get? Now they are just about to start. They get the checkered flag, they get the checkered flag there. Dan Eagling was half a lap ahead of them, so Ross Hyatt hanging on. Tim De Silva in fourth place, and here is our second place car coming down towards the Beckett's S's, and through he goes. And Dan Eagling able to place that car really nicely. It's a superb restoration of a car you don't see an awful lot of. Royal RP 17. And he is the only man in the field who Michael Lyons did not manage to lap. So there's something in that as well. Not only second overall, but a really nice looking run from Dan Eagling. Great looking livery. I don't know if that is a period livery or just happens to be a nice colour scheme, but it absolutely suits the car superbly. And Dan Eagling takes the checkered flag in second place, with Ross Hyatt completing the podium in third. Michael Lyons has already packed and is ready for the next race. Hasn't actually, but he is in the pit lane and stepping out of the car. So that was an absolutely dominant victory for the Ibec of Michael Lyons. So Ian Bracey's car, raced at Le Mans by Le Patron and by Tiffany Dell and Tony Trimmer. That would have been one of Tony Trimmer's last outings at Le Mans, I think. But fantastic race from Michael Lyons. And the little Ibec, possibly not the world's most successful car in period, but it certainly held its head up superbly well. And there is the Lola T70.
We did it! We did it!
So Ross Hyatt looking very happy with that. He had a great race. Again, the car qualified in 8th place, came through into 3rd place.
Yes!
A very happy bunny.
That's the result. 207 as well, John.
So happy if he gets to take the steering wheel out before he tries to get out of the car. So gravity is your friend when you're getting into these things, less so when you're trying to get back out, and you're probably a little bit wrung out as well, but that's a very, very happy man. 3rd place here for Ross Hyatt, and he receives a warm hug off Michael Lyons. There. Failure to proceed on the last lap for the Chevron B8 there. Kind number 69, Roger Whiteside. I know he pulled off a little earlier, didn't he, Roger Whiteside? There's Dan Eagling, second place. And a great period style helmet livery as well. Confirmation of the result of the HSCC Thundersport race, a crushing victory for Michael Lyons in the Ibec Le Mans car. Dan Eagling's recently rebuilt Royale RP17 in second place, and in the end the battle for what was fifth then fourth became the battle for third. Ross Hyatt just holding off Tim De Silva's Tadek, the family car, in fourth place. Dan Balfour and Grim Pollard completed the top half dozen. Veteran John Sheldon racing his Chevron B16 to seventh place. Very credible indeed for a man in his 8th decade. And Steve Sim and Mark Campan rounding out the top 10. Mark Williams finished the race 4 laps down in the pit lane ahead of the Blue Coral Porsche 935, and the Ford Mustang, the West and Hodson car, was the best of the sports cars as opposed to sports racers, and Roger Whiteside among the cars that didn't complete the full race distance. Thundersports has always brought the big bangers and the little nimble sports racers, and so it was here. Now, early moment on the grass for Michael Lyons trying to get around Mark Williams in the big march, and once he'd stopped gesticulating, it was clear that Lyons was absolutely fired up in the Le Mans Racing Ibec. He carved his way past the leader and raced off. Williams having a moment in the Beckett's S's, and then losing out to the Tadek of Tim De Silva, using the grunt of the big 8-litre Chevy to thunder his way back past. But it was not to last. The march didn't make it through to the end. Dan Eagling's Royal RP17 ended up a fine second place, the only car not lapped by the leader. And as Ross Hyatt and Tim De Silva battled throughout for what was fourth, that became third, the Lola taking it after Lyons claimed victory.
I mean, okay, the word incredible isn't a big enough word for what I'm feeling in my heart right now while I'm stood here. Wow, welcome to Escapade Silverstone. Stephen, thank you so much for having me up here.
It's my pleasure, Nicola. This is absolutely insane. It's the best place to watch this racing on the circuit. Shall we go inside and have a look?
Yes, let's do it, yeah. Oh, dear. Oh, wow. Oh, so this is like a nice little haven in here, isn't it?
Yeah, well, once you've seen everything out on the track there, and you've had a busy day and you want to calm down and relax, have a glass of champagne or a cup of tea, then this is where you want to go.
I mean, it's a glass of champagne for me all day long. But the thing is, it's like, look, I've walked past this building site a few times. I've seen them being put up, but my brain has always gone, well, I would never be able to live here, you know?
Yeah, well, that's the general kind of narrative so far, because it has been an investment opportunity up until now. But now's the time to tell everyone that from 2024, you can come and stay. You go to our website, you make a reservation, you book an apartment or a residence, and you can stay all year round, no matter which event you're coming for.
That is fantastic. I mean, this is essentially a motorsport fan's heaven, isn't it?
Exactly. It's built for motorsport fanatics. We're at Silverstone. We're on the best corners of the circuit. You can see the biggest part of the circuit. So this is definitely for you. If you're a motorsport fanatic, then you want to be here at Escapade.
So you have the track, and then you have the gorgeous place inside. But that's not it, is it? There is more.
There is more. So you come here, you stay in a residence, and you watch the racing all day. But then in our clubhouse, we've got an indoor pool, a driver-focused gym, restaurant and bar, treatment rooms, and concierge services as well. So you've got plenty to do outside of what's on the track during the day.
And actually, I can show you the clubhouse. Stephen, thank you very much. So the clubhouse is still technically being built, so it's still a building site, but you can see it from outside. You've got to come with me out here. You can see it over there. Have a little look, and then take in the rest of the view. Oh, wow. So how was that? For race number 2 of the weekend, that was absolutely brilliant. It was the HSCC Thundersports, one of the noisiest ones. I mean, if you're watching by the trackside, you can feel that noise going through your soul. It was incredible. Right, welcome to the podium. Let's welcome our top 3. So in 3rd place, it's Ross Hyatt. Congratulations, make your way up onto 3rd place. There we go, lovely. I'll have a little chat with you afterwards. And in 2nd place, please welcome up to the podium, it's Dan Eagling. Make your way up into 2nd. Congratulations, Dan. And our winner of the HSCC Thundersports is Michael Lyons. Congratulations. I'm going to mind out the way so you can pose for some lovely pictures with your trophies. What a brilliant race that was. Lovely stuff. Right, Michael, I'm going to come in and have a little chat with you. I mean, that was pretty much smooth sailing for you, right?
I don't know, I got it a little bit dirty on the first lap, which upset me a bit. That's why my hands were flying everywhere. I thought he could let me a little bit of room, but once we got going, yeah, it was mega. It's a fantastic debut for that car. It's a dream start to the career for it, really. So good to get it back out after 30 years in a barn up the road from the house.
Excellent. Congratulations on your win. That was fantastic. And in 2nd place, we have Dan Eagling. How was that for you, Dan? It was a bit slippery in places.
Yeah, the first half of the race had damp patches, so you had to be quite careful and really not lose concentration. Like Michael said, the first lap was a bit hairy with those 2 guys, so I was hoping something might happen and allow me to have a little go. But then after that, the Can-Am car had a spin, and I got to 2nd. It's quite a new car, freshly rebuilt, so we thought just bring it to the finish, and if we're 2nd, that's great. So we were happy with that.
Excellent. And in 3rd place, we had Ross Hyatt. Ross, it got close there towards the end for you.
Well, if he had an easy drive, I certainly didn't have an easy drive. That was fantastic. The first time the car's finished, so we're over the moon. Pegasus Classic Engineering has prepared it, done an amazing job. I've got all my family here, so it was a good one. We needed this, so it's great.
First time finishing, and you managed to finish on the podium.
It doesn't get better than this, does it? I'm very happy. Thank you.
Congratulations to all 3 of our podium winners. I'm going to stand back so we can take some lovely pictures. That was race number 2. Okay, over to Ed for the next race.
Andy Smith, it's always good to be on pole position. To be on pole position by 6.8 seconds is an extraordinary achievement.
Yeah, somewhat unexpected.
I mean, do you think there's going to be a challenge from behind? Because I was chatting to your fellow man on front row, and he seems to think he might have a chance.
Certainly first up, the 5000s, I should think I'll end up in 2nd place. Yeah, off the line, the 5000s, they got so much more power. How will it develop from there? Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
It seems a stupid question, but the car's obviously running beautifully.
It is. There's a slight concern with an oil leak, so I've got to keep an eye on oil pressure. So, yeah, we're not entirely confident on the reliability, but handling-wise, it's absolutely superb.
And you're obviously driving it well.
It's quite an easy car to drive well.
But so modest, but good luck.
Thank you.
Ready for our 3rd race at the 2023 Silverstone Festival, and this will be the Derek Bell Trophy for the Historic Car Club's Formula Libre. Formula Libre essentially is, has it got 4 wheels? Is it a single-seater? Bring it along. That's the way this works. And as you heard there from Andy Smith, isn't it funny, everybody tells Ed Foster how easy these cars are to drive. They're all lying. The March 782 2-litre Formula 2 car versus the Formula 5000 Chevron. Now, why was it called Formula 5000? Because they had 5,000cc Chevrolet V8s. So it is power versus finesse. Again, there are a lot of knives being brought to this gunfight. So who comes out on top? Not always horsepower that triumphs, but the Formula 5000 cars are essentially a Formula 1 or Formula 2 chassis with a honking great V8. So don't expect them to be cumbersome and ungainly. They look and go as well as they sound. So the car's already out there. Towards the tail of the field, you'll see some Formula 3 cars as well, a couple of Rolt RT3s and various other cars with more or less historic backgrounds from the 70s and into the 80s. Martin Haven again with Alistair Douglas alongside me watching the commentary box, and that March 782 should, on paper, probably have the advantage. He was quicker in qualifying, but if he's got to worry about the car, then that might be an issue race long for him.
Yes, we noticed that little haze of blue smoke yesterday, and I suggested that it might have just been slightly overfilled after an early pit stop for a problem which Andy didn't mention in that interview with Ed, but there was a problem early in the session. He came out quite late and set his pole time, but clearly it isn't a problem that was an overfill. He's got a slight oil leak. And another car to mention is right at the back. We saw a shot of it. There it is, the red car, number 11. Now that's Henry Chart. He was out in a different car yesterday, a car that he's only just bought, the Modus Formula 3 car, but that is actually a Trojan T101, which was raced, if you remember, many, many years ago in racing, a driver called Bob Evans. Well, Bob Evans drove that car. The car hasn't turned a wheel for some years now, but the team who are running Henry were so upset by the failure of Henry's engine, they went back to the workshop, picked up the Trojan, refreshed it, as they said, put a new fire extinguisher in it, and here it is. So a great story for Henry Chart, who is a very young driver who is very quick indeed, so it might come through.
Well, when they say refreshed, what they presumably mean is put some fresh fuel in it, because there's not an awful lot much they could have done in the evening. Fuel, pump the tyres up and just dip the oil. Yeah, so Bob Evans, Formula 5000 champion, the man with the purple helmet. And that Trojan, yeah, that, again, one of the short-lived manufacturers' names, but they burn brightly in Formula 5000, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. Now, most of these cars date from the 70s. The March there on pole with the blue and purple and red BMW Motorsport colours, 1978. But there are, towards the tail of the field, a couple of 1980s Rolt RT3 Formula 3 cars, 2-litre Formula 3 cars. So going to be interesting to see how a car that's maybe a decade younger than some of these will go as well. So the formation lap completed, and as ever, even though they're pitted in the old pit lane, the start-finish line will be the Formula 1 start-finish line, forming up into our 2x2 formation as we get ready to get underway for the Derek Bell Trophy. Andy Smith leads the Derek Bell historic Formula Libre grid to the line. Alongside him, Neil Glover's Formula 5000 Chevron. And as the lights go off, it is the 2-litre March that is going to be a little bit slower away from the line. But the Chevron of Neil Glover, the pale blue car with a huge airbox, didn't get that power down into the first corner. And immediately our poleman Andy Smith makes a break for the border. The big Chevron of Neil Glover in second place. 5-litre engine capacity against the 2-litre March BMW, but it is going to need to warm up its tyres and its brakes and then really start to use that horsepower down the straight. And Alistair, by the time that the Chevron gets those huge fat slicks up to temperature, the March may be gone.
Yes, Andy very, very quick in this car. We saw him here the last couple of years in the same car. He's incredibly quick in it, so really the best chance for Neil Glover was to try and get ahead into the first corner. Didn't manage it, but he's in second place, so Smith leads, Glover second, and the rest of the field streaming through. In third place is Paul Campfield in his Chevron. That's a slightly earlier B24 Chevron in third place, and then they look rather Team VDS colours, don't they?
Yes.
In fifth place, number 51, which is Christian Pittard in his Chevron B28.
Yeah, he's started fifth. He's now up to fourth place. He's got ahead of another Chevron, the B29 of Clive Wood. That's car number 20, and already somebody in trouble heading into the pit lane. So
Chris
yeah.
Merrick.
So Chevrons very much to the fore, but it is the March BMW in the factory BMW M Sport livery of Andy Smith that is running away at the front of the field. As he comes down to Stowe towards the end of the lap, he's already got a 3 to 4 second margin over the Formula 5000 cars. Now again, they will warm their tyres, they will start to come through, and there is Henry Chart in the Trojan.
Well,
already? Does he know a shortcut? Did he use the club circuit or something? That's insane. Henry Chart up to 5th position from 19th on the grid in a car that has not raced since Job was a boy.
And naturally, you must assume from that Henry has never sat in it before. Amazing.
Well, probably not at speed, but what a fantastic start to the race. That's absolutely sensational. I hope he's got a GoPro on that car, because that opening lap, and he hasn't even completed it yet, that's not Bob Evans, is it, in the purple helmet? That's again, Bob Evans' helmet, the man who drove this in period in Formula 5000, had an all-purple helmet, but plenty of purple on Henry Chart's head. So our leader has long gone, and here is a change for second place, and that is Neil Glover slowing down in the Chevron. In the B37, the pale blue car, he's lost 3 places. I sense he's heading for the pit lane. Not sure that we're going to see much of him. And this is not a pit stop race. So up into second place has gone Paul Campfield. He's in the white car, and then the 2 red machines right behind, another pair of chevrons. And here comes Henry Chart. Henry Chart. This is absolutely sensational. Now, our race leader, Andy Smith, in the March, setting a 1:57.6 opening lap, and Henry Chart a 2-minute 5.5. However, Henry Chart carving his way through everybody else. He's passed all of these cars on the opening lap on its own, and he's picked up another one. He's now up to 4th place.
I think that's third.
In fact, that is third place, yes. Yeah. So there's the second place car, Paul Campfield, yes, because we've still got the Glover car shown on the screen, and he moves up into second place. So it may be a Formula 5000 car that runs down Andy Smith. It's not the one that he even remotely imagined it would be, because it's now Andy Smith with a 5-second lead, and Henry Chart in the STP liveried car, the Trojan, in second place, who is the best of everybody else. That's an astonishing opening pair of laps.
Particularly when Henry's experience in racing, young driver, but his most of his experience in Formula Ford, the 1600cc 4-cylinder engine car. He moved up to the Modus for this year, so he's not done many races, and jumped into this car at the very last minute.
Barely any different from Formula Ford. You know, only another 3400cc, slicks, huge wings, and a chassis that probably doesn't bear much relation in terms of how it flexes to a Formula Ford car. Checks the mirrors. That'll be the last time he needs to do that, unless he actually gets by Andy Smith. So Andy Smith at the beginning of this lap was 10.6 seconds in front, and Smith just set another fastest lap, a 1:55.9 in that BMW engined March 782. So a 1978 Formula 2 car, and this Trojan, an early 70s Formula 5000 car. It's got a massive capacity, if not massive horsepower advantage over the race leader. But Henry Chart's last lap, 1:58.6. Now that involved passing 3 other cars. So you sort of sense maybe that this Trojan, car number 11, has got the potential to match the BMW, the March BMW out front. Now whether he can catch, he can catch. The gap is coming down. That is a smaller gap than the last time we saw them from Henry starting this last lap. There's the battle for third. Paul Campfield still just ahead of Christian Pittard in the red chevron, and not for much longer. Pittard having a little look on the inside, car number 51. So coming to Stowe, so good battle, and Campfield ran out very wide there, Alistair. He's really under pressure, isn't he?
He is indeed, yes, coming through the right-hander at Club Corner, and absolute Sector 2 best time for Henry Chart on that lap, and his best Sector 1s and 3s time.
Yep.
So he's getting the pace up, not for the whole lap yet, but he is the fastest car at every speed trap.
And he was only 4 tenths down on Andy Smith in the race leading March 782, only 4 tenths on that lap. So he has got pace to match it. And don't forget, what are we on now? We're on lap 4, so he's driven this car for 3 laps in his life. And he's now on his 4th lap, so he will be learning exponentially what the car can and cannot. I think he found out on lap 1 that it's slightly different from the car that he practiced, and now it's a very, very different beast indeed. So this battle for third place, Paul Campfield ahead of Christian Pittard. And they're still at it, hammer and tongs. And into the pit lane comes the car that started on the outside of the front row. Neil Glover's finally crawled back in. Now, that is him making it into the pit lane for the first time. So he's tried to keep the car going for the last 3 laps, and it hasn't happened. But that dropped him, I think it was on lap 1 or beginning of lap 2, out of contention for second place. These guys went by, and then Henry Chart steamed by everybody. Henry Chart may well be writing a new little bit of Silverstone Festival history. A little further back, you can see the bright yellow Schweppes car. That's Mark Goodyear's car in 16th, chasing Ian Rowley. Rowley in the white number 4 chevron, Marks rather, another 782.
That's actually a variant, a slightly later 1979 car, but done for the 1600cc Formula Atlantic,
right?
Formula 79B, as it was called. But yeah, very, very similar in design. For Ian Rowley.
Goodyear on the inside, trying to squeeze through his 75 March 75B. So 2 Formula Atlantic cars then, presumably, of slightly different vintages. You can see how the 78-79 March is very much lower, flat bodywork and a much narrower cockpit area as well, to reduce that frontal area. Makes it even more upright than the slightly older car in front, but in fact less so and a little bit aerodynamically more efficient. But Mark Goodyear in the number 5 car moving up into 15th place now and starting to motor away. Meanwhile, let's chart, you see what I did there, the progress of the Trojan. 1:54.1, new fastest race lap for Andrew Smith in the March 782. The Trojan starting to really work its rear tyres in the hands of Henry Chart. 1:55.2 last time round, so the gap is out to 12 seconds. And this is where Andy Smith now has all the time in the in the world to look at his gauges and see what about that oil leak. He has a big mistake in the Beckett's S's. Now, he was looking down as the car locked up. Why was he looking down? And he is going very slowly, and that's not just because he's had a big scare. Henry Chart is about to take the lead of the race from last on the grid, and the March is not progressing at speed. It's picking up a little bit now, but what was a 12-second margin is barely a second now as they get to Stowe. Here comes Henry Chart. Is this going to be last to first in, what, 5 laps? Certainly the March has got a problem, covered in grass at the front after that enormous moment exiting the Beckett's S's. You don't often come out of the Beckett's S's out of control and miss the barriers under the bridge. And through goes Henry Chart. He'll take the lead from Andy Smith. We heard Andy tell Ed Foster before the start of the race they were a little worried about an oil leak that the car had. I wonder if he's going to be in the pits at the end of the lap.
I wonder, Andy just doesn't make mistakes like that in all the years I've been watching him, so I wonder whether a warning light flashed on the dashboard. He did say he would be watching the gauge for the oil pressure, and if a warning light flashed on, he might have wanted to look down at the gauge and just momentarily and missed his braking point for Beckett's.
Yeah, look, he's barely going any quicker than the car in front. Let's take a look again, and as he's coming into the Beckett's S's, look, he suddenly looks down at the left front. Yeah, looking down, and then... Now, so he only flat spotted that unladen inside wheel, but he looks accusingly at that corner of the car, and I wonder if that's the moment he applies the brakes, where he suddenly feels that something's not right, and something was definitely not right. Luckily, managed to have enough retardation to avoid running into anything substantial. But our new race leader is Henry Chart, and I do think that Andy Smith is seemingly back up to speed again. So he could have come into the pit lane underneath our commentary position at, well, midway through this lap, because it's not the end of the lap, but he is back up to speed or thereabouts. But his last lap, his previous lap was a 1:54.1. His last lap was a 2:06, including a terrifying ride across the grass. Battle for third place still rages on. Paul Campfield ahead of Christian Pittard. The white and red cars nose to tail, and again Pittard gets a great exit out of the Beckett's S's and the Chapel Curve. Here he comes down the Hanger Straight, looking to go the long way around the outside in this chevron. Paul Campfield relegated to 4th place. And then starting to come back in at the Exeter Stowe. He's alongside into the Vale, doesn't get his nose in front into the slightly milder version of Club Corner we're using here. Makes it a sort of a one long left and then a right-hander rather than a much tighter Formula One start. But again, look at the black marks that Christian Pittard left off the corner there, picking up the throttle before the car's remotely straight onto the start-finish straight. And just left a big black line behind him on the road, but he hangs on to 3rd ahead of Paul Campfield.
Good battle this. It is the other way around from what we saw a few laps ago, but still very close together as Christian Pittard, the man who used to race in Caterhams, if you follow club racing, did a lot of years in Caterhams very successfully, but switched over to historic racing, I think it was last year, and really relishing this the power of this big 5-litre V8 in the back of his Formula 5000 Chevron.
Probably drives a lot like a Caterham as well. Very sideways and very wayward, and not much in the way of turning grip. A little further back, this is the battle for 5th place now. And Smith in the pit lane, did we say?
Yes, I think he's come in,
okay,
yes.
Andy Smith into the pits. So from 2nd place, our poleman. And that makes this then the battle for 2nd place. Pittard versus Campfield and behind. You see car number 50. That is Clive Wood, and somebody else going slowly as well with a hand out of the cockpit. Clive Wood just ahead at the moment of Simon Fish, another all Chevron battle.
And in fact, Andy Smith did go through, so it did flash up on our screen he was coming into the pits, but he didn't. So good news, Andy Smith is carrying on. And he's now not much slower, is he? 1:55.3, so he's just under a second slower than his best lap, so he's back up to speed again, and as quick as the leader, Henry Chart.
So this all Chevron battle for 5th position. Clive Wood ahead of Simon Fish. That's how they started, nose to tail on the grid. Actually, Clive Wood qualified 4th, Simon Fish qualified 6th, and they are battling for 5th. So it's only Henry Chart's meteoric rise from nowhere to somewhere that made the big difference. I'm not sure that Henry Chart was expecting to race at all today, and definitely not to have this sort of race, because when his Modus stopped yesterday and he lifted the rear bodywork and saw that basically it put a rod through the block. Right, well, that's my race weekend well and truly over. Definitely has been a very different day to any that he might have expected, and a big spin from Simon Fish trying to go the long way around the outside and then just drilled the throttle in the ex-Derek Daly Chevron. And he loses a place as well. So through past him has gone David Tomlin in the Rondell. Now there is a car being pushed up the pit lane.
It's Neil Roddy, number 1.
So that's one of our Rolts, isn't it? One of the... Oh, no, it's not. However, here is our lead battle, and there is actually a battle on hand as well now, because Andy Smith is pretty much back up to the pace of the race leader. Last time round, 1:55.36 for Henry Chart, 1:55.32 for Andy Smith. So the March 782 not going as quick as it was, but quicker than it seemed to be after his big lurid moment in the Beckett's S's. And no repeat of that lockup. We haven't seen another big puff of smoke from the front tyres. So it does look, I'm not quite sure what distracted him, and whether it was, as you say, maybe just a little worry of something he thought he saw. But he had a big lockup in the final element of the Beckett's S's, and he is just starting to reel in the leader. 4 minutes to go, so it'll be this plus 1 more that maybe just squeeze this plus 2 more out, and it will maybe be down to the last few seconds of where they get to the line. Coming up to the battle for 12th place in front of them, 57, the car of Robin Lackford, and he is just ahead of car number 14, Stephen Barlow. In fact, started a row in front of him on the grid. There is Stephen Barlow in his Rolt RT3, one of a couple of early 80s Formula 3 Ron Toranak designs. And that's the difference between an air-restricted 2-litre Formula 3 car and a no quarters asked or given Formula 5000 car. Goes by like the Formula 3 car stuck in second gear, and that looks like there may have been a disagreement there. And The safety car boards have not been swung out, so waved yellows down at Luffield.
That takes away that as an overtaking opportunity, but hopefully they can get that car back going again.
That ain't coming out in a lap, is it? Yeah. I think that's right on the edge. The marshals are going to have to wait there, protected by waved yellows, and walking away from his Schweppes car is Mark Goodyear. So the leader, Andy Smith, with 1.8 seconds in hand. Yeah, so it was a little contretemps.
Ooh, onto the grass and over the curb.
Yeah, the number 6 Lola of Frank Lyons is the red and white car, and yeah, I'm afraid that Mark Goodyear's March is not coming out of the gravel with a push. That's going to need a lift because that left rear corner is completely broken, so it's just sitting on its belly. Meanwhile, race leader has opened up the gap over Andy Smith, so Henry Chart just creeping away now, gap out to 2.6 seconds. It was 1.3, and our camera crews are reporting spots of rain. Now, that shouldn't be enough to dissuade these guys from pushing on their hot, slick tyres. They should still have... Oh, no, hang on a minute. Now, how heavy is it raining? Red flag. Okay, so the marshals and the clerk of the course obviously decided that car is in far too dangerous a position. I'm not entirely sure I disagree with them there on the exit of Luffield. So the red flags are out. The race is over, and that means that Henry Chart has won in a car he's never driven before, did not practice, that was not at the circuit yesterday, from the back of the grid. Well, I defy you now to have a better story for the rest of the day today.
I must admit, when I took a call last night from our good friend Marcus Pye to tell me that the Hadfields team were bringing that car out for Henry because they were so upset that his own car had broken its engine, I did not believe I would be saying that he'd won the race.
Well, can you challenge Bob Evans, channel Bob Evans rather? I think you obviously can, because Henry Chart has done exactly, whether he even has a clue who Bob Evans even is, I don't know, but that's a remarkable, and again from a car that didn't practice, hasn't had a shakedown, hasn't been run for I mean, even if it's for weeks, it's a big, complex single-seater. That's absolutely remarkable, and actually a great testament to the overall preparation level of the car, that you can drag it out literally from under a dust sheet, put it on the track, and it'll storm past everything in the place. Now, it'll be interesting to catch up with Andy Smith after this and find out exactly what led to that enormous moment in the Beckett's S's, because he was away and clear. It would have been a long chase for Henry Chart to try and run him down. At that stage, he was 12, 13 seconds clear. Well, not everybody quite sure where to go, because our winner and our second place car are coming into the pit lane, but we are going to need them at the podium, which is at the opposite side of the circuit. So that's going to be they're going to have to get waved through by the marshals. Now, under red flag, you should go to the starting grid and then stop and await further instruction. Unfortunately, some of them have headed into the pit lane towards their teams, including the March 782 of Andy Smith, which just comes in underneath us. Did Henry Chart go by? I think he went into the pit as well. So our third-placed man, Christian Pittard, there on the right-hand side, and they go behind them, going, come on, guys, come on, we need to go, we need to keep going. Clive Wood understands where they should be going, but I'm afraid the rest of them aren't entirely sure. But the basic rule of thumb in a red flag situation is that you proceed as you would do under a safety car at low speed around to the grid and await further instruction. So you do not race, you do not pass, you do not speed, but you do go to the grid. So coming into the pit lane, I'm afraid our top two have not helped us at one iota. Hopefully the teams will wave them on, although they do seem to be sent into the collecting area. Now obviously there is a podium in the old pit lane, but it's not the one that we've got a camera or a microphone or a presenter at, so we need to get them round and preferably in their cars. Now, We are going to have a little bit of a pause before we get our next race out on track, because we're going to need to move Mark Goodyear's car.
They need to be around at the old pits, don't they, where we are, for their podium.
I think the podium's at the new pits, isn't it?
No.
Oh, the podium is at the... Oh, is it?
We're down in the national pits all morning, and then we move to the international this afternoon.
All right, so they are supposed to be coming here. All right, well, so in which case, Chart and Smith are fine, but Pittard is doing what you should do in a red flag, which is go round to the grid. So that's him in the red car there with the blue and white stripes. So Christian Pittard following the rules for red flags. The overriding rule, presumably, in a red flag situation will be that you respond to the instructions of the marshals, and if they peel you off the track before you get to the grid, then you follow them. But I didn't see marshals waving people into the pit lane. However, they may have been, because we may not have been seeing those pictures. So, however, Christian Pittard now carries on, and this is sort of awkward because the grid they've just driven past, that's where in theory you're supposed to go, but of course it's not where we need any of them, because we're not using this pit lane this morning. That will be for this afternoon's races, so they now need to carry on all the way back to where they were before, when they weren't sure whether they should have kept going or not, and where our top two have gone. So we will wait for Christian Pittard, as he will be the first onto the podium. And the pit lane is pretty wet outside, isn't it, Alistair?
It is, and I think that's the secondary reason why the clerk of the course decided to put the red flag out. We had a car in a dangerous position, but then we had some rain, and these cars on slick tyres with lots of power, it's not really a very good combination.
And often at Silverstone, the prevailing wind comes across, and the first corner that gets wet is Luffield. So the Luffield Brooklands complex here normally gets the wet. It's coming from behind where the camera is normally towards the BRDC suite, you can see there on the far side of the shot. So very often this is the bit gets wettest first, and where the rain stops and it sort of drifts off. So normally we have a sort of westerly coming in, and that's actually what's happened. You can see from the camera shots it looks pretty dry further round the track. The bits that were wetter this morning, in fact there are some waterproofs going on and some umbrellas up in the grandstand, so it's not heavy rain, but there is a bit of rain. Christian Pittard comes into the pit lane and rumbles underneath us, and following through you can hear the off-cam fluff of the Chevy V8 as he comes underneath us. Mark Goodyear walks back in, and one side of this car is looking pretty good, the other side a little bit less so, unfortunately.
Christian Pittard wasn't stopped for the podium either. He's just driven through the pit lane.
He's going off down to the collecting area. Well, it won't be too far to get him back in. And now Mark Goodyear's put his helmet back on, because it is raining harder. A damp end and a red flag to the Formula Libre race for the Derek Bell Trophy, but Henry Chart, in a car he's never driven before, that did not even practice yesterday, came from last on the grid. Andy Smith had a major moment midway through the race that cost him the lead in the March 782 that started from pole, and after a big battle with Paul Campfield, Christian Pittard finally triumphed into what became third place. Clive and Martin Wood in 5th and 6th ahead of Simon Fish. David Tomlin in Ron Dennis originally prepared Motul M1 in 8th place ahead of Adrian Langridge and Mike Bainbridge. In the more modern Royal RT3s, Craig Dolby got the better of his car compared to Stephen Barlow, so he's the top Formula 3 car. And a couple of cars failing to complete the distance, including front row starting Chevron B37 Formula 5000 car of Neil Glover. Chris Merrick retiring early on. Was a strong start from the March 782. A pole sitter Andy Smith, he feared the power of the pale blue Chevron 5000 car of Neil Glover, but that never transpired. Coming through on the opening lap from last on the grid to 5th place was Henry Chart in the big red Trojan, and the end of the lead for the March 782 of Andy Smith came midway through with a big moment in the Beckett's S's. He took a while to get back up to speed, by which time Chart had run him down. What was a 16-second lead disappeared. Battles further down the order, not everybody always managing to use the slicks to the optimum effect. And in the end, as a parked car and rain showers approached, the red flags were thrown out. Henry Chart winning from last on the grid in a car that he has never raced. The red flags for Mark Goodyear's car after a contretemps in Luffield. That was stranded right on the edge of the circuit, and the race directors were left with no choice but to red flag it.
So I've come down to the village green again because I've come to meet the official insurance sponsor. So basically this is Adrian Flux. They've got some beautiful cars around, and I'm going to have a quick chat with Grant. Hi Grant.
Hi Jodie, you okay?
I'm very, very good. So number one, I want to say happy 50th anniversary.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this year we are celebrating our 50 years in business, so what better place to celebrate it than here, sunny Silverstone.
So tell us a little bit more about the insurance company.
So yeah, it's a family-run business formed in 1973, and yeah, we're here now with 50 years. We made our name as a specialist broker. We insure lots of classics, modified, imported, so more the kind of niche products, motorsport as well. Hence us being here. So yeah, you name it, we can pretty much insure it.
Fantastic. And also, very excitingly, apparently, someone's told me you've got some very nice gifts to win.
Yes, yeah, a bit of fun today. So it's a family event as well, so we wanted to give something back. So we've got a bit of a prize draw going on, so you can win a drift day in a catering, which yeah,
Are you serious?
Yeah, so basically you can take that out next year, have a drift day. Yeah, what better vehicle to spin around and have a laugh than a catering?
Very joyous moments in a catering going sideways.
Silly fun. But speaking of silly fun, yeah, I think we should really get you to have a go. So we're doing a beanbag toss. We are giving away some bits and pieces, but
okay, well,
I'll hold the microphone.
Have to take that.
Yeah.
Right, and I've got to get it. So if I get, hang on, let me put that down.
So you have to go for the golden shot, I'm afraid. So you've got 3 chances. Oh, it came back out. Okay, we'll count that. Well done. That was fantastic. You've won. You get a selection of prizes as well, and you're entered into the competition as well. So congratulations.
As well as the racing here at Silverstone Festival, plenty to see and do. And the main stage, West End Kids, will be opening proceedings at midday. A chance to hear a little bit more about the Silverstone Museum. Free entry to the museum if you have a ticket for the festival. Ant Anstead and the Radford project that he has been working on with Jensen Button. He'll be telling us more about that at 2:30. David Brabham is here as well, supporting the Kidney Research Foundation. He'll be talking a little bit about the resurgence of Brabham cars. And the guys who bring NASCAR to Silverstone will tell you a bit more about that. And if you've never heard the Fooling Around podcast with Jason Plato and Comedy Dave Vitti, then you can join them live for more of that with some VIP guests this evening. And that will bring us up to date with the chat before the music starts. New rules at 7:45, and the balloons will go off before it goes up for the Sugar Babes, who are reformed with their original lineup. And that picture seemed to be a few more blokes than I remember being in the Sugar Babes. Graphics might want to have a look at that. On the Foodie Fests front, it's almost lunchtime. Well, it is on my clock anyway. Food writer Mark Lloyd will be opening affairs at the Silverstone Kitchen Live at 11:30, and then the Northampton Charcuterie Company will be bringing the meat before the wine from the Wine Chateau at the tasting tent. And Mark Lloyd will be back on the Kitchen Live stage at 12:30. More tasting throughout the day in the tasting tent. And Great British Bake Off finalist Stephen Carter-Bailey. Now that is going to be interesting to find out what a semi-pro baker, let's say, makes of our stage this afternoon. cheese from Tosest, well done, Warner's Distillery, and food writer Mark Lloyd will all be part of the entertainment this afternoon at the Silverstone Festival Foodie Fest. So plenty to get the taste buds stirring. And don't forget, there are lots of places around the centre of the circuit to eat and drink and shelter. So the marshals have got the hoods up. They will still be doing their job as eagerly as possible. And so too will be our man, Ed Foster.
Next up, the historic touring car challenge. Now, if you want to be in the front row, you need a Ford, and in particular, a Ford Sierra. We've got the pole car here, driven beautifully by Michael Lyons and his co-driver Paul Mensley. Michael isn't here at the moment because he's trying to get rid of his silverware. He won earlier, but Paul's here. Paul, there are a few better places to be, front row on pole position at Silverstone. How's your co-driver, Michael?
He's a good lad. He's a good friend of mine, and we get on really well, so it's nice to share the car with him. As always, we had a good time at Owen Park the other week, so he's a good lad. And we're not too dissimilar, they're quite the same height, so it's nice and easy with the interchangeability of the car, getting in and out. So, yeah, looking forward to it, yeah, be good. Bit of pressure on the front row, as always, but it is what it is, isn't it?
I always think with these two driver races, there's no point in having one fast driver, you need two, don't you?
Well, exactly, we do complement each other quite well. And to be fair, I do learn a bit off him, so it's really nice to have him in the car, so yeah, fantastic.
And who's starting?
Myself, obviously, so I like starting the race, and I'm quite quick out of the box, so looking forward to it, yeah.
Great, well, best of luck.
Thank you very much indeed.
Right, if we spin round, we did have Callum Lockie. Here's, you've got Callum Lockie as driving this car, along with Julian Thomas, who's right here. I'm not going to get run over by a Ford Capri. I suppose there are worse ways to go. Julian, front row, I wasn't expecting the Sierras to be in front of the Skylines.
No, it's surprising. If it rains, I think they're going to do well. But yeah, no, we've got some good pace today.
And quite quick car on pole position with Michael and Paul, but not out of reach.
No, I'm going to try and stay with Paul in the first half and then leave it to Callum to deal with Michael.
And it looks like there's a few wet spots still on the track, but I guess there's a dry line.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Okay, I'll find that out, I guess.
It might just be the shimmering on the TV screen that I'm seeing.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it should be 99% dry.
Julian, best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, as you could see from those camera shots, that was recorded about 5 minutes ago, and as that started to play out, we were almost deafened in the commentary box as the rain really arrived with a vengeance. Absolute stair rods. There are no dry patches unless they're holding the circuit race under an umbrella. The cars are absolutely drenched, and as you just heard from Julian Thomas, that probably hands a substantial advantage to the four-wheel drive Nissan Skylines, because as anybody who has ever watched a motorsport knows, if you have four-wheel drive and it rains, you tend to have an advantage. Of course, the Skyline has plenty of power anyway, carries a bit more weight because of the four-wheel drive, but all the same, that should be a substantial advantage. And the Sierra Cosworth RS 500s, plenty of rear-wheel drive horsepower, not going to be much a help to you in these conditions. This is Copse Corner, and it is similarly absolutely soaking wet everywhere. Lovely weather for ducks. I suppose at this stage, being British, we have to say, well, it's good for the garden at least, but what it isn't good for is good for very powerful rear-wheel drive Sierra Cosworths, and indeed that probably goes for almost everything in the field apart from the Nissan Skylines. Now the Skylines were quick in qualifying anyway, but they will certainly have an advantage over the Fords that are around them, which include the Sierra Cosworths, Cologne Capris and various others. So this is going to be again, I would think we will definitely have a second formation lap. So anybody currently in the grandstands, well done. You've chosen your place well. Down at the Jaguar Enthusiast Club, nice Mark II. There's Series 1 XJ alongside it, XJ6. And those are now going to be self-filling glasses of Prosecco. If they don't keep the umbrella in the right place, it will be watered down slightly. Madam, your Prosecco's getting damp. And yeah, the grandstand's suddenly filling up. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out to the Silverstone Festival. Whatever the weather, yes, nice wave. Whatever the weather, you can be guaranteed of absolutely epic racing. Well, here, period caliber livery on this RS500 that starts on the outside front row of the grid. The number plate tells you who drove it in the initial instance. That was an Andy Rouse ICS sponsored car, sponsored by Caliber. The alcohol-free lager wasn't as great as it maybe should have been, but an opportunity as well to see some of these cars at speed and probably at some fairly lurid angles of attack. I think, given the weather, this is going to be a very, very wet surface. So further on today, well, Historic Touring Car Challenge up shortly, and then they never race in the rain, NASCAR. I don't know if anybody's got wet weather tyres with them. Now, the NASCARs that are here are predominantly owned and live in the UK, but they were certainly having it quite large yesterday in their parade, which was at high speed, so we'll wait and see. Yesterday I did rather harangue a couple of owners who had the soft tops up on their car. Today they will not get such haranguing when we have our lunchtime parades. We've got our demonstration of 75 years of Formula One here at Silverstone coming up later this afternoon, and our final races will be continuing through until the stage opens for business at about 7 p.m. Fine weather for ducks. Is it fine weather for the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge? We're not going to the Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies. This is the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge, unless somebody has dramatically changed the race order on us. Hopefully the car's already heading out, splashing their way up the pit lane, and it is a very wet Silverstone circuit that greets them. You can see there the Wellington Straight doesn't look that damp. You can see the stage there on the right hand side, so that's where it's going to be, around the old bridge bend. Ask your father if you're of a younger generation. That's where the stage is, that's where a lot of the food and drinks are. And here is our grid. So Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500s on the front row, Nissan Skylines, Broadspeed Capris, Cologne Capris, and more RS500s behind. Expect to see the red and black and the blue Skylines carve their way through the field like a knife through butter, because everybody else is rear-wheel drive with a surfeit of horsepower. The front-wheel drive Acuria Cot Vauxhall Cavalier British Touring Car Championship entry, that might fare well here as well. Don't expect to see the Holden Commodore going particularly well. That's again got a 5-litre Holden V8 and rear-wheel drive. The other Jonathan White Skyline that didn't have a great time in qualifying, that may well find its way further up the order in fairly short order. But all the rest of them, the Rovers, the Capris, the Camaros, maybe the Mini, Scott Kendall might well be rubbing his hands going, all right, all you big capacity cars, get out of my way, there's a tiddler coming through. So it's going to be very interesting, Alistair, to see just who does make the best of these conditions. And again, the less power you have, the wetter the circuit, probably the better you are.
I think you're right there, yes, lots and lots of power, but only two-wheel drive for the two Sierra Cosworth RS500s. But as you've mentioned, the four-wheel drives behind. The number 63 Capri that you saw briefly in shot there in the assembly area, another car that's going to be quite a handful with Andy Wolff and Darren Turner at the wheel, and a second grid in this race, so two races in one, well, four altogether, but two separate starts with a 20-second delay between them for the older cars at the back.
Yes, don't get confused. It will be very confusing because everybody will leave and then, hang on a minute, there's a bunch of cars still sitting there and they will wait for 20 seconds. Now, in this weather, that might possibly mean that the Skylines lap them before they've even completed a lap, because all of the cars that are starting on that delayed grid are going to be rear-wheel drive, and the Skylines using their four-wheel drive are a lot further forward, and they have a 20-second advantage as well in starting. So traditionally, in a handicapped race, the slowest car starts first and the fastest car starts with a time delay, in the ideal of getting everybody to the line at exactly the same time. This is just the opposite. The cars that are most likely to be the weapon of choice are starting at the front, and some of our smaller and slower cars are starting behind them on the road, and with a 20-second deficit as well. So I think the Skylines are going to be in traffic possibly before they get round to the start-finish line for the second time. So the safety car will lead them around. They will get a second formation lap. Has it stopped raining in the grandstands? It's not raining in the grandstands, but out in it sort of... No, it hasn't. I can see a puddle, and it's still... It's not coming down like you need to get Noah on the phone anymore, but it is still raining relatively consistently. So it's... Yeah, it's not even really a light rain at the moment. It is raining, so I don't think the track is going to dry in any sort of a hurry for these cars. This is going to be quite entertaining for the drivers.
And I'll throw in the pit stop regulations if you wish.
Oh, good,
point.
yes, because we have plenty of time for those. I think we're going to need plenty of time, aren't we?
Yes. Well, it's a 50-minute race, as you can see in your programmes, and the pit window opens after 15 minutes of the race and closes 15 minutes later after 30 minutes of the race, so a 15-minute pit window. And again, similar to the earlier race that had pit stops, it's a 60 seconds mandatory stationary in the pit lane, plus the time to get in and out, so you lose about 80 seconds altogether doing your pit stop, but an extra time for the faster cars, the historic touring cars have to stop for an extra 60 seconds, so the slower cars will get a huge advantage there. But I think normally on a dry Silverstone circuit, the historic touring cars, the much later and more powerful cars, should overcome that comfortably. In the wet, not so sure.
Well, I think the Skylines probably ought to spend another 2 minutes stationary just because it's rained, but I'm not sure you can throw those sort of curveballs in. That's just the way it is. Behind the safety car there, just on the left-hand side, Carter, you can see on the windscreen strip, that is the car that starts on pole position, the black RS500. Paul Mensley and Michael Lyons will be driving that one. Michael Lyons, I'm going to be bold now and saying possibly not going to add to his victory tally in this race.
I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, it rather depends on how quickly it dries. I'm going to check my puddle. No, still quite a lot of water going into that, but the skies are lightening. It is getting a little bit lighter. They're undercover at the BRDC suite. They don't seem to be sheltering too much, and I'm glad to see lots of young fans here. Such a family-friendly event. And if you've not been before, and if you've only ever been to sort of big race meetings at Silverstone, the British Grand Prix, MotoGP or whatever, the access here is absolutely unparalleled. And also the displays around and about the car clubs. So you can see what's a group of Lotuses? A heck of a lot of Lotuses there from all sorts of vintage earlier lands. You've got Elise's, Europa, there's the Eclats and just...
Could it be a Colin of Lotuses, do you think?
Yeah. A Chapman of Lotuses.
Yes.
Well,
and we saw a bus in the background then as well. That's obviously a free shuttle service, so if you don't fancy walking around this long circuit, just hop on a bus.
Yeah. Well, it is I mean, one of the great things about Silverstone is you can get to almost everywhere. This isn't like Le Mans, where a lot of it is sort of kept away from the public. You can get to a lot of the circuit on the inside and around the outside. Obviously, around the outside now, on the run down from Copse Corner down to Maggots and Beckett's, you've got all the new condos being built, so that's a little bit harder to get to. But you can walk a long way around the outside of the circuit in both directions and get some really great views up close of these cars. And again, if you wander down the Hangar Straight, some of these cars, what were they doing, sort of 160 plus miles an hour past you down into Stowe, and they'll be doing the same sort of top speed in the rain as well. They might be braking just a little bit earlier.
My personal recommendation, if you want to wander around the circuit and stop somewhere to watch for a little bit, is on the outside of the circuit at Club Corner, where the cars take the shortcut for the historic circuit, and the cars are quite close to you there, and with these days of barriers being moved further and further back, it's a great place to spectate.
Well, it's a great view as well from the grandstands. They, again, because of the safety requirements for things like Formula One, they've been raised a lot higher for the lowest seats than they ever used to be. It used to be almost at ground level there in the grandstands, and now getting higher and higher. Plenty of viewing areas on the banking there as well, elevated to give you a chance to see through. There's some Formula One fans. There's a Mercedes Formula One car in the displays in the centre of the circuit, among other things that you can go and enjoy. And the wets are out. Well, what a surprise. I don't think there was ever a question about tyre choice here, but Again, with these cars, most of the time you'll probably be driving them in the dry. How fresh some of the wets are remains to be seen. Well, that car, the Calibre car you saw that Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie will start, that was an ex-Andy Rouse engineering car, Andy Rouse, Guy Edwards, who raced that. But look for that red and black Advan Skyline, which will be driven by James Hansen, and a couple of rows, or a row back from that, the blue Calsonic Nissan Skyline of Rick Wood. Those cars, if you can find a bookie at this short notice, put a quid on each of them. And if that doesn't curse them, having the quid of Martin Haven on, nothing will.
And I think the clerk of the course possibly waiting for the expected dry patch to come through, because the rain was pretty heavy. But I think now we're in a nice dry commentary box, but I think I can say that there's no more spots dropping into the puddles.
No, you're right. It has. Well, our puddle is now no longer receiving rain, so those self-filling glasses of fizz are going to fill no longer. The MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge at the Silverstone Festival, Saturday morning action, and for the first time this mixed field of touring cars will be part of the entertainment on a very wet Silverstone circuit. And among those who are in the field, lots who will have known intimately the late Neil Brown, competition race driver turned engine builder of enormous renown, built engines for all sorts of different categories, and most recently particularly was very heavily involved in building racing engines for historic touring cars and historic racing. And along with Richard Dutton, his, I'm not going to say partner in crime, but partner in crime, he also returned to the racetracks with great enthusiasm in historic racing. And Neil Brown sadly passed away just a short while ago, member of the BRDC and an enormous friend to many, many people in the paddock. So we will think of him and remember Neil Brown and all the efforts that his company has put into keeping racing engines competitive. Matt Neal and all the guys from Team Dynamics had a long and very successful relation with Neil Brown engines, and they're not alone, so they will be, I'm sure, happy to remember him with a big smile on their face. So cars heading out onto a very wet Silverstone circuit. Yesterday we had rain only for the very final qualifying session at about 7 in the evening. So nobody this weekend, because the test day on Thursday was dry as well, nobody has splashed around Silverstone yet in these cars. And as you can see, there is a lot of heavy horsepower rear-wheel drive machine. There's the Geo Commodore, the VLSS, and that car again boasting just north of 500 horsepower and rear-wheel drive. Sanyo Rover, the Patrick Motor Group Rover, got 3-litre Capris, DTM BMW M3s, got Chevy Camaros. Again, that 1275 GT Mini, look for that. I think the Mini, what? Is it maybe not as wet at the Beckett's S's as it needs to be for the Mini? You can see the Commodore leaving a big shower of spray behind it coming down from Copse Corner, but on this side of the circuit, not only is the sun out, it looks like they rather escaped the rain shower, because at Luffield, afternoon sir, is it afternoon? No, I haven't had lunch, it's still morning. This side of the circuit looks very, very wet indeed. So this is going to be a mixed bag. So we may well end up with some of the cars having to nurse their tyres a little bit, because everybody, I'm sure everybody's so much. I can't imagine anybody going, yep, it's slicks weather, apart from Jonathan Lewis, and he'd only do that to wind you up. So again, look, it is dry here. There are no wet tracks at all. How's that happened? And it's a big site, Silverstone. It does happen, but I mean, we're not Spa. You know, that's half the circuit is bone dry, and the other half is absolutely soaking wet.
Yes, looking here on our live stream at Stowe and Club Corners, and the track looking quite dry there. But there's
you can see the line
where it was,
just past the bridge shadow where the rain starts. That's where there are two different halves to this circuit. Half is bone dry. So now then, right, like I said, no question at all it's wet weather tyres, because everybody here is in the wet paddock getting rained on. The question is, did they all go for wet weather tyres, or have half the field gone, no, it's still slicks? Now, the clock has started running, so even then, though they're behind a safety car on a formation lap, there are slick tyres waiting. But did anybody start on slicks? Because if they have, they're going to have to survive a few half laps of opposite lock bravery on the lock stops and back again, and hopefully not bin it. But if you don't have to stop, you could gain yourself a lot of time. Everybody will have to make their mandatory pit stop, but that's pretty much a level playing field. If you don't have to stop for tyres, you could gain a lap on the field.
And the cars at the back of the field in the second grid, they must run on treaded tyres, so they haven't got that dilemma, whereas these cars at the front in period ran on slicks or wets. So they will have chosen, and I think probably sitting in the Heritage pit lane, they will have chosen wets.
Well, look, I mean, just look at the spray. What speed are they doing? 40 miles an hour? Not even. And look at the spray that's being thrown up here at a near standstill. It's absolutely flooded here. The Watson's Water livery from the on the RS500. Well, those who haven't chosen slicks and are starting on wets, which from this end of the circuit look like absolutely the right choice, are still struggling to find a grip. But now, if you're on wets, you're now paranoid that all of your opposition might be on slicks.
I noticed one car there was sliding around on the straight at one of the Capris, and I think it was the Andy Wolf car, the 63 car, which will be taken over by Aston Martin Works driver Darren Turner. And I wonder, and it may just have been him testing the grip, but I wonder whether that was an indication that he's on slicks. That's a tough choice, isn't it?
It might be, mightn't it, that you're sort of on the throttle, on the brakes, on the throttle, on the brakes, trying to bring some warmth into the brakes, particularly and the tyres. But again, you know, you come down into the Beckett's S's out of the soaking wet part of the circuit, and then suddenly there's all the grip. But your wet weather tyres are going to be begging for mercy. And it is absolutely soaking around us, but 2/3 of the lap, at least 3/4 of the lap almost, is bone dry.
It's almost like we're looking at a different race with those. The cars at the back of the grid are still going through the wet patch, and here's the leaders on the totally dry Hangar Straight.
And as the safety car leads them round slowly, the track is drying faster now. They're not putting heat into the tyres yet, but they will destroy the wets very quickly on 2/3 lap. Lights out on the safety car, so we will go green this time round. The clock is running, so this 50-minute race has already started behind the safety car. You can see the blue Calsonic Nissan of Rick Wood weaving there to bring some heat into the tyres. See, if you've got four-wheel drive, is that like a brave pill? Do you then go, I've got four-wheel drive, I'm going slicks? I don't know. I don't know. This could be highly entertaining, and what we will have to try and keep our eye on is who dives into the pits long before the pit lane window opens. So the race already underway, but the safety car has pulled in. They've had a couple of looks at the track, and they know what awaits them. Right now it is bone dry. Our pole-setting car, Paul Mensley, with Julian Thomas alongside in the Caliber Sierra. Then the red and black Advan Nissan Skyline of James Hansen. And they go green this time round, and there the Watson's Water RS500 coming steaming down the inside. That's a livery from the races in Macau. Watson's Water, one of the local sponsors there. And it is the two RS500s that lead away. The Cologne Capri, that is Richard Kent, the white and blue car, from 4th on the grid. And a very gentle start from James Hansen in the red and black Advan Skyline. He's got the David Tomlinson RS500. David Tomlin going up the inside, didn't quite squeeze through. And right here, this is horsepower territory, but as they come down towards the rain, already you can see the Capri starting to make moves. Richard Kent in that white and blue Capri. Now though, however, let's see what the Skylines can do. Rick Wood, 3 wide, he's on the outside as they sweep into Brooklands, and looks as though Julian Thomas went in very deep there, manages to get around Luffield. They're all trying to go the long way around the outside. We've got a spinning BMW. The outside line at Luffield is where there isn't any rubber on the road. But look at this. If you're in the middle of the pack below the top 6 or so, you're seeing nothing at all here. There is somebody in the pit lane at the moment, waiting to leave the pits. Not sure who that is. That looks like a BMW roof. Here's our lead battle. The pole man is Paul Mensley. Julian Thomas right behind him in the ex-Andy Rouse Caliber Sierra. And these two are romping away at the moment. And it's a Sierra up into 3rd place as well. That's David Tomlin in the green, white and red car.
And I think that Capri that was in 3rd place, challenging almost for the lead, when it got onto the wet, it dropped way back and started slithering around. I think he might be on slicks, which was probably the car I saw sliding around on the warm-up lap as well. And there it is at the top of the screen now, those 2 blue Capris. Just keep an eye out on this dry side of the track.
Right, but what has happened to the flame-breathing Skylines? They've just basically selected reverse and gone backwards. The best of them is in 6th position. Car number 2 make that 7th place. Rick Wood down in 8th place. And Henry Neal and Nick Wales' car now up into 9th place. Car number 99 ahead of Steve Soper in his Mustang. So all sorts of combinations of cars here. There's the first of the Cologne Capris. And looking... No, pulls over a meter. I thought he was looking for a dry bit of track, but pulled over out of the way. And that is the Kenton Osborne car. And that car seems to have come to a grinding halt. It has come to a grinding halt. So, again, that's Richie Kent, Joe Osborne. And he's shaking his head, isn't he? He's not happy. Change of lead. Into the lead goes Julian Thomas. So Julian Thomas taking the lead in the Caliber Sierra. Right behind him, Paul Mensley, who started on pole position.
And the lead car is an original car, the one driven by Andy Rouse and Guy Edwards. The black car behind a recreation, but obviously to the same specification as they hit the wet part of the track. And Julian Thomas taking it very, very steady into Luffield. Paul Mensley comes up alongside. Will try and perhaps the cut back as they come out of Luffield. Yes, he's trying for the tighter line to maybe get the lead as they exit through Woodcote Corner.
Now what we need is a 2-litre battle behind with Steve Soper in a BMW and John Clennard in a Cavalier as the ex-Andy Rouse Sierra. So you'd have the likes of Tim Harvey, Lawrence Bristow and all those guys in their Sierra Cosmos at the front of the field, and the 2-litre battle behind. We've got that going on. Well, there you go. There's an RS 1600 Mark 1 Escort and a 5-litre right behind it in the Holden Commodore. And again, change for the lead. Paul Mensley back in front of Julian Thomas as they come out of the wet and back into the dry. It's the opposite to going through the tunnel at Monaco, isn't it? Where you go often from a wet circuit to the dry. And the David Tomlin Sierra Cosworth, the Watson's Water livery, which was so familiar at Macau over the years, up to 3rd place. And the Cologne Capri, the better of the two of them, now in 4th spot.
That's Andy Wolff at the wheel. So Andy Wolff challenging David Tomlin, but down into Stowe Corner, Paul Mensley leads. Julian Thomas thinks about a wider line, maybe a cut back here. There's another opportunity to come out tighter, but he stays behind as they start to drop down now into the Vale, and we've got a safety car.
Okay, so I'm not sure who is off where. We certainly saw that Cologne Capri slowing down and stopping. I was just about to say, there is now a dry line. Well, actually, as a Lotus Cortina comes past us on the lock stops out of Luffield, a drier line, but if you get on the curbs on the inside, which you try and tend to do at Luffield, then you get a big handful of opposite. And the safety car ready to join. Our leaders come very slowly across the line, so all the gaps that they had opened up will disappear. Who started the number 8 car? Was that Steve Soper? It was. He started the BMW M3, and there he is, up to 8th place. Ahead of the Calsonic Skyline of Rick Wood. That's the blue Skyline. So Soper's got a new Mustang that he and Henry Mann are racing in another race. And is it because of where the Capri is right by the racing line? I think that might be the reason we got a safety car, so we need to rescue that.
That's one of the very few places on the circuit where the marshals can't really recover the car safely under racing conditions, because it's a long way round to the pit exit before they can push that back into safety. lovely shot there of the Eggenberger colours, Mike Manning's Sierra RS 500, number 35, in the red and black colours. Steve Soper drove a car very much like that. There isn't really a car in this race that Steve hasn't had a season in as a works driver.
Kyriakos Cavalier.
Yeah, that's true, yes.
Although he was in a Cavalier at one stage. Well, he drove into it in his BMW.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Go,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
So, yes, unfortunately, the Cologne Capri, yes, esoteric quote, the Cologne Capri, Richard Kent, he stopped at the start-finish line, then tried to drive out of harm's way, and clearly the car has refused to go any further. So we press our honourable Land Rover into service now. It's the first time the Landy's been used for a land grab. And that will, and hence the safety car, because you can't have slow-moving cranes driving around while cars are going at racing speed. Now then, let's assume that nothing has gone wrong mechanically with the Skylines. Rigwood is down in 7th place, and that is the best of them. Oh no, there's the Advan car, which is a little further up the order, but they are all sort of struggling a bit. So let's assume that they started on slicks, otherwise they should really have made more headway. Anybody who started on wets now, this is going to save them, because they undoubtedly were thinking, my wets are already dying on lap 2 or lap 3. So they are now going, this is fantastic, this will keep my tyres alive until the pit lane window opens. We've had 11 minutes and 43 seconds. The pit lane window opens after 15 minutes of the race. I know the time is 11:15, so 50 down to 30. So we've had 13 minutes, just under 13 minutes of the race run. So in 2 minutes, the pit lane opens, which means that the next time they come round, in theory, the pit lane window should be open. Whether they are allowed to stop and do their driver changes behind a safety car or not, I'm afraid is beyond my ken. So I'm not quite sure whether they'll be able to stop behind the safety car or whether they're going to need to push the pit stop window. But I think we're getting to the situation where anybody who's on wets is going, yep, we're going to stop immediately, get off these wets. And with the driver change, plus the extra 60 seconds that they'll need to sit stationary, that should be enough to do the tyre change without losing any time. Although, as you can see, they're not centre-lock wheels. They're all, almost everybody's on multi-nut wheel guns. So it is not going to be a quick process.
A couple of standout performances we've seen, but one I'll mention is Matt Neal, who has started the Nick Whale car 55, and he's up 11 places on the opening laps to 8th.
Right, the Cologne Capri has been withdrawn, as has the safety car. We are back to green flag racing. Safety car board's just coming in down at the first corner. Here comes the Watson's Sierra down the inside, moves up into 4th place. So that's the Goffs, car number 16. So we've got Sierra Cosas 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment, and the Cologne Capri in 5th place.
And Matt Neal up another place in that early part of that lap after the safety car. And an extra driver we've got who's actually started the car is Andy Middlehurst in number 2.
Aha, I wondered if it was Middlehurst or Hansen. Now, see, again, you would expect him to be a long way up the order. That's the... you can see 1, 2, 3, the blue Calsonic Nissan. Andy Middlehurst is in the red and black Advan Nissan further back. Look at the Capri hunting for the wet on the track. Now that suggests to me that he has started on wets, or maybe he was just looking to make an inside pass there on the Sierra. He's already made up 2 more spots. So 117 is the is not the Watson's car, that's the Welsh Tortoise, and the Watson's car is car number 16. So that's now in 3rd place, or 4th place now, as the Cologne Capri has moved up 2 spots. There it is. So the Capri making hay while the sun shines, or not. This is Andy Wolf in the white and blue Cologne Capri.
That's the car that I surmised might be on slicks. And Matt Neal made another place. He's got past Rick Wood as well in the blue Calsonic Skyline. And there's Matt Neal at the back of that group in the BMW.
Absolutely flying, Matt Neal. Now, of course, he really made his name and his money in a BMW as the first privateer to win a British touring car race outright in a red Team Dynamics M3. He is now closing in on the back of the Sierras, and again, all-Ford battle out front. Now we have got a couple of early pit callers, so the pit window is open. The Bryant family have brought in car number 129, Graham and Ollie Bryant in their Chevy Camaro, the white and black car with that sort of lurid colour scheme. Meanwhile, out front is Julian Thomas in the Caliber Sierra, starting to run away with this at the moment. Again, even the wet parts of the track here by the National Pit Lane are considerably drier than they were just a few minutes ago. Car number 8, Steve Soper at the wheel of that BMW. And right in the middle with the blue Calsonic Nissan of Rick Wood in front, and coming up underneath him very quickly, Andy Middlehurst. Middlehurst won a couple of national saloon car titles in Skylines in period, and now suddenly the Skylines seem to be switched on. And they're starting to move back up the order, spitting flame on the upshifts and on the downshifts. And the Nick Whale Escort, the yellow and black car in the background, starting to pick up ground as well. Oh, and a spin for our pole man, Paul Mensley, out of second place, or out of what was third place. And that means the Max Goff started, and Ian Goff also co-driven. Cosworth is up to second place. So there's a big battle behind. And in the spray, it's actually turning into quite a titanic tussle for third down to about 10th place.
And I think Andy Middlehurst has got ahead of the similar Nissan of Rick Wood. So it's the red and black Nissan that is now ahead of the blue one. So Andy Middlehurst, like you say, these Nissans have suddenly switched on, haven't they? And Middlehurst has made his way through. He'll be handing over to James Hansen, another very, very quick driver. Strong pairing.
So they went backwards in the rain, and now they're coming forwards that it's drier. I do think that possibly they may well have started on slick tyres. Little looping spin for Ben Gill's RS 1600 Escort. Well, there's the Cologne Capri, which is in third place. And Middlehurst now up to 5th, Rick Wood to 6th. Matt Neal getting shuffled a bit further back down the order in that black and yellow Escort.
And into the pits has come the car we just saw spin, the number 22 Paul Mensley car that led early on.
Andy Middlehurst carving across the nose of the Cosworth there of David Tomlin. Here's the battle for the lead, and it's a change. So through goes the red, white and green car. Max Goff takes the lead of the race away from Julian Thomas. Julian's done a great job out front, but the Watson's Water livery car is now our race leader. So again, not sure who raced that in period, but Watson's Water, very much a Macau associated sponsor. Used to see that lots of times arriving on cars for the Formula 3 race and the Macau touring car race. And behind the ex-Andy Rouse team at ICS, Caliber Sierra in second place. Everybody battling for third as the Cologne Capri swap positions. Up to third place now is the Advan Skyline. Fourth place, Rick Wood in the blue Calsonic Nissan. And 5th and 6th are the two Cologne Capris now. Matt Neal in 7th, and he's been caught by David Tomlin, who's steaming down the inside.
The first of the first of those Capris is a couple of laps behind, because it, or at least 2 laps behind, if not more, because it went into the pits, of course, on the back of the Land Rover.
Ah, so that's rejoined. Okay,
yes.
Excellent. So that's 88, which is Richard Kent. Now, we think we've had a spin for David Tomlin in that red, white and green Cosworth, the one with the tortoise on the side.
Batty Boo sponsorship. Not an original car, but sponsored Thierry Boutsen in period.
And a couple of M3s coming steaming by as well. Car number 10, Mark Smith, driving on his own in the Winterschall liveried XDTM Warsteiner BMW. Just ahead, the Fina livery. And we're now lapping our smaller capacity cars, the 1600 twin-cam Lotus Cortinas. Of course, the fastest touring cars of their era in the early 60s. And now Andy Middlehurst and Rick Wood really setting about charging to the front of the field in the Skylines. Pretty convinced then that these, if they are on wets and with four-wheel drive, it spreads the load across all four wheels rather than rears only, so it sort of helps preserve the tyres. But I wonder whether they did start on slicks. This is the battle for third then, and the Capri behind is Wim Kuhl, the Dutch driver, in that blue and white Cologne Capri. So those Capris with their Cosworth GA V6 engines, built to take on the BMW CSLs in European touring car and German touring car racing. So a very different generation, looking at a Capri from the 70s and Skylines from the 90s, racing nose to tail. And our race leader, Max Goff, is absolutely charging away.
Got the fastest lap of the race, 2:20.886.
And again, you wonder now who did start on wets and who did start on slicks. I'm not sure that Goff could really be holding that pace if he started on wet weather tyres.
Well, we do know with Paul Mensley, who had that spin, he made an early stop and changed to slicks. And he's back out again. So it's be interesting to watch his times, assuming the car is okay, now that Michael Lyons is on board.
Yeah. So we've only had about 10 cars stop. Bryant's Michael Lyons, as you say, has just left the pit lane. And all our front runners remain out front. I think Matt Neal will probably run this Escort deep into the race before he hands over to Henry Whale. So Nick Whale, over the last few years, who raced BMWs in the British Touring Car Championship in period, has raced with his son, but they have split up. Is now father versus son, and in fact Matt Neal is also racing his son Henry in one of the races this weekend. So Henry in a Lotus Cortina, and so too is the late Steve Neal. Matt's dad's ashes are part of the ballast in the Lotus Cortina that Henry Neal will race in another of the races with Gordon Shedden. Little moment there for our poleman Paul Mensley.
Michael Lyons.
Oh, Michael Lyons, oh right, so he has taken over, right, so...
And that's probably a measure of being on slicks on the wet part of the track, because Michael overran the corner, not able to get the car slowed up. Matt Neal, we're seeing here the Escort Mark 1 2-litre engine.
Iconic, they're the sponsor, the new name for Nick Whale's company, which has been known for a number of years as Silverstone Auctions. They now changed their name to Iconic Auctions. They also have an auction going here at Silverstone. Now then, this is Andy Middlehurst up into second place ahead of Julian Thomas. So car number 2, the Advan Taycan Skyline, the red and black colours, has moved up into second place ahead of Julian Thomas, and Rick Wood's gone through for third as well. Julian Thomas losing ground because here comes Wim Kuhl as well with the Cologne Capri looking down the inside of the Caliber Sierra. So it's still Max Goff who leads, and by 11.5 seconds. So he's steaming away from these Nissans at 5 seconds a lap. 2:20.8 his fastest lap, compared to 2:25 for the fastest lap of the Skylines. And into the pits comes Julian Thomas to hand over to Callum Lockie.
And the leader in as well, the Goff Sierra in the pits as well.
Okay, so number 8 BMW Steve Soper, who will hand over to Darren Fielding. He moves up the order. In comes the Capri of Wim Kuhl, and Soper carries on. Now, if you're driving on your own, you just sit around for 3 minutes, basically, while the pit stop happens around you, and then head back out. I thought there was going to be a driver change. I wonder if Ian Goff has decided not to take over, or if that has already been affected. Max Goff handing over to Ian Goff. We'll wait and see. So Andy Middlehurst leading from Rick Wood. And they were working their way up to the front of the field, weren't they, Alistair? So let's see exactly what the pit stops mean for them.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see when they choose to come in, because they're Rick Wood solo, so it really doesn't matter when he comes in.
John Wood and James Pickford's Lotus Cortina there at the side of the track. So that has stopped. Now, interestingly, on our entry list, we've got Max and Ian Gom listed. On the timing screen, Max and Ian Gom. But there is another Gom.
No, Goff.
Oh, that's Goff, rather. Yeah, so Joe Gom. Yeah, no, so Goff's right, OK. So I wondered if the timing screen had caught up with something that we weren't aware of. Again, with your minimum pit stop time of 60 seconds, plus the pit lane delta, which is 20.2, which is what it takes to go from the pit-in beacon to the pit-out beacon at 60 Ks. It all adds up to a total time of 80.2 seconds.
Plus another 60 for those cars.
Another 60 for those cars as well, yeah. So you're going to lose 2 minutes 20 on a lap that's just over 2 minutes 20. You lose very nearly an entire lap sitting in the pit lane, but of course everybody does. Rick Wood with the name of touring car youngster Jake Hill also on the side of the car, so Jake's clearly had a bit of a run out in this car before now. Not here though. And there is the car that is the race leader. Look how little spray there is as they come down the pit straight. It is drying fast. That's one of the advantages of it being a relatively warm morning so far, is that the rain is being evaporated and driven away by the tyres, and what was streaming wet when they were on their formation lap is now just sort of dampish.
And that is confirmed by the fact that Michael Lyons has just set the fastest lap of the race, and we know he's on slicks. 2:19.592, which is a good 1.5 seconds quicker than the leading cars. So I think that's the signal that anybody who hasn't already decided to change onto slicks needed.
And yet the pit lane is still very wet. The pit apron is very wet. The pit entry road is very wet because it has so few cars coming down. So still lots of slicks waiting for some of our teams. 22 minutes remaining on the clock. Not sure you're going to survive on wet weather tyres if you started on them for another 20 minutes or so. Of course, you'll spend 2 of those 20 minutes in the pit lane. But there go the Nissans. They're starting to really carve their way past everybody.
And we watched the Goffs pit stop and we didn't see them change tyres. They may have done, but we didn't see it, and it takes a while. So I don't think the Goffs changed, which suggests they may have been on slicks to start with.
Nobody really had much of an advantage over anybody else early on, and then suddenly once the safety car pulled, and that's the end of the race for Callum Lockie. Bails out of the Caliber Sierra. Very disappointed now. Is he in the barriers? He is in the barriers. A rare day when Callum Lockie puts a wheel off, never mind the entire car off into the tyre wall. So our guys in the EVS department may have a replay of that. Meanwhile, Matt Neal is out, helmet off, stopwatch in hand. That was on wets, so slicks going on. It's not a fast process, so they're going to get all hands on deck. And that means that they're probably not going to bring in the Mark 1 car at the same time that they got the Mark II on deck, because they will need all the hands they can. In comes Rick Wood from second place. It can be interesting if the camera can pick him up to see whether he was on slicks, trying to see on Middlehurst's car whether he is or not. And Kuhl comes in from third place in the Capri as well. And here again is our pole-sitting black Sierra. So now cars all over the place, up and down the order.
And Michael Lyons in that black car is charging up the field now. He's up to 30th, which doesn't sound great, but he was 42nd when he came out of the pits. And he's now done a 2:18.592. And we've got a camera on Rick Wood, as you asked, for this. It doesn't look like they're changing tyres.
No, they are slicks, aren't they? I think that's why the Skylines didn't make much progress early on. Now, Michael Lyons, fastest race laps and all that, he is in 30th place. In front of him, there are only 3 cars that have not stopped. So it's not like suddenly the rest of the field is going to dive in front of him and he'll get a lap back. Now, has the leader missed the pit window? It's from 15 minutes to 30 minutes in the race. There are less than 20 minutes to go. Pit window is closed. The leader has made a mistake, and they will have a penalty for that. They have missed the window as the safety car comes out, and that may be to rescue that Cortina. Again, it seems a long way off the racing line. Safety car comes out of the Formula 1 pit lane, as everybody else, and in fact there's another pit caller going in very late, a BMW. Car number 61, that's missed the window as well. That's Tom Holbrook's E30 M3.
I think there are 3 then that have missed. That one you've just mentioned, Jamie Sturgis in the 535 BMW, and most importantly, our leader.
Katsuki Hoshino and Tsuyo Suzuki, the drivers, I think, of that Calsonic Nissan, you could see. And Hoshino's son still racing. Hoshino still runs a team in Japanese GTs and touring cars. Well, whatever the penalty is, it a minute penalty for missing the pit stop window? I think it will be at least that. It's a 30-second penalty if your transponder not working and making life difficult for the time.
If you miss the pit window but still make your pit stop, you get a drive-through penalty. If you don't make your pit stop at all, you're excluded. Well, they are making their pit stop by the looks of it. Is that the...
Yeah. That's the Middlehurst Hansen car now.
Yeah.
So big mistake by the team not flagging Andy Middlehurst in time. So he will have to do a drive-through as well as the pit stop. And again, we did see the pit window open after the safety car, the first safety car pulled in. Whether you're allowed to make a driver change behind the safety car or not is another layer of rules that I'm not aware of.
You can, yes.
You can, okay, well, they're still going to have to do a drive-through. So again, that was a big error by the team.
And also, of course, their pit stop being in the amongst the newer cars will be a 2 minute plus the in and out time.
And at the side of the road is the car that was on pole position. So Michael Lyons took that car over. He set a couple of fastest race laps, and now from 25th place rolls to a halt. You can see underneath the car the what looks like the air jacks, not completely withdrawn, but Rick Wood's car, the Taisan Advan Skyline, in the pit lane. So any hope? That's not Rick Wood, rather, the Middlehurst James Hansen car. There is Rick Wood. So Rick Wood currently lying in 3rd place, but not in the safety car queue. So our race leader appears to be Wim Coyle in the Cologne Capri. So that's the white and blue Capri, car number 53. And second is the Calsonic Skyline, car number 123 of Rick Wood, with in 3rd place car number 35. So we haven't talked about Mike Manning's black Sierra Cosworth. So everybody is utterly jumbled up. Almost everybody completed their pit stops successfully. The Land Rover is back on track for recovery of the Lotus Cortina. So lights remain out on the safety car until they come round again to start-finish this time. Well, there goes James Hansen. Hansen started his career in single-seaters and then in touring cars. He raced in the European Touring Car Championship. And has become a very successful historic car racer. He and his father run Speedmasters, who deal in historic racing cars particularly, and there's lots of work for the Landy to do. It's going to the newest and most precariously perched of them, which is our pole-sitting Sierra Cosworth. I think they will probably leave the Lotus Cortina, because that's a long way off on very much the wrong part of the road for somebody hopefully to go off, although the reason they have barriers there is because it is possible to go off. The Curiacos Cavalier also late into the pit lane, and there is the Calibre Sierra as parked in the barriers firmly by Callum Lockie.
It looks painful dragging it through that gravel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's,
I'd forgotten that that car was off as well, so our race director has got several cars that he needs to rescue, hence the safety car to do them in safety. Is that wets going? I can't be putting wets onto the Cavalier, can we?
I think it is, yes, wets going onto the
what do they know about the weather forecast cars that we'd had?
Well, Gary and John are very local, aren't they, the Pearsons? So
right, we've used up the slicks, but we've got wets, so we're going to use them now. So I imagine it will stay with slicks on the back, although predominantly this is rescuing our pole-sitting car, which is in a very precarious position. We had a safety car for a car stranded there a little earlier on as well. That's when the first safety car came out. That's at the end of the Formula One pit straight, and right on the line, on the inside or inches off the line, but also a chance to recover the Julian Thomas Callum Lockie Calibre Sierra that was off at Copse Corner. We haven't seen a replay of that, so clearly it happened out of sight of the cameras, or while the cameras were following somebody else. Looking there at car number 25, that's the Fina BMW, and that car in 4th place. So the safety cars and the pit stops and the weather have really shuffled up the order. That's Nick Bartlett's BMW, as the 22 car of Paul Mensley and Michael Lyons gets towed away. Well, they have ended up with the fastest race lap, 2 minutes 18.59, which is a couple of seconds quicker than anybody else has managed to go so far. But as the track continues to dry, that may change. So some period liveries a decade apart. There's the Calsonic Nissan from the early 90s. Just in front of it from the early to mid 80s British touring cars is the Sanyo Rover, run by TWR for drivers like Jeff Allen, and the Daily Express SO-sponsored Patrick Motor Group Rover behind. Brian Yogi Muir raced in British touring cars and races here like the Tourist Trophy. So Rover SD1, the 3.5-litre V8, was a very formidable weapon. Won, and then in the courts later lost the British Touring Car Championship, won the European Touring Car Championship. So there's the blue and yellow Patrick Motor Group Rover going through. So 3 of the SD1s make a fabulous sound, great looking car.
And just behind one of those SD1s, the Chevrolet Camaro, which in an earlier period was dominant with Stuart Graham at the wheel.
Yep.
And he won, if I recall, a Tourist Trophy one of the years in a car like that. So each maybe 2-3 year period, you have a dominant car, which then either gets superseded by the manufacturer, so disappears if they're manufacturer supported, or gets replaced.
They tend to get legislated out of competitiveness,
yes,
don't they? Yeah.
Just about to say that about the Nissan, which was
well, and before that the Sierra Cosworths, you know, then they brought in a 2-litre limit for the British Touring Car Championship, and Super 2000 was all the deal, and so then the 2-litre category, instead of being a bit player, became the only category. So yes, it tends to be that somebody produces a great race car and then the legislation catches up. There's always a little bit of lag between the gamekeeper and the poacher. And so we talked about yesterday Andy Rouse bringing a South African-only market Mercure XR4 TI, which is a turbocharged 4-cylinder Sierra, which didn't exist in Europe or North or South America or anywhere else, but revolutionised British touring cars and led definitely and directly to the the building of the Sierra Cosworth, and then its extrapolation, the RS 500. And those flame-breathing monsters were eventually reined in, and the 2-litre cars took over. And then in another generation, into the 90s, the Nissan Skylines became the dominant force, and then Group A regs came in, and they were sort of reined in as well.
In fact, the Sierras, although they won all the races because they were the fastest cars out there, they kept taking points off each other, all the different teams. And it was the BMWs that who were in the class below, on the track at the same time, but in the up to 2-litre class. And later 2.3-litre M3 BMWs actually won championship. Tim Harvey taking a championship in a BMW, of course, who now commentates on the current British Touring Car Championship.
And again, you got a couple of different varieties of BMWs here. In the British Touring Car Championship would have been a 2-litre. In DTM, the same E30 M3 would have been a 2.5-litre engine. So it would have been racing against the 2.5 16 Cosworth Mercedes, and then Audi's V8 Limousine, which came in with a 5-litre engine. So all sorts of different rule sets. And the Curios Cavalier is back in again. Possibly might have decided it's not slick weather. That car driven in period by David Leslie, run by Ray Mallock Limited. So RML running those Cavaliers against the Works Cavaliers with some success, not just with David Leslie, but also Bobby Verden-Rowe, one of their other drivers. They had some very entertaining races, taking the battle to the front of the field. Privateer team. And Alistair McCaig, the scion of the Curios family. Le Patron Hugh McCaig had an awful lot to do with bringing a Curios back into motorsport in Group C and in touring cars in the 80s. And the safety car peels into the pit lane. We are getting ready to go back to racing once more. So the safety car and the pit stops have jumbled up the order of the cars on track. And as we come across the line, it is a Sierra Cosworth ahead of a Mark I Ford Escort, a BMW, a Rover and a Nissan, giving you a great idea of the variety here. But the Capri on the left-hand side of your shot, that is our race leader, Wim Kuhl. And we're looking for the car that should be in second place. So that's not the leader's Capri. And still shown in second place is the Andy Middlehurst and Hansen Skyline, the red and black car, but that stopped outside the pit window. So I'm afraid James Hansen will have to serve a drive-through penalty. And is that the race leader? Yes, he is. So in traffic everywhere, that is Wim Kuhl. And he started in 11th place on the grid and bided his time in the opening couple of laps. But this Cosworth GA V6 engine Capri is absolutely flying. And at the moment, his advantage is 4 seconds over the red and black Taisan Advan Skyline. There it is behind. That gap has come down at the restart, but that car must surely have to serve a drive-through penalty in the remaining 7 minutes. So James Hansen will have a lot of work to do, which will mean that the Max and Ian Goff RS 500, car number 16, should be our de facto second place car, and that is 1.6 seconds ahead of the Matt Neal and Henry Whale black and yellow Escort. So somewhere in all of the fast moving machinery there are battles going on. Don't expect us to find them. So Wim Kuhl working his way through this traffic, and of course the safety car didn't pick up the leader, it just picked up the first car that came to it, not the race leader, and we haven't had a chance to have a wave around or a shuffle by, so everybody is in traffic. This is a confusing end to the race for everybody.
And the Harry Whale Escort, which is showing on our timing screens as 4th, is actually only just ahead of the leader, so it's probably about to go a lap down. And I say probably because it could be 2 laps down the way they've been going and shuffling around. But I think probably just a lap down in the Escort. But we have picked up number 53, Wim Kuhl, who is the leader in that absolutely fabulous looking Capri. from the days when big wheel arches and big tyres meant you went faster and faster, and it looks great up against the BMWs of the period.
Oh, and there's another Cologne Capri out on the side of the circuit. That's the 63 car, and that was not the race leader, but he's pulling off, and that's not good news, because what we don't want is another safety car. And certainly what James Hansen, in still second place on the road, doesn't want is a safety car, because he has to serve a penalty in the next 5 minutes. Into the pit lane comes the Escort. That's the guest family car.
With a puncture.
Yeah. Oh, and there's been a little spin there. That's the car that was started by Steve Soper.
Darren Fielding at the wheel now.
So a car that it seems Soper raced in period. And has there been a coming together with the number 10 BMW? It looks like there might have been. That's the car of Mark Smith. Were they together, 8 and 10? They were battling for position. One car off and one car with damage, and they were nose to tail on track. There was only 8 tenths between them the last timing beacon, so I sense there's been a coming together somewhere. And the leader comes through. So Wim Kuil, I don't know if he knows where he is in the race. I'm not sure how anybody could possibly know where they are in the race at the moment, because wherever you were before the pit stops has been totally jumbled up. So now you just get your head down and charge, and hopefully spot the checkered flag when it comes out.
And almost a second shaved off the lead from the car in, which is still showing is in second place. We still don't have a marker on our screen to say that it's going to get a penalty.
But we know it definitely came into the pit lane outside the pit window, so it should do. Going by the 66 iconic Escort, that's Nick Whale and Alistair McKinnon's Mark II Escort. Putting a lap on that car. Rick Wood, fastest race lap now for the 1-2-3 blue Calsonic Nissan Skyline. He is in 4th place, but he is nearly a lap behind the race-leading Capri. Well, I don't know what Wim Kuil possibly imagined might be the outcome of racing here at Silverstone, but maybe finishing on the Capri on the podium might not have been among his wildest imaginings. He has got James Hansen right behind him, coming alongside him, and the Skyline, unsurprisingly, 20 years the junior of the Capri, with a lot more horsepower, goes by. And of course that four-wheel drive helping him launch it off the slow corner. But that car did stop outside the pit window quite clearly. Now, whether there was a reason for that or whether they will get a penalty remains to be seen. We have not been informed of one. So on the road right now, James Hansen, the race leader in the red and black Skyline, and in second place the white and blue 53 Cologne Capri. Third place is still the Max and Ian Goff Sierra RS 500, car number 16. That's the Watson's Water car. Looks like number 6, but there is a bit of gaffer tape in front of the 6 to make it 16. That car is in third place. And fourth place, Rick Wood's Calsonic Skyline, still the quickest car out there. But has he got enough time left to catch them? I'm not sure he does. Now the spray on the straight has died down, Alistair. The drivers might be able to see their own pit board, which will say, P what? Am I in 7th? No, that was a 1. Another spin for the Mark I Escort. He had a loop around earlier in the hands of Ben Gill. That's his second rotation.
And the black and red Nissan just easing away now from Wim Kuil in the Capri as they went through the Beckett's S's. There's our third placed car, the Watson's Water car, which is just coming up the Hamilton Straight. And the gap at the line last time was 1 minute and 43, so not in contention unless there's a problem ahead for the win. But we'll be on the podium.
Did we think Max Goff stayed in and Ian Goff didn't take over?
We didn't notice a driver change.
No, we didn't see a driver. It all looked really calm, so it may be that Max Goff has stayed in. But here comes Rick Wood, again with a head of steam. And the Middlehurst Hansen car has just set the fastest race lap, 2 minutes 16.9. Rick Wood, 2 minutes 17.1, his fastest lap, but he looks like he may go quicker again this time round. Trying to chase down what may end up being second place, because Andy Middlehurst, James Hansen's car in trouble. There's another Skyline facing in the wrong direction, this time looping half spin for Jonathan White in the silver and pink and purple and green and you name it, it's got it on it Skyline. So Max Goff in the Watson's Water, Sierra Cosworth keeping his margin intact. And the Skyline, Hansen slowed it right down. Hansen dramatically slowing down on the straight. And that is an issue for the car that was the race leader. The Capri has gone back in front. Wim Coyle leading with 6 seconds on the clock. Last lap drama for Andy Middlehurst and James Hansen. So whether or not they're due a penalty becomes irrelevant. That means that Max Goff is now second. There's a smoking BMW 2002. But the Cologne Capri is half a lap away from victory. It is the final lap of the race.
And we have news from Ed Foster in the pit lane that the Capri is due a penalty as well for a short pit stop.
Oh my goodness.
And also the Skyline, which we knew about, for missing the window, and apparently they're going to apply the penalties after the race. We don't really know. Does that mean Goff is in the lead?
Well, that does mean Max Goff is leading from Rick Wood.
It depends on the length of the penalty for the Capri. It would normally be 30 seconds plus the short pit stop time. So with a lead of 1 minute and 40 seconds, he may well still hold on to the win.
Now, does that mean that Mike Manning is third? The Neil and Whale car, Ed reckoned, was third, but that was a few minutes ago when they were fifth and knocked down to 6th position, or 7th place. So a penalty there for Wim Coyle for too short a pit stop. The Middlehurst Hansen car has stopped, and that may mean that we have a Sierra Cosworth winning this one.
And the penalty for a short pit stop is not 30 plus the short time, it's 10 seconds plus the short time.
Okay.
As he takes the flag.
So he comes across the line, and it now remains to be seen. Well, the Middlehurst Hansen car won't make it to the flag. There are two iconic escorts battling side by side. Whale versus Whale. Who came across the line first? It was 55. Henry Whale ahead of Nick Whale, his dad. Or did Nick Whale start it? Nick Whale started it, and Alistair McKinnon took over, Harry Whale rather. I'm getting my Wales and my Neils mixed up, but this may possibly be our race winner. Max Goff in the Watson's Water Sierra, Rick Wood in the Calsonic Nissan behind him at the line. And then already having taken the flag, Mike Manning in his Sierra Cosworth RS 500. And that is the black Eggenberger Texaco Steve Soper liveried car. And here, Max Goff, I don't know if he has any idea where he may or may not be in the race, but if he does, I hope he'll tell us. Applying penalties after the race, I'm afraid, never really works, either for the commentators, which obviously is my gripe, or for the fans. Apply a penalty during a race, don't let cars get to the flag and then go, oh yeah, no, he didn't win it and he wasn't really third. It's not a great way of running through things. However, it does seem that the Watson's Water Sierra RS 500 coming out of the final corner will take the checkered flag, not first, but second on the road, and 52.1 seconds behind Wim Coyle in the Capri. So Coyle's penalty should be... It's been added on, has it? Okay, so 52 seconds, including the time penalty, added in. And so does that mean that Wim Coyle has won it? And Max Goff second, and Rick Wood, as he comes to the line, should be then in third place. And the car that might have, the Andy Middlehurst James Hansen car, has limped through to the pit lane, and that's where it ends its race. But that looks like a very happy Dutchman. Wim Coyle taking a surprise victory in the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge. So despite a penalty for a slightly too short pit stop, there's a man who knows his car well. So Wim Kuil coming over from the Netherlands with this Ford Cologne Capri, and he ends up, it seems, on the top of the pile. So everybody rumbling back into the pit lane. Strikes me we still haven't had our podium for the last race, actually, but with all sorts of confusion and rain and cars in the wrong place, we didn't quite manage to get our back to front winner onto the podium. However, we may catch up with that in a little while, as everybody now filters back in. Huge grid of cars, 43 cars started this race, and only 2 or 3 failed to make it through to the end. Wim Kuil starting in 11th place. That's not bad at all. Again, when you talk about he's giving away a decade in terms of development and performance to a car like the Watson's Water Sierra Cosworth, and 2 decades in terms of performance and two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive compared to the 1990s Nissan Skylines, because those Cologne Capris were all the rage back in 1974-75. That's quite a long way away from some of the opposition they're up against. There's the Eggenberger Capri. So that's Mike Manning's car. You just saw the Texaco liveried car. Looks like he has finished in 4th place. And in the Whale battle, Matt Neal and Harry Whale finishing just ahead of Nick Whale and Alistair McKinnon. So there is the Watson's Water Sierra, and I think Max Goff was the only driver of that. We didn't see a driver change. And Rick Wood in the Calsonic Skyline, there he is. So Rick Wood, whose team were running both that car and the red and black Taisan Advan car. He offers his congratulations, warm congratulations to Wim Kuil, who came from 11th on the grid and snatched it from everybody in some very mixed conditions. A crazy race with a wet, part dry circuit that dried, 2 safety cars and a surprise winner. After random weather, safety cars and some rather haphazard pit stoppery, it is the Dutchman Wim Kuil's Cologne Capri from 1975 that wins the historic Touring Car Challenge. Max Goff driving solo in the Sierra 500. RS 500 finished 2nd ahead of Rick Wood's Skyline. Mike Manning's Texaco Eggenberger Sierra in 4th, ahead of the Middlehurst and Hansen Skyline, which finished its race in the pit lane. In the battle of father and son, it was Henry Whale and Matt Neal who triumphed over dad Nick Whale and Alistair McKinnon. David Tomlinson's Sierra Cosworth was in 8th, ahead of the Bryant family Camaro, and Steve Soper in one of his old cars finishing in the top 10. In the BMW Rover Camaro battles, BMW seemed to be in the ascendancy. Michael and Mike Whitaker's Rover SD1s just ahead of the Supercar V8 Holden Commodore in the tail end of the top 20. Well, Richard Dutton's Mark 1 Escort, I'm sure he will have had thoughts before and after the race for his longtime sparring partner, Neil Brown, who passed away a few weeks ago, and he finished just outside the top 20. Callum Lockie, unexplained incident in the Julian Thomas started Caliber RS 500s that could well have won this one, but went off at Copse Corner just after the driver change. A mammoth field of cars led by Sierra Cosworths and Nissan Skylines into streaming wet parts of the circuit, half wet, half bone dry. What were the tyre choices? It seems the drivers were split between slicks and wets, and early on there was not much to be gained for either. Julian Thomas leading in the Caliber Sierra, moving through past him Max Goff in the Watson's Water Sierra. But as the track dried, suddenly the Skylines switched on their slicks and Rick Word and Andy Middlehurst started to carve their way through. But the big surprise was Wim Coyle from the Netherlands in the 53 Cologne Capri. He survived 2 safety cars, a challenge from the Skyline and the weather to make the most of it and come through for victory. Max Goff driving solo in the Watson's Water Sierra finished in 2nd, and after James Hansen's Skyline ground to a slow halt, it was left to Wim Coyle to reel off the laps and claim a surprise win.
So you are joining me here at Motul, who are actually celebrating their 170th anniversary, and they are here celebrating at Silverstone Festival, actually being full global leaders in lubricants. Hi, Andy. Don't mean to... I got excited about the foam finger and just reminded me of gladiators. Anyway, hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
So tell us what's going on this weekend.
So we're here back at Silverstone Festival. This is our 3rd year, presenting some new products that we've got, and we have some really nice products that we have for people to see this year.
And almost as if you planned it, we have them right in front of us, don't we, Andy?
We do, and here is the first one right here. This is the 8100 Power range. This is a really new range that we've bought for all the car nuts out there that like to tinker with their vehicles. So our competition oil and our normal road going oil, this is kind of the love child between the two. It's got the endurance of the road oil and the technical aspects and stuff for the competition oil.
And you know there's going to be a lot of people that love a performance car here this weekend, so that's going to be the perfect thing for them, yeah?
Absolutely, there's many of those. But we also have some other stuff for the people that are a little bit more in the sustainability side of it. And we, as by magic, I've produced another one from under my counter. We have our N-Gen range, and this is an oil that we've made from regenerated used oil, back to the same specs, so no compromise in performance whatsoever. And we've done this for car and bike.
Now, Motul are pretty much at the top of their game at the moment. I mean, supplying and partnering with Le Mans, etc. It's a big time for Motul.
Absolutely. We've been working with some big names in motorsport, from Le Mans to Dakar to MotoGP to World Superbike, and many of the top teams and engine builders with our competition oil Motul 300V for many years.
So if you are interested and you want to come and have a chat, then do come and check out the counter, because also there's merch on sale, isn't there? You can get t-shirts, sweaters, etc.
Absolutely. Get yourself down to the Motul stand. We've got t-shirts and some nice apparel to do, and you can get your technical advice at the same time.
Welcome back to an overcast Silverstone circuit. Hello, Ted. It's nearly time for lunch. Catch up with the guys from the Silverstone Museum, giving you a little bit of an idea of what you can see if you venture just to the outside of the circuit. They'll be on the main stage at 1:30, followed by Ant Anstead. Now, Ant talking about the Bradford project that he and Jenson Button have been behind. David Brabham will be chatting there at 5 to 5. He's here this weekend with the Brabham Simulator and supporting the Kidney Research Fund. And the guys who bring the lunchtime NASCAR Parade Thunder will be talking about that this evening as well, before the Fueling Around podcast, live with VIP guests and hosts Jason Plato and comedy Dave Vitti. Music starts at 7:45 with New Rules, and it will be the Sugar Babes who round out the evening's entertainment. There you go, that's what the Sugar Babes look like, not 5 blokes. The Sugar Babes playing this evening, and lots more food and drink, of course, around the circuit. Now that we're heading into the lunch break, there are a lot of demonstrations at lunchtime, not just the NASCAR, lots of car clubs as well. And undercover is the Formula One display as well. Cars there from AMG Mercedes Petronas and a host of others, of course, built around the circuit here at Silverstone. You've got Alpine just up the road, Mercedes just up the road, and across the main road you have got the Aston Martin factory as well. You can't go in there and wander around. Well, you could try, but I don't think security will like it. But you can see these cars up close and personal. If you've got young Formula One fans who haven't seen these cars this close, it's a great opportunity to do so. So the teams will be happy to chat about the cars. Any questions you've got, I'm sure they will be able to ask. And don't forget, it's not just about filling a stomach here as well, it's inspiring in Silverstone's Foodie Fest. And in just a few moments, Chili Bob's masterclass at the tasting tent. So you've got the tasting tent throughout the afternoon and also in the live kitchen. Bake Off finalist Stephen Carter-Bailey will be appearing, and we have more chefs as well throughout the course of the day and the weekend. A chance as well in the tasting tent to sample a few lovely bits and pieces. Now then, that's what's coming up. Let's catch up though with our podium finishes for the historic Touring Car Challenge.
Okay, so that was the end of race number 4. It's time for the podium of the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge. What a race that was. It started off soaking wet, then it dried up a little bit. It all made it very, very exciting. So let's get our drivers onto the podium. In 3rd place, it's Rick Wood. Make your way up onto 3rd position. Thank you very much, Rick. And in 2nd place, it's Max Goff. Handshakes all round lovely. And in 1st position, our winner of the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge is Wim Kuhl. So we're going to hand out the trophies. Please welcome handing out the trophies. It's Caris Whitcomb, the wife of the late Tony Dron. And handing out trophy number 2, that's going over to Max Goff. Congratulations. And our winning trophy for Wim Kuhl. Now, if we can have your trophies in the air so we can take lots of pictures. Lovely stuff. Right, I'm coming in for a chat. Okay, yeah, I'll come in for a chat. Wim, how was that for you?
Amazing. Really amazing. It's the first time at Silverstone. And yeah, I was scared of the rain, but it was, yeah, quite well eventually. I stuck on behind Rick and keep on going. So yeah, amazing, really amazing.
I mean, it was a tale of 2 races, really, wasn't it? I mean, started off wet and then all of a sudden the track dried up and then things got a bit more exciting, eh, Max?
Yeah, so Ollie Melliard, he made the call to stay on slicks, knew the track, knew me. So yeah, we stayed on, ended up being the right call. So yeah, it was interesting first few laps. I don't think there was any point where I wish I didn't have 4-wheel drive, but yeah, it was good.
Yeah, interesting is probably how I would put it as well, Rick. How was it for you?
It was very slippy. I thought everyone had made the wrong mistake jumping over for keeping slicks on, but it was actually the right. And then I just got caught really badly on the safety car. Otherwise, I would have been beating my customer.
Look, it's friendly sportsmanship here. Thank you very much. Can we have another big round of applause for our podium winners? There we go. Big cheers all round. And that is the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge. Congratulations.
So whilst Nicola and the team then disappear off to have a little bit of lunch, it's a short lunch break, but we will get them some sandwiches and so on. And meanwhile, of course, we've got plenty of track action to come, so that we've got quite a lot of cars out on track and a lot of things to celebrate. Club Lotus, the Lotus Drivers Club, the Porsche 924 Owners Club, 996 Carrera owners, to name just a few. We've also got the P1 guys that are going to be going out, the P1 Fuels cars. You'll see those hopefully shortly as well. And, of course, NASCAR, because this year for Silverstone, it is a very big anniversary. It is 75 years of track action, for want of a better word, Rob, is it not?
It absolutely is, and it's a real pleasure to have the NASCARs here. They sound great. The display down in the paddock, in the international paddock, if you get a chance to go and see them static, they look great. On track, though, they sound awesome. I know they should be going around ovals at full chat, but it's so good to have them here at Silverstone. Some of the cars have got a little bit of UK history. Some of them raced or have demonstrated at Rockingham at Corby, which is great, but a lot of them are genuine US S cars. We've got some older ones. We've got the cars that featured in the film Days of Thunder, the old Chevrolet Lumina's there. And it's brilliant to have them here.
It's also, ironic in a way that you, for me, I wouldn't have thought that NASCAR was 75 years, and here we are celebrating 75 years of Silverstone. We sort of think of that as the start of any kind of motorsport, really, and that kind of NASCAR would have come much later, perhaps into the 60s, not as early as it did 1948.
Yeah, you could. I mean, from my point of view, I look at it the other way, because the Indy 500, for example, has been so long, well over 100 years of IndyCar racing there. So I was almost surprised the other way that actually NASCAR was post-war. And when you start looking at the history of things, and we know that glorious history of NASCAR with the bootleggers and converting those cars, and then what do you do with it? Well, we turn them into race cars, and a lovely, lovely story with those cars. But actually, the fact it's only 75 years of NASCAR is in some ways quite surprising, because
earlier you spoke to Ross, you spoke to Dave, you also spoke of course to Derek with that amazing Ford Thunderbird. I know that's not a genuine car, but that's not the point. So out of the pick of Ross and Dave, which one?
I think we'll go with the Ross, because it carried that iconic number, the Richard Petty number, on the side of that car, and Ross was so enthusiastic about being here at Silverstone. So I'm here in the paddock with Ross and the owner of this fabulous car that I'm stood with. Ross, what can you tell me about it?
This is a 2007 Bobby Labonte Cup car, the famous 43 number. It's from the Richard Petty Enterprise stable. I found the car in Daytona about 4 years ago. Brought it over, spoke to Petty's, they confirmed everything about it, that it's definitely one of theirs, and a light restoration because it hadn't been used for quite a while. It's got original Evenham engine in it, and it's just absolutely fantastic to open up at a track like Silverstone.
You mentioned Silverstone. These V8 engines sound absolutely awesome here. How is it driving a car like this around the Grand Prix circuit here?
It's, as I say, it's wonderful to open her up, because there's not many places where you've got to just sort of wait until you get on the power. But it's incredible. It's like a freight train. It just keeps on pulling and pulling, and actually does this is specifically a road course car, so it does actually handle pretty well, but she's a big girl to hustle around some of the tighter corners.
Yeah, and it's a good job it's stayed dry for us over the weekend here as well.
Yes, I do have a set of wets, so I have had to use them on occasions, but yeah, we're hoping it's going to stay dry for the rest of the weekend so we can put on a good show for everyone.
And the final thing is that number 43 is iconic in NASCAR. How proud are you to be driving that number around the circuit?
Oh, I mean, it's amazing to get the confirmation that it was a genuine, or is a genuine 43. Is just fantastic, I feel very proud to be able to be its custodian for a while, and anyone who wants to come down and have a look, have a sit in, would be more than welcome.
Wow, even getting a chance to sit in the car. Well, thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure to be wandering around these NASCARs, and seeing them on track this weekend is a real treat. So thank you very much, and all the best for the weekend.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
There we are, Rob, talking earlier then to the guys from NASCAR. We'll hopefully see those shortly, but it is as well, and the cars that you've been seeing, it is the XK8 and XKR Enthusiast Club. Now, they are better known together as the XKEC. They're celebrating their 20th anniversary, and it brings together a real community of XK owners, enthusiasts, etc. They come from 18 countries, so that makes it the largest single model club of its kind anywhere in the world. It's solely dedicated to the X100, those cars that came from 1996, and the X150, which I think started in 2006 after the X100 stopped. So those are the models of the Jaguar marque. The club continues to grow from strength to strength. We spoke to them and had a little chat with them, and certainly that is a growing club as well. So Rob was out and about and catching up with the various people this morning, including one of them not being the Jaguar people. I don't know why he failed miserably there.
Yeah, unfortunately with the Jaguars, it was very quite early on I got down there. We had there were so many Jags there, but they couldn't find the XK 120s, the people we really wanted to speak to. So I made my way to some of the other clubs and had a chat with quite other owners. But if people want to go up and see the Jags, they are taking up a large space on the inside of Copse Corner. The display looks great. All of the owners owners have cleverly parked their cars facing the track so they can sit in their cars, have their lunch and see the cars. The collection of E-Types up there is really special. I know we're not focusing on the E-Types for this parade, but they do
we can see now on track the Lotuses. And of course, we've been talking about 75th anniversary of NASCAR and Silverstone. It's also 75 years of Lotus cars, founded in 1948 by Colin Chapman. I'm sure everybody knows that, but we've got a real colourful display of and lots of literally low-tie, I think we should call them. What is a collection of Lotuses? Low-tie?
I believe it would be low-tie. Low-tie.
And if not, we've invented it. There you are. That is a collection of Lotuses. So many out there. You've got iconic Elans, the Elan Plus 2 from the swinging 60s. The Elise is out there, of course, which was launched in 1996. And then that became, the Elise, the best-selling road car that Lotus have ever made. And, of course, one of those Esprits as well that became so famous with the James Bond film all those years ago. It's a world-beating car, launched in 1976, and there are lots of versions here. And Rob caught up with the guys from the Lotus Owners Club earlier.
So I'm here with Ken from the Lotus Drivers Club. Ken, tell me a little bit about the cars we can see on track here.
Right, what we've got here today is cars ranging from the early baby Elans and Evoras right up to the modern Emiras, which will be the last car that Lotus cars actually produced with a petrol engine. In between, what you're actually seeing is the Elans, the M100s, Europas, and of course the lovely wedge cars that we've seen. And if you're a James Bond fan, obviously there's one or two of those floating around as well. But what you see mainly are Elises, Exiges and Evoras, which a lot of our members love and enjoy. We go all over Europe with them, we go all over the UK with them, and if you want to join us at any time, just go ahead and buy one. Come along to one of our club meetings, and honestly, you too could be out with us on track at maybe the 100th, or maybe they'll do an 80th, who knows.
Absolutely. So the reason you're here is it's a very, very special anniversary this year.
It is. It's the 75th anniversary of Lotus Cars. It's changed and evolved over the years. We've all heard of Colin Chapman and his brilliance, which is the underpinning of all the cars that we're driving today. Lightness, well, that is absolutely the buzzword of any Lotus owner. Don't allow the wife to put too much luggage in, because it just adds to the weight of the car. You'll never get away with that, of course. As far as the modern cars, of course, Colin has now gone, but the ethos is exactly the same. What you want is a car that is light, is agile. You feel that car as it's going round, and it is absolutely brilliant. All you've got to do is slot yourself in one of the older ones, or if you can't do that, buy an Emira, buy an Evora. They're a lot easier to get in and out of, and the driving is exactly the same as the older ones, apart from the fact you can't take the roof off.
Absolutely. And you talk about that racing pedigree, so important. And obviously this year we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of racing here at Silverstone, and Lotus so much a part of that. How proud are you to be driving around the track today?
I've been driving a track since I was about 22, and this track here at Silverstone, of course, is one of the best circuits in the world to drive. I mean, okay, you've got Spa and a few others, but if you've never driven Silverstone, even at this sort of slow speed, you need to come and do it. It is an iconic track, and everybody here today, I mean, we've got the best part of 200 cars, 200 Lotuses here today, and on a normal day, you'd probably get 50 or 60 cars. Here, because of the attraction of just literally poodling round, that is how big a draw this track really is.
It's fantastic to talk to you. You can really tell you're enthusiastic about the race weekend here and about the club. So looking forward to seeing more of the Lotuses across the next few years, and moving on to that 100th anniversary. Ken, all the best for the weekend, and hope the sun stays out for us.
Well, that would be really good, because otherwise we're going to get awful wet in the open tops.
There we go. He's from the Club Lotus team. Incidentally, they run, they're not internet based, they've actually got an office in Norfolk, and it's open 5 days a week, so if you're a member you can call them and get plenty of assistance. We've also got the Lotus Drivers Club here as well. They started life as the West Midlands Lotus Drivers Club in 1976, just actually formed by a couple of Lotus owners who met, to be honest, by chance in a pub in the West Midlands, and it's grown and grown, and now it's got members and covering literally the whole of the UK and reflecting its name by dropping West Midlands and now just called the Lotus Drivers Club. Now, some of the other cars that you will have seen out on track, there's a Bentley and so on, other cars out there, they're all to do with the P1 fuels. And again, Rob has been out and talking to Ben.
I'm here down in the paddock at P1 Fuels, and with Benjamin, what can you tell us about this fantastic array of cars and what you're doing here at Silverstone?
Yes, what I can tell you is that we lined up the best of Britain, going from a Fraser-Nash, a Pre-War to a Rolls-Royce, Caterham, Land Rover, etc. And we're showcasing that all this variety of cars can run on P1 fuels, which means 100% non-fossil and carbon-neutral fuel.
So that really sits with a lot of the direction motorsport is going in to, and being 100% sustainable if it's possible. Which one has been the most popular car with the public so far?
Well, it depends. So surprisingly, the Pre-War is quite obvious an attraction, but also to see a Rolls-Royce and Land Rover Defender just standing next to each other on Silverstone on the racetrack is quite unique. And what we're trying to do is we're using the past to write the future. This means that we are trying to use the heritage we have and showcasing that they have a sustainable future.
And you've got this great array of cars. Does a lot of work need to go on them to make them run with your fuel?
Absolutely nothing. So all the cars are standard. We didn't change anything to the cars. To just we tip in our fuel, which is 100% non-fossil, 0% ethanol, EN228. So it's just like fossil fuel, just not fossil.
So all the people that are here this weekend running this brilliant array of cars that we've got around us could come and talk to you about potentially using their fuel in some of those cars.
Well, not only talk to us, they can even fuel here. So we have 2 fuel zones set up, so the cars can go there, fuel the cars and run it on a racetrack.
That's absolutely brilliant. We hope the weekend's really successful for you, and we look forward to seeing the fuels out at a lot more race meetings across the year.
Yeah, so we did actually the Festival of Speed with Sebastian Vettel running this fuel. We have other things planned in the UK, so we are here to stay.
And in that FW14B, didn't it sound great in that car? It was brilliant.
It did, and this is the trick. It doesn't sound any different than using the old fuel, but you do it in a responsible way, so that's the trick.
It's brilliant. We wish you all the best and are looking forward to seeing the P1 logos on the fuels around the motorsport in the UK.
Well,
Super,
Rob,
thank you very much.
Talking there to Ben, as you were, that P1 fuels, there's a link with Sebastian Vettel.
Absolutely. So Sebastian, some of you may remember, ran at the 2022 British Grand Prix, one of Nigel Mansell's FW14Bs that he'd bought and then had it run with the ability to run this P1 fuel, this the sustainable fuel. And what was brilliant about it is the thing that always grabbed me when you see hear cars like the FW14B is that noise, and none of that noise and none of that effervescence from the engine in the car was lost by running these fuels. The performance was there as well, and it was amazing to see. It's great to see it's now expanding into far more normal cars. We've got the Land Rover there, we've got an old Fraser-Nash, there's a Bentley. So, a collection of normal cars that you can see out on track today running with this sustainable fuel. And, it's clearly a way forward. It fits with Silverstone heading towards net zero and what Silverstone's trying to do, and what a lot of motorsport is generally trying to do, that forefront of technology and driving that sustainability through. And in fact, there we see the Fraser-Nash on track going round, and the owners clearly look very, very happy taking that car round, and I'm sure there's no change in performance. They look like they're having
amazing.
Having a great time.
So we've seen Porsches then, the 35th anniversary at the end of the Porsche 924 production run, the first of the Porsches front-engine transaxle cars. The earliest cars are approaching now their 50th birthday, to be honest. There you are, another one of the P1 cars, another one of the P1 cars going round just behind that. Well, long gone are the days of those tatty daily drivers that could be bought for a few £100. 75 years of Porsche sports cars, and as I say, 35 years since the Porsche 924 stopped production, and 996 as well, 26 years of fried eggs. 1997, a crack commando unit was sent to prison for having funny shaped headlights, apparently. I have no idea what that's about, but there you go. We also saw some Hillman Imps, didn't we, out and about, and you went and caught up with Emma from the Imp Club.
So I'm here with Emma from the Imp Club. Emma, what can you tell us about the cars that are on track today?
Hi, yes, so it's actually the 60-year anniversary of the Imp since being manufactured today. So we've got a whole range of cars, so we've got mostly Hillman Imps there, but we've got a Mark V Davrian, which is an Imp variant, and then we've got 2 Clan Crusaders as well. And the Clans and Davrians are all fiberglass kit cars based on an imps. They've got the same engine, gearbox and everything. Really good for racing because they're quite lightweight. We've got a lovely Sunbeam down there. We've got a really nice Spring Special as well. So yeah, we've got a really nice mix of cars here today.
Okay, and then tell us about your car, because that looks really ready for competition.
Yeah, it might look fast, but it's certainly not, unfortunately. I've only got a very standard 875 engine, but I just wanted something that's quite reliable, something I don't have to tinker and fiddle around with too much, you know, because my mechanical knowledge isn't the best. So, yeah, it's nice and simple, sits nicely at 70 on the motorway on a long drive, keeps nice and cool, so yeah, it does everything I want it to, really.
Excellent, and they're clearly very popular. You've got quite a number of them here. How easy is it to maintain and look after these imps?
The main thing is when you're looking to buy one, you really need to make sure you've got a good body, because, you know, panels, you can buy brand new panels now, but they're certainly not very cheap. So that's the main thing. But mechanically, they're very simple. So, and in the club, like, people with parts, is, you know, they've got everything really, and a lot of stuff you can buy brand new. So yeah, no trouble at all sort of maintaining them, as long as you've got the time and the money for them, really.
Okay, and you mentioned that special anniversary. How lovely is it to be driving around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit?
Yeah, it's brilliant. I'm really excited. I've never been round myself. I watched my brother race around it many times in his racing imp. So yeah, very excited to go round. Yeah, really happy about that, and I think all the club is as well.
Okay, it's great to see these cars out on track, and I really hope the rest of the weekend goes well for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for coming over and speaking to me. Have a good weekend.
There you go, that's Emma from the Imp Club, and we'll see some more of those in a minute. We're watching Jaguars at the moment, and there are the Imps coming in. Look at that, Rob.
Yeah,
that's like
right.
perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
Just coming into shot if you're near a screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. You can see them just pouring into view. Let me just tell you as well that the masterclass is available. The Black Lines pre-mixed cocktails is at 3:15 in the tasting tent. 3:30. You can go over and see Stephen Carter Bailey. He's one of the finalists from Bake Off. He is over there. Mark Lloyd will be doing something at 4:30. He's there now, Mark Lloyd, if you wanted to wander over to the food area. And fueling around, the podcast is on the main stage. Jason Plato is part of that, and Comedy Dave Vitti, you might remember him. He was with the Chris Moyles Breakfast Show for a long time. Well, he's doing the fueling around podcast. That's from 7 o'clock tonight. That's on the main stage, and just over at the main stage now, they're playing a few games, got a few things going on the main stage at the moment. You can't miss the main stage. It's in what's called the adrenaline zone, but probably the best place to do, best way to try and describe where it is tell you to look out for the fairground, because that's where it is. But the Kitchen Live now stand is in the middle of the circuit, so come over the second bridge, and that's where the Kitchen Live is, so plenty of action going on over there. Now the car's just coming off the track, and you can see that Land Rover. That's the one that's powered by the P1 fuels. Behind it, or just in front, was the Bentley. Then behind that is a Rob.
It's a Rolls Royce, that one.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
Yes, it's a lovely car as well. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, Rolls Royce that they've got there.
It just shows, doesn't it, then, that these new fuels, you don't need a modern engine. You can put it into anything, pretty much.
As I understand it, and they literally just put the fuel in, and away it goes. There's obviously a huge amount of development and technology gone into it. It'll be great to see, because that kind of fuel will work well in the UK. Obviously, the infrastructure's already there. If we can replace the standard petrol pumps, obviously, electric is a lot of people are moving towards that, but the infrastructure makes it a little bit more difficult. But also to support things like the historic racing and the racing categories, if you've got a fuel that can be sustainable and be used with these older cars, you haven't got to convert them to electric or make too many changes, and therefore we still get to see and enjoy all these historic cars. And I think it'll be something that certainly moves into racing more and more, these fuels, and certainly a company like P1 are really pushing that.
I think there's a couple of other companies around, so clearly that is the way. I know Paddy Lowe has got an involvement with the company, the guy that was obviously at Mercedes for many years and then left there, went off to Williams, he's got some involvement in one of the companies. So I think there's that momentum is building for an alternative fuel, really, that's a green fuel, for want of a better word.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would imagine all of the major fuel companies are doing that. And when you look at the number of vehicles there are, if you think about just when we're driving up and down the roads, how many lorries there are, how many things, how easy would it be just to convert to some kind of fuel that's sustainable and we can actually use and start to tweak and not only race with, but actually just use on a day-to-day basis. I know it's a little bit pricey at the moment, but the price will definitely come down. And will be something that we will all be using, I'm sure, in 10 years' time or so in all these cars, which means good things that we can keep a lot of these older cars running. I can keep running my old Alfa Romeo, and those kind of things will keep going, which is great news, because we see all these car clubs here today.
It won't be the fuel that lets your Alfa Romeo down.
Oh, no, we're not going down that, because I've been to the Alfa Romeo Owners Club today. I know they're not on track, but they've got a great display in the middle. But you look at these car clubs when we're out and about.
Oh no, sorry, let's not go there.
I didn't see them. They're all lined up very nicely and they look very clean, and they're great cars. They're great. Anyway, but you look at all of the car clubs around and you look at the support they've got, and over the course, for tomorrow we'll be talking to Aston Martin, we'll be talking to MG, Caterham 7, all those type of clubs. All of these historic cars have got such a large amount of support. There are a number of clubs that are here today that have bought over 200 vehicles to this event alone. And you look at how well supported some of the other events are that we have here at Silverstone and in other places. It's absolutely, it's a phenomenal, the kind of things. And you're looking at cars like the Allegro Estate and things like that we've seen out there today. Cars that have generally been forgotten. The Austin Princesses, the Rover SD1s, all those kind of the British Leyland
the Morris
cars.
Ital.
Yeah, Morris.
Instantly forgettable if you drove one.
I've never had the pleasure.
The Morris Marina, as it was before that. And of course, modern, bring it bang up to date. Powered by My Energy is the Switch Live area, which you can go over to. Now, there's a number of cars over there. Talking, Rob was about Alfa Romeos. There are Alfa Romeos, there's Fords, there's Nissans, there's Polestars, Teslas, and the Genesis as well is over there. And you can go over and you can actually track test that car. Well, not track test, but you can road test, shall I say, that car that's over there and go and see the My Energy things. And at the same time, you can go over, and I think Max Chilton is around there as well.
Yes.
And that car that he drove is not that car that he drove actually up the hill at Goodwood at the hill climb course. There's another one that is the road, no, not the road going car, the customer car, I think is the right way to put it. And the customer car is available 800,000, I think it is, 0 to 60 in 1.4 seconds or whatever it is.
I must say, I spend a lot of time at Silverstone, and we do a lot of test days here, and I'm here for a lot of them. And the McMurtry, before it ran up the hill at Goodwood, was here as a test day amongst other very quick racing cars, Radicals, things like that. Oh my word, that thing was going around this circuit quickly, really
Amazing.
Quickly.
Yeah, and he is he's on the main stage tomorrow, and talking about the McMurtry as well. So yeah, great car. Go and take a look at it. Well, I think that's just about it from us as far as the track parades are concerned. As you can see, the sweepers will be out in a minute with the brooms to clear the track, ready for track action this afternoon, and we're coming up on 1:05. The commentary team will be back with you very, very shortly. That's it from me, Gary and Rob, and we'll be back shortly after this.
So I've just stepped away from the track for a minute because I've come to the Village Green because I want to meet the official charity partner of this event. So I'm going to go inside. I'm going to meet Sandra, who is Chief Exec of the Kidney Research UK. So Sandra, tell me a little bit more about the charity.
So we're the charity of the year for the Silverstone Festival, and we are here to tell the story that 3.5 million people are living in the UK with kidney disease now, and our research is looking for answers to help them live a healthier and better life.
So what can people do if they come over here and find you guys?
So please come and see us. We're on the green. We'd love to talk to you. You can learn a little bit more about the research and development work that we do here. And you can do a kidney health check, a quick check yourself on your own kidney health.
Amazing. So you can come down here, get a quick kidney check and donate.
Yes, that's right. And there's lots of other exciting things to do over the whole weekend. You'll see us out and about on the main stage and here in the tent. So we'd love to see people.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to go over here because I have heard that a very, very famous person is here. David Brabham. How are you? Lovely to see you. So just a quick question. You're here because this is rather personal, isn't it? Kidney disease and this particular charity. Can you just let us know a little bit more why?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my father had kidney disease and his mother had kidney disease. It's kind of runs through the family on that side. So obviously do whatever I can to support Kidney Research UK. And, we're here at Silverstone, at the Silverstone Festival. We've got the Brabham simulator here, the BT19 Brabham Motorsport Sim. And people can pay £5 to have a go and try and beat my time. And there's a prize at the end, whoever gets the quickest time as well.
Amazing. Make sure you get down here and try and beat David's time.
you're joining us at Iconic Auctioneers, and this is where you can nab yourself an absolute beauty of a classic car. I mean, there are so many options down there. I mean, I've had a few little looks at some options for myself, but I'm joined here by Rob, who is one of the auctioneers. Hi, Rob.
Hi, nice to see you.
So tell us what we can kind of expect here this weekend.
You can expect fun-filled, many cars going under the gavel. There's something for all tastes and budgets. We've got automobilia this afternoon, competition cars as well today, and then tomorrow the collector's cars.
So doing the actual auctions, I mean, it must be quite a tricky job because you kind of have to keep an eye on everybody. Have you ever had moments where somebody has bid on something and then ended up in a relationship argument?
Once or twice. Yes, body language is always quite amusing to look at. Sometimes it's the wife egging on the gentleman to bid.
Egging on?
Yeah, and they're disagreeing, or other times it's or I'm saying a big sexist answer, sometimes it might be the lady and the husband going, what are you doing? We occasionally get it, but yeah, we keep smiling and they walk away with the car they want.
Is there any sort of cars down there that you've got your eye on?
There's always something in every sale we do that you think, wow, that really is a special car. So yeah, there's quite a few. I won't say which ones, just so I don't want to be accused of being biased. But we've got plenty of options down there for people.
So you've been coming here for 13 years. Is there any lot in particular that stands out in your memory that you've sold over the years?
Yeah, well, like you say, 13 years here at the Silverstone Festival. Last year, probably a lot of people saw in the press, we sold Princess Diana's Ford Escort. That was a proper viral story. That sold for just over £750,000 last year. So yeah, that's probably the most standout car we've had here at the festival.
Incredible. I mean, yeah, I'm going to have a little browse myself in a bit to see what I could potentially afford. Actually, I do know what I can afford, and that's this painting. I'm going to take this. Thank you very much.
For you, the Masters Racing Legends is coming next, let me tell you. Those are the Formula One cars from 66 to 85. Yes, great years, fantastic years. Masters GT Trophy then is at 10 to 2, and then we've got the pre-66 Grand Prix cars at 10 minutes to 3. International Trophy for the classic GT cars. Those are pre-66 cars, incidentally, from 3:30 this afternoon out on track. And then the 75th anniversary demonstration of Grand Prix cars at Silverstone is at 4:35. You will not want to miss that, because some of the cars that are in that are just unbelievable. 5 minutes past 5. The Masters Endurance Legends is taking us through, and then finally we end up with the Yokohama Trophy for Masters Sports Car Legends. That's at 6:05. And of course, don't forget, we've got action as well on the big stage tonight, because the Sugar Babes will be doing their thing. And at 7 o'clock we have got the Fueling podcast as well, with Jason Plato and Dave Vitti. So what an afternoon of racing we've got. Fingers crossed it stays dry. Let's go back to commentary. I'm Martin Haven.
Thank you, Gary Champion. Welcome back, everybody, to Saturday afternoon at the Silverstone Festival. And it is time for some classic Formula One action. The Masters Racing Legends brings Formula One cars from 1966, the return to power, as it was known, through to 1985. So what we're looking at here is the era of the Cosworth DFV. Tyrrell, McLaren, Williams, and a host of other smaller marques and cars like the Brabhams, the Lotuses, and even a Penske. Yes, Roger Penske's team raced in Formula One for a couple of brief seasons. Shadows, Ram Marches, Arrows, and Surtees. So from the beginning of the era through to the end, from big and small teams, we have a great selection of entirely Cosworth-engined Formula One cars. So the oldest of which will be Paul Grant's 1976 March 761, and we go right up to British Grand Prix and World Championship winning cars from Williams, from McLaren and so on. They're in shot. the David Purley Lek, or a car that is built up to emulate it, and Vittorio Brambilla, the Monza Gorilla, a one-time Grand Prix winner, famous for winning a race in streaming wet weather conditions, punching the air with delight with both hands as he crossed the finish line, hitting standing water and immediately crashing. There are slightly less dramatic ways to celebrate a victory, but for Vittorio Brambilla, still an enormous character who you occasionally see around motor racing circuits in Italy, definitely a headline-writing moment. Well, good afternoon. Thank you to Gary Champion for filling our brief lunch pause. I hope you've had at least a brief lunch. I'm Martin Haven. Alongside me is Alistair Douglas, and we're looking forward to this enormously because these cars, now that the track is warm and dry again, although somebody has just peeled into the pit lane, should be enormously entertaining. And it does bring certainly the sights and the sounds of Formula One Grand Prix from the 70s and particularly the 80s here at Silverstone, when at one stage in that period the Grand Prix alternated between Silverstone and Brands Hatch, and so a lot of these cars will have been racing here, possibly in front of quite a number of our crowd this weekend, back in period. So we'll try and pick a few runners and riders. Car number 77, Sam Hartley, the ex-John Watson McLaren MP41, and this has got a bit of good history from period as well. John Watson race-winning chassis, but the car leading them round is a Tyrrell 011 driven by Ken Tyrrell, not the Ken Tyrrell who gave his name to the Tyrrell Company, but American driver Ken Tyrrell.
And this car driven by Michele Alboreto and Danny Sullivan in 82 and 83, and Alboreto took the win at Caesar's Palace in 1982 in this very chassis that the unrelated, as you say, Ken Tyrrell is driving today, and got to pole position, which was a fantastic result for Ken. Came onto the scene 3-4 years ago and has really made his mark.
Car number 7, the Saudi Leyland Williams FW07C of Mike Cantillon. Mike's had quite a few years now racing this car and cars like it, and behind him another Tyrrell on row 2 of the grid, and that is Martin Stretton with the green and lime green helmet in his Tyrrell 012, so just a season newer than the car that sits on pole position. Again, all these cars predominantly from the flat-bottomed era of Cosworth engine cars, a couple of former ground effect cars that no longer run with the ground effect skirts, but that Harvey Postlethwaite designed Tyrrell 012, very distinctive with the short rear radiators.
And the Tyrrell of that year that Martin Stretton's driving was the year that they got disqualified from the championship. I think, was it irregularities in the fuel cell, I think, wasn't it?
Possibly lead shot in the fuel cell to bring the car up to the minimum weight. That was after water-cooled brakes were a thing. The non-turbo engine cars, so predominantly the Williamses, the Tyrrells, McLarens and so on, were at a power disadvantage to the turbocharged cars, and the rule was that the car had to have a minimum weight when fully filled with fuel and oil and water and so on, and so they came up with the wizard wheeze of water-cooled brakes. So they carry 10 or 20 kilos worth of water, immediately squirt it out onto the brakes early in the race. The brakes would survive without the water cooling, but what it did was get rid of about 20 kilos of weight that you didn't really want to carry around, and so brought them a little closer to that. And Tyrrell were disqualified for having lead shot in the fuel cell that was added at late fuel stops. Getting our racing underway for Formula One in the Masters Racing Legends. The red lights go off and we are racing with Ken Tyrrell's Tyrrell 011 from pole position, slipping into the lead into the first turn ahead of Steve Hartley's McLaren MP41. This big field of nearly 30 1966 to 83 Cosworth engine Formula One cars sweeping around the Silverstone circuit, much of which is still exactly as it would have been in terms of layout when these cars were current, and a great opportunity for fans young and old to enjoy Cosworth engine Formula One cars in their pomp.
And Ken Tyrrell it is who leads down into Brooklands for the first time, being chased by the McLaren MP41 of Steve Hartley in those wonderful Marlborough colours that it ran in period. And into third place has come Mike Cantillon in the Williams FW07C, and right behind Mike Cantillon is Martin Stretton in the Tyrrell 012. So it's Tyrrell's first and fourth with the McLaren and the Williams in between, down into Copse Corner. Wonderful shot on our live stream.
Coming down to what would have been the first turn when these cars were current, as they pass the old Silverstone Formula 1 pits. And as you can see, this is a track of two halves. A rain shower about 90 minutes ago left the old pit lane and the area around the final couple of corners of the old circuit streaming wet, whereas the rest of it, from the Beckett's S's through Stowe, past the wing, all bone dry. There is a dry racing line all the way around, but when you're on the historic Grand Prix part of the circuit, then you may be in danger of running off wide. Mike Cantillon dives to the inside of the McLaren of Steve Hartley, looking for second place into Stowe for the first time at racing speed. Couldn't quite carry the speed out wide. Hartley was there, and Martin Stretton with the green Tyrrell 012 and the green coloured helmet in fourth place, hanging on there ahead of another Tyrrell. That's the 011 of Jamie Constable, the sister car to the race-leading 011 of Ken Tyrrell.
Through Abbey and Farm, and then up to the tight right-hander at Village, an area of the circuit that didn't exist at the time these cars were racing, and they make their way through this tight section. Steve Hartley still in second place, but it looks at the moment like Ken Tyrrell has made a little bit of a break for the lead, and Martin Stretton goes through into third place. Wonderful move there on the inside of the loop for Martin Stretton, gets up into third ahead of Mike Cantillon.
And the next little group after the first 6 or 7, couple of Lotuses and Brabhams in there, and a little spin. No damage done, I don't think. So that was the FW07.
That's Werner Dansenberg.
So Werner and Christoph Dansenberg both in the race. Christoph Dansenberg in the second group of cars in his Brabham BT49, the blue and white car in 8th place, behind Nick Padmore's Lotus, ahead of Michael Lyon's Lotus. Nick Padmore, the first of the black and gold JPS cars done to ease way. In fact, Michael Lyons has got by Christoph Dansenberg as well. And there is Steve Hartley, second place in the McLaren MP41, the first car designed by John Barnard for the now Ron Dennis run McLaren team. MP4, McLaren Project 4. Project 4 was the company formed by Ron Dennis to run those cars and to take over McLaren, and it does look as though a Werner Dansenberg car has stuck it. In fact, it's got damage on the left rear corner. Didn't see that in the first shot, so that car is going no further, and he has not been alone. The 78 car of Warren Briggs, the McLaren M29, one of the last chassis in the Teddy Mayer run McLaren era, a car that took over from the M25 and M26 of James Hunt and Jochen Massa's era, and the safety car will come out because that Williams is not moving far, and the McLaren is going to take a bit of a push as well. It's got a punctured right front tyre and a damaged left rear on the Williams, and that looks like those were the corners that came together. Well, these cars are very effective racing machines still, and they are driven very competitively by their drivers. Somebody was ducking into the pit lane. This is not a pit stop race, and that was car number 26 diving into the pit lane. Scott Kendall, beg your pardon.
Kyle Tilley.
Kyle Tilley, yeah. Kyle Tilley's transponder not working on his Tyrrell 011, so he's also come into the pits with possibly a related electrical issue. And there's the Brabham, so that's Christoph Dansenberg. So ex-Nelson Piquet era Brabham BT49, and he is back on track. Now, that car started in 8th place, and he was in 10th when he had his little moment. The safety car has picked up our race leader.
And Kyle Tilley had done very well. He was up in about 6th place when he came into the pit lane. It's a shame. In another Tyrrell 011. And Warren Briggs, McLaren being pushed backwards.
Yeah, unintentional close view of the McLaren there for some of the fans right by the trackside. And unfortunately, that Williams is going to need a lift. It's not going to roll onto anything because it's sitting on its belly at the moment.
That car, actually, the one that we're looking at there, stationary, was Alan Jones's car from 1981, and he won the USGP West at Long Beach in that very chassis, designed by the great Sir Patrick Head, of course, who was partnered with Frank Williams for many, many years, designed some incredibly successful cars. Took Alan Jones to the World Championship.
Yep, and was responsible for leading the design of every successful Williams. So a hugely inspirational, if occasionally somewhat tetchy, team leader. 26, the blue livery Candy Tyrrell of Kyle Tilley. And he has now dropped down the order. That car's transponder not working entirely well. Right behind the March, the Orange March, the ex-Vittorio Brambilla chassis. You can see a couple of the familiar orange and white Ragno Ceramica Better Utensili liveried arrows, again from the early 1980s. So some very familiar liveries. Of course, in fact, two of the all-time classic motor racing liveries anywhere present in this field. The black and gold of Team JPS, the John Player Specials, as the Lotuses were known when they were supported by Imperial Tobacco. And of course, the Dayglow red and white chevrons of the Marlboro brand, which were not just refined or confined to McLarens, but sponsored a whole host of other drivers as well. They had personal sponsorship with men like Andrea De Cesaris, sponsored him all the way through his career, no matter where he was driving. And of course, their branding also found its way onto a host of Ferraris, as well as being the title sponsors for McLaren for a decade and more. There's a great view of the McLaren's carbon fibre chassis. So that could almost be Niki Lauda or Alain Prost in period in the early 80s, with the Hercules built carbon fibre chassis designed by John Barnard. And Hercules were one of the companies that were working with the NASA Space Shuttle program and developing this new fabric, carbon fibre, which was as strong as steel and much lighter than fiberglass, which had been used for bodywork predominantly up until then. And all their rivals had riveted aluminium honeycomb chassis, but this allowed the chassis to be, the driver tub to be lighter and stronger. And of course, the Cosworth DFV there mounted as a structural unit. So the engine was bolted onto the bulkhead at the back of the car, and the suspension was hung off the engine itself and the gearbox. That was a bit of a revolution, because previously you had to have a subframe that held the suspension while the engine and the gearbox were separate. The safety car remains out as the ex-Alan Jones Williams will be winched onto a flatbed. There it is. And the McLaren in the pit lane receiving attention from the team. Looks as though they had maybe a little bit of a gear selector issue or something. The rear cover was off, but they weren't attending to the engine. However, Ken Tyrrell leading the field in car number 23, the green 011 Tyrrell. And the sister car, also with the red and white stripes on the nose, in 5th position. That's the car started by Jamie Constable. And between them, Steve Hartley in the red and white McLaren. And in 3rd place, Martin Stretton now in his Tyrrell 012. And considering the 011 and the 012 were built for consecutive years of racing, the difference between the two is absolutely remarkable. The 011 and the 012, a complete change of design direction, and the 012 also equally successful. Of course, in this era, though, although we don't have any in this field in period, in the early 1980s, those cars would have been racing against turbocharged Ferraris and Renaults and Alfa Romeos and so on. So the garagistes, as they were referred to by the continental manufacturers, the British-based teams, the smaller teams like McLaren and Tyrrell and Williams and so on, had to use lightweight and ingenuity to try and combat the extra power that the turbocharged cars have. Hence they went very big very soon on sliding skirts and all sorts of underfloor downforce from ground effect. And when that was banned to bring the continental manufacturers back up to pace, they came up with all sorts of mid-race refueling that was pioneered by Bremont and so on to try and make the cars as light as possible. If you can't be more powerful, then try and be lighter. And that was definitely the way that the Cosworth engine cars had to try and combat their turbocharged rivals.
And the Tyrrell 011 was actually the last car to win a Formula One race, World Championship race, with the DFV Cosworth engine, which was 1983 in Detroit, Michele Alboreto. And then its successor, the 012, was the last car to use that engine in competition. But by that time it had been developed even further. But the 012, the last car to use after that long string of Formula One victories for the Cosworth DFV.
Yeah, not a bad life, was it? First debuted in Zandvoort in 1968 and still going in 1983. That's not a bad production life for any model of car through various iterations, never mind one racing engine.
And a fantastic investment for Ford, who funded the development of the DFV engine with Mike Costin and Keith Duckworth, which made up the name Cosworth. And out of the £100,000 that they were paid by Ford, or given by Ford, to develop the engine, they also developed a smaller four-cylinder engine for sports car racing as well, and it actually found its way into some saloon cars as well. So they got tremendous value for money, and the cars were badged Ford, but of course it was a Cosworth design and development engine.
But in that period, the cars started, when it was debuted originally, it had just about 300 horsepower. By the time they finished their Formula One career, they were nudging up way over 800. And it was the same capacity engine, just the advances in metallurgy had made enormous gains of power possible. Lights off on the safety car. We are getting ready to go back to green flag racing. And it will be Ken Tyrrell who leads the field back to green. Abandoned cars safely recovered. We go back to green flag racing. Ken Tyrrell leads Steve Hartley and Martin Stretton across the line, but Jamie Constable and Mike Cantillon. Mike Cantillon looking down the inside. Jamie Constable fending off an attack from behind from the red and white car of Mike Wrigley. And Jamie Constable did get by Martin Stretton. He's looking for second place as well. Constable absolutely on fire. We're sure that's not Alan Jones or somebody in the number 7 Saudi Alaylian Williams. He's up to second place. That's two very quick positions made up there. Everybody else wheel to wheel as they come onto the Wellington Straight.
So it's Mike Cantillon who made 2 places up, somebody off on the right-hand side but gets back on. That's the Kimi Räikkönen line from a few years ago. And Mike Cantillon takes the lead going into Brooklands and Luffield. Will he hold on to it? Yes, he does. He holds the inside, but Ken Tyrrell looking for a way through, maybe an exit onto the old Woodcut corner, but no, he has to stay behind. So the FW07C of Mike Cantillon takes the lead in short order on that restart lap, with Ken Tyrrell in second place, Steve Hartley in third, Martin Stretton in fourth place, and that looks like Michael Lyons, I think, is it? No, Michael in 7th place. But the other Lotus just ahead with Nick Padmore at the wheel.
Yeah, Nick Padmore jumping ahead of Mike Wrigley, so he's got ahead of the red, white and blue car. But whatever else happened during the safety car, Mike Cantillon had a bit of a think and maybe a talk to himself, going, right, come on, Mike, let's go for this. And boy, he went for it. 2 corners in, and he was into the lead of the race. He leads from Steve Hartley. Back in 3rd place, rather, Steve Hartley. Ken Tyrrell in 2nd. Martin Stretton in 4th, but coming under pressure now. Nick Padmore in the 1st of the black and gold John Player Special Lotuses, looking to find a way 3 into Stowe. Doesn't make it there. Car moving around a lot under him. And there he is, Nick Padmore. He made a good restart as well. The car that went off, by the way, was the other Tyrrell 011, just avoiding the barriers, Jamie Constable, but that probably grabbed his attention significantly. I think his car maybe not quite as warm tyres as he might have hoped, but he remains on track in 9th place. There's Christoph Dansenborg in the Brabham BT49. I think just lost a place at the restart as well.
And a good effort from Matt Wrigley in the Penske, who
And there's the Candy Tyrrell. Now that car had problems early on. I think it's had a visit to the pits as well, and Kyle Tilley pulls over, and that looks like him out of the race. It was actually the second last running car. Now here's a battle of very different eras. From the early 80s, the Brabham BT49. From the late 70s, the Villager Shadow. So the Shadow closing in from behind. That's Mark Harrison in the black Villager Cigars sponsored car. And Harrison closing in on Mark Hazel, on Christoph Danseborg rather. Danseborg had obviously got by him, and he's now fighting his way back. So here is 99, and that's the Tyrrell that went flying off a little earlier on the restart. Jamie Constable now trying to work his way back up the field. Constable behind Michael Lyons in the number 11 Lotus. Looks to the inside, sends it deep and early. And yeah, that was like taking candy from a baby.
And ahead of them is Matt Wrigley in the much earlier Penske. Not a car that challenged the... Oh, as we...
Ooh,
safety car again.
Is out, and the safety car leaving there with the degree of alacrity that we have not seen so far to pick up the race leader. So he is on track in front of our race leader, Mike Cancelon, whose transponder also doesn't seem to be working. He's up and down the order like the Assyrian Empire. Mike Cancelon is the race leader. There's car number 72, Mike Wrigley, just starting to talk about the Penske PC3. So Penske raced briefly in Formula One. Roger Penske's team simultaneously also working hard in the IndyCar series, but this safety car for the rescue of the number 26 Tyrrell. Now there's the Surtees, the Matchbox Surtees, another ex-John Watson chassis. That's in the garage at the moment, and Charlie Kennedy, I'm afraid, doesn't look like he's going very far. And one of the Arrows pulls off again with that particularly period livery, car number 30, and that is Simon Fish in an Arrows A4. Got another Arrows A4 in similar livery, a sister car, Patrick Dorbury, and that is car number 14. Again, that is also in the Ceramica Ragno Berta Utensili orange and white, in whose colours Arrows raced for several years.
And I think by our reckoning on our screens, we've got 3 cars now. Some of them, like this one of Simon Fish, are going to be recovered very quickly. But as we found out in 2 previous races, this Land Rover recovery of a car on the international pit straight, the Hamilton straight, not a matter of work of a moment.
Well, there's the sound of a DFV firing up. DFV stands for double 4-valve. So the engine was developed from the Cosworth FVA, the 4-valve A series, and the double 4-valve, yes, they did exactly that. They started with an engine they knew well and recreated it as not a straight 4 but a V8 on a common crankshaft. So it wasn't a blank piece of paper where it started from, but it was certainly an extremely technical exercise to develop a 4-cylinder engine into the V8. But it was, again, it was funded by Walter Hayes of Ford, and whatever else he might have done for Ford, that was certainly a very handy investment. It served them very well for very many years. And actually, without the DFV, what would Formula One have looked like through the 70s, the 80s and into the 90s? There would have been very many fewer cars on the grid, and all sorts of random engines that came and went during that period, and particularly during the just post-ground effect era, that, you know, Lamborghinis and Subarus and Life and Motori Modernis and all sorts of random engines that promised much and delivered very little without the backbone of a Cosworth DFV, a Hewland gearbox and Goodyear tyres. Design your own chassis to fit among those parameters. That's what 2/3 of the grid was.
And I'm afraid our time has run out as they are on their safety car lap.
Just looking there, yeah, we will take the checkered flag under the safety car. Just looking there at the black Shadow, the DN9, DN for Don Nichols, the boss of Shadow. It was often wondered exactly what their initial sponsor was, UOP Shadows. UOP turns out to be Don, in small case, written upside down. So UOP wasn't anything at all, but like everything else about Shadow,
it stayed in the shadows.
Like to keep a little bit of mystery, yeah. But Villiger Cigars and the car in the centre of the pack, and it's been driven, or was being driven, with a degree of entertaining alacrity by Mark Harrison, who also sports an Elio De Angelis style helmet. Elio drove that Shadow early in his Formula One career before stepping up into cars like the Lotus.
And the lead car, number 7, Mike Cantillon. This chassis was driven by Carlos Reutemann in 1981, and if you cast your mind back to Murray Walker's commentary, Carlos lost the World Championship by 1 point at Caesars Palace to Nelson. Well, he didn't lose it at Caesars Palace, that was the final race. He lost it throughout the season, really. But Piquet became champion by 1 point, and there was a never explained lacklustre performance from Carlos in this car number 7, which, had he finished further up the field, he would have won the World Championship.
And of course, Alan Jones won the previous season for Williams in 1980. That was, you know, just a couple of short years after their first Grand Prix victory, which came here at Silverstone as well. And it should have been consecutive World Championships to kick off the 80s. But as you say, I mean, Reutemann went into the final race effectively as the world champion. Piquet had very little chance of catching him, and yet somehow did. And that was the first of 3 World Championships for Nelson Piquet. So safety car will come in, but is it going to be a green flag? No, it's checkered flag. Victory for Mike Cantillon. So his restart from the last safety car was absolutely critical. He jumped from 4th place into the lead in the first half a lap. Mike Cantillon punches the air with delight. Ken Tyrrell whizzes by, but he is second at the line, and Steve Hartley is third. Well, Mike Cantillon may not have set the timing sheets alive in the first 3 or 4 laps of the race, but when it came to restarting from the safety car, he absolutely dropped the hammer and carved his way through from 4th to the front, and that's where he stayed. So the race, unfortunately, really curtailed by a couple of unfortunate safety cars. We didn't have any safety cars for cars stopping alongside the wing in qualifying in the entire 11 hours yesterday. I think we've had 4 or 5 already in racing today. So if you're going to break down, please break down somewhere else, because that is a guaranteed safety car. There's Ken Tyrrell's car in 2nd place, and the McLaren MP41 of Steve Hartley in the familiar orange and white of Marlboro McLaren. He takes the final podium spot. So great for fans young and old to see these cars in action. Steve Hartley, the Jam Baron, it says on the back wheel of his car. That gives you an indication of where his ability to buy these cars comes from. Great to see so many fans here as ever at the festival, and as well as the exciting action on track. Hopefully you'll get a chance to see what's going on the main stage, in the Foodie Fest, in the kitchen here at Silverstone, and so many car displays. I mean, this is like so many of these historic meetings. We should have a day at a historic meeting where there is no actual racing, and then all the fans can get a chance to go around and see everything else and just dawdle the day away in the car parks and in the club stands, because there is as much entertainment and interest there as there is in the racing machinery. Maybe Bank Holiday Monday, everybody leaves the cars all parked here and they come back and collect it on Tuesday. I know it's not going to fly, and I know people aren't going to pay another entrance day fee for that, but there's so much to see and do here at Silverstone. So hopefully the racing is keeping you entertained, and hopefully the weather is going to set fair as well. There's quite a few clouds around, but nothing quite as dark and ominous as swept through late this morning. All sorts of different shapes there. There's the high airbox Surtees. One of John Surtees' own team cars, and those late 70s high air boxes to drag the air in around the driver and to help ram effect the induction of the DFE. So hopefully, some young fans sporting. There's a bit of a Lando Norris fan club little collection down there, and Lewis Hamilton fan club perhaps as well. I'm sure an awful lot of British drivers will have a lot of British fans here, and among the mums and dads, or perhaps even the grandparents bringing the young fans here, there will be a recognition and knowledge about these cars that they can pass on as well. And hopefully those young fans who are currently counting their age on the fingers of one or possibly two hands will still be coming and watching these cars in 20 or 30 or 40 years' time, because the DFV era is probably the last realistic era where Formula One cars can be run without employing a Formula One factory to do so, because these cars are a little bit more straightforward, require no computers to fire them up. You need fuel and a starter motor, and the rest of it will work. The motor racing legends for 66 to 85 Cosworth DFV powered cars. Mike Cantillon making great use of his car's performance at the restart, going from 4th to 1st ahead of Ken Tyrrell and Steve Hartley and Martin Stretton. And after a second safety car curtailed the racing, it's Cantillon who claims victory from the Tyrrell of Tyrrell and the McLaren of Hartley. Martin Stretton's Tyrrell 012 just ahead of Nick Padmore and the Penske of Mike Wrigley. And further down the order, Shadows, Hesketh, Arrows, Tyrrell, Williams, Leck and Enzyme among the brands that were racing around Silverstone Circuit in glorious sunshine this afternoon, just bringing a little echo of the Cosworth engine era of Formula One. From pole position, Ken Tyrrell led the field away from Steve Hartley's McLaren, with Mike Cantillon early on in 3rd place in Williams number 7, ahead of Martin Stretton's Tyrrell. First interruption after damage caused by a collision left Werner Dansenburg's car at the side of the circuit. At the restart, the number 7 Saudia Williams of Mike Cantillon then from 4th place got by first Martin Stretton, then Steve Hartley, and later in the opening lap also got by Ken Tyrrell, the long-time race leader and pole sitter. And he started to ease away, but another collision and a car stopping down by the pit lane would force a second safety car. The race finished under safety car with Steve Hartley in 3rd place, Ken Tyrrell in 2nd, and Mike Cantillon the race winner.
Here that you can have a good look at and experience, and I just happen to be here outside the Alpine area, and would you look at that, lots of A110s. Wouldn't it be handy if I can have a good old look inside one and maybe possibly a test drive, because Alex just happens to be sat inside one. Right, lovely. Oh, let's shut that door. Beautiful. Hi, Alex.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. Tell us what's going on this weekend.
So yeah, as an Alpine, we've got 3 cars here, hands down, the most exciting cars you can drive here today. What more can you want? 2-door sports cars.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty awesome, and I actually can't wait to take this on a proper test drive. But there's also Esteban Ocon's Formula One car you can have a look at.
Exactly. So we're really lucky. We're just opposite the F1 car lineup, of which there is Esteban Ocon's A523.
Oh, very, very nice. So if you want to come and you've always wanted to experience driving an Alpine A110, this is where you want to come to, right?
Hands down, lightweight experience, probably the best handling sports car you can buy without going over £200,000.
I mean, he's not biased, but he's saying hands down the absolute best.
Exactly. No, not biased, I work for the brand, but Gordon Murray, quoting him, he owns one and he knows something about cars.
Okay, then I guess we'll have to take your word for it. So there's only one way for us to find this out properly, and that's to properly take it for a test drive, right?
Yeah, here all weekend, we've got 3 cars on run, so come and see us and we'll get you signed up.
Excellent. Okay, what's the difference between this and the rest of the cars, by the way?
Okay, so we've got one of each of the products, all the same really engines, just different power outputs. So we've got soft chassis with 250 brake, all the way to this stiff chassis, which is more track focused with the 300 brake. So 0 to 60 from 4.5 to 3.9.
That will do me very, very nicely. Okay, right, well then I need to get my seatbelt on and everything because, you know, health and safety and all that jazz. Let's get my seatbelt on. Put your seatbelt on, please, Alex. Thank you.
Seatbelt on and shades down.
Okay, shades down. I'm going to hand over my microphone. Hand over.
Beautiful afternoon here at Silverstone, and the early rain showers haven't left the grass too wet. Time to stack up on some calories, maybe a little Swift tincture as well. Probably don't have to hit the highway for a while. We'll be racing on track until about 7:30 this evening, so while the track action continues, you can take a chance to take a look around at some of the car club demonstrations as well, or maybe just rest those tired bones for a moment or two. Well, we've got plenty of action coming up. Our next race will be in a few moments for the Masters GT Trophy. So 30 GT sports cars racing around the track. But at the moment, we are trying to work out our various different class winners from the last race from the Formula One racing legends. Now, we had 4 classes depending on the age and the kind of set rule sets under which the cars ran. They were all powered by the Cosworth DFE, so the 3-litre era of Formula One. So it's not about engine or power, it's about whether it was a flat bottom car, originally a ground effect car, originally a pre-flat bottom, pre-ground effect car, or so on and so on and so on. So 4 different classes to deal with, and they are currently trying to organise the podiums. I know who won the Stewart class. That was Ewan Surgison, and he is the only man in the Stewart class. But now, whistling my way through my race card, if you didn't buy, by the way, a programme and a race card, you really owe it to yourself to do so. So there are 4 different classes. The Jackie Stewart class is for cars built and raced prior to 1973, so that's the first 5 years of the DFE era, really, 68 to 73. There's a Marshall wearing his overalls from the Centenary Le Mans just a couple of months ago. Emerson Fittipaldi class, so post 1972, so 73 onwards, but non-ground effect cars. Then we move into the Patrick Head class, the Head class, which is, as you might expect, because that's where he made his name, for ground effect cars. And then the Nicky Lauda class is for flat-bottomed cars. So those are cars that weren't before ground effect, but cars that were after ground effect was banned and the flat bottom floors were brought in. You with me? Clear as mud. Well, hopefully somebody has briefed Nicola Hume, because it's up to her to sort out all the confusion.
Don't leave it up to me. That is way too much pressure to try and organise everything that's going on. Right, this is officially podium number 5 after race number 5. So it was the Masters Racing Legends. So let's get on with the podium, shall we? In 3rd position, it is Steve Hartley. Make your way up to 3rd. Congratulations, Steve. If you'd like to hand over the trophy as well, that would be fabulous. And in 2nd place, we have Ken Cyril. Oh, there you are. I was wondering where you were, Ken. Come on then, up you get. And the winner, it's Mike Catalan. Congratulations. If we can also grab a moment with your trophies in the air, give us a lovely celebration as well while you're there. We can grab some lovely pictures. And a massive round of applause for everybody on the podium now. Fabulous. Mike, I want to come and have a lovely little chat with you if that's possible. Mike, how are you feeling?
I'm very grateful for the safety car, actually. Yeah, I mean, I made a few mistakes the first half of the race, but the safety car gave me a chance to get a jump on the guys. I went down the inside of Steve, and God bless him, he didn't run into me, and the same with Ken. So fantastic driving from my competition, and what a wonderful win. That was for my father.
A huge congratulations to you. Ken, how was that for you?
It was fantastic, almost perfect, but I'll take a 2nd place. And if there was a competitor out here, I'd like to finish 2nd too. it's Mike. So
This is all a bit polite up here, isn't it? I was expecting it to be a bit more competitive. I don't know, you all seem to be very, very good friends. How was that for you, Steve?
Fantastic. I haven't had any good results recently, so third's great, but let's see what we can do tomorrow.
What a brilliant race it was as well. Let's have another massive round of applause for our podium winners of the Masters Racing Legend. Congratulations, guys. Okay, we're going to go and see how Ed's getting on, having a little chat with the drivers for the next race.
Next up, the Masters GT Trophy, and these are some of the most modern cars that we've got running this weekend at the Silverstone Festival. The drivers are in their cars, but it's a two-driver race. So we'll work up to the front row, and we've got Chris Milner sat in the pole position car, and I can see the back of Nigel Greensall just chatting to him here. There's kind of last words of advice. Nigel, we finally get to talk. Some last words of advice?
Yeah, well, Chris's first race and my first race in this, literally just rolled it out for the first time this weekend with a Lamborghini. It's super exciting. It's a beautiful, beautiful car. Yeah, you drive it, the sound and the feel is wonderful.
All these historic cars you drive, they don't stop or turn. It must be lovely to get in something that does both.
No, but it's just another car, so it's just, yeah, the pleasure of driving is being on the limit in anything. So whether it's modern or historic, doesn't matter at all. You know, the pleasure is still the same.
And are you splitting it half and half, or are you going to jump in early?
Yeah, Chris is going to take the start, and we're going to let him know when the pit window opens. But if he's enjoying himself, he's going to stay up there right to the end of the pit window, and then we'll swap. So yeah, we're just here to have pleasure and have fun and go fast.
Fantastic, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, if you want to be in the front row of the grids with this race, you want a Lamborghini. You want to be in the Corsa class, but if we go a little bit further down here, most people, we've got the Sub-Zero Wolf car there, that's Craig Davis. And Craig Davies, I think he's in the car at the moment. Let's just have a quick look. Yep, he is in the car. Do you know what, Craig's a lovely man, I'm sure he won't mind. Oh, actually, do you know what, we got Ron Maiden here. Ron, I'm so sorry to interrupt. You got Craig, you got your hot shoe Craig in there. Everything running well?
It's all down to hot shoe Craig, super hot shoe. He's got his hot Crocs on, so let's hope he goes well.
It's all pretty close at the front here, isn't it?
Yes, well, because Craig done well, I'm afraid I was not on his pace, but looking forward to a good race. He loves this Lamborghini, it's right Craig style.
Enjoy it.
He's got his medallion on, we're ready.
What does his medallion do? Give him half a second a lap?
Makes him look good.
Right, I make him go faster. Right, well, that's all the cars pretty much ready to go here down in the assembly area.
Right. Drivers in hot cars is one thing. Dogs in hot cars, I'm afraid, is an entirely different level of jeopardy. And if you came in a Land Rover Discovery and your registration started Romeo Echo 16, event organisers would like to let you know that your dogs are quite distressed. Could you please go and let them out? It is in car park 49. So the Land Rover Discovery RE16, if that is your car, please go and release your dogs. Getting ready now for our next action, Masters GT Trophy, and Ed is exactly right. To get to the front, a nearly brand new Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo or Super Trofeo Evo seems to be the weapon of choice, and definitely 5 of the top 6 come from Sant'Agata, but from up the road, Aston Martin giving them a good run for their money, and we'll have Porsches and a host of Ferrari different challenge cars as well from throughout the last couple of decades. One Singleton entry from Ginetta, a single Maserati, the unique-looking Morgan Aero Supersport, and a couple of other unusual cars, Alfa Romeo 156 Turbo and the Ford Racing 500 Ford Mustang towards the tail of the field to add plenty more variety. But it is a little bit like the grid of a Lamborghini Super Trofeo at the sharp end of the field. And Alistair, the car's qualified strongly, and there's no doubt that they're a pretty robust race car over a relatively short period. This is a 40-minute race. We do have a pit stop that we have to deal with, so we will get to the rules for that in a moment or two. Safety car has pulled off. No extra formation laps needed for these guys because the track is now dry and warm. Red lights are on, and a long hold before we go green. Here we go for the start of the Masters GT Trophy. 40 minutes of sports racing action around Silverstone's Grand Prix circuit, and it's Chris Milner from pole position in the green and yellow Lamborghini Huracan who leads from Neil Glover. Craig Wilkins in the bright purple car in third place ahead of Jason McNulty, and look for the white Aston Martin Vantage. That started in fifth position. He is in fifth, but there's a Ferrari slipping in underneath, and that'll be the 488 of Wayne Mars. Great start from him from 10th place on the grid. That's a really grease lightning getaway, and the Ferrari already starting to chase down the Lamborghinis in front. So 3 wide behind Chris Milner. Who's going to come out on top? Craig Wilkins. Now he's driving solo in that purple and white number 8 car, the sort of Cadbury's Dairy Milk livery, not that it actually is, but so he will not only start the car but stay in it through the pit stops, and that's quite a good way of doing things. But as you heard from Nigel Greensall, if Chris Milner, the race leader, the pole man in his brand new to him Lamborghini, the grey and yellow car, if he's enjoying himself, then he will stay out as long as he can. Coming up through the order, Craig Davis, car number 52, didn't make the best of starts, now gets back past the Paul White Aston Martin, so he's gone by the Vantage, and so too has the first of our 911s. I think that's Miles Griffiths, the car with the green highlights.
Through the Beckett sweepers, and as you say, it's a bit like a Lamborghini Super Trofeo race or a GT race anywhere in Europe, with the Lamborghinis near the front as they come down the hanger straight for the first time, and they will be onto the brakes for Stowe Corner at any moment. There they go now, the front dip, and through on the inside goes the number 8 Lamborghini of Craig Wilkins. A very nice move there, swung across from the outside to the inside and took the lead under braking for Stowe, and they're now into the opened out entry to Club Corner, and then the tighter normal right-handed element of Club that takes them back to complete the first lap.
Craig Wilkins racing against his peers, Chris Milner in second and Neil Glover in third place, but both of them have quicker co-drivers in the form of Nigel Greensall and Michael Lyons, so Wilkins now needs to build an advantage over this 2-car battle for second. A change here, Jason McNulty, now he will be driving on his own, so he slips through for second ahead of the poleman Chris Milner. And I misidentified the red Ferrari, by the way. I was thinking that was probably the better Ferrari on the grid of Wayne Mars, but it's not. It's car number 3 of John and Gary Pearson. That started 11th and came up to 4th place on the opening lap. But now it is the best of the 911s. The green highlights with the black bonnet. That's Miles Griffiths. He's leading the charge up behind the lead group of Lamborghinis. Griffiths in 5th place. Neil Glover behind him in 6th in the white Lambo with the black and orange highlights. Then the red Ferrari, car number 3 of John Pearson, who'll hand over to Gary Pearson, and behind him Paul White in the Aston Martin Vantage, and he's sharing that car with Alistair McKinnon. And Paul White's got a lot of Aston Martin experience. Has the V12 Vantage got the legs to catch these Lamborghinis out front? They are newer cars and all built for Lamborghini Super Trofeo regulations.
Had a very strong start indeed from the Pearsons, and also, as you mentioned, Miles Griffiths, the only 2 cars in the top few that aren't Lamborghinis, but certainly the Ferrari from a much earlier era, the 430. So a very strong start indeed as the 4 leading Lamborghinis out onto the hanger straight, and then it's the green and black car of Miles Griffiths in 5th place, and in 6th place the is that the Davis and Maiden car? It's Craig Davis, isn't it, started that one?
Yep.
So they're making their way now back to Club Corner to complete the 2nd lap, and the fastest lap, unsurprisingly, in this early stage of the race has gone to the leader with a 2:03.815 first flying lap. So there's quite some time to be had in these cars. We had a 2:00.499 for pole position, so some time yet to be found in these cars.
Well, that pole position was set by Nigel Greensall in the 63 car, and a change there for third place. So up to third goes Craig Davis in the 52 Lamborghini. The white car with the blue and red highlights moves ahead of Chris Milner. And for Jason McAnulty in second place, his deal is the same as Craig Wilkins, and the same for Miles Griffiths, who driving solo. They have got to try and work themselves as far ahead of the cars that will have quick second drivers in, or quicker potentially second drivers. So they're already ahead of the 55 car of Neil Glover, who'll hand over to Michael Lyons. Lyons already a winner here in sports cars today in the IBEC. In the second race in the Thundersports race. So he's already got one win under his belt. And Nigel Greensall, well, he retired from his first race of the weekend so far, but he'll be looking for a decent result in this one, and he will take over the car that started on pole, the number 63 Lambo. Now here comes the white Aston Martin of Paul White, getting himself up to speed in car number 23, and out to Copse Corner, sweeps around the outside through Maggots into Beckett's. So Paul White moves up into sixth position ahead of the white and orange Lamborghinis, leaving the 911, the white 911, car number 70 of Dennis Carroll, just a little bit in his wake. Carroll was all over the back of the Aston on the last lap, but it looks like Paul White has just sort of brought himself in gently, and the red Ferrari that started so strongly, car number 3, the Pearsons, that is dropping back down the order, and the Lamborghini coming by. So that is the 99 Gallardo, Huracan rather, of Keith Freezer. So he started in 9th place and goes ahead of the Ferrari that started a row behind him and let forward to all sorts of different vintages of Ferrari. The red car we're looking at here, car number 3, that's a 430. Behind it we've got a 488 challenge car, we've got a 458 challenge car as well, and a 360 challenge car in the field. So whatever your vintage of Ferrari, we've got one for you. Change of position again as Miles Griffiths slips up into what is 4th place. 3rd place now? Let's see the next car through. No, it is still 4th place because the Lamborghini is in front of him, the white Lambo. So Miles Griffiths in the 911 up to 4th place. And there's a little Lotus, the 666 car, coming from a little further back on the grid. That's Rob Fenn carving his way up the order. Now, what happened to him on the opening lap? That's a change for 11th place as Rob Fenn moves up. He qualified in 13th.
Miles Griffiths now consolidating that move on the grey Lamborghini of Chris Milner, which did start in pole position, and looking now perhaps to try and close the gap for up to 3rd place on the Craig Davis started Lamborghini number 52, the white and blue car.
Let's see Milner coming back at the Porsche. Looks like the Huracan has definitely got the legs of the 911 on the straight. But, the 911 just holding its own through Copse Corner and then building a slight advantage. And don't forget, as we heard from Nigel Greensall, that Milner has not driven that grey Lamborghini before yesterday, so it's the first time out in a race with that car. So he will start to learn a little bit more about it with every lap and every corner. And again, looking deep down the inside of the Porsche, showing plenty of ambition, even if he didn't have enough room for the overlap. But right behind him is Paul White in the increasingly speedy Aston Martin Vantage. So Paul White closing right in behind car number 23, the Fairline liveried Aston. And that car all over the back of it, he shares with Alistair McKinnon. It's a GT2 car, but that car dates back to 2008, whereas it is a decade younger. The car in front, the Lamborghini, is a 2017 car, so a degree of difference there in the aerodynamic rules in GT2 and in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. The Super Trofeo car with possibly a much more sophisticated aero package. But again, White looking to the inside, a closing door. Again, he keeps his nose in there, and Chris Milner just opening up the steering, allowing them both room to survive. So Paul White maybe took a little bit of chance there, but trusted the driver in front, and well, that's a sad end to the race for the number 40 PPG Penthouse Porsche. Dean Forward started that. It was due to hand over to Jamie Thwaites. don't think Jamie is going to get a go in this race.
There was a sharp intake of breath in the commentary box from me when Paul White went through on the inside there at the loop. And I think he may have breathed in as well.
I think he might have needed to, yes. Trying to make the bulky Aston seem a little less bulky. Well, this is Carol Frieser. Battle for 8th place we were just looking at behind the Lamborghini. So now the 99 Lambo is moving on to the tail of the Glover and Lyons car. So Neil Glover started 2nd. And the 99 Lamborghini Keith Frieser starting in 7th place, and they've sort of met in the middle, really, in the battle for, well, 8th. So not met in the middle, met further back than where they started. And right behind them, the number 70 Porsche of Dallas Carroll from the USA in his 2017 Porsche Carrera Cup car.
And Rob Fenn in the little Lotus with the black car with the green stripes. Just ahead of the Pearson's Ferrari, which made such a fantastic start. And I wonder, perhaps the Ferrari warmed its tyres up much more quickly, a much earlier car. But once tyres get warm and drivers get settled in, the much later cars, the Lamborghinis, and also the later Ferrari, the 488 of Wayne Mars, were able to make their way past.
He might have been a little Clay Regazzoni ambitious with his starting, perhaps not worried too much that nobody else had started. He was going to go anyway. I can't tell you that for a fact because we didn't really see that bit of the rolling start. But yeah, Rob Fenn in 666, the black and green Lotus, dives to the inside. Now again, it's giving away horsepower to everything in the field apart from the safety car. No, probably not apart from the safety car, probably also giving away horsepower to the safety car, but certainly not to the Land Rover Snatch Tractor. And there is the pole-sitting car facing the wrong way. Craig Milner hoping that everybody avoids him. You can see the black marks that he left as he chased the throttle there out of the loop and exceeded the traction abilities of the car. And a chance down the inside. Keith Frieser goes by and picks up the spot. So he is now at the head of that queue. And that queue is starting to grow, actually, because the 55 Neil Glover driven car in 2nd place was sort of bottling them up. And there's, what, a 3-4 car queue behind, including the Lotus and the bright red Ferrari. The Ferrari now using its horsepower to come steaming down the inside. The 430 up against the little Lotus, but he will have to lift and or brake, and you can see the difference there. The Lotus comes steaming through Stowe at unabated pace. And you see he just keeps his nose in front, and the Ferrari under pressure from behind as well, side by each as they go through Maggots and into Beckett's. And the 458 from behind, kind of a 34, and that is Gary Culver and Nigel Jenkins, 2012 458 Challenge car, right on their heels, and bringing another Porsche and another Ferrari with them.
Down into Stowe Corner, and they fan out almost 3 abreast, but it's Rob Fenn that keeps the lead of this little battle ahead of the Pearson brothers number 3 car, which was started by John Pearson. And we'll hand over to Gary, and John not able to get through there past Rob Fenn, going into the tighter section, which I think is where the Lotus really does excel in those tighter sections, but he loses out on the 2 long straights. And we're looking now again at the wonderful GT2 Aston Martin of Paul White, who will hand over to Alistair McKinnon at the compulsory pit stop. Pit window opens in about a minute and a half. And I will give you the pit rules in a moment when we've got time. What a shame. Looks like the Milner car, Chris Milner car, is not going to proceed from that point other than under manpower. And that's Breakdown Bob, nearest to you there, who drives the truck and has been since the 60s here at Silverstone.
So you never escape your job here. Silverstone Sid, who drove the fire tender for decades and delivered stinging rebukes to Formula One drivers down to club racers for being doofuses. Yeah, his job gave him his name. And Breakdown Bob, he does breakdowns. He's probably not actually called Bob, is he?
He is, yeah.
He is called Bob,
yeah,
right, fair enough.
Breakdown Bob, and his real name is Bob. Drives the truck that's usually based up at Beckett's, and this battle continues between Rob Fenn and John Pearson, and Pearson once again at Copse Corner goes through, just the extra power of the Ferrari. But now watch Rob Fenn try and come back at him as they come up towards Beckett's. He takes the slightly tighter line up to Maggots, no room to get through there, and I think he probably will leave his move until they get down towards Stowe. But no, he's going wider through Beckett's. He comes up alongside, and he does get through in the second element of Beckett's. Great driving there from both drivers. John Pearson giving Rob Fenn room to come up alongside, but now Rob Fenn is about to get eaten up by the faster Ferrari, and also the Porsche on the outside goes all the way around the outside.
Ferraris to the left of me, Ferraris to the right. The Porsche goes past all of them, but again, Rob Fenn, look at the speed he carries into Stowe and on the way out as well, and he'll rejoin inside the number 3 Ferrari. This is a battle that is not going to die away, is it? Now, I wonder whether the Porsche, having slipped by, wonder whether Dallas Carroll will be able to creep away. No, look, again, the Lotus carries so much speed onto the start-finish straight that he is right behind it, but he is outgunned by all of the cars around him. But you think he might be outgunned by every single other car on the grid, potentially.
And here he comes again up the inside at Village, goes past Dallas Carroll in the 991 Porsche on the run into Village. Now he's ahead as they go into the loop. Carroll will try and come back on power on a tighter line, but no room to get through there. So it's still Rob Fenn who's ahead in this really absorbing battle.
It's like racing a Mini at Goodwood, isn't it? Cackling like a maniac, I'm sure, as he carves underneath there. So the BMW E46 heading into the pit lane. So I'm not sure what ails that. But again, here is Dallas Carroll in the number 70, the white, or is it pale grey? I'm not quite sure, 911. And Rob Fenn all over the back of it. And he was telling us that this Lotus, unusual as the Supersport in having a central driving position a la McLaren F1 road car. Of course, Exiges don't normally come with a central driving position, but as you can see, he is plumb in the middle of the car. And I'm sure he is absolutely laughing like a drain with every pass he makes. It's a proper giant killing machine, isn't it? And yeah, carrying so much speed compared to the bigger, heavier cars. Pit lane window open, it is. So into the pit lane comes number 11. I wonder if that's why the BMW is coming. I didn't spot that that was the case. But into the pit lane come the first of our callers. That's Jason McAnulty. Late entry to the race in his Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and there's Craig Wilkins coming up behind the Alfa Romeo 156 Turbo. Now, I've seen Super 2000 World Touring Car Alfa Romeo 156s, I've seen Alfa 75 Turbos. I didn't know you could get a 156 Turbo. Driver change, Rob McFarlane and George McFarlane in their Ferrari 360 Challenge car. And it was Robert that started, George taking over. At least that's what we're told.
And fairly simple rules on this one. 10-minute pit window, 10 minutes and a 60-second stop for every car except 2 cars that are deemed to be elite, and that's numbers 55 and 63. And given the current positions of those cars, that's going to give their second driver a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Now, is it the all-up driver lineup? 55, second driver will be Michael Lyons, which was the other one, 63.
And that's, of course, that's the one that's retired. Chris
right.
Milner, or we think it's retired. We didn't actually see it being pushed off the track, but it looked like it was about to be.
Yeah, so the elite driver there would have been Nigel Greensall, but he doesn't get a chance to drive that car on its racing debut. So Craig Wilkins is our race leader, and 2 of his major potential rivals in the second half race, in terms of Nigel Greensall and Michael Lyons, well, Greensall's not going to be in the car, and Michael Lyons will have to spend much, much longer in the pit lane, and is not in a position right now where the car would be challenging Craig anyway for victory. So let's take those 2 cars out and look at who might. Well, what about the number 11 Lamborghini, Jason McAnulty, who's driving on his own, stopped a lap earlier. Now, is the undercut going to work? And at this stage, we're going to see Rob Fenn hanging on to the end of the pit window so that he can lead the race overall in the tiny Lotus. Because if he stays out long enough, I think that may well be the case. Although you can see the 458 and the 430 Ferrari Challenge cars closing in from behind. 34 is the Culver and Jenkins car, started by Nigel Jenkins would take over. Gary Culver started that car, and there, fresh from the pit stop, is car number 11, Jason McAnulty. So he went in the moment the pit lane opened.
The Porsche into the pits as well, Miles Griffiths. That's another long shot for a win as well. Miles, a very, very quick driver indeed. He's driving solo. Philip Walker, the car's owner, will not take the wheel as we understand it. Late change there. Miles Griffiths driving solo.
So Rob Fenn moving up the order, eschewing the pit lane as of yet. The number 52 Lamborghini, the Davison Maiden car, leading at the moment. That car started by Craig Davis. Ron Maiden will take over. They were 6 on the grid. There's the Morgan Aero Supersport. So Morgan with a very Art Deco 1930s design on the Morgan Aero. First fixed head coupe they've made at the Morgan factory in Morgan for a long while. Brainchild of family member Charles Morgan, who was the chairman of the company. Still divides opinion, I think, probably among Morgan aficionados, but I have to say I do love it. The Supersport, not the most pretty and curvaceous treatment of the car, perhaps, but there we go.
There were versions of the car which were a bit more curvaceous, but even the standard Morgan fairly angular, as we see the number 17.
Yeah, this is William Ashmore.
Ferrari.
This is a 360 challenge car. Army Racing Team, you can see the guys in combats. And Rob Fenn continues to circulate. Come on guys, go into the pit lane, let me lead. And then he'll wait for the safety car to come out, and suddenly the whole picture of the race will change. So Craig Wilkins with the fastest race lap, 2 minutes 1.1. That's an astonishing pace. What time did he 2 minutes 1.5, his qualifying best. So he's 4/10 under his qualifying best lap. So again, more laps of the circuit means more pace for Craig Wilkins. And into the pit lane now comes Robert Fenn.
So he was in 3rd place with the other cars going into the pit lane. So we won't really know how this all shakes out until the last few pit stops have taken place. It's only a 10-minute pit window, so they have to be fairly sharp about their timing in this. And it's dangerous to leave your pit stop till right at the end of the window, because if a safety car comes out and it takes you a minute or two longer to do that final lap, you might miss the pit window. So most cars will come in probably with a lap in hand, just in case of a delay. But this car, no such troubles for the number 8. It's running in 6th place at the moment, but of course it's had its pit stop. The number 8, Craig Wilkins Lamborghini Huracan.
Yeah, one car in front of him yet to stop, and all the other cars in front of him are in the pit lane. That is the car that is yet to stop, the Red Bull Ferrari, and that's Chris Goddard. So that looks like it may well head into the pit lane now. Does he go in? No, doesn't look like he is. He's going to stay out a little longer.
That's the other pit lane.
Oh, that is the... yeah, see, that's where we went in this morning. And, of course, I haven't woken up to the fact that we're using a different pit lane this afternoon, owing to the fact that the Formula 1 cars didn't stop there. There comes Craig Wilkins. So Jason McAnulty is still in 2nd place. And in 3rd place, out comes the car that was started by Phil White, Alistair McKinnon in the Aston Martin V12 Vantage. That's the all-white, big V12 engined Aston. And there is the car in 2nd place, Jason McAnulty. As we wait for the Red Bull Ferrari that leads the race to make its pit stop, it won't come back out in the lead. And Rob Fenn back down to 8th, or corrected, probably 7th.
Chris Compton Goddard in the blue, or mainly blue Ferrari with the Red Bull livery on the side. That car yet to come in the pits, but it is now. So that's our last car that owes us a pit stop that is still running.
Yeah, he only had a minute to make it in, so he wouldn't have made another lap. That was the last chance saloon for him. That means that Craig Wilkins comes across the line, and at the stripe he is now our race leader. Jason McAnulty in second place, and the white McKinnon Aston in third, ahead of car number 52. That is the Lamborghini that started in sixth place, with now Ron Maiden at the wheel. So quick check of the tyre pressures, and little wipe at the windscreen maybe. Mainly it's about watching the stopwatch when you don't have a driver change to do. There's the number 3 Ferrari. That seems to have faded a little after the pit stops, long way down the order. Currently shown as being in 16th place rather than the battle for the top half. Oh, that's not the number 3 Ferrari then. So that's the other red Ferrari. So William Ashmore.
And Michael Lyons takes over the number 55 car with the extra 15 seconds on his pit stop. Comes out, sets fastest lap of the race, jumps up into 8th place, a 2:00.752 for Michael Lyons on his first flying lap. So Michael at work again around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, he is a minute behind the leader, and we have just over 14 minutes to go. Pit lane window remains open. There is your race leader, Craig Wilkins, car number 8, purple and white. Stuck up behind a GT4 Aston. He should make fairly swift work. In fact, a pair of GT4 Astons make fairly swift work of both of those as they come down the straight. Super Trofeo with a bit more power, a bit more grip. And Jason McAnulty, the number 11 black and gold car with the silver band. That Lamborghini in second place in the race. He too has to deal with the GT4 car. This time it's not quite a GT4, gets the Maserati Super Trofeo. So the whole point of one-make racing is your cars don't have to be quicker than anybody else's. In fact, it was a GT4, it's the Maserati Gran Turismo GT4, not the Super Trofeo. But when you're racing and when you have a field of cars that are all built to the same rules, almost really doesn't matter how quick they are empirically against anything else, because they're not against anything else, they're against near identical cars. So Rob Fenn still inside the top 10 in the Little Lotus. But Craig Wilkins, well, his fastest lap in the car, 2:01.1. Last time round, 2:03.6. He will have lost time coming out onto the hangar straight. And there's the Ginetta G55 facing in the wrong direction. I'm not sure that anybody else was involved. That may have just been a relatively out of the pit lane harmless spin. So the only Ginetta in the field.
Peter Reynolds.
And meanwhile, here we go. Lotus around the outside, making the Ferrari look like a very blunt object indeed, which it really isn't. If you were in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, you would still think you were going very quickly indeed. Thank you very much. Robert Fenn just slices around the outside. Obviously, there's no room in the single-seater Lotus for a passenger seat. I don't think you can fit one on either side, but he goes by the McFarlane's Ferrari, started by Robert, driven now by George, one of our later pit callers, and carves past him. It wasn't a position change, but put a lap on them. Michael Lyons faster again, 2 minutes 0.7. He's now up to 7th place. Michael Lyons flying in the number 55 Lamborghini Huracan.
And he's got the gap down to below a minute to the leader, but with, 11 3/4 minutes to go, that's a very, very tall order indeed for Michael.
Yeah.
But he might make up another place on this lap, because he's only a third of a second behind Keith Frieser.
Yeah, 3 seconds a lap, and he was a minute down with 13 or 14 minutes to go. That's not really working well, is it? He needed 20 laps to try and, or 15 laps to really get on terms, but he's making the best of it anyway. BMW battle, Super 2000 E46 Tourer, chasing the number 4 M3 GT4 of Tim Mogridge. Now the M4 GT4, the first of those two BMWs with a 4-litre V8. The 43 car is an ex-Schnitzer 2-litre Super 2000 touring car, a 320i. The same, well, not the same generation, slightly later generation of car, but a very different rule set. And between them, they are duffing up the Red Bull Ferrari. So Ferrari owners the world over look away now as two humble BMW touring cars make a mess of all Ferrari stature. Now then, here comes Michael Lyons up behind the 37 Porsche of Miles Griffiths, around the outside of the 37 Porsche of Miles Griffiths, and past the 37 Porsche of Miles Griffiths. Lyons absolutely flying. Had an absolutely crushing win earlier on today in the HSCC Thundersports, the second race in the programme, after being eased off on the opening lap onto the grass. Did a lot of fist shaking, which again is very un-Michael Lyons, and then basically it looked like somebody had set his trousers on fire and he took off like a scalded cat, raced through the field, destroyed everybody else, left them trailing in his wake. But by the time he got on the podium, he'd calmed down again. He did admit to the fist waving and being quite aerated, but he's now up into 5th place.
And that's his next target, the 52 car of Ron Maiden, which is sitting currently in 4th place. So Michael Lyons looking to make his way up to 4th, having dispatched on this lap Miles Griffiths in the Porsche.
And then there is the big gap to 3rd place White and McKinnon Aston Martin, which is 20-odd seconds ahead of this battle now. So all Lamborghini for now, and actually Michael Lyons catching his rival right in the wrong place, because that's actually slowed him down quite a lot through the Beckett's S's. He will get by without any problems, but he really wanted to keep the speed up. 9 minutes on the clock. Michael Lyons up to 4th, chasing a podium here.
Through Stowe Corner, making his way down through the Vale into the left-hander at Club Corner, and here is the number 11 car of McAnulty, which is currently in 2nd place, but 30 seconds down on the similar Lamborghini of Craig Wilkins ahead.
Now the gap between that black and gold Lambo and the white Aston that is challenging it for 2nd place was 3 seconds on the last lap. It's now not even 1/3 of a second. So the white Aston Martin, started by Phil White, now driven by Alistair McKinnon, all over the back of Jason McAnulty. They are 30 seconds behind leader Craig Wilkins, so I've already said this today, so unless something goes bang in front of them, that's not an outright victory battle. But we said that about a potential battle for a podium earlier, and almost immediately the car in front pulled off at the side of the road. Now, will the Aston Vantage have any advantage from the Aston Martins in front, the GT4 cars, slowing up the Lamborghini as it catches them into Maggotts and Beckett's? That's not going to help Jason McAnulty. He catches the GT4 Aston in just the wrong place, and McKinnon is now all over his tail. Alistair McKinnon with a real opportunity here. That brings him right onto parity. Who's got the big power onto the straight? Is it the engine in the Lamborghini or the engine in the Aston Martin? The Aston Martin will pick up a slipstream as well from the Lambo, but first of all, Jason McAnulty just puts a bit of clear air in front of Alistair McKinnon. There's the horsepower of that Lambo V12 showing over the Aston Martin's motor.
Coming down into Club Corner, and Jason McAnulty manages to slip through there. That was very helpful to him, but a bit of a slide on as he goes through Club, and correction. So the yellow Aston Martin is a lap down. We're looking at the white one on the left-hand side, all white, driven by at the moment Alistair McKinnon, and that is challenging for 2nd place as they come through and into Village onto the brakes for the tight right-hander. Meantime, some 30-odd seconds up the road, Craig Wilkins is going on his merry way.
And I was just about to say, where is Michael Lyons right now? Well, he's on yet another fastest race lap. His last was 2 minutes 0.75. He's quicker than that in Sector 1. He's quicker than that in Sector 2. This could come down under 2 minutes for the Lamborghini driver in 4th place as he chases the battle for 2nd. And the good news for him, although time is against him, the battle here for 2nd place that we're looking at between the black and gold Lambo Jason McAnulty and the white Aston Martin Martin of Alistair McKinnon is slowing them both up compared to the electrifying pace of Michael Lyons. Time is against him. This is like a 5th day of the test match run chase. Michael Lyons with wickets in hand. He's got the speed, but has he got the time to catch his battling rivals in front?
Well, the gap between them last time across the timing line was 19 seconds, and Michael is some 2 seconds a lap quicker, but that was at the timing line, and they're already well round the next lap, so it will be closer. And whether in the remaining 5.5 minutes Michael Lyons can make up that gap, that's a hard job for him.
Again, back with Alistair McKinnon in the white Aston. This time, again, losing ground as they come out of the Beckett's S's to Jason McAnulty. Lyons not quite as quick on the last lap as he had been on the previous one. A really lackluster 2 minutes 0.95 compared to the previous 2 minutes 0.75. So he clearly got impeded a fraction by traffic. But again, here comes Alistair McKinnon, gets good speed onto the start-finish line, looking down the inside into the first corner, can't get through at Farm Curve. Now they sweep long and left before they get hard on the brakes. The tight right-hander at Village, and this might be where the Aston Martin has just a little bit more, carries it around the outside, but runs too wide as they come down into the tight left-hander at the loop, onto the Wellington Straight. Named not after the waterproof footwear, but after the bombers that flew out of Silverstone during World War II. And again, he is right with him, but again, in a straight line, the Lamborghini picks up its skirts as we watch Michael Lyons still carving away, quicker and quicker and quicker. 2 minutes 0.19, his last lap. He must get below 2 minutes, surely, but the gap is coming down. Again, it was only 3 seconds on that last lap. He is running out of time, and Lyons in traffic now, goes by the FR500C Mustang. He's got those two battling GT4 Aston Martins in front of him as well. He should just get by both of them before they get to Copse Corner. Picks off the first as he exits Luffield, headlights flashing. Lyons is on a charge. McKinnon still can't get to grips with Jason McAnulty, and we've forgotten to show you for a while our race leader, the purple and white Lamborghini of Craig Wilkins, as we see the spinning Ferrari. Again, no harm done. Onto the straight they come once more. McKinnon right behind McAnulty, and even picking up the toe, the Lamborghini just picks up her skirts and away she goes, leaving the Aston a little breathless in her wake.
And you caught a quick flash of Michael Lyons going through Beckett's in the background of that long shot we had up the Stowe, from Stowe up the Hanger Straight, and that gives you an idea on track of how far behind he is. On the timing screen it's 16 seconds, it'll be less than that this time around.
Fastest man down the Hanger Straight this time, Michael Lyons, 157.5 miles an hour, and here comes the Aston, doesn't quite have enough to go inside into Farm Bend, into the Farm Curve. Oh, he is so close to making a breakthrough. McKinnon has to go the long way around the outside here, hasn't got enough room to do so, but the BMW's in front. Will they hold up the Lamborghini? Lamborghini's been pretty lucky in traffic, Jason McAnulty, but those dicing Beamers might just offer a shot here to McKinnon. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
And they're going to get by on the Wellington Straight, so no real advantage either way for the two battling cars for second place. And into Brooklands they come. Oh, did the Lamborghini run a bit wide there? He
ran in very deep. I was worrying actually that McKinnon coming in shallow might run into trouble, but McAnulty went in too late and too deep. Craig Wilkins having a big bobble there as he came out of the corner. Here comes McKinnon on the inside, can't get by. Slow Ferrari up against the old pit wall. And he will hopefully not be in the way as they get into Copse Corner. No, he stays way out of the way. And again, here comes the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin seems to be better in the quicker stuff, but the Lamborghini, rather, has got the legs on the straights just enough to stay out of harm's reach for most of the lap.
Through Beckett's they come, and another opportunity now as they go on to the hangar straight. We've seen generally the Lamborghinis a little bit quicker down the straight, but perhaps into Stowe Corner on the brakes. They're back with Michael Lyons on our live stream shot there, chasing as hard as he can. Into Stowe Corner they come. It's still the Lamborghini in second place, and just behind the white Alistair McKinnon GT2 Aston Martin, now down onto the brakes into Club Corner. They sweep through the left part of Club, then into the right-handed element, a much tighter element this, and then onto the Hamilton straight once again with 50 seconds remaining. So the leader I don't think the leader will get round again. He's 35 seconds
this will be
ahead,
the
so
final lap, won't it?
Lap, yeah.
So by the time runs out, Craig Wilkins will take the checkered flag. So this is last chance saloon at every corner now for Alistair McKinnon, chasing Jason McAnulty, and he's got a chance with the Morgan Aero Super Sport, and the Lamborghini runs very wide, but he's still tucked on the inside line. There's not enough grunt in the Aston, surely, to go a long way around the inside, and the Ferrari really squirming as he tries to get the power down. The Lambo gets through, but he's still got the Morgan in front. Now he's got to cut to his left, go inside the Morgan, but the Lamborghini has got the straight line legs on the Aston Martin. So this is going to be a real battle. In the background, Michael Lyons. It is the last lap of the race. Lyons isn't going to catch them unless something bizarre happens, Alistair. This is going to be a breathtaking battle to the flag, because the slightly faster Lambo is now behind the Aston.
Indeed it is, and Michael Lyons' car within 10 seconds now of this battle. What a drive from Michael, but it's just too much on this, the last lap. So it's Aston Martin second, Lamborghini third, and Lamborghini, of course, in the lead as well. So the Aston versus Lamborghini battles that we've seen in British GT over a number of years here in this race has been a really fascinating battle.
Craig Wilkins approaching the end of the lap. Here he is. The checkered flag awaits from the man who started in third place. A victory in his Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and Alistair McKinnon onto the hangar straight for the only time since he took over the car in front of the Lamborghini of Jason McAnulty, and McAnulty cannot get close enough. I wondered whether he'd be able to hang on through the Beckett's S's and challenge down the straight into Stowe for the final time, but the Phil White, Alistair McKinnon, Aston Martin, having been trounced in qualifying by a phalanx of Lamborghinis, takes second place, and it will be third for Jason McAnulty, and Michael Lyons will come across the line right now, just under 10 seconds back. Now, plenty of racing still going on. We've got 3 different classes, and each of the capacity classes, we've got 3 different groups of cars as well, and Rob Fenn still all over the back of Dallas Carroll's Porsche. So there goes the number 70 Porsche into the Beckett's S's. Rob Fenn in the Lotus will throw the kitchen sink at Dallas Carroll to try and get by him on the last lap. It might be brave at Stowe. Look at how much speed he's trying to carry through the Beckett's S's. Across the line comes our GT4 battle. There is the 4th place Lamborghini and the 5th place Porsche of Miles Griffiths. The Lotus is not going to get there, is it? It'll be Dallas Carroll in the number 70 Porsche, who will be 7th of the line. Robert Fenn in 8th place. The racing car of the beast, 666, the little Lotus Supersport. And across the line they come, nose to tail. Dallas Carroll just easing out of the final corners to the flag. Rob Fenn almost rear-ending him there in the Lotus. But, yeah, the Motorsport Elise, to give it its correct name, not the Supersport. And there you go, a dramatic end to the race for so many of our cars. And they're taking 9th place. The green and white number 60 Ferrari, not hurrying because he's got no one in his mirrors, just enjoying the last couple of corners here on the Silverstone Classic circuit. That little cut through there in the final part of Club Corner, final part of the Vale rather, before they get into Club Corner, just making life a little easier, particularly for the older vehicles, of whom we have quite a number here. These cars would handle the Formula 1 layout without too much problem. They've got lots of grip, lots of downforce and big fat tyres, so they would manage it, but some of our older contestants would find it a little trickier. Well, that was breathless stuff. Craig Wilkins was looking very happy before qualifying yesterday, very keen to take on this challenge. and he did a pretty decent job of it as well. Phil White, Alistair McKinnon taking second in the white Aston Martin Vantage. Few spots of water on the camera lens at the wing. And Jason McAnulty, having been third for a long way through the race, in the end, the Aston getting him on the last lap and taking second place away. Jason McAnulty still on the podium in third place, and Michael Lyons at the end, 4.89 seconds back. 2 more laps and he'd have passed them. 1 more lap and he would have put them under real pressure. But here is your race winner with the 8 ball on the helmet. And looks like that might have been quite hot work for Craig Wilkins. I think 40 minutes in a Super Trofeo Lamborghini definitely gets you pretty worn out. There's the Aston team looking after the car for Paul White and Alistair McKinnon. A good result for them as well, finishing in second spot. That was really hard worked for as well. Alistair tried everything without much success to get by Jason McAnulty, and in the end it was just a little bit of traffic that helped it break in his way. Well, that car regularly raced, you can see in the Dutch Supercar Challenge from the door panels as well, so that car's getting a lot of outings. And Michael Lyons just off the podium by under 5 seconds after a phenomenal chase. Fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 0.198, and that is a full second quicker than even the next quickest man, Craig Wilkins. And the third fastest car's best lap was a 2 minutes 2.9, so 1.8 seconds quicker than the third fastest race lap. Looks like the Mustang has failed to proceed. Let's take a look at our results. Masters GT Trophy. Well, the Lamborghinis qualified strongly and looked to dominate. They didn't quite manage to in the end. Craig Wilkins claimed victory from the White and McKinnon Aston Martin, which took second from Jason McNulty on the final lap. Michael Lyons just fell short in his chase, but some stupendous laps take that car up to fourth ahead of Keith Freezer. Miles Griffiths, the best of the Porsche 911s, and Diana's Carroll fending off the Motorsport Elise of Rob Fenn right to the flag. Wayne Mars, the best of the Ferraris, in 9th place. The GT4 Aston Martin battle, which went all the way through and entertained them as well as the crowd, and a whole host of one-offs and interesting individualities in the lineup here as we see the remainder of our finishing cars. Lamborghinis dominated in qualifying for the Masters GT Trophy, race 6 at the Silverstone Festival 2023, and our pole sitter led them away, Chris Milner in the grey and yellow car. But it wasn't long before Craig Wilkins from third on the grid jumped into the lead. Jason McAnulty in the black and gold number 11 Lamborghini following him through. They were driving solo and were needing to get ahead of the pro drivers. Moving up the order, car number 52, another Lamborghini moving fast, and Craig Davis taking that car up, but he had to give best to the Aston Martin of Paul White. And then towards the end, after a long and valiant chase of Jason McAnulty's number 11 Lamborghini in second place, it was the Aston on the last lap that moved up into second, but Craig Wilkins claimed victory in his purple and white Lambo.
So I've come down to the pit lane because I found something very, very interesting called P1 Fuels. So I've been joined by Benjamin. So can you just explain to everyone out there what is the difference with P1 Fuels?
Well, P1 Fuels is 100% non-fossil fuel. By using it in these beautiful cars, it's carbon neutral, so we don't produce any new carbon. It's 100% non-fossil, it's EN228 and 0% ethanol.
It's extraordinary. And you can run, so just normal road cars, but you can also run race cars?
Yeah, exactly. So we are the suppliers of the WRC and the World Karting Championship, but we are now moving into the road applications to make sure that all these beautiful cars has a future, but in a sustainable way. So you just pour in the fuel and off you go.
So the ideal kind of dream is that there'll be petrol stations around the world, but it will have this amazing carbon-free fuel in them.
Exactly. So we are not there to make fossil fuel greener. We're just going to replace it.
And so you've brought all of these cars down now just to showcase to everyone out there that this is the difference of all the cars that can take the fuel.
Exactly. So we think it's the best of Britain. So from going from pre-war Caterham Rolls and up to the Defender, showcasing that all these cars can use this fuel. So we don't did anything, we don't modify them, just use it.
And do you have any race cars that are going out this weekend?
Yeah, so we have the Rod Jolly Lister, that's in the anniversary pit of the Formula 1 going on it, and some others also. So yeah, there is quite busy fueling zone here, so we're on it.
And what would the future look like for you guys?
Well, we are collaborating now with several OEMs, including JLR, Toyota, etc., etc. So we are introducing it to the OEMs. Then we increase the production, decrease the price, that everybody can use it.
Well, it's fantastic and very, very fascinating, and I wish you all the luck.
Thank you for that.
Couple of spots of rain overhead. We had a rain shower before lunch, which interrupted our Thundersports race, but the track has dried off since then. As we get ready for our next race, let's catch up with that man, Ed Foster. And first, Edward, I wonder what the weather's doing.
Now, the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix car grid is enormous. There are so many cars here. Front engine, rear engines, but at the front of the grid, we've got the rear engine cars. They are quicker, and on pole position here is Will Nuttall by quite a large amount. Will, just looking at your qualifying time, about 2.5 seconds ahead of the next man, so everything's going pretty well.
No, you make it sound like it's going to be really easy, but it never is, unfortunately. I think Charlie's got a bit more pace, but so have I, so we should be a good race.
Are you watching these clouds overhead?
Yeah, for me, I hope it rains. It's a bit less stress on the car, and also it gives me a bit of an advantage. I think I've been around here a bit more than in the wet than he has.
What I love is that I was trying to find you earlier, and actually you were down the other end of the grid chatting to customers. Business never stops, does it?
No, we have to keep working, and also the grid wouldn't be here if we didn't have everybody on the grid.
Well, best of luck.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Right, that's Will on pole. I saw Charlie Martin earlier. This is Charlie's car here, and there he is. Follow me, Max. Sorry, there's a bit of a voyage of discovery through here. Someone eating a delicious pizza. Charlie, I'm sorry, I'm jumping in here. So why don't we go up next to your car and we'll have a wee chat. Just been chatting to Will. There's a bit of a gap, but I don't think you're sort of overly worried by the gap in qualifying, are you?
No, not overly worried. It's always nice to follow Will around. We'll have a go at trying to keep up with him. I didn't have any rear brakes in qualifying, which was a bit interesting. So we've got that sorted and resolved for today. And yeah, we'll see how I'm feeling, really. See if I can get up with him.
What was wrong with the rear brakes?
I changed the pads. I serviced the brakes and didn't change the pads. So they're working different to how they were previously, and I just needed to adjust the bias up a bit more now. So I think it's going to be fine. The pedal feels a lot better.
And these aren't the kind of cars you can do that in the cockpit. You've got to do it out of the car.
You've got to do it, yeah. You've got to do it, jack it up, take it, like rock all the wheels over and get all the bias nice and set up nicely. So yeah, it's good. Nice job this morning.
Charlie, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Well, Ed talking to Charlie Martin there a moment or two ago, and the weather conditions, well, it are raining here also. It is raining at the Loop. There's rain on the camera lens at Cops Corner as well. So Will Nuttall and Charlie Martin in their Cooper T53s start on the front row of the grid. First of the front engine cars in this pre-66 race is John Spears. He starts in 13th place in the Maserati 250F, and he is ahead of Eddie Maguire's front engine Scarab starting in 17th. Then most of the other front engine cars are just around to the bottom of the top 20 with the ERA of Mark Gillies. Tony Smith in his front engine Ferrari 246 Dino, another Mazda, and the first of the Cooper Bristols And the Talbot Largo of Luke Brands that didn't set a time blew its head gasket yesterday. It's the pale blue car at the back of the field. Luckily, because it's a car built in the 1930s, the team had a spare head gasket. In fact, apparently they had 6 spare head gaskets. Because you do for a Talbot Largo. Who doesn't? You know, everybody's got those hanging around in their garage. However, they've rebuilt the car and it is out there. And that car is one of the cars that competed in the original Grand Prix here at Silverstone in 1948. So I don't imagine there's anybody in the crowd who was here at the 1948 Grand Prix, but certainly at least one of the cars is. And the upright pale green ERA of Mark Gillies, R3A, that didn't compete here in period, but Remus R5B did compete here, not R5B, R5A competed here in period as well. So we've got at the tail of the field a rebuilt car that raced here back in 1948. Now the cars at the front of the field are much more recent, and when I say much more recent, they're only about 50 years old, Alistair. So these cars coming out the early 1960s as the front-engined revolution arrived. A damp track for the start of the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. The front-engine Coopers dominating in practice, and it is car number 10, Will Nuttall, the green car with the white stripes, who leads the field from Charlie Martin, Andrew Beaumont in the red Lotus with the green noseband in third place. The upright ERA R3A of Mark Gillies from the 1930s in the centre of the field. But it is Maserati 250F of John Spears going around the outside to your right-hand side of your shot. That is the fastest of our front-engine qualifiers. And look through the electric blue Scarab not too far behind him. There's Gillies, whose backside is probably higher than the heads of all of his rivals in the rear-engine cars. And Mark Gillies is just carving his way through 30-year younger and therefore much better Grand Prix cars, absolutely tearing his way through. But the race leader is Will Nuttall. There is rain falling, and that should actually perhaps not harm these rear-engine cars too much. Now, all of these cars, Alistair Douglas, are competing on treaded racing tyres, as they would have done in period, so a little bit of water shouldn't be too much of a handicap.
No, but it would still
be better if it was dry.
Focus the mind, I was trying to think of, yes, because we're not quite sure. We've been watching the weather, and I think they're coming into a section of the track now that is likely to be wetter if rain has fallen. We were watching the clouds, and that lovely Maserati there with the driver sat up in like an armchair, compared to these much lower slung rear engine cars. They're going through maggots into Beckett's, and it doesn't seem as though there's a great deal of water, but they are taking it quite steady, aren't they? I think they're aware that there is some dampness on the track.
Well, the other thing is that these 1.5 litre Formula One cars didn't have an awful lot of get up and go at any rate, so they are actually holding on pretty well.
Coming down the long hanger straight, a scene that has not changed very much at Silverstone Circuit since these cars raced here in period, and that lovely looking number 1 BRM P261 of Andy Willis in 4th place. And they're making their way now down into Club Corner, and Andy Willis goes through on the inside of the number 76
that's
Tim
the
Child car.
Red Brabham of Tim Child. You know, I misidentified him when he started so quickly. Tim Child coming from 7th on the grid. Andy Willis in that number 1 car coming from 5th on the grid, now moved ahead of him. And again, Mark Gillies in the IRA, where is he? He's currently shown as 22nd from 29th on the grid. Whoa, and a big moment there for the car in front of him. That's another of the front-engine cars, isn't it?
That's the Maserati's leading front-engine car, and I think Mark is 2nd in the ERA. A car from the 30s, which I think you mentioned in the build-up. A car like that raced in the 1948 RAC International Grand Prix.
Now he's been passed by the BRM with its familiar orange noseband. You can see the pea green ERA though has got an orange blob on the front and by the fuel tank, and that denotes that it is not running on gasoline, it is running on methanol. methanol. And the relevance of that is methanol burns with a clear flame. So if there's a methanol fire, all you see is somebody jumping around because they're on fire, and you have to throw water on anything that you think might be burning. Normal fire extinguishers aren't required, but big buckets of water are. So methanol brings its own challenges, as everybody who's familiar with IndyCar racing over the years will know. It's got a high thermal efficiency, higher than pump gasoline, so that's why they use them in Indy cars for so many years. But the downside is you can't see the fire, and it is a little bit of a handicap in that way. So we're seeing all sorts of different rear-engine cars. See the little pea green Lotus, there's car number 32, and that's Guy Plant in his Cooper Bristol. Now, that's a Cooper Bristol T23. We have other Cooper Bristols that are not rear-engined, but are front-engined. The same, so a 2-litre Bristol engine in the front-engine cars, and a derivative of that in the rear-engine cars, and chassis built by Cooper, who straddled the change between front and rear engine, really drove it along, Charlie Cooper and his impecunious band of engineers. Will Nuttall leads from Charlie Martin in second place, and Tim Child in third place in the Brabham. Here is Little Lotus under pressure, and that is Nick Fennell with the Brabham behind him. This is Richard Wilson and Cooper rather behind him with the white stripes of the Cooper Car Company, and that in fact is number 29, Lotus 25 of Nick Fennell with the yellow wheels.
That's an ex-Jim Clark car, and Jim Clark, one of the greatest exponents of the Lotus marque up to this point.
And the BRM coming by. And one of P261, one of BRM's more successful chassis. BRM had an awful lot of interesting diversions. The V16, of course, legendarily complicated and unreliable, but they didn't stop at V16s. They built all sorts of interesting engines. An H16 that didn't really catch on, and for the same sort of overly complex reasons that the V16 really didn't work with BRM. But they did have a number. One thing they did always have was fairly gorgeous looking cars over the years. Some were more successful than others, and yeah, some of their engine designs left a bit to be desired. Tony Lees in the number 87 Cooper, and carving around the inside, Tom Waterfield in another Cooper, Cooper Type 43, T43 compares to the T53, and there's a 3-year gap between the two of them, both rear-engined, but of course, every time you take a car out on track, you learn a lot more, and you develop that into the next car. The red car, number 128, Jeff Underwood, another Cooper, but with an Alpha engine from 1961, so that's quite a rarity. Most Coopers would have been built in the UK, raced in the UK, all by British teams, and predominantly would have had Climax engines, but the Alpha engine in that T58, T59, the bright red car that was just at the back of the shot there.
And the classic BRM colours there on the number 8 car of Graham Edelman. That's another of the P261s.
And there's Rod Jolly, car number 2. Cooper T53, again another 1961 car, and on the grass 32 car of Guy Plant.
It's the T45 Cooper, and looked like he was retiring, didn't it,
yeah.
Guy Plant?
So Rod Jolly will drive in another one of our Grand Prix car races in the Lister Jaguar Monza GP car. So it's essentially a chrome shoebox based around a Lister Jag sports racer for the Monzalapolis Races of Two Worlds, which happened at Monza, where the Indy cars came over to take on the best of the Europeans, and because it predominantly was around the bank circuit at Monza, thrashed everybody. Charlie Martin with the fastest race lap, 2:22.4, car number 59, just 0.2 of a second quicker than our race leader Will Nuttall, as again another position change, the Jim Clark Lotus.
And that's
slipping by.
That's the chassis that Jim Clark won his first 3 Formula 1 races in, non-championship races in South Africa, but that was the beginning of his tremendous career in Grand Prix racing. And Mark Shaw wearing an almost Jim Clark tribute helmet, dark blue with a white peak, not quite, a little bit lighter blue, but nevertheless looks great in that number 99 car.
Yeah, Andy Middlehurst regularly races a slightly later Jim Clark Lotus 25, chassis number 5, and he always wears the dark blue and white peak Jim Clark helmet. And again, we talked about this yesterday in qualifying. We saw an ex-Elio De Angelis car out with an Elio De Angelis helmet, and I'm not averse to drivers either wearing their own colours because they're not the original driver, or just completing the picture by having that view. There's your race leader, Will Nuttall. Charlie Martin just a whisker closer on the last lap, 0.2 of a second closer, so 3.16 behind as they started the lap. There is Charlie just dialing in the oversteer as they sweep through Stowe. And these wheels would look spindly on any car, never mind on a racing car. These are about, what are they, maybe 5-inch rims? 5.5 at the most. Coming up behind the second of our little battle, or another of our little battles, Cooper Bristol in front, the front-engined Cooper Bristol. We've seen a rear-engine Cooper Bristol, and behind it, misidentified that as an ERA yesterday. It is not an ERA.
It's a Maserati 8CM.
Indeed.
Which from 1934, so a similar sort of period to the ERA we saw earlier with Mark Gillies, the light green car, and the Cooper. You can see straight away, we had a quick shot of that Maserati, and look at the Cooper, and so much lower. In fact, this car, the T53 that Charlie Martin's driving, was nicknamed the low line because compared to the T51 which preceded it, it was the driver sat a whole inch lower. So
and the T51 had that big beetle back behind the driver as well, which was sort of a hangover from sports car racing in a way. But look at this, the ex-Jackie Stewart BRM, looking every inch a 1960s Grand Prix. I mean, that's exactly what you think of when you think of a 60s Grand Prix car. The classic cigar-shaped tube of the Lotus or the BRM, driver's head sticking out, the engine's intakes, and those chrome exhausts sticking out the back, or out the top, or out the side, or down the bottom, whatever on the BRM, depending on which particular line they had chosen. And the preceding era, that's pale green Cooper Bristol, sort of car in which Mike Hawthorne, the 1950 world champion, made his name. It was one of his first racing cars. And the difference between those front-engine Coopers and these rear-engine Coopers, I mean, it could not be more dramatic. Right behind them, the Maserati 250F, having a pretty good run at the moment. This is the red number 34 250F of John Spears. A little further down the order, you'll see another red front-engine car. That's Tony Smith, car number 5, his familiar Ferrari 246 Dino, the last front-engined Grand Prix racing Ferrari, before Enzo accepted that eventually he was going to have to put the engine in the back, just like everybody else.
And the red Maserati leading the front-engined contingent in this race, John Spears, who we've seen out a number of times already in this meeting.
And again, the ERA of Mark Gillies, he's now being sort of slightly overhauled as the traction gets better and the track dries, but when it was damp, he was carving his way through these rear-engine midgets like some giant bestraddling them all. But that car, the pale green ERA, now down to 18th place. I think it is still the second of our front-engine cars. And there they're going by the Maserati, putting a lap on the car that at that stage was a historic racer, 30 years old compared to these brand new Grand Prix cars as they were in the early 1960s. And clearly cars from pre-war front-engine cars stood absolutely no chance, or post-war front-engine cars stood absolutely no chance against the onslaught of these new tiddlers.
And the two front-engine cars on our screen there at the back of this group, the Cooper Bristol is Mike Hawthorne, thank you very much, Martin. Mike Hawthorne made his name before becoming world champion, and the red Maserati, Sterling Moss bought one of those privately, or his father did for him, to make his name in front of the Mercedes works team. And of course, Moss then drove along with Fangio for the Mercedes Grand Prix team.
Battle for third here. The red car, Lee Child. Right behind him is car number 29, and that is the Lotus of Nick Fennell.
And that's a car that Jim Clark won a number of Grand Prix in, the Nick Fennell car, also driven by Trevor Taylor. But Clark was first at Pau, Imola and here at Silverstone in the International Trophy in 1963.
I said Lee Child, I meant Tim Child. Did I say Tim Child? And maybe I meant Tim Child. Tim Child in the red Brabham with the green noseband, and right behind him with its yellow wobbly wheels and the familiar green and yellow of Team Lotus. Tucked up, Nick Fennell in the Lotus 25 gets the run out of the Beckett's S's through Maggot Curve and onto the Hanger Straight, through Chapel Curve onto the Hanger Straight, and he goes by into Stowe. He doesn't have the open face helmet or the peak, but the blue on the helmet is about right for Jim Clark, the sheep farmer from Duns in Scotland.
And really dominant in this period of Grand Prix racing, Jim Clark.
Absolutely. The significance of Clark being so successful suddenly meant that young drivers like Jackie Stewart were looked at with perhaps more interest than a quick driver from Scotland might have been, had there not been a quick driver from Scotland winning things in Formula One. So certainly opened a lot of doors, and you know, to a degree it's still the same today. If you don't see it, you can't be it. And suddenly Jackie Stewart went from potentially being an Olympic shotgun and trap shooting champion to being a potential Formula One world champion. And what he would have done at the Olympics we'll never know, but we certainly know what he did in a car, around cars and around motorsport, and continues to do so. Still in his 9th decade. Whoa! Little lock up there, just avoiding dramas. So that's the low nose of Rod Jolly's Cooper. Having a good battle at the moment. Car right in front of him is 87 Tony Lee's T53 Cooper. So these two cars, both built in Surbiton in Surrey at the Cooper Works. And of course, so many people know John Cooper's work from Mini Coopers, and it definitely didn't hurt to have that association. Certainly in the early days of Mini Coopers, he didn't earn very much per unit from BMC. I'm sure it was counted in pennies rather than pounds. But that fame, that Formula One success, World Championship success, and the Mini Cooper's rallying success brought really changed the nature of the Cooper Car Company.
Yes, it's rather sad to see the name used now. You're following a diesel Mini along the road, a bulbous new BMW Mini, and it's got Cooper on the back, and you think, yeah, not really.
Yeah, but change of place, Rod Jolly moves up again. Rod Jolly prepares as good a car as he races. And into the pit lane comes Will Nuttall, the race leader. So Will coming in at not racing pace, well, certainly not in the pit lane, but coming in from the lead. And so suddenly Charlie Martin is the race leader, and Nick Fennell is now in 2nd place. Tim Child in 3rd, Mark Shaw in 4th. There is your new race leader. So whatever has befallen Will Nuttall, his car has decided that that is enough. The Cooper in the pit lane, and Charlie Martin leads in a similar car from the same year, the T53. Well, there you go, Cooper Bristol in front and Cooper T53 behind. What a step change that must have been to be around when front-engine Grand Prix cars were superseded by these things that were half the size, a third of the height. I don't think that came off the leader's car. A little bit of debris blown on track. If you could keep a hang on things, even if it is a little bit windy, that would certainly be appreciated. And Rod Jolly moves up another spot. So that is up to 6th, which will be 5th, once Will Nuttall has been passed as they go past the pit lane. And Rod Jolly just chucking it in sideways and sorting it out on the way out. So Tim Child third in his Brabham. Nick Fennell's second in the Lotus 25. Race leader is Charlie Martin, and any one of these, with Katsuki Kubota a little further behind in car number 9, trying to get involved in this action. There he is in the pale green car. Kubota, arch enthusiast from Japan, and he's in Lotus 24, dates to 1962. And he is being chased by the 51 Cooper of Tom Waterfield, car number 51, not 1951. So there's Tom Waterfield in 9th place now. And that means in the top 10 is the Maserati 250F of John Spears. So the lead front engine car, by dint of some very good driving and a couple of moments in front, and there might be another one. Katsuki Kubota on the grass there. A little wild moment from Richard Wilson in the darker green Cooper. And Kubota was challenging him into the Beckett's S's. Looks like Wilson carried just too much speed into that second element, was all over the place. Kubota had to take to the grass. The Japanese driver in the pale green car, the BRP colours, comes around the outside. Doesn't quite make it through there. So a little recovery of composure by Richard Wilson, but that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment for both drivers. A few seconds left on the clock. Is the leader going to take the checkered flag, or has he gone through to start another lap? I think he's gone through, Charlie Martin, to start another lap. Yes, he has.
On the Wellington Straight, yes.
On the Wellington Straight.
On his last lap.
Yeah. So one more shot for Kubota to get by Wilson. And Charlie Martin leading by 18 seconds. So twiddling the wheel, negating the oversteer and the understeer as he comes in and comes off the corner, goes by the Cooper Bristol, or one of the Cooper Bristols.
Making his way up to Copse Corner. A great shot on the run into Copse Corner, and then as they leave Copse and crest the rise at Maggots, a wonderful evocative shot of Silverstone there, with the heat haze as well, which is nice to see. The leader comes into the Beckett's S's for the final time. Charlie Martin, who Ed spoke to at the beginning in the assembly area, and he's done some work on the brakes, but I think he'll be very, very happy with this run in this race, albeit I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted Will to retire, but a nice to take a win.
Well, Charlie Martin romping clear of the field, and as we saw him going past the Cooper Bristol, that Cooper Bristol, the upright front engine car from 1953, this Cooper 1960, just 7 years separate them. It looks like one predated World War II and the other one was post-World War II. Such a shock of the new, these cars introduced when they came into racing, and we have not looked back since. Charlie Martin then will take victory here at Silverstone in the historic Grand Prix Car Association pre-66 race for Grand Prix cars. Victory for Charlie Martin in the Cooper T53. Nick Fennell will be second place from 4th on the grid. He started right behind Charlie Martin, car number 29, the ex-Jim Clark Lotus 25. He will come across the line in second place with the Assegai in front, the Cooper Bristol behind, and across the line in third place is the red green-nosed car, the Brabham BT3/4 of Tim Child. So there is the Maserati 8CM, the pre-war car from the 1930s. And in fourth place will be Mark Shaw, car number 99. Fifth place, Rod Jolly in car number 2. Ahead of Tony Lee's Cooper, and then the pale green car of Katsu Kubota did get the better in the end of Richard Wilson on the last lap after they started the penultimate lap in all sorts of disarray. And there, hand out to the cockpit in the Maserati 250F. John Spears, did he cross the line in 10th? Yes, he did. The first of the front engine cars to the flag in 10th overall, out of a field of 42. So early race leader and pole sitter Will Nuttall, I'm afraid, having to retire before the end of it, but you've got to be there at the flag to claim victory, and Charlie Martin was. There's Nick Fennell's Lotus in second place. And Tim Child coming third in the red Brabham with the green noseband. So some entertaining stuff there. And the ERA R3A of Mark Gillies will come across the line just outside the top 20. Not a bad showing for a car from the 1930s, and a car which was not a Grand Prix racer in its period either. It was more of a Formula 2 and Formula Libre Voiturette racing car. Didn't quite have the pace of Alfa Romeo's Alfettas or the Maserati 250Fs of the 30s and the 50s. But what the ERAs do have is staying power. Almost every ERA ever built in Born in Lincolnshire remains racing, and that actually goes true for the spiritual successors, BRM. Most of the BRMs that were made by British Racing Motors in the same workshops on Raymond May's land, still racing. And in fact, more BRM V16s than ever are now circulating, because the BRM V16, not only have Hall & Hall got the original cars running, but there have been some continuations made of the Mark III V16 as well. Since once you've gone to all the time, effort and expense of prototyping and producing all the parts that the enormously complex engine needs, then why not use them more than once? There's Tim Child in his Brabham. And Blackjack Brabham, of course, not only a world champion in Coopers, but then setting up his own car company. Cars designed by Ron Toronak, who went on to set up his own car company, Rolt Cars, and dominated Formula 3 in the 1980s. And one of Blackjack's three racing sons, David Brabham, is here this weekend. He's supporting the kidney research charity here, and he'll be chatting on the stage as well later on during the course of the afternoon. And Brab's always happy to chat racing cars, racing and anything else you like. So if you spot him, you will know him. Very familiar sight around the British motor racing circles. The Ex-Le-Mans winner and all-round top chap. So the Lotus being wheeled in. There is the Brabham that finished in third place, and our race winner in the Cooper, Charlie Martin, heading back to the team. So his little scare in qualifying when he didn't really have the brakes sorted out. Clearly they worked on that overnight, because you can't go fast if you can't stop. A Cooper claims victory in the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix Cars race. Charlie Martin at the wheel of his T53. Nick Fennell's Lotus in second, and spreading the honours wide among the British-based manufacturers. Tim Child claims the final podium spot in a Brabham BT34. And the first of the front-engine cars, John Spears in the Maserati 258, finishing a fine 10th place despite some very wet conditions, ahead of BRM P261 of Philip Buhofer. The Alpha engine Cooper finishing in 12th position, and more of our front engine cars in amongst the top 20. And further down, Tony Smith just 30th place for Ferrari's last front engine Grand Prix car. The unique Assegai and Noita Peugeot, both finishing, two South African built cars, and the Turbo Largo that started the Grand Prix in 1948 here at Silverstone, the first post-war race, also out on track. The shock of the new versus the remnants of the old front-engine way of going motor racing. The Pre-66 Grand Prix cars showing the 1500cc category and the rear-engine revolution in all its full effect, with British-based manufacturers like Cooper, Brabham, Lotus, BRM battling at the front of the field against their continental rivals, and the rear engine revolution suddenly saw British manufacturers winning more and more frequently. British world champions and British-based world championship winning cars. Frantic action all the way through. Early leader Will Nuttall retired towards the end, leaving his closest rival Charlie Martin to claim victory in another Cooper T53, with Lotus second on the grid and a Brabham finishing in third.
So I have been tearing around Silverstone. I am now in the Silverstone Museum, and I have got the wonderful Steph, who is head of collections. So just tell me a little bit about what people would expect when they come to the museum.
Well, the museum's housed in the only remaining World War II hangar. So you go through the RAF Silverstone history upstairs, and then we start with 1948, which is our very first race. And then downstairs, we have our race control area and pit lane area. We have our tech lab, where you understand all the engineering principles behind Formula One and MotoGP, and then we have our traditional era plinths with all the cars and the bikes and objects from all the legends of the motorsport.
So it's literally you're going on a history tour of Silverstone.
Yeah, the great thing about Silverstone is that the corner names actually give you a good taste of the history of the circuit, so we've used those to give you a lap of history of Silverstone.
And how long has this building been a museum?
We opened at the end of 2019, and then obviously 2020 was a little bit open and closed. We're very good at doing that, and now we're really, picking up momentum since then.
Can I just say where we're standing? I am a massive 90s F1 fan, and can I just say we are in literally, I want to get down and start praying to these cars. Can we just, in the far end we've got the Red 5.
Yeah, the FW 14B of Nigel Mansell from 92.
Okay. Then we've got the Alain Prost.
Yes, the 1990 British Grand Prix winning.
And then literally, I'm going to do this. This is of course the wonderful Ayrton Senna's
World Championship McLaren. This is the great thing about your job. My job is I get to help curate this with my colleague Rob, and we get to sort of have a bit of a hit list and a wish list, and these are all mine.
Well, honestly, you'll know where you'll find me. I'm just going to be right here praying to this car. Thank you very much, Steph.
Kind of understand that you might not tear yourself away from the track to visit the Silverstone Museum today, but if you don't, you really do owe it to yourself to try and do so at some stage fairly soon. Catch up with David Brabham 5 to 5 on the main stage. That's by what used to be Bridge Bend, and you'll hear from the guys who brought NASCAR to Silverstone. Unfortunately, the cars didn't demo today because they don't have wet weather tyres and the track was steaming wet. The Fueling Around podcast being recorded live here with Jason Plato, Comedy Dave Vitti and VIP guests. And then we break into the music. New rules kick us off, and it will be the Sugar Babes that round out the evening's entertainment on day 2 of the Silverstone Festival. It's not just about cars, it's not just about fuel, it's not just about music, it's not just about entertainment. Also, Foodie Fest is here this weekend, and you can hear from Great British Bake Off finalist Stephen Carter-Bailey live now at the Silverstone Kitchen, so hustle. And then later on, 4:30 this afternoon, chef and food writer Mark Lloyd will be on stage as well. Well, clouds overhead and bits of broken blue sky as well. It's a relatively sunny afternoon here at Silverstone, so despite a couple of rain showers, actually we've got all our races through without too much drama. In the background there you can see the big wheels, part of the fun fair. Plenty of car collections as well. Lots and lots of car clubs come out and support the festival, not just with their parades at lunchtime, but all sorts of cars from slightly prosaic and affordable sports cars to things like GT40s and Ford RS200s and everything in between. In terms of racing this afternoon, and don't forget there is a full day of racing tomorrow as well, featuring a lot of these cars again, the International Trophy is up next. That's for classic GT cars pre-66, so expect the Galaxies, the Falcons, the Ford Cortinas, the BMWs, the list is endless. Then we'll have our 75th anniversary demonstration of Grand Prix here at Silverstone. That will field a host of different Formula One cars demonstrating, so you'll get the noise as well as the sight of those cars. The Masters Endurance Legends and the Yokohama Trophy for Masters Sports Car Legends will round out the afternoon's entertainment. And on the podium, and hopefully with her ducks in something resembling a row, Nicola Hume.
Yeah, my ducks, I like to think, are in a row. Thank you very much, guys. So welcome to the podium for the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars. So first up, we're going to do the podium for the rear engine cars. So I want to say welcome to the podium. In third place, it's Tim Child. Make your way up to number 3, please, Tim. Congratulations. And in second place, it's Nick Fennell. We've got some nice cheers from the crowd here, lovely. And in first place, our winner, it's Charlie Martin. Oh, he's looking very cool with the shades on. Lovely. Congratulations, if we can get some lovely photos of you guys with your trophies in the air. Fabulous. I'm gonna come and have a little chat with you. Charlie, how are you feeling?
It's quite an interesting first few laps. No grip at all anywhere, and then one lap later it just switched, full grip, and we had to sort of learn our way around the circuit again. So yeah, really good.
I mean, we had a spot of rain just before the race kind of really kicked off, and then everything kind of stabled after that, didn't it?
Yeah, it was really tricky early on with the little cars because they need a good dry line. But I've got to say thanks to the whole team at HSCC Racing and everyone else who's worked on the car over the last few days, because we weren't sure if we were going to get here, but we did, and it was a great result. So well done, everyone. Thank you.
From not sure to being on the podium, that's fantastic. And how was that for you?
Oh, it was great fun trying to chase the two in front and then drop back a bit and then had a good battle with Nick as usual. So it was good fun. Lovely race.
Brilliant. Congratulations to all of everybody up on the podium for the rear engine cars. Give us a big, big cheer for the HGPCA Pre-66 Grand Prix car drivers.
Continue our action at the 2023 Silverstone Festival, the International Trophy, and this features classic Grand Touring cars, rather, from the pre-66 era. So we're looking at a combination of big V8 muscle, the Cobra Daytona, TVR Griffiths with their big American V8s, the Jaguar E-Types, the world's most beautiful road cars with their XK engines, the smaller engines in the Ginettas and the Lotuses, lighter, more nimble. So what's going to win out? Well, if it stays dry, horsepower trumps all. But if rain returns, then expect things like the Lotuses and the Ginettas to leave those big horsepower muscle cars absolutely trailing in their wake. Right now, though, it is dry and dry enough for all those big V8 capacity engines to dominate. We do have a big field here. We have got 61 cars on our starting lineup, and they are already heading out on track. So there is plenty to be thinking about. Now, if you're not familiar with this era of GT racing cars, essentially most of them were developed from a road car base. Cars like the Lotus Elan became the 26R, the Lotus Europa became the Lotus 49, Lotus 47 rather. But there are other cars like the AC Cobra and the Daytona Cobra Coupe, which was the car designed on the back of a napkin around the running gear of an AC Cobra, specifically to win long-distance endurance races. The TVRs, again, were based on a production car, but with an enormous American V8 stuffed in the front. Jaguar E-Types, quite plainly, either in lightweight or semi-lightweight version, based on their road car progenitors. So you've got a combination of, like the car on pole position, that dark blue and white stripe on the Daytona Coupe, based on AC Cobra 427 running gear, but with a longer, more aerodynamically efficient body. And again, the TVRs, well, the original road car would have come with a 2-litre or 2.5-litre engine maybe, but stuffing in the big Ford V8 at the front transformed it from well, Dr. Jekyll into Mr. Hyde, presumably, for most of the drivers. Of course, all the drivers will tell you it's a lovely thing to drive. They're all lying. Those big engine cars are going to be very leery, even when they're getting all the grip in the drive from their slicks. So the smaller engine cars, and you're looking there at a little group of Lotus Elans, 1600cc Lotus Twin Cam. There's half a dozen, maybe 10 of those cars right in the middle of the pack, and those will be highly entertaining. And once we get into racing as opposed to qualifying, where the outright speed of the car is maybe blunted a little by what's around it, then suddenly the Elans and the slightly less powerful E-types compared to the big V8s will also start to make their way up the order and just make a nuisance of themselves. You've got MGBs, you've got Ford Mustangs, you've got Volvos, you've got Austin Healey's, you've got oddities like the Turner. There's a real something for everybody in here. So if you don't know much about the cars, or even if you do, pick a favourite and maybe do it by the colour. That lime green Elan, right, I'm going to watch him. Where's he? He's down in 20, 30-ish place. Let's see if he goes forwards or backwards. See who he's racing every lap as he comes past you. Or that pale green Daytona Coupe of David and Olivier Hart. That could be one of our front runners. Didn't get the greatest qualifying run. It's in the top half dozen. But let's see where they go once the race gets underway. And don't forget, this is a driver change race as well. Not all cars have two drivers, but they could. And so everybody will have to come in for a mandatory pit stop, for a mandatory minimum time stationary. So there's that thrown into the equation as well. We'll try and keep you up with what's going on at the front of the field, but pick a favourite and follow their progress for yourselves. Coming to the line as we get ready to start the 50-minute race, the International Trophy for Classic GT cars. On pole, Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie's Cobra Daytona with the white stripe, but down the inside, the Daytona Coupe of David and Olivier Hart, straight into the lead, the lime green car, and straight back out of it as John Davison's 88 TVR Griffiths takes the lead. A couple taking the unofficial shortcut, and that is going to drop them a little further back down the order. A couple of lockups as well, pale blue Cobra there. That's the car that Andy Prio will drive a little later in the race. That survives. But right now, the Daytona Coupe's second and third. It is the TVR Griffith, which has a similar Ford V8 engine in front, which leads the field. And Alistair, this is going to be all arms and elbows from start to finish wherever you are on this monster 61-car grid.
Absolutely mouth-watering, yes, as the two leaders come into Brooklands for the first time, and it is the TVR number 88 of John Davison, who I think he won last year, didn't he, Martin, in this car. So he's taken the early lead, and that tremendous start from David Hart, or Olivier Hart, probably David starting. Unfortunately, we don't have start drivers for this race. We're guessing a little bit. He ended up in third place, but it did push a couple of cars out wide with that concertina into Abbey on the first lap.
And through past that pale green car has gone the pale blue TVR Griffith and Mike Whitaker. So he is now up into third place. And again, here comes a Jaguar E-Type down the outside. Now, the best qualified E-Type was John Minshaw and Phil Keen's car. Phil Keen started up, Mike Whitaker with a huge moment in the TVR. Just gathers it up on the runoff area. Yeah, years ago in period, he'd have been bouncing across the grass there. But he gathers it up, comes back on, and is still in third place. The Hart family Daytona Cobra Coupe in fifth place. Fourth place, fifth place, fourth place, fifth place it is now, as through comes car number 14, and that is the John Spears and Nigel Greensell car with the big... no, it's not. Hang on a minute. We've got two number 14s, because number 14 is John Spears and Nigel Greensell in their Daytona Coupe, but there we've got another number 14, which is a TVR Griffith.
No, that's
what
John
am I
Spears.
missing? That is John Spears. Oh, so, sorry, yeah, Daytona Coupe is in the other race.
And it's Nigel Greensell.
It is Nigel Greensell starting that. Well, when you're in amongst the big hitters like that, it is Nigel Greensell. I'll get myself sorted out in a moment. Nigel now looking for third place, going by Mike Whitaker. So Nigel starting on the front row of the grid. There is 192, Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie.
Now, normally Julian would start, and we'll get a good shot of his... Oh, no, we didn't, because they panned around, but trying to see whether it's got some blue flashes and white on it, and that would be Julian Thomas. If it's all black, it's Callum Lockie. So we're not sure on that one, but normally Julian starts. And the 33 car, which is the... John Minshaw car, sharing with Phil Keane, and we're told Phil Keane starts in that one. So Phil Keane, the British GT driver and general good egg. He's a tremendous driver and shares with John a lot.
It sort of makes sense, really, to start your pro driver, because these are all big, hairy muscle cars, and they are all together at the beginning of the race, whereas once the pit stops happen, you're much less likely to be surrounded by other equally fast-moving metal. So it may just be that the likes of Phil Keane, Nigel Greensall have started the race. There is the race leader, the Daytona Coupe, and then it's an all-TVR battle for second. Greensall going through on the inside, is he? No. Davison just hanging on. John Davison taking the wide line. Nigel Greensall coming through on the slightly tighter line. The pale blue TVR of Mike Whittaker. Can't even tell blue from green these days, or say the difference between the words. He's in 4th place. So TVR's 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And the dark blue E-Type, Phil Keane, in 5th place, sliding around like a good one ahead of the David and Olivier Hart started car, the pale green Daytona Coupe. That is now in 6th place, but the pale yellow Ginetta G4R invisible behind it in a straight line. The G4R losing out. It's only got a 2-litre engine compared to the 5 litres and 8 litres the cars around it. But what it does have is much less weight and much less need to slow down. The Ginetta, though, being gobbled up in the straight. And that car, Dan Eagling, car number 8, the pale yellow car with the pale silver noseband. Watch for that. That's going to be a feature all the way through. But right now it is the Daytona Coupe that started on pole, 192, leading the field and with the fastest race lap, 2 minutes 22.3. I'm guessing it is Callum Lockie who started that car. No disrespect to Julian Thomas, but to be driving away from the field with that kind of pace. He has got clear air, he's got no traffic in front of him, so he can just focus on what he's doing. But the cars behind have got plenty to battle with. There's Mike Whittaker, 4th place in the 46, the pale blue TVR, and right behind him is Phil Keane in the E-Type, and trouble for that Ginetta. That's another G4R, the familiar G Ginetta badge of these 1960 era cars, and that's just popped the bonnet up, and it's going to be a few minutes. If you've got to undo your belts, get in and clip it down and start off again. Big lock up from the Cobra, the pale blue car, number 37, Miles Griffiths and Andy Prio. Again, if you're looking in the window there, if it's a predominantly white helmet with a red chin piece, that will be Prio. And right behind him is that yellow Ginetta, the pale pastel yellow car. And look at this. He's got a 427 Cobra, he's got another 7-litre Daytona Coupe, and it's a 2-litre Ginetta, harassing the two of them.
Even smaller than that, 1700cc, that Ginetta, using the Lotus twin cam engine in the R, Ginetta G4R. And meantime, Mike Whittaker coming under pressure. In fact, he's just got through, hasn't he? He's passed the number 88 John Davison TVR, so Mike Whittaker has made up a place. And Phil Keane in John Minshaw's E-Type closing in on John Davison through that section and out onto the Hangar Straight, through Beckett's there onto the Hangar Straight. So Mike Whittaker, that puts him up into 3rd place. And 4th, John Davison. 5th is Phil Keane, as they come down into Stowe Corner. Meantime, up ahead of them, we've got Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie, and Nigel Greensall, we know, is driving in the 2nd place car, number 14.
Yeah, we're told that it is Julian Thomas who started the race leading Cobra Daytona Coupe, And if it is, he's doing a great job out front. Another fastest lap has just come in, but that is from the chasing car of Nigel Greensill, 2:21.5 compared to 2:21.9 of the race leader last time round. So he's chiseling into the margin. It's just about 3 seconds first to second, and the gap back to third is about 4 seconds from second to third, fourth, fifth. That's the battle you're looking at now. Mike Whittaker, the bright blue, pale blue car, and behind him is car number 88, and that is John Davison, and behind him is the first of the E-types, the car driven by Phil Keane.
So it's two V8s versus a straight 6-cylinder engine in the Jaguar, the familiar XK engine, as they come down the Wellington Straight and into the left-hander at Brooklands. Mike Whittaker, having got through, has not been able to shake off John Davison. Both those TVRs are solo driven, whereas Phil Keane will... Oh, and John Davison goes wide. Just missed his braking point there, managed to control it, but he's up onto the grass now and trying to get back onto the track. That's let Phil Keane through, so a change of place there as they came through Luffield, and now it's Phil Keane who's chasing after Mike Whittaker, and John Davison just a little bit squirrely there under braking, and in the end just had to let the car go and run off the track.
4.7 litre Ford engine in the front of that car, and you can see trying to close in behind is the first of our Cobras, the blue number 37 car. That will be Miles Griffiths and Andy Prio's machine, and that car with a similar size Ford motor. So those Cobras, the Cobra, this is a smaller 289 rather than 427 Cobra. Car number 17, the white car of Harvey Blake Jones. So that's a 4.3 litre engine, just. Again, you're looking at the Ginetta, which is way up the road in front of him with barely over 1600cc, and the Lotus Twin Cam. So it's not always horsepower that has the big advantage. So watching this Motul sponsored, this is a period racer. This car made its, I think its reappearance at Goodwood last year. Again, it's with the narrow wheel arches, the 289, the small block Ford, and the more familiar bubble arches on the 427 Cobra, the 8-litre Ford Cobra. Shelby Cobra, AC Cobra. This car originally derived from a 6-cylinder Bristol-engined AC Ace, designed by aerodynamicist and designer John Chagero, whose name will crop up with other sports races over the weekend, and the purer and more original of the Cobras, and the original cars that you will have seen featured and being driven in the Ford versus Ferrari film. Carroll Shelby's first voyage into stuffing a much too large engine into a much too small car. Now then, Dan Eagling has made the move on. It is Andy Prio, so it is the three-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Prio in the pale blue number 37 Daytona Coupe, beg your pardon, AC Cobra, who has been pushed back down the order by Dan Eagling, who has snaffled his way by as they go by a 1300cc Austin Healey Sprite, a Sebring Sprite, so with a fixed hardtop and a number of other modifications for a car that would have raced in period at the Sebring 12 Hours. Well, Prio knows plenty about racing in endurance racing as well. After his touring car career, joined BMW and then Ford in endurance racing. Races like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, Le Mans 24 Hours, Sebring 12 Hours. So endurance racing in these GT cars is the same, only less grip. And he has taken this to like a duck to water. There is the Hearts green Daytona Cobra Coupe.
That's David, isn't it, at the wheel with the light blue open-faced helmet. The father in the team, Olivier, his son.
Yeah, they're now down to 8th place and under real pressure from the E-Type behind. And trouble in the pit lane for David Methley's Shelby Cobra. It's 1964 427 Cobra. Looks like he's got issues at the front end, which of course is where almost everything happens.
Too early for the mandatory pit stop, but not that early. It's 3 minutes away. The pit window will open.
Look at these battling Brits. You've got two red cars with white hardtops. Those are the 3-litre big Heelys. Behind them, you've got three snaffling Lotus Elans, all trying to find their way by. The racing spec 26Rs. And in the middle, what is the green thing that is in the middle? I know what it is, and I can't think for the life of me what it is.
That looks like a Turner.
It is a Turner, isn't it? So that's car number 184. So that is a Turner. That's Nikolai Mortensen in a Turner 1650. Now, that is a very small production run car. Not that exactly Lotus Elans were in big production runs, but certainly there are far more Lotus Elans around than Turners, and they share a similar glass fibre bodywork build, whereas of course the Heelys built at Cape Works in Warwick. These 3-litre cars with the straight-six Austin motor, very effective racing and particularly rally cars. We talked a little bit about Sterling Moss, whose dad bought him a Maserati 250F to further his career, and Sterling's sister Pat Moss, who was, like Sterling, a great equestrian rider, then became a rally driver as well, and very successful she was, not least in big Heelys.
And a big lock-up there for the Pearson's E-Type in making its way past David Hart in the light green Daytona Cobra, and that's also in a battle with another of the TVRs, which is right in behind. And Pearson...
That's Harry Barton, who started in 8th place. Now, he started 3 spots behind the Hart family car, and Mrs. Hart doesn't drive it. She's gorgeous. But the two Turners we have there running nose to tail behind this otherwise, well, it is all British actually, battle with the Austin Heelys and the Lotus. And you see what I mean about the Lotus? You get into the tight and twisty stuff, and suddenly the fact that the car is lighter and a little shorter and nimbler means that it can overcome the power advantage that the Heeley has down the straight. And pit lane not yet open, so still got problems. So this is another of our Turners, isn't it?
That's an Austin Heeley.
Oh, no, that's a Heeley, yeah.
That's Michael Russell's car, but he's just a few seconds early, but obviously having problems with his Heeley.
Being sent out, shoo, off you go. Lead gap, by the way, down to within touching distance, just 0.7 of a second between Nigel Greensall and Julian Thomas. So that is the lead battle. Here is Greensall in the TVR Griffith that he shares with John Spears, as he does so many cars. And there is the race leader, Julian Thomas, sliding off the turn in the Daytona Coupe. And they've got an E-Type in front. Thomas goes by, and here comes Nigel Greensall looking for the lead. 35 minutes on the clock. When does the pit lane window open? And who's going to come in first?
Pit window has just opened, as you said that.
There we go. So just as we got to 35 minutes to go, 15 minutes in, and you sense maybe that Julian Thomas may still be the race leader as they get round to the end of the lap, but Nigel Greensall is very, very close indeed. Nigel's last lap, a 2 minutes 22.1 to 2:22.8 of Julian Thomas. So Julian doing a very good job out front. Nigel Greensall now looking down the inside into Copse Corner, no way through there. And again, look at the way that you have to pitch the Daytona Coupe in and then stabilise it as you pick up the throttle. Greensall with a slightly tidier run. Here comes the TVR down into Maggots, no way through there, maybe on the hanger straight. But if he figures that Julian Thomas is coming through into the pits, he might not bother trying to make the pass there. Julian with his wheels on the grass on the inside as he turned into Beckett's, and a big moment for him. Nigel Greensall, a little neater and tidier, goes through, takes the lead as they exit the Chapel Curve onto the hanger straight. And it is for the first time Nigel Greensall that leads in car number 14, the TVR Griffith, he shares with John Spears, and Julian Thomas using the grunt of the Daytona Coupe and probably its slightly better aerodynamics, trying to come through on the inside. Now the pit window is open. Is Julian Thomas going to go straight on here, or is he going to race on? He races on. So he doesn't want to come in when the team aren't ready for him and hand over to Callum Lockie. But if he's going to cling on to Nigel Greensall like this is going to... Oh, look at that slide from the Daytona Coupe. That was fabulous stuff. Julian Thomas is having the time of his life in that car, really hurling it around.
and through up to Abbey and Farm they come, and then into the tighter section at Village and the Loop. Will Julian be able to close up through this section? They've got a car in front of them that they're about to lap. Whether that will give an advantage to either of them, no, but actually Nigel Greensall has opened out the gap. Much tidier line through the loop there, and passes the Ogle. Only one in this race, and probably not many more still exist.
No, it looks like it should be an Alpha or a Lancia of some kind, but it is the British-built Ogle.
Into Brooklands they go, so it's Nigel Greensall leading. Now, don't forget, they're not using the pits here at Woodcote Corner, so if they are going to come in, it'll be another half a lap before they can do so.
I remembered that this time, didn't I?
I just thought I'd say that to remind you.
It's always worth reminding me. It can never be told often enough. Like a computer, you punch the information in long enough, it'll stick. So Nigel Greensall with the lead, but I mean by nothing over Julian Thomas, who, now that Nigel has somehow wheedled his way through, is still charking that Daytona Coupe around all over the place. He's not the only man getting crossed up and sideways. Lots of other cars are all over the track, but we are watching the leaders. There's Mike Whittaker, Phil Keane, 3rd and 4th. There's 5th place, and the TVR starting to recover after that spin and starting to close in as well. So it won't be a driver change for the Ginetta of Dan Eagling, or for the TVR of Mike Whittaker, or for Harry Barton's TVR number 18, or for John Davison in the 88 car. So they will sit and stew and then come back out. But in that E-Type, Phil Keane all over the back of the 3rd place TVR. He will be handing over at some stage to John Minshaw. Now, John is no mean twiddler of an E-Type either, so that will definitely be a quick car in the second part of the race. And Whittaker should gain and lose nothing in the pit stop, so these 3 should all come out together, and they're covered by just about 2 seconds. Okay, Phil Keane into the pit lane. Now, he and John Minshaw have raced together for many years in modern GT machinery in the British Championship and also in historic cars, so they know themselves and the car inside out. They go by the Sebring Sprite once more. This is the lead pair. MGB in front. Whoa! And suddenly Julian Thomas realises that the door is really closing. Nigel Greensall, trying to avoid running into the back of the pale blue MGB Roadster, has to just tighten the line, and Julian Thomas did really well to react to that potential danger before the gap closed too small. Now, looking around the outside into Brooklands, piling the pressure on Greensall. Greensall goes in flat. He's looking out the side window to see exactly where the nose of the Cobra was before he decided where he could take the line to turn right into Luffield. This is fantastic racing from both drivers.
Absolutely brilliant racing as they come through Woodcote Corner. And just to mention that under 4 litre cars stop for 7.5 seconds less than over 4 litres. So the E-Type of Phil Keane and John Minshaw has a very small advantage over some of these 4.7 litre engine cars. And I won't mention it now, but there's also additional penalties for the elite drivers. I'll mention those perhaps when they come in, because it's only relevant if the car is in the lead group.
Well, that will be the Greensall and Spears car and the Thomas and Lockie car, our top 2, and 37, the Prio and Griffiths car presumably as well.
That gets a slightly longer penalty because of Andy Prio.
Because Andy Prio's won too much stuff.
Yes.
Well, there you go, as they go by one of the turners. Again, lots more fast-moving British metal in front. You've got Jaguar E-Type versus Austin Healey versus Lotus Elan. The Elan tucks out at the slipstream. Oh no, says Nigel Greensall, come on. That is where you need to flash the headlights and get your hand on the horn as well in the TVR. Get out the way, I'm coming through. Julian Thomas all over the back of him. And the way that Daytona Coupe wags its tail is going to clear here. Plenty of space, and there was contact, and much too much of a slide there. Julian Thomas making contact with, I think it was the Lotus Elan there, just out of shot. And no, it wasn't. It was the E-Type, wasn't it? It was a darker car, so the E-Type got a little bit of a biff from Julian Thomas, who continues. So when does the pit window close? With 25 minutes to go or 20 minutes to go?
The pit window is 15 minutes.
So from 35 to 20 minutes to go. So they've got another 8 minutes, which will equate to 3 laps really. If they go on to a 4th lap before they go in, they might be pushing their luck. So Nigel Greensall with the race lead from Julian Thomas, and a longer wheelbase, well, probably a relatively normal wheelbase on the Daytona Coupe. It's a very short wheelbase on the TVR Griffith, and that's why the TVR drivers can't really afford to get sideways, because you saw in the 88 car, if it gets a bit sideways, it goes all the way.
Yeah.
Whereas the Daytona Coupe, with a slightly longer, slightly more stable wheelbase designed for the high speeds of the Daytona banking, can slide and still come back.
So another great battle here, these two TVRs. So it's Mike Whitaker leading John Davison, both solo drivers. Davison goes for the inside into Brooklands, but no, Mike Whitaker knows exactly where he is and takes the line through into Luffield. So once again, they've got another half a lap or so before they come to the pit lane entry. And I noticed last time around when Julian Thomas just had that inadvertent biff with the Jaguar, if either of those cars wanted to come in, they couldn't, because effectively their right-hand side was blocked by slower cars. So they were left out on the left-hand side of the track. So we would expect perhaps them to come in this time around.
And you might say, well, they could have just slowed down and come in, you know, behind the other car. But no, if you slow down even a second there, that might make the difference between winning and losing the race at the end of it. So no, you will never slow down. If there's somebody inside you, you don't brake for the border. Mike Whitaker there in 3rd place in that pale blue TVR Griffith. And it is TVRs that are dominant here at the moment. I mean, goodness me, I'm not sure you'd have said that back in period, but 3 in the top 4, and the Daytona Coupe of Julian Thomas heads into the pit lane. Callum Lockie will be waiting. There's no rush to the pit stops here. You must remain at a mandatory standstill for 60 seconds. And
67 and a half.
67 and a half
seconds. Cars, 67 and a half, plus another 7 and a half for Julian and Callum because of the elite status of Callum Lockie.
Yeah. So that moves then Nigel Greensall into a little bit of a comfort zone, and he needs this actually, because his fastest lap 2 minutes 21.1, his previous lap was a 2 minute 25 because he was so busy defending off Julian Thomas. The end of this lap 2 minute 22.6, and the 2 TVRs behind him are doing 23s, so they're still not catching the leaders. But don't forget that both Nigel Greensall and Julian Thomas will hand over to drivers who have not been in the car. Looping spin there, and harmless without contact, I think, for that big Healy. There is Julian Thomas's car, and he will hand over to Callum Lockie. Looks like Lockie may be in the car. Didn't seem to be much going on in terms of driver changing, and that change for 3rd place, John Davison ahead of Mike Whitaker. They started 3rd and 4th. They currently run 3rd and 4th, or 2nd and 3rd, after the stop for one of our front row starters. But the first 4 cars on the grid up until a lap ago were the first 4 cars in the race, and the car that was in 5th position was the Miles Griffith Andy Prio 12th place starting car. So Griffiths and Prio now in the pit lane as well. So that driver change happening. The Cottinghams will change cars as well. Hugo Fitzsimon, Horatio Fitzsimon rather, in car number 7. He's in the pits as well. And plenty more going on. Dan Eagling must have stopped, I think, in the number 8 Ginetta, has he? He's dropped down the order and now starts to pop back up the order. Yeah, he has stopped.
And back out on track is the 192 Daytona Cobra Coupe. There we have it on our live stream if you're watching that, and that now should be in the hands of Callum Lockie, and down onto the Wellington Straight. So we won't know now until a lap or so's time how the pit stops have worked out for those 2 leading cars, although the 192 car was chopped off a little bit by that Elan, and he's losing time.
Yeah, you could see Callum there going early to the inside, really trying to send the message that I'm coming through. There's the biff from that contact. I think that was the dark grey E-Type that we just saw in the pit lane, actually. In comes the 88 TVR of John Davison. So he comes in from 2nd place. And there is the Greensall Spires car. Nigel out, and John Spears getting in. You can hear the fans blowing cooling air onto those brakes, because otherwise they're going to boil for the 2 minutes that the car remains stationary. And that means that it is the pale blue car of Mike Whitaker, car number 46, the TVR Griffith, that is now bellowing around in the lead, but being given chase by a car. Has that got a loose door window? No, that's just a little fairing around the side. Looked from the far side as though the door was not quite closed. So that is Callum Lockie at the wheel of the dark blue Daytona Coupe with the white nose stripes.
And lights on now for number 46, Mike Whitaker, as he makes his way round. Mike Whitaker is lying, well, he's leading effectively because other cars are in the pits at the moment. So he will probably come in this time. He owes us a stop. He's the last of the leading cars that owes us a stop.
Yeah, I don't think he can do another lap before the pit window closes, so he needs to come in this time round. Comes by the Sebring Sprite, does not come down the pit entry road, so... Oh, no, wrong end. Yep. Wrong end again.
Just needed a hand signal there
yes,
to remind Martin. Yeah, but he is pushing it fine though, isn't he? I mentioned earlier, if you get a safety car and it slows everybody down, you can miss the pit window, but he's taking it right to the edge.
Yeah, but then you see if the safety car comes out, you say, I was on my in lap, therefore it's not my fault. Going by the Sunbeam Tiger Le Mans car, that car being co-driven by Matt Neal. Couple of other big names in the field. Michael Caine sharing car 250, that green and yellow Lotus Elan with Bruce White. Ollie Webbing with Guy Zeiser in the Jaguar E-Type number 177. Mark Hales, ex-Grand Prix ace, shares a Jaguar E-Type with Guy Grant. That's the grey car number 147. And the Sunbeam Tiger Le Mans, Matt Neal sharing with its owner Chris Payton, a combination that they have put together many times at Goodwood, and I think this is possibly a less scary place to race the Tiger. Well, there is Lotus at the side of the road, 111 Simon Jackson and Dominic Jackson's car. Couldn't tell you which one it is, I'm afraid.
It's Dominic.
Okay, there you go.
And we just had a long shot. There's another long shot on our live stream. The Callum Lockie car is ahead of the Greensall Spears car, so the pit stops should have been exactly the same length. They both had the same penalty for their elite drivers, so the 192 car has come out half a Beckett's length ahead.
But it had Callum's had a couple of laps on track before the TVR made it stop, so he's been going quicker on the outlap sequence maybe than the in-lap outlap sequence of the TVR. Now here is the car that was the race leader, Mike Whitaker in the pit lane. Little memorial sticker for engine builder and historic racer Neil Brown, who we lost just a week or two ago. In the last week, I think it was Neil Brown, and I'm sure an awful lot of people in the historic racing fraternity were at least on nodding terms, if not good friends, with Neil. So part of the Masters racing fraternity. There is Mike Whitaker sitting in the cockpit, trying not to stew the same way they're trying not to stew his brakes.
And he does not have the same 7.5 second elite driver penalty. He still has to stop for 67.5 stationary, but not the 7.5. So in theory, Mike Whitaker will come out challenging.
Just behind, because he was 66.2 seconds in front at the end of the last lap of Callum Lockie. Now, Lockie will have been at speed and Whitaker will have been coming into the pit lane before he completed that last lap, so it is going to be very close, and he'll be somewhere in there between the Daytona Coupe and that number 14 TVR, so this could be a very entertaining end to the race. So where does he come out? Well, there he is scampered out of the pits.
And he's ahead, because he's coming into the loop and Lockie was coming into Village.
Getting very tight. There's Glenn Eagling. So Glenn Eagling right behind Mike Whitaker. So that yellow Ginetta, there he is. That's the battle between the Ginetta and the TVR. So two plastic British sports car built in very small volume. One in Blackpool, the other one in Royston in Hertfordshire, I think. Ginetta's early works were. So the Ginetta G4R, as you said, Lotus twin cam, just about 1700cc, and the 4.7 litre Ford in the TVR. So is that now the battle for the race lead? Is that Glenn Eagling battling for the lead? Is he ahead of the Lockie Lockie and Thomas at Daytona Coupe. Is he ahead of the Greensland Spires TVR? It certainly looks like it. It's going to take a moment or two for our timing to catch up. Well, there is the 14 TVR. There was the 192 Daytona Coupe in front of it. So now we need to plot there at the Beckett's S's. Where is Whitaker? Whitaker and Eagling.
Just going into Beckett's.
Okay, so they did not come out in front. Yeah, they are at the Beckett's. So that's the battle for third. And it is Thomas and Lockie, Greensland and Spears first and second. And then Mike Whitaker is going to have a devil's own job on his hands to hold off Dan Eagling.
Yes, I was building up Mike Whitaker there, and unfortunately he didn't come out quite as close to this car as I thought he would, with the various penalties, or not penalties, but extra time they have to spend in the pits. And it's across the line, the Thomas and Lockie 192 Shelby Daytona Cobra Coupe, and Mike Whitaker, I think, will come through in third place. And
the Smoky Cobra.
That looks steamy, doesn't it, rather than smoky?
Wrong end to be steaming. I'm not sure. The jury will be out on that. Now then, let's take a look at what we've got. We've got just under 17 minutes of the race remaining. Here's our battle for third place. Okay, the pale blue TVR, the pale yellow Ginetta. That's third place. We can see what the gap is there. The leader coming onto the Wellington straight with the white stripe, a bit of a big moment for a Lotus Elan, and then car number 14 coming onto shot. That's second place. Now, that was 6.5 seconds as Dan Eagling moves to go a long way around the outside onto the Wellington straight. These two cars are circulating faster than the two in front. 2:27s for the Daytona Coupe, and the TVR, as another TVR goes off backwards. Is that 88? Yes, it is. That's John Davison again, and somebody following him. And Davison looks like a left rear suspension collapse, does it? Something sitting down there on the left.
Or is there oil down? Because
I don't know. Or has he just looped it around again? Either way, he's lost ground to the Hearts Daytona Coupe and to the Prio and Griffiths Cobra, which has gone through. And Eagling loses out again. So Mike Whitaker finds a way through in traffic. Dan Eagling in fourth place just loses out a little, and there's an E-type off in the barriers, and we have a safety car. And that is going to change the face of the race completely, because that will reduce the gap between first and second, and the battle for third and fourth from 14 seconds to nearly nothing. Well, the safety car, look at the black marks that the safety car has left being scrambled in a hurry in our Formula One pre-66 Grand Prix race. He had to get out on a super short call in front of a Williams, and that's a very substantial impact from the E-Type. Very glad to see that the driver is out and okay, although probably feeling fairly sick contemplating the repair bill. Front ends of E-Types are as costly to repair as the rear end, and look at those barriers now. That might be an issue. The race director will want to know from the head of station right there exactly what condition those barriers are in. The homologation for the circuit means the barriers must be where they were originally intended. Now, safety car comes out, misses the leader, so a little bit of missed communication there. The safety car was waiting for the leader, and they missed him. Was distracted, I think, by the Lotus Elan. So they're going to need to get the Thomas and Lockie Daytona Coupe to slow down, because that is the race leader. Safety car now has picked up the number 14 TVR and is slowing down in front of it. So the race control have got a bit of an issue. They need to communicate immediately with the safety car driver. You can see that Callum Lockie has slowed down, but they won't have radio to Callum, so he's doing it on his own, slowing down because there are yellow flags. He's waiting to see the safety car. Now he'll see it in his mirrors. He will know what's gone wrong, so he'll be trying to sort that out by slowing right down and allowing the safety car to catch him.
He may well, as you say, slow down and let the safety car pass him, but he's not obliged to do that. It's not in the regulations.
No, but he's a savvy enough racer that seeing this, knowing you're the race leader and seeing the safety car in your mirrors, you know that somebody has just slightly mistimed things.
We'll see. At the moment he's staying close to the Elan ahead, which is he can't overtake under yellow flags, and the safety car he cannot overtake, so he just trundles round.
Yeah, they're all doing about 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. Nothing. The deal with the safety car and the yellow flags is that you reduce from racing speed and be prepared to stop. And that's the deal with the yellow flags. So he has done that, certainly not going at full race pace. I'm slightly surprised that he hasn't slowed down for the safety car, unless he thought for some reason that he was not leading. There is the Le Mans version of the Sunbeam Tiger. So that car raced at Le Mans in period. And
the fact that the driver's head is so close to the roof of the car suggests it's Matt Neal.
I wasn't sure that was Matt's helmet, actually. Chris Baton and Matt Neal driving this car.
I think that is Matt.
Yeah, I think it is, you're right.
And
so the owner, Chris Baton.
A car that raced at Le Mans, an actual car, but not successful. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to develop the cooling system, and I think there were 3 entered. They all retired with overheating problems.
And the Sunbeam Tiger, another British sports car, and the original Sunbeam Alpine with a 1.7 litre engine, but this car with a Ford 209 V8, so a slightly smaller, slightly older version, the Top Oiler 209, compared to the 289 that went into the original AC Cobras. So a slightly smaller capacity engine, again a lot more horsepower than the car was originally designed for, and that you can see the sort of aerodynamic shape of it, and the cut-off cam tail not at all dissimilar to the rear of this car. This car was designed by American journalist Peter Brock, basically on the back of an envelope for Carroll Shelby. They then drew the car out in chalk on the workshop at the former chicken farmer's base in Texas, and built the car up from there around AC Cobra running gear. So the Daytona Coupe was, yeah, not designed by a designer as such. Well, not thinking that Race Control have quite got this right. There does need to be a bit of communication. We've got 10 minutes to go, but the safety car has not picked up the correct car.
We have had a message on our message board from Masters that the reason for the safety car, apart from the incident with the Jaguar, which was caused by the problem, which is oil on the track at Aintree, which I did wonder, because we had John Davison a big spin, and then while we were looking at him parked up and trying to recover, a Jaguar went off around the outside of him as well and didn't make contact. So there is oil down at Aintree, unfortunately. And just continuing the story of the Daytona Cobra, I think I read in the Carroll Shelby book that the original chassis that was used to clothe with this bodywork to prove the aerodynamics of the car was an old chassis in the corner, and Carroll Shelby kind of kicked it with his foot and said, there you go, you can use that one.
Yeah, that'll do.
And they built it up into the first prototype of this car.
It's funny to think that when you sort of think of a Shelby American, it was kind of Skunk Works, but to imagine that they had a Skunk Works program going on within Shelby American as well. So yes, it was. They definitely needed something. You know, the Cobra with the hardtop was just not aerodynamic enough. It had the aerodynamics of a chicken coop, so they needed something. Had plenty of power, just created far too much drag in a straight line. Well, while the safety car remains out, unfortunately, Callum Lockie is now well over half a minute in front of it. And because he doesn't have ship-to-shore radio, you can go down and tell the team as often as you like, but they can't tell Callum, so he's now doing what he needs to do. And it is starting to rain down at Beckett's. Lots of sun out on much of the circuit, and this has been the story of the day. Every time the weather has arrived, it's well, when it rained heavily this morning, absolute stair rods at the old pit lane, but most of the circuit was still bone dry. Well, this is starting to become more and more of an issue for Race Control, because what they can't really do is get the safety car to gallop off after Callum Lockie, because if he does, then the rest of the safety car queue will gallop off as well, and suddenly it becomes rather pointless having the safety car out, because the level of safety for the marshals working on the track is back down to near zero. They're still trying to decide what to do with that E-Type. to my mind, the best looking E-type shape, the 2+2. I know everybody loves it, but there we go. Red flag is out. So I'm afraid we may not have racing for a little bit of a while. The oil down is a bit of a worry. Oil with potentially rain sweeping in is a bit more of a worry. Car that you can't move, again, adding to that worry. For me, though, the real worry is not so much the oil down on the track, but the state of those barriers. And that might be the issue, because those barriers have already done what they were designed to do, which is take the impact and deform. You can see there one of the circuit operating team on the radio saying, right, we're going to need the crane, we're going to need new barriers, we're going to have to reseat the posts. I don't think this is going to be a quick job. Certainly if this was somewhere like Le Mans, you'd be looking at an hour behind the safety car, or an hour red flag probably to replace that. Now there is more access, it's relatively easy accessible, but we may, having brought this race to a slightly premature end, we may be delayed starting our next one. However, victory has gone to Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie, and actually the bulk of the donkey work in the car done by Julian Lockie. Callum came out for a couple of laps and sat in fairly slowly in the queue of cars as the safety car was scrambled. I'm not underplaying his part, but certainly Julian Thomas, a sparkling opening stint. Safety car leads the field into the pit lane. So the race is over and everybody will head into the pits. And among the arrivals will be John Spears, who took over the number 14 TVR from Nigel Greensall, that finishes in second place, and in third place, Mike Whittaker in that pale blue TVR Griffith. And there's a fabulous turquoise E-type with matching helmet. Always easy to spot. And a whole host of cars heading down to their teams. There will be a couple peeled off underneath the podium. And so our presenter Nicola will have to have a little bit of a scurry around, because this is 15 minutes before she was expecting to receive drivers. So hopefully we'll get a chance to hear from our winning duo, among the others, and the Shelby American Cobra Daytona, a Daytona Coupe. It is a brutal-looking weapon, and I'm sure is pretty brutal to drive as well. Well, while we're waiting for our winners to arrive, of course, everybody else behind the safety car is in the pit lane, and Ed Foster is right there.
Nigel, it looked like you were having an absolutely wonderful time out there in the opening stint. You had a bit of a tricky start, though.
Yeah, it was funny. Going up to the first corner, I was on the outside of Julian, and I thought, oh, this is all cool. We go two by two. But then I think it was David Hart and the green Daytona came firing up the inside with huge amount of optimism, let's say. And I was aware at that point that there was no way we were all going to survive the first corner. So I had to then go left, and I knew where the escape road was. So I thought, well, I'm safer off on the escape road, and I'll lose a bunch of places, but it's a long race, so I was quite relaxed for that. And then I was like careful to pick my way back on, and I think I rejoined in either 5th or 6th place or something like that. And I thought, oh, this is great, because now I've got a real race on my hands, you know. So it was then a case of, right, okay, pick one off at a time, and then got up to second place, and Julian was way down the road. I thought, right, I've just got to go completely flat out now, and there was just nothing left on the table at all. It was just, I love that TVR, because the harder you try, the faster you go, the more fun it becomes. So yeah, nearly ran out of talent several times, but survived.
Well, it looked very neat and tidy, and actually when you caught Julian, it looked like he was just lacked the grip.
Well, Julian was trying harder and harder, because I've known Julian for many years and raced with him for many years as well in Fun Cup. So I know what he's like, and I thought, well, as long as I drive this TVR totally flat out, just leave nothing out on the table there, that I can maybe hang on to him, and then sort of I could see he was just making the odd mistake here and there and stuff like that. So I was able to reel him in. Of course, the closer you get, the more difficult it is for the guy in the lead, you know. So and then I finally got there, and I then sort of used the traffic the best I could to make sure I could get a run at him and get past him.
And John looked as though he was doing pretty well, but your heart must have been in your mouth when the safety car came out.
No, we're quite relaxed because John's out there giving it the full beans. You know, John's a racer at heart. You know, he's one of the best guys I've ever driven for and coached, because he's like puts his heart and soul into it, and he's just got out of his Maserati 250F and won the front engine Grand Prix car race, and then jumps into a TVR, you know, and then later on, you know, we've got a McLaren to drive and all kinds of stuff. So it's lovely with John because he's an absolute racer.
Fantastic. Well, look, you've got a podium to get to, but well driven.
Thank you very much, and thank you for everybody being here. You know, hopefully everybody's enjoying the racing. You know, we're here for pleasure, and it's supposed to be a thrill. So,
cheers, Nigel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's a thrill watching. I can't imagine what it's like to be part of it at the sharp end. I think Nigel's enthusiasm probably tells you exactly how much fun he had. They did end up with the fastest lap. What they didn't end up with is the top step of the podium. So let's take a look at our results. Safety car truncated the International Trophy race for classic GT cars with just under 8 minutes remaining on the clock, and Julian Thomas, Callum Lockie winning it in the Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe from Nigel Greensell and John Spears in the TVR Griffith, with the pale blue TVR of Mike Whittaker completing the podium. Dan Eagling giving him another 8 minutes in that Ginetta G4R, giving away the better part of 4 litres to the TVR. Mike Whittaker, he might well have gone by. Then the Dodd family Jaguar, the best of the E-types ahead of the Hearts, father and son in their Daytona Coupe. And then Prio and Griffiths, the Shelby Cobra, started by Andy Prio, finishing in 7th ahead of the Minshaw Keen Jaguar E-Type. So lots of exciting racing all the way up and down the field. We captured some of it on the cameras from the spectator banking. You probably saw an awful lot more heart-in-the-mouth moments from everybody involved. A field of 61 cars taking to the start, and a fantastic display of racing from our pre-66 classic GT cars. And those guys having an absolutely thrilling race as we get close towards the end of Saturday. Muscle out-qualified nimbleness. David Hart and Olivier Hart almost taking the lead at the start, as others found problems with grip, talent, or just simple bonnet fastenings. At the front of the field, the TVRs and the Daytona Coupes battled. A couple of moments for John Davison early and late in the race really took him out of the podium battle. And the Hart Cobra versus E-Type battle raged all the way through. The Pearson family having a great battle with the Harts. And then Nigel Greensell finding his way past the poleman Julian Thomas just before the pit stop window opened. Thomas almost collecting as he tried to fight back as well towards the end of the first part of the race. They were nose to tail, a little too close to comfort to following traffic as they worked their way through. And one of our Lotus Elans failing to proceed before a big off for the E-Type into the barriers, damaged the barriers, oil down, damaged the cars, safety car, and finally red flag, which left the Daytona Coupe of Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie, the pole sitters, claiming victory from the second car on the grid, John Spears and Nigel Griffith, with our 4th fastest qualifier, Mike Whittaker, taking 3rd place.
So we are here at Yokohama, who are obviously very famous for their tyres. I mean, look at the size of this. Also beautifully clean. You never really see that, do you? But I want to go and have a chat with Lucy, who looks like she's not working very hard at all. But let's go and grab her and see if we can have a little chat to see what's going on here at the stand this weekend. Hi, Lucy. You should be working hard.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm taking too much time playing with the kids here.
And also look like you crashed your car just
I did. I'm not very good, to be honest. Some of these kids are much better than me.
So let us know what's going on here at the Yokohama stand.
Okay, so we've got loads of things going on at the Yokohama Hub. So we've got plenty of kids games. So we've got Scale Electric, Punch Bag, Strongman thing and everything. We've got lots of product displays so people can see our tyres on wheels, and also some fantastic vehicles displaying products from the Yokohama range. So we've got some fantastic BMW M4, and we've got some fantastic urban defenders here, and so please come and down and have a look.
I mean, Yokohama have been going for 100 years. How on earth do you keep improving the tyres after 100 years?
Absolutely. Well, it's all the investment in technology which comes from Japan, and it's the consistent development of the new products. So at the moment we're focusing on things like electric vehicle tyres, things like that, and the massive market that's developing with the SUV and 4x4 tyres. So you can see on the vehicles we've got some of those products here for people to see and to see how fantastic the quality of the products are.
So if people come along, they can come and have a play, they can challenge whoever they like as a member of the family to come and challenge and have a good old race.
All ages welcome. So yeah.
I have to have a go on something. Can I have a go on something?
I would suggest you have a go on the punch roll. You look like you'd be good at that one.
I'm not very good at punching. I'll give it a go though. Okay. I've never done one of these in my life. Just hit it. Yeah. Just hit it. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yes! Yes! Look at that. 342, don't you dare say fixed. That was stunning. Thank you. Well done, me. Come and check out Yokohama.
So barrier repairs are underway after the E-Type went off, and it looks as though actually the delay to proceedings may be relatively short. They're moving the tyre stacks and then moving those barriers back in. I've got a concrete block prepared to go behind, just in case it's required. This is swift work from the team here at Silverstone Circuits. Hopefully that means that we won't be too far delayed. We don't have another race coming up for a few minutes. We do have our Formula One car demonstration though, celebrating 75th anniversary this year of the first post-war Grand Prix held at Silverstone, which at that stage was a very recently demobbed RAF base with all of the facilities that you might expect from an airfield that the War Ministry had recently emptied in a hurry, i.e. none. The track was marked out around the perimeter and the crossed runways were used as well, with a Hessian sheet between the oncoming traffic, because as you turned off the perimeter and headed into the centre, you then V'd off and went back out to the perimeter, but coming up the runways in the opposite direction was other traffic. So putting a canvas or Hessian sheet up between them so that drivers didn't see oncoming cars was the height of safety back in 1948. You can see that the crew working really hard here. These are the guys that maintain this Grand Prix circuit 365 days of the year, for Formula One, for MotoGP, and for everything else that comes racing here, including this meeting. One of the real highlights of the Silverstone calendar has always been the historic celebration weekend, and the Silverstone Festival continues that long and happy tradition. Lots of glorious cars, lots of close racing, and luckily lots of great access for the fans. So wherever you are, if you meander trackside, you will see a host of Formula One cars heading out shortly as our track crew continue to work. Now then, Nicola Hume will have a lot of drivers to talk to because it's a two-driver race. Let's catch up with our podium finishers.
Yeah, there are a lot of drivers to talk to. So shall we get cracking with the podium? That was such an exciting race, the International Trophy for Classic GT Cars Pre-66. Shall we start with over 2 litres? So our main top 3 in 3rd place, it's Mike Whittaker. Make your way up onto the podium. Mike, you wasn't ready. Come on, Mike. It's been a busy hour, hasn't it, Mike? It has. In 2nd place, we have John Spears and Nigel Greensall. Oh, careful, careful. And we'll hand them the trophy. Fabulous. And in 1st place, it's Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie. We'll have a big, big round of applause applause for our podium. We'll hand them the trophy. Fabulous. And posing for some photos, please. Trophies in the air. Let's get a lovely picture of you all. Fabulous. Lovely stuff. Right, I'm going to head over to you first, Julian and Callum. How are you feeling after that?
Exhausted. That was fantastic. Wow.
That was cracking. I mean, in terms of racing, that was pretty dramatic. As a viewer, I loved every second of it. How did it feel behind the wheel?
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, Julian drove an amazing first stint. And to be honest, I just had to bring it home. And then out came the red flag, unfortunately. I hope the E-Type's okay.
Well, I mean, we've seen the pictures of it. Hopefully everything can all be fixed up so it can be raced again. But what a brilliant race it was, and congratulations. We'll give them another round of applause for their first place.
Can I just say a big thank you to all the marshals, without whom we could not be here.
Fabulous. Another round of applause for the marshals, and I'm going to head over to you. We've already had a chat earlier. You've got a very busy day, John.
Yeah, well, you've got to talk to Nigel. He did all the hard work.
Come on then, Nigel. Up you get. Come on, Nigel. How are you feeling?
Oh, that was a thriller, wasn't it? It's what racing's all about, isn't it? It's sort of like dicing and everyone just driving absolutely flat out and enjoying it. So, yeah, it was a real thrill.
I mean, yeah, that is exactly what racing is all about. Giving it full beans because you can.
Exactly. That's what we're here for, isn't it? That's the purpose of racing, is to give it full beans.
I love it. Right, Mike, I'm coming over to you to come and have a chat with you. How are you feeling?
Tired. It's a long way for an old man.
I mean, these guys have been sharing it. You did the whole thing.
Yeah, well, my son's quicker than me, so I don't let him in it. So I just, which they're all laughing because that's true. So yeah, Mum won't let him in it, and I definitely won't let him in it.
Maybe in a couple of years' time.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Another round of applause, please, for our over 2 litre winners of the International Trophy for Classic GT Cars. Beautiful stuff. Thank you very much, guys. That was great. And then we also have another set of trophies to hand out. Yes, we do. This is for the under 2 litres. So should we go straight onto it? Yeah, because why not, right? So for our under 2 litre podium, in 3rd place, please welcome Sean Balfe and Thomas Ashton. Congratulations, make your way over to 3rd. Fabulous. Yeah, if you can hand over the trophies, thank you very much. And in 2nd place, it's Giles Dawson. Come on up, Giles. I mean, I'll be honest, this is probably the most exhausted podium I've seen all day. That was a bit of a race, wasn't it? And our winner for the under 2 litres, it's Dan Eagling. Woo-woo-woo! Handshakes all round, we love to see it. And if you can all give us a nice big cheer with your trophies so we can take some pictures. Stunning. Right, I'm going to come and have a chat with you, Dan. Dan, how are you feeling?
Yeah, a bit warm, actually. I had to give it absolutely everything. You know, at the start, it's difficult to race in the slower class cars up against the big boys. So we just have to give it everything. And eventually, when I got past a few, we got a bit of a break. I could get some consistent lap times in and get a bit of a gap. Pit stop went well, and then obviously when the safety car came out, I was a bit concerned because I thought all the quick cars are then going to catch up behind. But you know, it's a shame that there was a red. It would have been nice to have a go with Mike Whitaker and see if I could play with him a bit. But yeah, really good.
Congratulations on your first place. That's fantastic for under 2 litres. Now, the weather has kind of held out all right for that race, but it wasn't really the weather that was the problem, was it?
No, there was an E-Type holding me up, and this man, I was trying to chase him down. No, the weather wasn't the problem. The oil slick, I saw it. I stayed off it. Saw a lot of people got caught out. But yeah, it's just been an absolutely mega weekend. My team, my dad has put the car together, and it's just absolutely phenomenal. The car's brilliant, but we're going to be back to beat this man next year.
Oh, well, that sounds like a challenge to me. How do you feel about that?
That sounds fun. That's good.
That's what racing's all about. How are you two feeling?
Well, we're pleased to be up here. I mean, we're in such great company. I mean, you see that grid, 60 cars. Without all the competitors, I know we get the podium, fortunately, but the 60-car grid makes it really special. So I think everybody has a good race, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. The racing's bonkers out there. You've got all the different speed cars.
strengths in straight line, slower in corners, things like that. So it's just wacky races.
It is right. It is exactly wacky races. I mean, you have so many different powers on the same grid, 60 cars all going at once, going as fast as you possibly can. That was mega exciting as a viewer, but as a driver, that must give you such an adrenaline rush.
Yeah, I mean, you're passing quite a few cars and you're never quite sure if it's actually for position or not. So you're just treating them all the same, just a sprint race, you know?
Fantastic. Let's have another round of applause for our under 2 litre winners for the International Trophy for Classic GT Cars Prix 66. Congratulations.
So fantastic racing this afternoon here at Silverstone, and young master Ted had a go in these mini monster trucks. 3 years old and loving every minute of it. I'm sure an awful lot of our young fans have been doing exactly the same. So plenty to see and do away from the track, and those barrier repairs almost completed now. We're waiting to release our Formula One demo out onto the track. We just need to move that last little bit of barrier back in, a bit of concrete behind it to stop any further wayward movement. So the service crew here at Silverstone Circuits doing a great job. And while we're talking about thanking our facilities team, let's thank all the marshals who are keeping the racing safe for everybody and possible as well. Volunteers, if you want to join the British Motor Racing Marshals Club or any other marshal clubs and get as close to the action as these guys do, they would love to see you. You can get almost as close as Ed Foster. Let's see where he's got to.
Well, we're down in the assembly area and we've got the 75th anniversary celebration Formula One cars. They sort of chart the history of Silverstone and Grand Prix racing. And of course, they just start up as soon as you come to me. But I want to show you a few things. First of all, the Tyrrell P34 with the 6-wheel Tyrrell, 2 small wheels at the front. And the thinking behind it was you had a smaller aerodynamic surface to get the wind over. But you still had to get over the rear wheels. So we're next up here. Hopefully you can hear we've got the 2 Arrows cars. One of them driven by the owner and the other one driven by Nicholas Badmore that you're seeing now. And they had a reunion very recently that Ross Brawn came to as well. We carry on down the line. It should hopefully get quieter. Right at the back here, we've got the Tyrrell 001, and that's got Adam Tyrrell, Ken Tyrrell's grandson, behind the wheel, Max. It's this one just behind, and that's the oldest car on the grid here. Hopefully you caught some of that. That's all of the cars leaving the assembly area.
What a fabulous sight and sound they make. And the ex-Jackie Stewart Tyrrell 001, we saw that yesterday. There's 2 or 3 cars that we didn't see out. Didn't see the USF&G Arrows cars heading out. And so there's a little bit of variety. Yesterday there was a BMS Scuderia Italia Dallara that was running. You can see the ex-Jacques Villeneuve championship-winning Williams Renault in the background, a Surtees at the tail of the queue. And the Williams Historic Collection crew, Dickie Stanford set that up years ago. They still run an awful lot of the Williams collection of cars. Those 2 USF&G Arrows, one driven by Derek Warwick in period. To remember who the other one was, but that's escaping again. Stuart Dent is shouting and raging at the mic, at the radio, as rightly he should do at the speakers, because his memory of this era of Formula One, this is post-66 Formula One cars, but his memory of 80s and 90s F1 cars far exceeds anything that I ever knew at the time, and I've forgotten 99% of all of that. Ex-Teo Fabi, I think, United Colours Benetton Tolman there, and away goes the Rothmans Williams Renault, ex-Jacques Lafitte car. You can see some of our legends cars getting ready to head out for their sports car race. Looks like brand new tyres on the Surtees, brand new set of wets. And we'll see this car racing later on as well in the Grand Prix race Jacques Villeneuve. So it's getting late in the day. Not enough cups of tea coming up. Not enough cups of tea coming upstairs into the commentary box. Jacques Villeneuve. Williams, not Jacques Lafitte. That was an entirely different generation of Williamses. Happy Jack also drove for Frank Williams' team. So we've got the sights and sounds predominantly of Cosworth-era cars again, as we had in our pre-66 Grand Prix race earlier on. And the original Tyrrell 001, came as a surprise to all of Tyrrell's rivals and also to some of Tyrrell's allies. At this stage, Ken Tyrrell was running Jackie Stewart in Matra chassis, and unbeknown to Matra and indeed everybody else, apart from the tiny handful of men who were building it in the Tyrrell woodshed, Tyrrell 001, nobody expected Ken Tyrrell to have his own chassis arriving midway through the season, but it did. Now then, I am indebted, as so often is the case, to my old Autosport colleague, Stuart Dent. He tells us that the white and green liveried Golia sponsorship arrows, which I had never knowingly seen before in my life, raced at the 1983 Italian Grand Prix in those colours. Golia, a type of chewy mint sweets. Thank you, Stu, mate. I knew you'd know. You also probably know how far away he was from DNPQing on the Friday morning. We had a little DNPQ conversation yesterday in the, is it really fair to say, glory days? I don't think anybody was covered in glory by the pre-qualifying sessions, 8 a.m. on a Friday morning, when the halt and the lame at the tail of the Formula One field would try to make it into your actual qualifying proper. We'll say, so here is that Arrows A6. So Alan Rees designed Arrows cars there, quite a number of them. We've seen a couple of A4s racing earlier on this afternoon in the much more familiar orange and white of Ragno Ceramica, which were and still are in fact, a tile manufacturing company based in Imola, and Beta Utensili, who were and still are a tool company based in Italy. And that was one of their more familiar liveries. They stuck with that sponsorship deal over a number of years. And then later in the career of Arrows, USF&G came on board for a couple of years. We saw Barclay Arrows as well, so Thierry Boutsen era of car from the late 80s. But this, the original Tyrrell, and there is a fabulous new book charting the history of Tyrrell, the racing organisation, all the cars, all the races, but much, much, much more importantly and interestingly, all of the people and all of the stories. Possibly not all of the stories. I should think some of what kept Tyrrell afloat, particularly in later years, possibly still the lawyers would go, you probably really don't want to put that in. But there's an awful lot of tales around any Grand Prix team, and Tyrrell would be no different from that. Of course, one of the most dramatically different Formula One cars of all time is the P34, Project 34, the six-wheeled Tyrrell. Now, again, as Ed explained, the concept there was minimal frontal area. The less you're trying to push through the air, the faster you're going to go for a set amount of power. So 10-inch front wheels, specially made Goodyear racing tyres, and an Ackerman effect steering where the two front sets of wheels steered independently of each other, rather like you'll get on a multi-wheel truck. Of course, it still had the big drag from those enormous fat rear slicks. But you can see the front wheels on this Arrows much bigger. Now, of course, this is a later generation of car where the aerodynamics around the nose was much more tidy before we went to the high-nose Tyrrells, but still, when you had those big, wide front wings, and talking of a high-nose Tyrrell, here is the Tyrrell Yamaha ex-Uko Katayama car, and that has had a little bit of an issue with itself. You can see the high nose there, introduced by Harvey Postlethwaite. And here is a Dallara Formula One chassis, so run by BMS Scuderia Italia. Again, not at all dissimilar in colour and shape to something like the 640, 641 Ferraris, but built by Giampaolo Dallara's company. And Dallara still successfully making single-seaters and particularly sports races at the moment. We saw a slightly earlier Surtees racing in the Formula 1, Formula 5000 Libre race earlier on this morning. This is a later version of the Surtees story. Big John Surtees, multiple world champion on two wheels. He was 250, 350 and 500cc world champion a number of times, and then moved into racing cars. Within a year was on the grid in Formula One cars for Ferrari, with whom, despite a lot of arguing and falling out with various Machiavellian Ferrari personnel, John Surtees became world champion. So this Tyrrell in the colours run by Patrick Depailler. And this, you see just under the mirrors as the car comes past, little plexiglass breaks in the bodywork, and that was so the driver could place the front wheels, because you can't see over the top where the wheels are because they're so tiny. And the drivers initially said it was a fairly spooky concept not to be able to see the exposed front wheels at all, because in a single-seater in that era as now, you can see your front wheels, and removed of that, not that they couldn't place the car, they just felt uncomfortable and slightly spooked by it. So those were placed into the bodywork to try and just give that tiny little extra bit of confidence to the drivers. So here these colours associated with Teo Fabi, the United colours of Benetton on this car. So Teo and Corrado Fabi, two racing brothers, and their family money came from one of the bizarrest origins that I think I've ever heard of for a Formula One driver. The family made its money in talcum powder. The Fabi family has a talcum, still does I assume, has a talcum powder mine, because yes, that's where talcum powder comes from. It is a rock that you dig out of the ground and crush. So the Fabi family fortune, they didn't dust it all the way on Formula One. You see what I did there? So that came from talcum powder, as I recall. And Teo Fabi went off to have a very successful career in Indy cars as well. Corrado Fabi tended to be a little bit better in sports car racing, but his career, I don't think lasted as long as Teo's. I think possibly, and again I'm dragging this, and again Stuart's probably shaking his head, I'm dragging this out of the dim and distant memory. I seem to recall that he was told by the family that he needed to come back and stop being a racing driver and run the family company. I seem to think that was what curtailed Corrado Fabi's career. However, I may be entirely wrong, and that may have been what curtailed Teo Fabi's career. Either way, again, you can see another one of these Cosworth engine cars. And we talked about this yesterday, how we're likely to see many more Cosworth engine cars running for many more years than, well, something like this, the Williams Renault, with its pneumatic valves rather than manual operated valve springs. They were operated by compressed air to keep that valve under control at extreme RPM. And the ability to run these cars with every year becomes scarcer and scarcer and more costly. If you own a car like this, that post-Cosworth era cars, the chances are you need to get the original factory that built it to run it for you. Now, that's not always impossible, but it's never going to be cheap. If you have an ex-works Ferrari, then Ferrari will want to run it with Ferrari Corsa for you. But if you have a Cosworth engine car, then you have a much better chance, not just of keeping the car going, but keeping the engine running as well. It's a much more straightforward beast.
I was lucky enough to visit the Williams Museum at the Grove factory some years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, and a fabulous collection of Williams racing cars in there in chronological order through the kind of teardrop shape of the building, and by the cars after computers came into starting a racing car rather than a sort of a drive wheel with an electric motor on it. You saw by the side of each of the cars in the museum was a little podium with a laptop on it, and it had on the laptop a sticker with the name of the car that it would be connected to, and the early cars had DOS written on them, which for those of us of a certain age, DOS was, that was an operating system before all the Microsoft stuff came.
It was the original Microsoft system, wasn't it? MS-DOS, yeah.
And so it and as you walked around the museum, the laptops got more and more modern, and with more and more modern programs on them. But the problem is that unless you've got one of those old laptops, you cannot start the car.
Yeah. And you know, McLaren in the same position as Williams, trying to keep their heritage cars running. They're scouring the planet for 3-inch thick beige laptops, you know, an old compact this or that, to run some antediluvian Windows system, on which is the only platform that some of these engine management systems, which aren't actually wildly sophisticated, but they need a very old operating system to operate on. It's almost as if, you know, when you went from horses to cars, you can't operate a horse on petrol. You have to have that old-fashioned hay stuff. You know, that's the sort of thing. So, yeah, you need the old laptops, and for some reason you can't just plug a Mac in and make it work. So there's all of that going on. So the short-lived BMS Scuderia Italia with the Dallara chassis. It's a handsome enough looking car. It just wasn't quite as competitive maybe as it needed to be. Certainly not Gianpaolo Dallara's worst work. He's had an awful lot of success, and in fact had an awful lot of success designing all sorts of sports racing cars for Ferrari, but BMS Scuderia Italia, a fairly short-lived venture into Formula One for the team, and then went back to sports car racing. Again, it's a fairly handsome device, especially by modern standards, with all the little curly cues and twirls and winglets and layers of this, that and the other. Looks fairly straightforward. Slightly higher front wing with that twin plane, whereas here, look, this is the pre-Harvey Postlethwaite high nose revolution, with the Martin Brundle style helmet driving that. I don't think that's Alex driving. Oh, did Alex say he was going to drive an F1 car? Yes, he did, didn't he? I think maybe it is Alex Brundle driving that.
I did wonder.
Did he not say that yesterday? I saw it and I thought, yeah, okay. Because a number of drivers do use, you know, replica helmets of their heroes, or that are suitable to the car in period. I don't think Martin drove this in period, but I'm sure Alex said yesterday at some stage that he was looking forward to driving an F1 car around Silverstone. So here he is.
Couldn't quite see the name on it. Didn't look quite right for Alex, the whole sort of helmet setup.
It's got Agent Flux on the back of it. It is Alex Brundle's helmet. Yeah, because his the Brustang is supported, and in fact his YouTube channel is supported by Agent Flux, who are also one of the big supporters of the festival here at Silverstone. So Alex is out having fun, and I'm now trying to place the era of the car and wonder whether it's a car that his dad would have competed against in Formula One. Slight grooves on the tyres of that one, which is unusual because it's certainly not from the groove tyre era. And if you've forgotten how ugly those cars were, you need to go back and have a look at one or two pictures, because, oh boy, that was not a pretty look for Formula One. This is still again, you can see great big barn door of a wing, all about downforce and not quite so much of a payoff in the lift drag ratio. And there again, the big wide shovel nose of the early 70s, and as low as you can get on this Tyrrell P34. Martin Stretton had a lot of fun racing these cars in historic racing 10 or 15 years ago, and brought Derek Gardner, the original designer of the cars for Tyrrell, back out of retirement to help run the cars in the Historic Grand Prix Car Association races. It's always good to see cars that are not quite so familiar. We see quite a lot of early 80s Williamses, Lotuses, McLarens regularly being exercised. some of the later 80s and early 90s cars don't often get out and about, so always nice to see them given an airing, particularly since the weather is actually improving as the afternoon continues. So young fans there with a bit of face paint. We might get a bit of face paint before we go home, I think. Maybe not. But I know a lot of the young fans will have enjoyed their day out, no matter how much or how little of the actual racing cars they've seen. So our car's heading back into the pit lane. And running more modern cars is not just as easy. With the Cosworth, you make sure it's got the right amount of oil pressure in it when you wind it over and then fire it up. With these cars, the tolerances are so fine. They need a lot of preheating and all of that. Talking to a couple of guys at AMG Mercedes last year at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and they were saying that it's a 2-hour lead-in of pre-warming before you can actually try and fire up a modern Grand Prix car engine. So, you know, astonishingly fine tolerances that the engineers of the 80s and 90s would have just gone, well, that's not even ever going to be achievable, is it? But that's where we are now. So it's not just about the technology of running the cars, but it's all of the support systems you need, the preheaters that run oil and coolant through to make sure that it doesn't just seize and explode the moment you try and turn it over.
And a support system that's needed in the Williams is a map of the circuit, because it's come into the wrong pit lane. I assume, I mean, obviously it might have been arranged that it would come into the heritage pits, but it started in the international pits, and that's where the crew are.
Well, force of habit for that car, because that's its pit lane.
Yes, very much so, yes.
When that car was current, the other pit lane was just a pipe dream. So yes,
a field.
Ended up in the well, it was a spectator stands. So in fact, actually, a lot of it would have been helicopters landing on Grand Prix Day. So that's it. The Formula One demonstration concludes, and we will pick up our racing in just a few moments.
So I've just stepped away from the track for a minute because I've come to the Village Green because I want to meet the official charity partner of this event. So I'm going to go inside. I'm going to meet Sandra, who is Chief Exec of the Kidney Research UK. So Sandra, tell me a little bit more about the charity.
So we're the charity of the year for the Silverstone Festival, and we are here to tell the story that 3.5 million people are living in the UK with kidney disease now, and our research is looking for answers to help them live a healthier and better life.
So what can people do if they come over here and find you guys?
So please come and see us. We're on the green. We'd love to talk to you. You can learn a little bit more about the research and development work that we do here. And you can do a kidney health check, a quick check yourself on your own kidney health.
Amazing. So you can come down here, get a quick kidney check and donate.
Yes, that's right. And there's lots of other exciting things to do over the whole weekend. You'll see us out and about on the main stage and here in the tent. So we'd love to see people.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to go over here because I have heard that a very, very famous person is here. David Brabham. How are you? Lovely to see you. So just a quick question. You're here because this is rather personal, isn't it? Kidney disease and this particular charity. Can you just let us know a little bit more why?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my father had kidney disease and his mother had kidney disease. It just kind of runs through the family on that side. So obviously do whatever I can to support Kidney Research UK. And, you know, we're here at Silverstone, at the Silverstone Festival. We've got the Brabham simulator here, the BT19 Brabham Motorsport Sim. And people can pay £5 to have a go and try and beat my time. And there's a prize at the end, whoever gets the quickest time as well.
Amazing. Make sure you get down here and try and beat David's time.
So, carrying on with our main stage action, the guys who brought NASCAR to Silverstone have plenty to tell you from 5:45, fueling around the podcast with Jason Plato and Comedy Dave Vitti. with VIP guests from 7. And that will lead you into the first of our bands this evening. Live music from New Rules, followed by the Sugar Babes, who bring down the curtain on day 2 of the Silverstone Festival. Well, let's catch up now with Ed Foster.
Next up, the Masters Endurance Legends. And you know things are getting serious when they have a different set of tyres just to get to the assembly area. So they've used this set because you can see all the pickup they've got on them. And this is just the kind of collection of stuff and debris that you get from bringing it through the paddock. So they put on a new set. Jonathan Kennard's here. He's on the front row alongside the De Silvas. Jonathan, I'm really sorry. Do you mind, just as you're getting dressed, lovely place to be, front row, you got your fresh boots on. Just hoping there isn't rain, I guess.
Yes. Mind you, rain might give us a chance, I think. This car's going to be good in the wet, but probably better for it to be dry for everybody, I think.
I mean, this circuit's kind of what these cars were built for, isn't it?
This is built for more slightly tight and twisty circuits. They'll leave us standing in the straight line, but in the corners, this is monster. It's incredible. So, yeah, fingers crossed. First time out with the car.
Well, then, best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, look, follow me. We always interview the sort of front row people, so let's go a little bit further back. The Peugeot here, which is amazing every time you see it. A little bit further back, we've got the Dallara down here that I know Sam Hancock, well, Gregor Fiskin, who's putting on his balaclava at the moment, he's obviously going to start it. And we've got Sam Hancock here. Sam, I'm sorry if I just dive in. You got in the car. When I last bumped into you, didn't know whether you were going to drive it or not.
What the detail on that is I didn't actually know if I was going to fit or not, but I have managed to sort of fold myself in, and it's amazing what a bit of motivation does when you're a tall driver like me trying to get into a relatively small race car. But when you look at it, you look at an LMP1 with a Judd V10, you'll chop your legs off at the knees if you have to, whatever it takes.
It must be awesome through Copse, Maggots, Beckett's.
It is. It definitely needs a little bit more awesomeness from the driver, but the car is absolutely fantastic. I've never driven the Dallara before. I was lucky to race in this era, so I have driven back then and since most of the other chassis that were around, and I always wanted to try this because I always thought it was beautiful. It was certainly successful, and so thanks to Gregor, I have the chance.
How does it compare to the Lola Asta? Because I scrubbed your wheels and tyres for 24 hours.
You did, yeah. Is that why we didn't finish Le Mans? I can't remember. Maybe.
No, it was the engine. It was nothing to do with the wheels and tyres.
How does it compare to that? Look, that's a younger car, bit more refined, a bit more aero. But I would say the thing with that car, the lovely noise that it makes is because it's got a thumping, great big, heavy V12 that sits reasonably high in the back. So in the fast corners, you always felt the sense of pendulum, whereas this is a little more bespoke. I mean, this is kind of a Formula One car with extended bodywork and headlights, and you feel a very good balance in a high speed. There's no sense of a big heavy weight behind you that wants to sort of flick out in those quick corners. So I love it. It just takes chipping away a few laps just to carry a bit more speed every single time.
I'll enjoy it.
Thank you, I will.
Nice sunny afternoon for our fans. Hello, everybody. Hello, girls. I hope you are enjoying yourself. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, wait for the cameras. Yeah. See, in 10 years, when you're watching the Sugar Babes' third reunion, you'll be getting your dad to wave at the cameras, and then he will be just as perplexed and embarrassed as that. Now, we just heard from Sam Hancock with Ed. There's a car that Sam raced in period, the Lola Aston Martin. Didn't race this SMP Dallara, the BR01 in period, but Sean Lynn, who has got just about every mouth-watering car that you can imagine, somewhere tucked away, is driving that one. Here we've got one of the Morgan LMP2 chassis. There's 3 or 4 of those in the race, and just beyond them, with the red, white and blue, the ex-Nigel Mansell, Leo Mansell and Greg Mansell Le Mans race car. They raced together just the once at Le Mans. Ex-Martin Short at Dallara. That car finishing 4th overall at Le Mans in period with the X-Market sponsorship. And 2 of the fabulous diesel FAP Turbo 90Xs, the 908s, the advanced 908. Mike there in his own MG Lola AER that he has been racing for the better part of 25 years now, on and off, Mike Newton. We've got some much more modern cars as well, not just cars from the early part of the century, but cars that could still be competing at Le Mans in the support races, as we've got a number of LMP3 cars that are to the current spec. So we've got 3 or 4 Ligers and a Norma, and this BR01, the SMP racing team ending up working on their own chassis, and that was with input from Dallara as well. Dallara has fingers in many pies. This car driven in period by Didier Taze, among other. You can see on the roll bar there, Max Papis, Mara Baldi and Freddie Leinhardt. So these Lister-sponsored cars raced in the Le Mans series, but also in what stage was the American Le Mans series also. And wasn't sure who was in the car there, but had a very familiar helmet livery that looked much like Maribaldi's. Now, I don't think Maribaldi is driving here. Certainly haven't seen his name on the grid. But there you go, suitable helmet for car. The Masters Endurance Legends race. Well, we're not going to be running into the darkness here at Silverstone, but we are certainly capturing the spirit of Le Mans that this year celebrated its centenary. 100 years since the first 24 hours at Le Mans. On pole position, fittingly enough, it's a French chassis, the Pescarolo of Tim and Harinder da Silva from the Kennard Constable Acura, with Steve Brooks Peugeot and the Lola Aston Martin, the gorgeous V12 car of Christoph Dansenborg in those Gulf colours, lining up on row 2 of the grid. Morgan Pescarolos, Dallaras, Zytecs, Oricas, BR01s, more Peugeots, Mike Newton's MG Lola, the EX268 with its AER motor, HPD Hondas, and then the LMP3 battle. That's going to be really interesting as well, because those are pretty much still absolutely current cars, the Ligers and the Norma. The Norma was the dominant force up really until the 2022 season, when the Ligier GSP3 really started to take over. And the Reynard Protran, that car, the first hybrid car to run at Le Mans, the Morgan Aero Supersport, and car that I've never seen or heard of before, the Nissan Jade, little black device. So there goes the Red Bull Ferrari, and behind it the Morgan Aero Supersport, and there is the Jade Nissan. Looks very much like an SN2 or an SN3 car, so sort of sub LMP3 category, but with a similar engine to the early LMP3 cars. One of the Nissan engines that powered them in their first iteration before the Gibson power units took over. So all sorts of different sights and sounds, different cars in different classes, and that is very much the spirit of Le Mans. This race is all about prototypes predominantly. They will be the force at the front of the field, and as ever, the vast expanses of Silverstone will be a reasonable training ground, or has always been a reasonable training ground as you develop your car for Le Mans. This was the Silverstone 6 hours, 1,000 kilometres, was traditionally the European season opener for endurance racing. Then you'd have the 6 hours or 1,000 Ks of Spa, and that would be the final warm-up for Le Mans. So you'd shake the car down here at Silverstone, make sure everything ran. Spa is where you would introduce your low downforce aero package, because that worked well at Spa, and that's what you would need at Le Mans. And then you'd go to Le Mans and find out that everything worked and it was glorious, or nothing worked at all and it was horrendous. And for most people who go to Le Mans most years, you don't come away with much other than the desire to go back and do it again. So cars heading out from the pit lane and sweeping around. We'll try and pick some bones out of this. Let's take a look at a few of them as they go by. The bright red number 24 Courage LC75. So this is a LMP2 car built by Courage, Yves Courage's company, back in 2007. And Courage firm based at Le Mans in the Techno Park there, as Orica is as well. Orica has a big base at Le Mans, also has a big base also at Manicourt, but Hugues de Schonach's spiritual home really, I guess, is Le Mans. So Yves Courage, the only man to win Le Mans in a car bearing his own name. So Jack Brabham is the only man to win the Formula One World Championship in a car bearing his own name, and Yves Courage the same at Le Mans. So that was back in the dawn of the 80s. And the car on pole position in the Gulf livery, the open Gulf car, that is the Pescarola LMP2 chassis of Tim and Harinder da Silva. Jonathan Kennard starts the Acura alongside. Again, you heard from Jonathan, an LMP2 car. It's going to lose out in a straight line to the LMP1s, but in the tight and twisty stuff, it should be at least their match. Steve Brooks will start third in the Peugeot 90X. That's the blue and black diesel Peugeot, the LMP1 car, and Christoph Dansenborg in 007, the Gulf liveried closed Aston Martin engined Lola. Fabulous looking car, a stunning sounding car. You'll hear it before you see it. Not in the way that you used to hear the Mazda 787 before you even arrived in the country, but you'll certainly hear the sound. If you're trackside, this is going to be if you've never been to Le Mans, then we're bringing Le Mans to you. Okay, not this year's Le Mans cars, not the hypercars, but cars that would have raced there this century and in a certain number of cases quite recently this century as well. The Peugeot's racing there in 2011. And so they've got some very good Le Mans vintage here. So some great sights and sounds. LMP1 cars, LMP2 cars, LMP3 cars, which is sort of second half of the last 2 decades invention below LMP2 to train drivers and teams and to bring them through. And there you can see as well the Lola Mazda from the IMSA Championship, very competitive car. We've got a couple of HPD Hondas, Acura Hondas as well, which will have raced in the IMSA series in the early part of the 21st century. So those are equivalent LMP2 cars, and this final formation lap could be important for these drivers to build the heat in the brakes, build the heat in the tyres. No tyre warmers before they leave the pit lane. And as you saw Ed saying, all right, well, they won't use the ratty old tyres that they use for transport, but they certainly won't have heat in the tyres when they left the pit lane. That's going to be very important. And whoever gets the heat in best, and I'm looking here predominantly, I think, at the LMP2 drivers, are likely to fare very well in the opening laps. That's not all just about prototypes, as you can see further down the order. There you go, black and white Aston Martin. We've got a couple of Astons, Mercedes, Ferraris in the field as well, and the Morgan Aero and an Audi R8, which had a little bit of problem. And right towards the tail of the field, another car with which Martin Short was associated over the years, the Mosler MT900R. That's the white and blue car towards the tail of the field. So we've got those as well, and that means as the race progresses, as at Le Mans, you will get into traffic with much slower cars, and that's where the prototype drivers really earn their money, trying to find those gaps. Lights out on the safety car as we exit timing sector 2 at the end of the hangar straight, just before we get into Stowe. And we are getting ready to go with this glorious assortment of sports racers and prototypes and GTs from the last 2 decades. Safety car pulls into the pits, and the drivers will form up in 2x2 formation. We get ready to race at Silverstone. The Masters racing legends ready to be released around the expanses of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. The blue and orange of Harinder da Silva from pole position leads the field into the first corner. Jonathan Kennard alongside him in the Acura slots into second, and then Steve Brooks in the closed cockpit Peugeot 90X, the diesel FAP car, in third position. Right behind him, the glorious normally aspirated V12 Aston Martin engine in the Gulf livery Lola Aston of Christoph Dansenborg. Just a taste of the sights and sounds of Le Mans, which celebrates its centenary this year. We're not racing through the night. It's 40 minutes, not 24 hours. And that means, like Steve Brooks, as he moves up into second ahead of Jonathan Kennard, you have got to get on with this. And Alistair Douglas, that's going to put a real premium on making passes in these cars that were built not for 40 minutes, but for nearly 40 hours of survival.
Yes, and the first opportunity for them to even half stretch their legs was the Wellington Straight there, where Steve Brooks nipped through into second, and they'll get another good opportunity through the Beckett's S's, which, as you said yesterday, not unlike the Porsche curves at Le Mans, and then onto the Hangar Straight, where they'll really be able to open these cars up. And we will keep an eye on the top speeds and let you know what sort of speeds they're doing on the Hangar Straight as they come through Beckett's. It's still Harinder de Silva leading. Steve Brooks coming up into second momentarily there, but Jonathan Kennard in the Acura getting back into second as they come onto the Hangar Straight for the first time.
And this is where the Peugeot should whistle by. You saw the diesel turbo whizzing up into the Beckett's S's behind Harinder de Silva. Didn't quite find the gap I thought he was looking for, so he decided that discretion was the better part of valor. But as soon as he got onto the Hangar Straight by Jonathan Kennard's Acura, now he has his nose cut off a little bit by the Pescarolo. Pescarolo, run by Henri Pescarolo's eponymous team from its workshops in Le Mans, built by them for the LMP2 races, but the Peugeot with the power on the straight to go straight by. So Steve Brooks takes the lead. Jonathan Kennard looking down the inside in the Acura. In the Acura, through he goes into second place. Harinder de Silva in third, and the Lola Aston Martin of Christoph Dansenborg behind us. There's a big lockup tailing them in, and was that the Cummings and Ellis Morgan Pescarolo? I think it might have been. So there are the top four. Who is in fifth place? Well, there is the Pescarolo just ahead of the X-Markets car, the X-Martin short machine in sixth position, and Gregor Fiskin starting the Dallara that he shares with Sam Hancock. Sam Hancock having a seat fitting yesterday to try and wedge him into the car. But Steve Brooks whistling away in the first of the two Peugeots, because there are a pair of 90Xs in the field. Peugeot have sold on almost all of their factory cars. They've retained only the outright Le Mans winner, and one of the three drivers who won Le Mans for Peugeot in these cars, David Brabham, is here as well on the kidney research stand with the Brabham simulator, so you can go and chat Le Mans to him and try and help raise some money for kidney disease as well. Jonathan Kennard latching onto the tail of Steve Brooks. Again, it's really when Brooks starts to come on the cam and that engine really starts to pull hard down the straight that Kennard is left trailing in his wake a little. But as we heard from the LMP2 drivers, once you get into the twisty stuff, that's where the battle becomes a little more even.
Yes, and that's one of the areas it's a little bit twistier is through Club Corner, and you can see already Jonathan Kennard has closed up a little bit, and they go up now the Hamilton Straight into the right and left at Abbey and Farm, and then it gets really twisty in what's been called the arena section of the track, which is Village and the Loop, and up the inside comes Jonathan Kennard, perfectly predicted by Martin Haven there. Get into the twiddly bits, and Jonathan Kennard's car comes into its own, so he takes the lead from Steve Brooks through Aintree now, and then on to the Wellington Straight, only fractionally slower than the Hangar Straight. So will Steve Brooks come back through?
Yeah, look at Kennard. He's having long looks in the mirror. He knows he's going to come. He knows the Peugeot's got the speed. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Jonathan's got plenty of experience in decent single-seaters and sports car racing, so he knows the potential of that Peugeot right behind, and he wants to try and escape if he can before the mid-race, where they'll hand over to Jamie Constable. Steve Brooks will stay in that Peugeot. Harinder de Silva starting the number 10 Pescarolo from pole. He'll hand over to son Tim de Silva. Christoph Dansenberg hogging all the driving of the Lola Aston to himself. I mean, why would you share it if you didn't have to? But a great opportunity for Jonathan Kennard to try and keep his nose in front. And we're breaking up into two-car battles. Kennard versus Brooks for the lead, and De Silva and Dansenberg for third position. They come out of the Chapel Curve now, and the two Gulf livery cars third and fourth, and behind them is the Peugeot looks down the inside. Behind them is the second 90X, and that is car number 6 of Stuart Wiltshire. So Stuart started in 9th place. He's now up to 5th. So again, like Steve Brooks, possibly took a corner or two just to find a clear bit of road, and then got the hammer down.
Coming up to Abbey and Farm. And behind, the battle for third place now with Christophe Dansenbourg going up the inside and gets past Harinder de Silva going into Abbey, and also coming up behind, is that the second of the Peugeots?
Yes, it is.
I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
that's Stuart Wiltshire, car number 6.
So after a relatively slower start, he's made his way through, but they're all boxed up now behind a much slower car. I think
that's the Courage. Yeah, that had a problem earlier on, and that's now gone a lap down. It's not the only car, actually, that has had a little early problem. You can see the Vitaphone Aston Martin in front, and that turquoise or green and black car, that will be gobbled up fairly quickly as well. Luckily, Gunter Alt is on his own in that Aston Martin GT3 car, so the leaders will get by him fairly quickly, but there are some good battles in front of them that are going to pose much more of a problem, and that's exactly what you find at Le Mans. It's one of the toughest jobs, getting by the back marker traffic. 17, that is Anton Dantenberg in his Dallara Oreca. So that is, again, an LMP1 car, and there's trouble for one of our P3 entries. That's the Kells car. Now, has that had a suspension collapse of the rear? That rear wheel looked very close to the bodywork, and I'm a little surprised it was quite so close.
And Steve Brooks going for the lead again into Stowe Corner. Jonathan Kennard, though, managing to hold him off, takes the line. And in fact, Steve Brooks, in that little effort there, he ran a little wide at Stowe, but back onto the power again as they come up into Club Corner and through the right-hander to complete another lap.
Now, again, one of the things that the 90X has got is a low drag, but also relatively low downforce setup, and they will be running that on maximum downforce, which is still at a low level. Now, the LMP2 cars, much more variable, so they will have probably a better grip and downforce setup here for Silverstone. Although it's a quick circuit, it is a medium downforce circuit, much more downforce required here than at Spa-Le Mans. Down the inside comes Wiltshire, grabs third from Dansenbourg. Dansenbourg had got ahead of Harinder de Silva as well, so the two Gulf cars that started, first and fourth, are now fourth and fifth. So the Peugeots up to second and third, but look at the Lola Aston now. Because of the normally aspirated car, if he's got it in the power band, the Aston will pick up speed even quicker than the diesel Peugeot initially, but then the Peugeot starts to stretch its legs away a little, and that works Lola Aston V12. It's the engine out of the Aston Martin Vantage in the back of the Lola chassis. And for one glorious year, those cars wailed around Le Mans, looking and sounding absolutely fabulous. Same Gulf livery on the Pescarolo, right behind of Harinder de Silva. And again, he's losing very little at all to Christophe Dansenbourg. Christophe's such an experienced historic racer now, which actually isn't to say that Harinder isn't. Harinder and Tim de Silva have done plenty of historic racing. Christophe Dansenbourg started out in FIA GTs when he was a younger driver, so he's been racing in endurance racing almost all his career. But the number 6 Peugeot now starting to stretch away. Traffic in front of him in the form of the Morgan Aero Supersport, and again, slower cars. And that was all part of the picture here at Silverstone in this shortened version of an endurance race. And Morgan also racing at Le Mans in the early part of the 20th century, not with the Aero. And here's the classic battle, Porsche 911 versus Mosler MT900.
Another strong connection with Martin Short, the Mosler. He was the UK importer of the Mosler, and Michael and Sean McInerney, it is at the wheel of the Signia-sponsored car.
In fact, Shorty, I think, has only just sold his last Mosler, and his son Morgan was out in it a little earlier in the season.
Two sons actually have been out in the car and won club races in the car. Good to see that car back out.
And again, the Mosler has a great sound because it's a Corvette V8 in the back of it. So lots of LMP2, LMP3 battles. The car in the background with the pink of Jacques Nicolet. And now the pink is a Rugby and Toulouse-based colour reference, but Jacques Nicolet, the man who bought Pescarolo when the factory closure happened, and then having sealed the bid publicly, handed the keys to the factory straight back to Henri Pescarolo, who was absolutely gobsmacked, heartbroken that his team was being sold. He was there, Nicolet bought it, and then literally handed him the keys to the building and said, there you go, off you go. Then he took over building Pescarolos under the Onroque name of his own company, and you can see Onroque built Morgans as well, which were LMP2 chassis, not related to Morgan in the Malverns in the race as well. Now, Red 5, familiar with many Grand Prix fans as Nigel Mansell's number, and that's no surprise, because this Beechstein-sponsored car, driven at Le Mans in period by Nigel Mansell with his two sons, Greg and Leo. They raced here in the Silverstone 1000 Ks as well, competed in the Le Mans Series up to Le Mans. Unfortunately, the race came to a bit of a shuddering halt. Arnage having a crash early on in some fairly appalling weather conditions, and the boys not getting a chance to race it.
Keith Rieser running that Red 5, got through past Christophe Dansenborg in the Lola Aston, and now Dansenborg coming up on the inside at Brooklands. This may end in the Aston going ahead. Yes, it does. Not always certain when you overtake at Brooklands, because coming up next is Luffield, which is a right-hander, but Dansenborg made his way through, so Keith Rieser took the place and lost it again in the space of a couple of corners, but that's a good battle, because in behind is Harinder de Silva in the pole-sitting car, so that's a battle for 5th place.
Yeah, Red 5 in 5th. That is a Zytec chassis, and again, as we saw with the LMP1, LMP2 battle earlier with the Peugeot and with Jonathan Kennard, it's the nimbleness of the P2 chassis and the fact that it can carry more aero, or does carry more aero, because they weren't just designed to win at Le Mans like the Peugeot was. The Peugeot was really a compromise everywhere apart from the Circuit de la Sarthe, and there you can see Harinder de Silva under real pressure from the other Dansenborg entry, and that is the Lister-sponsored Dallara Oreca. So Antoine Dansenborg starting that one.
Driving solo, we're told.
Okay.
In that one.
So Werner Dansenborg also on the entry list. We'll wait and see. But again, that car plied most of its trade in North America. And right behind, car number 36, the red and blue of SMP Racing. And that car driven by Max Lynn, the BR01, their own name on the chassis designed by Dallara. So Max Lynn in 8th place, a 3-car battle here. The LMP2 cars, the Golf livery Dallara, the Lister behind it, the Oreca, and then the SMP BR01 trying to close in. They make their way past the Ferrari, and that's the GT3 458 and Colin Sota. And that car, about the same period as these cars, raced in 2011, a big looping spin for Antoine Dansenborg in the Dallara Oreca. Now, I've just realised, actually, that that's not a Didier Tay-style helmet. That looks much more Riccardo Patrese, doesn't it? Antoine Dansenborg. So he's donutted his way round back into the right direction, and Frieser has moved back ahead of Christophe Dansenborg. So again, the Red 5 starting to move its way up the order. The Zytec now up to 4th position. So we've got Jonathan Kennard still leading, and now by 4 seconds over Steve Brooks. Brooks in 2nd place, as you see the AMG Mercedes. Now here is a battle that you could probably see played out next week in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, GT3 versus LMP3. Now normally the LMP3 cars are way ahead, but quite often the tail enders in the LMP3 field find that the GT3 cars that start behind them or amongst them are the devil's own job to get past. This is Wayne Mars in a 2017 AMG GT3, and just behind him, car number 52, Ron Maiden, who shares with Craig Davis, who started that one. I think it was Craig Davis, yes it is. Now into the pit lane, as the pit window is open, comes Harinder de Silva.
probably expected, because Tim, his son, is a little quicker than Harindra and set the pole time in that car. And the pit window is just 10 minutes, so not very long, 10 minutes. And if I gave you all the cars that had got additional time penalties for elite drivers, as we see Wayne Mars having a big spin in his GT3 Mercedes, it would take me the rest of the race. So I'll tell you if you ask me, Martin.
I won't ask.
How long will they have to stop for? Because it is relevant. The lead car has a longer stop than the Brooks car in second place.
We'll just sort it out. Christopher Milner and Nigel Greensell. Of course, Nigel Greensell's driving that car in the Lola Mazda, the Lola B1260. That's LMP1 car. There's Mike Newton in the car that he raced in period, the car, the MG Lola AER, run by RML. And Phil Barker and his crew still running that car. And Mike Newton still enjoying driving it. So there is the Aston Martin that was the lead GT car in the race. And Mike Newton looking to slice down the inside, telegraph that early, but the Aston driver didn't oblige. Now running off track is our race leader, Jonathan Kennard. He's parked it. So Kennard out of the race, which leaves a Peugeot 1-2. Now this is where they detonate their pistons, because they changed the spec of the cars before the race. At least that's what happened in period. But Steve Brooks takes the lead, and in second place Stuart Wiltshire in car number 6. So there is your new race leader. The Cez and the Cease, the two Peugeots, 16 in front of 6. So Steve Brooks, the new race leader. Didn't seem to be smoke from Jonathan Kennard's car, but clearly either he felt or heard something, or it lit up like a Christmas tree. He has parked the car down before they get to the loop. Steve Brooks has just gone by him, and Stuart Wiltshire will do the same. So up into third place has gone Red 5. So that's good progress for Keith Freezer from 8th on the grid. Christoph Dansenburg up to 4th place, but it is Peugeot 1-2. Neither of these two Peugeot will have to swap drivers, and there's trouble. Now that Audi, I'm afraid, the R8 LMS Ultra was quite recalcitrant in qualifying yesterday, didn't really want to behave itself at all, and seems to be equally unconvinced by the need to keep going even for 40 minutes. It is a GT3 Audi, but doesn't really seem to be very keen on running. Into the pit lane then comes the race leader. There is another Audi in the race, a Le Mans prototype LMP1 Audi R8, one of the original cars, silver with yellow highlights. At least he qualified yesterday in the hands of Nick Halusa. Did it start the race? I don't see it on the grid actually, so that may have had an issue. But the leader is in the pits. Door open for Steve Brooks. And although the car looks like it's got quite a decent sized cockpit, the car itself is tiny, and so is the cockpit. This car driven in period, as you can see from the window, by, among others, Franck Montagny and Stéphane Sarrazin, both of whom are still current race drivers. Trying to remember who the third driver was, and I can't. That would have been an all-French lineup. And meanwhile, here is the battle for what might become the lead if they stay out. Stuart Wiltshire, and right behind him is Tim De Silva. So Tim has stopped and is now harassing the number 6 Peugeot that has not stopped.
So that puts them, I think, exactly one lap apart, doesn't
it?
With
a lap and inches.
Yes.
Exactly right.
Absolutely, yes. So when the...
Oh, and here he goes. Look, he's going to try and unlap himself before the Peugeot stops. The Peugeot just slightly held up there, out of cops. Oh, round the outside. That is brave stuff. Tim De Silva left himself with no option but to complete the move. And, oh, blimey, O'Reilly. I think Stuart Wiltshire was very surprised. Yellow flags on the exit for the Audi. I wonder whether that... Oh, is it going to move again? It has moved again. Well, hopefully it'll make it to the pit lane without the need for a safety car. So that could be a very telling move for Tim De Silva, unlapping himself from the race leader before the race leader stops. Now, these guys are lapping in 148, 149s. I think the Peugeot is going to have to spend longer than that in the pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see where Steve Brooks comes out in the number 16 Peugeot, as in comes the car that is second on the road, the Red 5 Zytek, the Mansell family car. Mike Newton, Phil Barker with the lollipop. Mike Newton engages first gear, he's getting ready to go. Raced that car in Le Mans Series, raced it at Le Mans as well for a number of years. Very successful partnership in that car with Tommy Erdos, the Brazilian driver. And Mike now running that car on his own and thoroughly enjoying it. I think he's got 2 or 3 varieties of that chassis in his own colours that they raced over the years. There's a couple of Libre LMP3 cars heading towards the camera.
And I noticed that Christoph Donselberg was going down the pit lane behind that recalcitrant Audi. I hope it wasn't running at a very low speed as it was out on track.
I think it probably was running at a very low speed.
Because that would have lost Donselberg some time in the pit lane. He's allowed to do 60 kilometres an hour. That's a 60-second minimum stop time for most cars. Certainly the ones in the leading group all are penalty-free in terms of the elite driver penalties.
Race leader is still car number 6, Stuart Wiltshire, or has been for the last couple of laps. Stuart Wiltshire, he now comes in. And I'm assuming that the same team was running both Peugeots, or is running both Peugeots, so you want to try and stagger the stops as much as you can. Very telling little stories about the Peugeot team. The year before they claimed victory at Le Mans with David Brabham and his teammates, they had looked to be very much the dominant force. They absolutely wiped the floor with Audi, and qualifying the car was very, very quick, but they had made changes to the engine in the lead into Le Mans, and in the early morning hours on Sunday, one after another, with very quick succession, the factory Peugeots and the Ude Schoenack Orica run Peugeot all burned pistons out and exploded in a cloud of exhaust smoke and were at the side of the road. Then the crew gathered together in the build-up to the beginning of the following season, and there's a nice little bit of documentary footage. They all went to the team bosses, or the engineering chief's house, and they watched Audi's Truth in 24 documentary. And at the end of it, there's a couple of comments, and the guys are saying, yeah, it looks like a lot more fun when you win. And it was that sort of penny-dropping moment that really drove them on. And then the car had the speed and the consistency to win it. Now, trouble for the 26 car. I think this is a car that Jacques Nicolet possibly raced in period as well as carrying his colours. Dean Ford and Jamie Thwaites with the Onroke Morgan Pescarolo. This car from 2013, so just 10 years old. And here is the second place car in the GT battle. And there is the AMG Mercedes. And again, the Ligier JSP3 right behind. It's a battle between GT3 and LMP3. And for the first time next year at Le Mans, GT3 cars will be the GT category. So next year's Le Mans 24 Hours will have just 2 categories, Hypercar and GT3. LMP2, it seems, will not be racing at Le Mans in 2024 as we head towards the 100th running of the race, not the 100th anniversary of the first race, which was this year, but in another 8 years' time we will have the actual 100th race, because of course World War II and at one stage strikes and the fuel crisis have delayed or cancelled Le Mans. So we're 8 years away from the 100th Le Mans 24 Hours. And what that will bring again in terms of celebration, I think you might want to try booking your tickets now. Well, the Audi is still going, sort of in its own fashion, but not really doing much in terms of convincing pace. And here comes Tim De Silva. Steve Brooks remains out front after his pit stop in the number 16 Peugeot. We're going to have to wait for our timing screens to realign themselves because we need to know how far Tim De Silva is behind. He's ahead of Stuart Wiltshire. We thought that was going to happen when he unlapped himself before Wiltshire's pit stop. So Tim De Silva in second place, 23.9 seconds back now from Steve Brooks in the Peugeot 90X. And another year of running and driving the car. Steve Brooks, that car didn't really quite live up to its pre-race billing last year, but it certainly has had a much better run through this year. And this car, Harinder and Tim De Silva, going very well. The Riley and Scott Mark III there, the black open car kicking up the dirt. And that is coming up through the order as well. It's got a good run going. That car didn't qualify as strongly maybe as you might have thought. Xavier Micheron in the 6-litre Riley and Scott. I think that does have the Caddy North Star V8 in it. And here is Steve Brooks carving his way through traffic. He's really settled down into the car superbly now, hasn't he? Into the final third of the race, working his way through traffic. He's got the tyres and the brakes where he wants them, and the car just swooping around Silverstone effortlessly. Now, among all the other engine noises, it's going to be hard to hear the Peugeot, the muted turbo diesel whistle of the car, the same with the Audi R10s. Made them like low-flying jets, often, particularly in the quicker sections at Le Mans. All you'd hear was the turbulence in the air rather than any engine note.
So you set that against the 12-cylinder whale of the Aston Martin, and it's rather uninspiring, the diesel whistle. And having been at Le Mans, I know you go to Le Mans every year, but I haven't been that often, and I was there the year of the Peugeots, and just standing at Mulsanne listening to them coming. Well, not listening to them. Oh, there's a Peugeot here.
Yeah, exactly. When you're at the Porsche curves as well, up against the wall, and you're only about 8 feet away from the track, and the thing comes through near silently,
yes,
it properly is whispering death. I mean, they're absolute, and especially in the Porsche curves, a modern LMP car just hugs the road like it's a turbocharged Hoover, and yeah, you don't hear it coming. It's just like there's a fighter jet coming past you. Well, there is Red 5, still in sight perhaps of the podium. Stuart Wiltshire, the Peugeot, he can see now, he's got visual, so the gap is not that big. There's the Peugeot, and there is the Zytek behind. Now, in terms of time, that was 4 seconds. Wiltshire was a little quicker on his best lap, but Frieser is quicker at the moment. Not by a lot, and maybe not by enough, but enough to give Stuart Wiltshire plenty to think about. Now, modern cars like these would, in period, have had very good ship-to-shore radio. I'm not sure whether the teams still do or not, but every lap when he sees the gap, the plus over fourth, is going to get smaller and smaller.
As the last lap times just slightly in favour of Keith Frieser. There's not a lot in it.
No.
So he is, as you say, easing up as they come down, or he comes down into Stowe Corner, and we should get a flash on the shot as they go perhaps along the Hamilton Straight of the Peugeot that he's chasing, and we'll also get our exact gap between the two. It was 4.1. Let's see, is he making up time? It is 6.3. So in fact, Keith Frieser is on that lap anyway, lost 2 seconds.
Now, so that's unusual. I'm not sure why. Somebody had a big lock-up there in front of the pits. Not sure who, left a big cloud of smoke. Frieser trying to carve his way past this Ferrari, and does so. Fastest race lap, by the way, 1:44.05, set by, I'm assuming, Tim De Silva rather than Harinder De Silva in the number 10 Pescarolo, the open Gulf-coloured car. Best lap of either of the Peugeots a 1:47.9, so 3.9 seconds slower, Steve Brooks, than the best lap of this car, car number 10. So now he may have been keeping closer to that, but actually the race lap for the number 10 car is quicker than they went in qualifying.
It is, and traffic willing, and that's why he's being so relatively aggressive. Tim De Silva, a quick driver, but also quite an aggressive driver, and he's forcing his way through the traffic, and he needs to. There's 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Sam Hancock in the X-Markets Dallara, just being passed by De Silva. Mike Newton next up. So Hancock in the Dallara with a battle with the LMP2 car of Mike Newton. And there is the Peugeot of Steve Brooks. No, I beg your pardon, yes it is Steve Brooks. Get my 6s and my 16s mixed up. Stuart Wiltshire in car number 6, still in third. And Keith Freezer 6.3 seconds back. So the gap opens and closes as they meet traffic that either falls nicely for them or not.
And it didn't fall nicely for Tim De Silva on the last lap. He lost 2 seconds to the leader, having been at least 2 seconds a lap quicker on previous laps. So just caught that big bunch of traffic. And I think that's going to be the story of the remaining 8 minutes of the race, because there are so many cars out on track. There aren't many straights and corners where he gets a clear run.
And you'd think perhaps that the Peugeot would suffer a little bit more from that, but traffic, it's either brake for you or brake against you, and there's no happy medium. It does look like the Peugeot has had slightly better brakes than the traffic again. Another LMP3 battle coming towards us with some P2 cars behind. There is Tim De Silva. He's got Mike Newton clinging on to his coattails behind. Mike Newton in 14th place overall and leading his class, Group 1 P2.
And Tim De Silva making his way through the Beckett's S's. He's got the Courage, is that just ahead? I think it was, no it wasn't, it was the Dallara, similar colours. Down the Hangar Straight, he's got an LMP3 car just ahead of him. He gets through on the inside of that, and we'll shortly get the next lap time comparison with 7 minutes remaining in this race.
Yeah, that Ligier he passed was John Minshaw's LMP3 Ligier 133. That car is actually in 11th place. So the leaders have lapped everybody bar the top 10. So John Minshaw, I'm not sure how much experience John's got in an LMP3 car. Certainly hasn't raced them as a current race car, if you like. But top 10 position at the moment for him.
And the gap first to second once again went out a little, so I think it's a combination of just the traffic falling perhaps badly for Tim, but I think Steve Brooks has got the message, whether they've got radio or not. He's got the message that he needs to press on, and his last few lap times have been very competitive.
I think probably when you're in a car like this, it actually begs you to press on, because it feels more comfortable when it's doing what it's supposed to do, when it's up on its toes, being really driven into its aero window. And that's whether you're in a GT car, a P3, a P2 or a P1, when it's doing what it was designed to do, that's when it feels least like it's going to turn around and bite you, I think. And so again, for Tim De Silva here, Tim's absolutely flying. I mean, for an LMP2 car like that, or for an older Pescara like that, to be matching a factory-built diesel prototype like that car, that's a remarkable pace. So the Pescara was a P1 car, as was the Lola Aston. And Christoph Dansenborg in 007, still in 5th place. So if you ask the organisers nicely, there's no absolute reason whatsoever why anybody in the ACO would need to let you be anything other than car number 7. But because it's Aston Martin and it's James Bond association, which they get, yes, you can have 007. Might possibly have cost a little bit more than the standard entry, but, you know, there you go.
Got 2 more zeros to print in the programme.
There you go, so we put 2 more zeros on the cost of your engine. I think it's possibly not that much more. So is this Mike Newton under pressure here? No, yes, it is. So the car right behind, 41, Rob Hall's Ligier, Mike Newton, is in a battle for position with that car for 12th place. Now that he is just being passed by the Lister liveried car, number 17 of Antoine Dansenborg, at IMSA Dallara Oreca. So Antoine Dansenbourg now up to 11th, chasing down Sam Hancock in the X-Markets Dallara, the green and blue car, just in front. And then the next car is Mike Newton, the red, white and blue View car. And then behind him, the black car, is the next car in the queue as well. So that is the battle for the top 10. And here is Christophe Dansenbourg halfway up the top 10 ladder in the 007 Lola Aston. Again, a good sounding and pretty competitive programme, despite the fact it was up against the diesel turbos. The 007 Lola Aston. Yeah, unfortunately, Lola and Aston Martin slightly fell over and fell out about who built and designed the car and whether it should be called a Lola or just an Aston Martin. Aston Martin kept insisting it was an Aston Martin, even though the chassis was built in Huntingdon at Lola's factory. And so it sort of fell over, that deal, and then Aston Martin decided to design their own car, which was an unmitigated failure of catastrophic proportions, barely turned a lap in practice, and it was an embarrassment to the firm and to everybody involved with it. And I'm not sure we'll ever see that car racing in historic racing of any kind, shape or form. Very much an unloved child. Christophe Dansenbourg carving through traffic into the Beckett's S's as we get inside the final 3 minutes of the race.
And another car closing up. Bradley Ellis has taken over the number 28 Morgan Pescarolo, and he is closing in. Whether he's got time to take the place, but that's for car number 28 catching car number 36 in 6th and 7th places. Max Lynn in the 36 car ahead, which is the BR01, which we saw earlier on.
That's the chrome red, white and blue liveried car. Very distinctive livery, all chrome colours, the BR01, run by SMP Racing.
That's a Russian team, if I recall.
It was indeed, yeah. And there it is, in fact. Well, that's another SMP Racing, and that is the BR01. And here again, Tim De Silva still chasing, and he will chase until the checkered flag stops him chasing. Gap down under 12 seconds now. It was 13.5 at the beginning of the lap, 11.9 now. But Steve Brooks knows that he's got all the time in the world to make those moves in traffic without taking any risk. Finds his way past another of the JSP3, LMP3 cars, or will do shortly. So that's the Maiden and Davis car.
Forced round the outside and then chopped off as he gets into the loop. So not a great few corners. In fact, Steve Brooks almost having to come to a stop there. So slow was he through the loop. So he makes a very wide pass on that other car. But I think we'll see the gap will have come down. But with only a minute to go, there's no real time for Tim De Silva to make a difference.
No, the full length of the Wellington Straight, unless there is a mistake. And again, we've had this happen a couple of times. There's De Silva, there's the race leader. He only needs to trip over somebody, misjudge a gap and have a half spin, and then De Silva will be all over him. And if Tim De Silva, with the tail up as he has now, gets by, then he may well be able to... Oh, Mike Newton with a big spin. So Newton loses 12th place. Now, no damage done. That looked like it was on the exit of the new stadium section. Oh, and a spin for the 17 car as well. So that's Antoine Dansenbourg. Are they related? There's Mike Newton getting going again. I wonder if they were. Well, Christophe Dansenbourg happily in 5th place still. But Newton and Antoine Dansenbourg both dropping down the order. Checkered flag awaits, though. Time has run out, as it always does, even in a 24-hour race. This is a 40-minute encounter here for the Masters Endurance Legends, and it will be victory to the Peugeot 90X of Steve Brooks. Tim De Silva will cross the line less than 10 seconds behind, 5.3 seconds in it, and in 3rd place should be the second Peugeot of Stuart Wiltshire. You've just seen the BR01 come across the line in 9th place. And there is 007, Christoph Dansenborg, under pressure in traffic, but here comes Stuart Wiltshire, the second of the Peugeots, not making it a 1-2 for the French team. But he will come through. Behind him, the very low, wide Riley and Scott Mark III with the North Star Caddy V8s. There's Mike Newton after the spin, and behind him is Keith Freezer in red 5. The Zytek that was raced at Le Mans in period by Nigel Mansell and the boys. And by the boys, I mean his two sons, Leo and Greg. And across the line, Keith Freezer in 5th place with Christoph Dansenborg behind him in the wailing V12 Lola Aston Martin. Here he is, sweeping into the final turn. And that will be a top 5 finish for the Lola Aston. And battle right on his heels. That's 5th, 6th and 7th across the line, quicker than you can say it. Just hanging on there from the number 28 Morgan Pescarolo of Andy Cummings and Bradley Ellis, and ahead of the BR01 of Max Lynn. So some really close racing, some very enterprising driving, a couple of very lurid looping spins, and our GT class winner is the car that was fastest in qualifying in GTs, the black and white Aston Martin. Silva gave valiant chase. Great start to the race from Father Harinder de Silva. Really did a lot of early groundwork. Steve Brooks taking his time to really find his feet in his Peugeot 90X. Not surprising, highly sophisticated, low drag, relatively low downforce, plenty of torque, lots of grunt in the Peugeot 90X. It's a very individual driving sensation, I'm sure, whereas this, the Pescarolo, probably a lot more of a traditional style race car. Tim and Harinder de Silva doing a sterling job in that to split the Peugeots, with Stuart Wiltshire coming home in 3rd place, and Steve Brooks victorious in the 16. So organising our GT top 3 as well. So Steve Brooks claims victory from Tim and Harinder de Silva, with Stuart Wiltshire in 3rd. And in our GT class, the Aston Martin claiming 1st position. 160 in 2nd place, Wayne Mars in the orange AMG GT3. And the 3rd of our GT cars, I'm going to have to search a bit for that one. Actually, it was the GT2 car of the McInerney's, ahead of the GT3 car, which was 3rd in its class, and that was the Colin Sauter Ferrari, car number 126. Do you know what? I bet it gets your flipping attention. I really bet it does. I bet you feel 10 years younger when you get out and 10 years older the next day. I don't think that's an easy car to drive in any way, shape or form. Probably never was in period, and probably really isn't now either. And again, with so much other traffic, there's a lot of work to do for the drivers of the quickest cars in these races. And not much time to do it either. You know, when these cars raced here in period, they would have had 6 hours to sort out anything and stay at the front. Here you got 40 minutes. So what have they done? 21 laps. There's the father and son, Harinder and Tim de Silva. That was a great race that they put in as well. Put the car on pole, and the pole position time, I think that Tim set 1:45.07, fastest race lap 1:44.05. So Tim, why couldn't you do that in practice? So a second quicker in the race than he went in qualifying. But again, qualifying may not have been quite as clean, maybe, as the race was. Well, there you go, Masters Endurance legends, bringing a little bit of the centenary Le Mans spirit to Silverstone. Steve Brooks and Stuart Wiltshire, the Peugeot 1-2, split by Tim and Narendra de Silva's Pescarolo. So an all-French constructors podium. There you go. Red 5, the Zytek of Keith Freezer, fourth ahead of the Lola Aston of Christoph Dansenburg, and the Morgan Pescarolo driven by Cummings and Ellis. The BR01 ahead of the HBD Honda, and Sean Lynn's second BR01, just 2 spots behind Max Lynn. And rounding out the top 10, the Dallara of Gregor Fiskin and Sam Hancock, who was shoehorned in, presumably with a fairly large tub of lubricant. Michael Birks, Rob Hall, Bradley Smith, John Minshaw, good close battle between them. The Riley and Scott of Xavier Michon in the top 20. And here are the rest of your runners and riders. The Nissan Jade of Howard Spooner, I think. Oh no, maybe the McInerney's Moser as well, and Colin Sota's Ferrari. So there's a few more finishers. The Jade Nissan, though, may well be the first time I've seen that car racing. It's a quite unusual device. So in bright sunshine, not for 6 hours or 1,000 kilometres, but for 40 minutes and 21 laps. The Le Mans field unleashed in the Masters legends. Harinder de Silva doing great stuff from pole position to hold off Steve Brooks in the turbo diesel Peugeot. But the cars that won Le Mans showing their pace. Early on, though, they were challenged and then passed by Jonathan Kennard. And heading into the pit stop window, Kennard's Acura looked like it might have the legs to win the race, but it came to a juddering halt before they had their driver change, and that left Tim de Silva and the 2 Peugeots to battle for the podium. He kept his nose ahead of Stuart Wiltshire, closed down leader Steve Brooks, but in the end it was a Peugeot 1-3 with the Pescarolo in the middle, an all-French podium for our Le Mans celebration.
Now you're probably wondering what you're looking at right now. Okay, so if you have energy at home, buy My Energy. This is what your app looks like on your phone. So you can see where the energy is coming from, maybe from your solar panels, and then where the energy is going, maybe into your electric car. Pete, come and have a chat with me. Tell me about My Energy and what you guys do.
Yeah, so My Energy, we are focused for a UK company that's obsessed with energy independence. In a world of rising energy costs and people panicking about where their energy comes from, we want to put the power back into people's hands to understand where their energy comes from, control where it's going to, when and how much they pay.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but I'm actually a customer of yours.
Good,
I do.
fantastic.
I have a Zappi charger at home, and what I find, especially with the app, is the ease of everything. It's so straightforward to use.
Yeah, and that was our goal. I think buying an EV's, it can be confusing enough, but then charging it's very confusing. We've tried to make that really simple. And with the Zappi charger, which is what you can see here, we offer a couple of options in it, but most people will have a single phase unit. You can pick whether you'd like a cable or no cable, in black or white. And the truth, the easiness of it is that it'll probably charge your car 8 to 10 hours at home while you're asleep.
This is exactly the one I've got, and the one that what I really like about it is that you can put a passcode on it, so no one can just pop up on your driveway and plug their car in. You have to have your own password, which I really like.
Yeah, exactly, and security is a big thing for people. They're nervous about how people are going to tamper with the charger. Well, that puts a stop to that. And I think on a wider piece of our products, and that energy independence piece, we have the Zappi, which charges your car. We have the Libre, which you can see here. So this is our battery storage and inverter system. So you can take power from panels or off the grid and store it for use later. And a diverter which will heat your hot water. Now combine all of those into one little app like you can see there, and you've got full control.
I mean, if you want to go electric and you're considering getting an electric car, getting solar panels, getting your battery storage, make sure you head over to My Energy and come and have a chat with Pete and the team.
Thank you very much.
So one more race to go this afternoon, and unlike yesterday, it looks like it may stay dry all the way through. Look at that, beer and ice cream. That's what I call a good food group combination. Well done, everybody. Wherever you are, there is probably still time to go and see some of the more of the infield displays and wave at yourself on camera. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming, and thank you for bringing the family as well. I know it's very easy to just go, right, I'm just going to have a day off and come on my own, but actually it is our duty to train new fans to love this stuff the way we do, and hopefully we're helping to do that. Later on this afternoon, in a little over an hour, the Fueling Around podcast, Jason Plato, that Jason Plato, and Comedy Dave Vitti, plus VIP guests from 7, and we will stop them rambling in time for our musical interludes this evening. New Rules will be first on stage, and then you can stay and enjoy the Sugar Babes back with their original lineup from 8:45. Yesterday evening, the Christians and ABC absolutely killed it, and I'm sure that the Sugar Babes will do the same this evening. Ed Foster, I know, is a massive Sugar Babes fan. Is that James May? No, it's not. So I'm sure he'll be delighted to come and see the Sugar Babes and enjoy the music to round out the evening. The balloons will be heading off as well into what looks like it actually might be a relatively clear sky. So those will be illuminated as they head off. Well, lots of our racing teams taking a bit of a deep breath after a busy day today, because a number of them, having raced today, will also be in action tomorrow. We have another full race card tomorrow. If you've got tickets for Sunday, hopefully you will enjoy yourself at least as much as today. The only downside is you'll have to listen to me rambling on a little bit longer, but you know, you can always watch the cars and pretend it's a better environment than it is. Beautiful weather for the end of the day. We're going to hopefully catch up with the podium of our Masters Endurance Legends in just a moment. But while we're thinking of Formula One and 75 years since the first Grand Prix here at Silverstone, now these cars were not in that first Formula One race, but they have all the cars in the display raced here at other periods. So Williams particularly supportive of this, and of course Mercedes AMG, who are based just down the road in Brackley. They're not alone, but you can go and see a whole host of different cars in the Formula One display up close. Cars that you may have watched as a kid, that your dad may have watched as a kid, and cars that are very, very current indeed. So lots to see, undercover and outside. Host of different cars from different car clubs, from the more standard sports cars like Trump Spitfires or Trump Stags, all the way through GT40s, RS200s, a host of Lotuses, Fast Fords of all descriptions, and everywhere you turn here at Silverstone, you will see another delight. At least if you can spot it staring into the setting sun. So one more race to come up, the Yokohama Trophy for Sports Car Legends. So we're heading towards the end of the day with sports car racing. Our Masters Endurance Legends have just put on a great display for us, and the Yokohama Sports Car Legends hopefully will do very much the same to get us towards the end of the day. And the sort of things we'll be looking at, Lola T70s, Chevron B8s, Di Tommaso Pantera in there. There's lots of purpose-built sports racers with smaller and larger engines. So the big banger sports cars will be at the front, and the 2-litre whippersnappers will be chewing at their heels as they make their way around for our final race of the evening. There's a young man who's come fully suited and booted, appropriately dressed for race day at Silverstone. Managed to keep his race suit remarkably clean as well. Better than a lot of racing drivers, you know. Now then, let's join our resident Sugar Babes fan and catch up with Ed Foster.
The final race of the day, the Yokohama Trophy for the Masters Sports Car Legends. And we've got a bit of everything in this grid. We've got Le Mans cars from the 60s, 70s, this beautiful Ferrari. We're going to go and talk to the drivers of that in a second. And we have cars from the European 2-litre championship. So we're going to just go around the back of this car and go and find Alex Brundle and Gary Pearson, who are sharing that amazing Ferrari. Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. Gary, come on in as well. Alex, seems like you made a new friend with that car.
I like that car. I like all the cars Gary puts together. They tend to be quite good, but that one's especially good, and it's great to have it here.
Gary, are you learning a couple of things off the young pup?
He's too bloody fast. I'm just going to do my bit and let him sort of like sweep it all up at the end. That's the plan.
So who's starting? Are you starting?
No, Gary's going to start the car, and yeah, well then we'll go to the pit window and I'll jump in mid-distance and give her a bit of push.
Well, best of luck, guys. Right, let's go back up to the front of the grid. Follow me round this way, Max, and we'll get round the nose of this. Excuse me, we're going to come through. We've got James Claridge, who's also on the front row in his Lola. I'm sorry, guys. James, do you mind if I just jump in? You've been sat here for a while. What's going through your mind?
I'm just looking forward to the race, trying to sort of focus and you know think about what might happen. Yeah, I'm just concentrating on the start really.
Something unrepeatable then.
Absolutely.
You were saying your co-driver put the car on pole, but I guess you wanted to stop.
We've decided this is the best way to do it. Yeah, I mean we normally have me starting. The plan is him being the quicker driver. We'll try and keep him in the car as long as possible. So I'll probably pit quite early as soon as the pit window opens.
A podium must be the aim, though.
Sorry?
A podium must be the aim.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think we could do it. It depends, what sort of position I give the car to him when he gets in.
Well, don't leave any brakes or tyres.
No, I won't.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
James Claridge sharing the Ultramar Lola on the front row of the grid for the Yokohama Masters Sports Car Legends with his co-driver Gonzalo Gomez, but the original driver's names still on that car. Guy Edwards, Chris Craft and one Ray Mallock. But that car will start on the outside of the front row, the gorgeous yellow Ferrari 512M of Gary Pearson, and Alex Brundle will lead the field away. And it is not the only 512M in the field either. On the second row, David and Olivier Hart's 512M, which was always on the entry list, is here as well. Gary Pearson brought out the 512 to replace the car that he'd intended to race, the Lola T70 Mark III closed coupe. So always nice to have a Le Mans Ferrari just, in the wings in case your number one choice of car doesn't want to go racing. Remarkable access to some of these cars. So we got all sorts of cars from the late 70s through to the beginning of the 70s, 1969, 1970, through to the end of the decade. So we've just seen Le Mans cars from the noughties and the 21st century, and now we have sports racers from 30 years before that. Now, what we need with a couple of 512s is some 917s to recreate the 1970 Le Mans race that was captured on celluloid by Steve McQueen's Solar production team for the film Le Mans. But in the absence of those, we'll just have to make do with everybody else having a go at them, not least of which will be the blue and yellow Ultramar Lola on the outside of the front row of the grid. So it's Gary Pearson on pole position, the bright yellow Ferrari with the red stripes, and alongside him, James Claridge in the yellow and blue Lola. Row 2 of the grid, Diogo Ferrao and Martin Stretton in their Lola T292. That's the white and red car number 65 with the BIP livery, and David and Olivier Hart's Ferrari 512M. That is the all-red Ferrari car number 14. The first of the Lola T70s is car number 4, the white car of Ollie Bryant. He starts third ahead of Martin O'Connell, who will hand over to Steve Brooks, fresh from Brooks's win in the Peugeot 90X in our last race. That's why Martin O'Connell is starting. So our field is ready to go. 32 sports racers from the 1970s about to do battle for 50 minutes for the Yokohama Trophy. 50 minutes of the Yokohama Trophy at the Silverstone Classic. We head into the evening sunshine, led away by Gary Pearson in the pole-sitting Ferrari 512M, and right away it's David Hart on the inside in the second Ferrari, looking to snap at his heels and squeeze by. He moves up into second place from the outside of the front row of the grid, the yellow and blue car of James Claridge. That's the Ultramar Lola. He's in third position, and right behind him is the red and white car of Diogo Ferrao and Martin Stretton, and it is Ferrao who has started that car. Car number 4, the white Lola with the red and blue stripes. Ollie Bryant in 5th position, and everybody else on cold tyres struggling for grip as the Ferraris go wheel to wheel, and David Hart sides down the inside to take the lead from Gary Pearson. It is a Ferrari 1-2.
Yes, a sight not often seen outside of perhaps the Le Mans Classic, where a lot of these cars come out, but great to see two 512Ms battling it out through the end of Luffield, now into Woodcote Corner, and it is the red car of David Hart that leads the yellow one of Gary Pearson. Then in third place, after a quick spin there for one of the Lola T70s, that's Stefan Jobstal in the Mark 3B, the closed car. But back to the leaders, and it's still the red Ferrari that leads of the Harts from Pearson in the yellow one, and they're starting to open out a little gap, not surprisingly, on the third placed car, which looks to be Diogo Ferrao now in the red and white Lola.
Yeah, it looks like he's got ahead of James Claridge in his Ultramar Lola. So those two Lolas a couple of seasons apart, and the older of the two, actually. In fact, Claridge has dropped down to 6th position. Two Lola T70s gone by. Car number 4 with the red and blue stripes, that's Ollie Bryant. And the second of the T70s, I think that's Martin O'Connell. It is car number 59, the white car with the broad green stripe. They both got ahead of the Ultramar Lola that started on the front row of the grid.
And into Club Corner for the first racing lap, and as they come around to complete their first lap, these two Lola T70s having a great battle. But at the front, David Hart starting to ease away now from Gary Pearson, and Diogo Ferrao in third place in the red and white Lola. Then it's the two Lola T70s having a fantastic battle. Both drivers, Ollie Bryant and Martin O'Connell, extremely experienced drivers, and they'll know their own racing styles of each other very well indeed. Martin trying to go a little bit tight and then perhaps cut back at Village, but Ollie Bryant keeps a tight line now into the loop.
Behind this battle, two blue cars. Behind the Ultramar Lola are the two pale blue cars. Car number 2 also got 96 covered over by a bit of gaffer tape on the side. That's Tim De Silva. He's just been dive bombed by Henry Fletcher, who goes by in the slightly darker light blue. If you follow me, car number 26, Chevron B26, gets by the Tay deck that Tim and Harinder De Silva raced this morning in one of our earlier races, and also goes by the Ultramar Lola of James Claridge. So that yellow and blue Lola not really living up to the pace that it showed in qualifying. I wonder whether James Claridge has got a little problem, or maybe he's still a little bit laid back after having talked to Ed Foster in the collecting area and yet to get fully up to speed. David Hart leads by 1.6 seconds from Gary Pearson out front. There's the 26 car of Henry Fletcher. He's now moved up into 7th place from 8th on the grid. Got ahead of Tim De Silva. So Tim De Silva finished the last race, may or may not have visited the podium on the way to start this one, because he's driving on his own, it seems, in the Tay deck in this race, although he and his dad shared it earlier on in this morning's sports car encounter. So cars streaming out down the Hangar Straight. Third place battle is all T70. Ollie Bryant with the red and blue ahead of Martin O'Connell with the broad green stripe in his white Lola T70. And those Mark 3Bs with big block engines behind them. Plenty of power in the T70s.
And the white car with the green stripe entered in period by Sid Taylor, and into out of Club Corner they come, and a little bit of a wide moment, and in fact a bit of a wiggle there from David Hart. I don't know whether you can have a bit of a wiggle in a Ferrari 512M, but he had one, but he controlled it. But did he lose any time? Is Gary Pearson a little bit closer? Not really. He seems to have collected all that up as they go into the tight left at the loop. With Lavazza on the side, and that's a very familiar name in the UK, a coffee brand. And look at Diogo Ferrao. He's come up behind the two Lolas in his later Lola. The two Lola T70s ahead, battling hard, but Diogo Ferrao closing up, and also the 26 Chevron of Henry Fletcher as well.
And you see the way that the Lola T70s just disappeared up the straight. That's the difference between a 5-litre Chevy and the 2-litre car of Diogo Ferrao and Henry Fletcher behind. So those 5-litre cars, the moment they turn on the taps, woof, off they go. The problem is they get to the corners with a lot more speed and more weight up, and then they need to slow down. Now, this Alfa had problems in qualifying, stopped at the side of the track, and it looks like Lucas Haluza is in trouble again in the race. Looked like he was struggling to find gears in that car. So that car was inside the top 20, but no longer, I'm afraid.
Meanwhile, back with this Lola T70 battle, absolutely classic battle between two exceptionally good drivers, and through Beckett's they go, sweeping through the left-hander. Now this should be where they can really, as Martin puts it, open the taps up, and they should pull away from Diogo Ferrao, but the Ferrao car very quick down the hangar straight. Now it gets into the area where perhaps Ferrao will close up again, because they've got Stowe corner, then the much tighter club corner to come, and the Lola of Diogo Ferrao closing up, and of course he's going to be handing over to our own Martin Stretton, who is an equally quick driver. So a very strong pairing in the red and white Lola.
Now, David Hart has just set the fastest race lap, 2 minutes 6.26, but a 2 minutes 6.90 for Gary Pearson means he's barely opened up the gap at all, and it's still not out to 2 seconds. So Pearson getting himself up to speed. None of these cars come out with tyre warmers, so you do have to try and use the warm-up lap and maybe the opening lap or two of the race to really bring in those tyre temperatures and really get on top of the car with the brakes. Ollie Bryant and O'Connell right behind in the two Lola T70s. They're now all over the back of Gary Pearson, and Ollie Bryant may be looking to try and make a move through. Diogo Ferrao behind in the red and white 2-litre Lola. And Ollie Bryant suddenly now comes under pressure himself. He goes from attack to defence, and he does not defend successfully as Martin O'Connell dives up the inside, and through he goes. Now he is up to third, and he is on the tail of Gary Pearson's yellow Ferrari 512M. And the gap still under 2 seconds to David Hart in front. Hart's car looking like it's moving a lot more under him than Gary Pearson's. It just may be that he's being a little bit more aggressive with the inputs to try and build a margin, but he's not being successful.
And coming up into the Beckett's sweepers now as they turn into the right and the left, and look at Martin O'Connell, you can see on our live stream working away at the wheel, just teasing the car through each section of Beckett's. Now he'll try and get a good run onto the hangar straight, and I think given normal conditions you'd expect the Ferrari to pull away here with the much later aerodynamics, but that might be slowing it down a little. And look at Martin O'Connell dive bombing down the inside of Gary Pearson, and complete trust between those two drivers. Gary not going to chop Martin off, but he did take the line and holds on to his place. Now Martin trying again, perhaps having a little squeak up the inside into club corner, no room there, but I think we'll see him have another go, perhaps not at Abbey and Farm, which is a very fast right and left, but on the brakes for Village we might see Martin O'Connell looking for a way up the inside of the yellow Ferrari. This is allowing Ferrao to catch up as well, isn't it, with this battle?
Yeah, Ferrao hoovering up the slipstream behind Ollie Bryant. Well, the Ferrari raced in period in 1971, these Lola T70s, both 1970 cars. You can see they've got barely any aerodynamics. The Ferrari's got those two big, significant tabs. The Lola T70, those two rear winglets at the back, but nothing like the wing on the back of Diogo Ferrao's later 2-litre car, so that probably generating more downforce than any of the cars in front of it, and that's the same for Henry Fletcher and to a degree Tim De Silva as well. But this time O'Connell sent it down to the inside. Gary Pearson blinded in the sun. You could see him looking in the mirror, but on the wrong side. I'm not sure that he knew that O'Connell was there, and so Martin, beg your pardon, so Martin O'Connell, it was Martin O'Connell, having to be very cautious. Now then, here comes Diogo Ferrao out of Luffield. This is where he loses out to the 5 litres of Ollie Bryant's Lola T70. He wriggles his way back in front as they come into Copse Corner. But the power versus handling battle does seem to be swaying a little in favour of Diogo Ferral.
And literally with the slightly low sun, a sparkling battle for second place. David Hart hasn't exactly checked out and gone, he's still there, but this four-car battle for second place is absolutely spellbinding. And we've got Gary Pearson in the yellow Ferrari leading just the white and green Lola T70 of Martin O'Connell, then the similar car of Ollie Bryant, and then completing the quartet is Diogo Ferral in the much later car, but only 2 litres for Diogo Ferral in the Lola T292.
Well, given the battle that Pearson and O'Connell are putting on there, the yellow and the white car with the green stripe for second place, David Hart, the race leader in the red Ferrari, has only pulled out another 0.6 of a second in the last 2 laps. So the gap's gone out from 1.9. In fact, it's come back down this lap. It was out to 2.5, now down to 2.3 seconds. So it is barely anything. Another little bobble from David Hart, and they will be over him. Diogo Ferral goes a long way around the outside of Ollie Bryant. That properly tucked up the Lola driver. And Diogo Ferral in car number 65 now up to 4th place and very close to the back of the white and green Lola as well of Martin O'Connell. He got in very, very deep there, and you can see the different cornering speeds. And again, now here comes Ollie Bryant, turns on all of that 5-litre volume and just goes steaming straight by. But again, Ferral can just sit on the outside. His little Lola. Oh, the leader spun off. David Hart there at the side of the track. The leader has spun off, and it is now Gary Pearson in the yellow 512 that is our race leader. Martin O'Connell in second, Diogo Ferral and Ollie Bryant in third, side by side as they come underneath the commentary box past the old pit lane. Well, David Hart's car looked more of a handful, more twitchy right from the start of the race than Gary Pearson's yellow version. And maybe that's just what caught him out.
And Gary Pearson has been racing for so long, and brother John as well. They know everything there is to know about tyres and racing, and I wonder whether Gary was just keeping his tyres in the operating window, and maybe David just pushed his a little bit too much and they let go as he came down into Brooklands. They're now on the hanger straight again. You can see, if you're watching the live stream, Gary Pearson checking his mirrors constantly for the gnat, if you like, that's behind him, buzzing right and left at Martin O'Connell in the Lola T70. Then it's Ollie Bryant in the similar car with the broad red and blue stripes. Martin O'Connell trying for the inside again at Club Corner, but Gary Pearson knew exactly where he was, and Diogo Ferral at the back there snapping at the heels. Once again, Martin O'Connell using all the road and more in that Lola T70. Such is the pace that he's trying to keep up.
Yeah, Diogo Ferral, his car just 2 years younger than the Ferrari, but look at what a different look that 2-litre car has. Okay, the Ferrari built for Le Mans, the Lola's built for high-speed racing, particularly in the States on, circuits like Daytona and at Le Mans. But the 2-litre car built for short-circuit racing, built for hill climbs, built for downforce, and through goes Martin O'Connell. I don't think Gary Pearson was expecting it there, and Martin O'Connell takes the lead, and here comes Ollie Bryant as well. Bryant driving on his own, will have to stop for just as long as everybody else, but he sends it up the inside for second place. Ooh, the Ferrari's still there. Gary Pearson is not giving this one up without a fight, is he? He got absolutely caught out by Martin O'Connell, as did I. Had no idea O'Connell was going to have a lunge there, and he went straight by the Ferrari, and that just little upset of the rhythm for Gary Pearson has cost him not 1 but 2 places. Diogo Ferral is right there. Henry Fletcher and Tim De Silva hot on their heels, and David Hart has now really dropped his pace. His last lap was a 2:16 because of that spin, but he is in 7th place. So the outlier, there he is in the background of the shot, that red Ferrari 512M. So what will that car do when he hands over to his son Olivier, who may be young and not as experienced as some of these drivers in terms of historic racing, but oh boy, is he a quick peddler.
And of course the yellow Ferrari is going to be handed over to Alex Brundle, who set the pole position time. A sparkling performance in qualifying yesterday from Alex, in a car that I think from what I understand from his interview with Ed, he hasn't actually driven, certainly not very much, if at all, other than in a little bit of testing with Gary Pearson in the lead up to the Silverstone Festival. And the pit window, if you're asking, it opens in 5 minutes. 5 minutes the pit window opens as Tim De Silva takes a very, very wide line at Club Corner there on the exit. But it's currently now Martin O'Connell leading. From second place is Ollie Bryant, both in Lola T70s. In third place is Gary Pearson, but now he's in fourth place, but he's back to third again as they swap places between Village and the Loop. And Diogo Farrell will try and take a tighter line, but the Ferrari has a lot more power, and he will pull away as they go down the Wellington Straight. And right with them now is Henry Fletcher, and just slightly further back, couple of lengths further back, as we find a Chevron B8.
Yeah, that's Christian Pittard, Darren Burt car. That's lost a wheel, so that will go no further.
But the Tay-deck of Tim De Silva right at the back of this group as well.
And closing in, actually, because it looks as though Gary Pearson just dropping a little bit of pace to the two Lola T70s. So right behind him, Diogo Farrell, Henry Fletcher in the first of the two blue cars, and Tim De Silva in the second of them. Now, much more attached to the back of the queue. Of course, again, you give it any sniff of a straight, and the Ferrari's flat 12 will open up and stretch the gap out, because that is the then current Ferrari Formula 1 engine in a sports racer. So that car very successful in endurance racing, and the engine in it very successful in Formula 1 at the same time. Of course, Ferrari by that stage hadn't won at Le Mans for 5 long years, and would not win again at Le Mans for more than half a century until this year. So Ferrari claiming outright victory at Le Mans in 2023 for the first time since 1965, and their last full front-running entry had been half a century earlier in 1973. So there is the Ginetta, beg your pardon, the Chevron, where it's rolled to a halt.
Yeah, safety car been called, and it's probably to recover that car.
I think so.
So if it is just that Chevron, then it lost a wheel, so it will require a suspended tow, but hopefully won't take too long. But we're going to have the
that means the pit window will open with the safety car out. Now the safety car has come out before the leader gets to it this time. Last time the safety car was scrambled, completely missed the leader and picked up the second place car. There are a couple of cars in between, but there is your race leader, the white car with the blue stripe, number 59 Lola T70, and with the big broad green 4 on the door is the car that's in second place with the red and blue stripes. The yellow Ferrari of Gary Pearson is third, Diogo Farrell fourth in the red and white Lola, Henry Fletcher in fifth place in his blue Chevron, and in the blue Tay-deck is Tim De Silva in sixth position. Of course, this brings David Hart's Ferrari back into the equation. There he is. The red car is now right up behind De Silva after his spin some 7 or 8 minutes ago. And the Ultramar Lola that started on the front row of the grid, on the outside of the front row, that James Claridge and Gonzalo Gomez driven car, again joins the back of the queue. So the leaders had only lapped a couple of cars. Everything's been remarkably resilient in this, and so that means that almost everybody will be behind the safety car queue. 1.25 minutes until the pit window opens, and so that will happen behind the safety car. There's the pale blue helmet of David Hart in that red Ferrari.
I think that means undoubtedly everybody will come in at the earliest opportunity, as whether you wanted to go on a bit further or not. The fastest way to do your pit stop is under a safety car in terms of the time lost on track. The pit window opens in 46 seconds and remains open for just 10 minutes. So again, not a very long pit window, and every car the same. There's no additional penalties for elite drivers in this one. It's just a 60-second stop for every car. 60 seconds stationary. And we'll see Martin O'Connell handing over to Steve Brooks, who won the previous race for the Endurance Legends in the Peugeot. Ollie Bryant is solo. Gary Pearson will hand over to Alex Brundle, and Diogo Ferrao will hand over to Martin Stretton. Henry Fletcher and Tim De Silva are both solo. David Hart will hand over in the red Ferrari to his son Olivier Hart. That's the top few cars, and James Claridge will hand over, as Martin's just mentioned, to Gonçalo Gomes, the Portuguese driver. Diogo Ferrao, also a Portuguese driver. Martin Stretton, very much of the Shropshire area, as unfortunately the retired car, the B8, and the pit window is now open.
Yeah, so expect the safety car to be on his own, circulating in a moment or two. Anybody who stays out now has not really followed much motor racing. I don't see this any mileage. I mean, the safety car may be out for another 2 or 3 laps, but there are no barrier repairs, and the truck is with the chevron, and you don't know that because you haven't got there yet. Now, there was a pit caller earlier. We saw the exit of Xavier Michel's Burgundy Chevron B19, car number 19. Now, that came in too early, and so he's going to have to stop again. But yeah, this will be a full field pit stop. Look who's following the safety car. Not a single sausage. So it actually, probably for everybody, could not have come at a better time. And actually for us as fans, it means that the entire field will be packed together when they head out on track. Are there differing lengths of pit stop for differing? Okay, no. So everybody has to spend the same time stationary. Now all you've got to do is sponsor which of the 50 sets of waving arms is your set of waving arms.
The problem will be for teams that are running multiple cars, and they will. There goes. Oh, Martin O'Connell just tripping out of the Lola there, but no harm done. And he'll.
I fell out the door.
No, he's a Brummie.
I know, I was channeling Dudley Moore in 10 there. Yeah.
Steve Brooks jumps in, but yeah, there might be a small issue for some of the teams who are running multiple cars, but they will have planned for this because it's not unheard of to have a safety car pit stop window.
Yeah, Gary Pearson will shut the door. Hopefully Alex Brundle will have his fingers out of the way. He'll be doing up the belts. There's David Hart in a pale blue helmet. He is out of the car. Young son Olivier being strapped in. Now that is a busy pit lane, isn't it? Lots and lots of driver changes. And this is the moment where, if you are driving solo, you're feeling pretty cocky about that because you don't have the hassle and you don't have the stress of maybe not getting your belts done up. This is not like one of those VSCC things when you need to jump out your Bentley and run round it and jump back in again because you're driving on your own. If you're driving on your own, you just sit there and wait for them to wave you away. Now, it was 59.4, 23.65, 26.2, 14.117. It may not be that. There's the 117. There's the Ultramar Lola. Gets into the queue behind. Not sure whose T70 that was.
That was the maroon T70.
Well, now here's our pit stop winner, if you like, Ollie Bryant. Without any stress or fuss, he is back out and running around to catch up the safety car.
That's a family-run team as well, Ollie and his dad Graham, with helpers of course, but very much a family team.
Right, so the Lola in second place, it would seem, but Henry Fletcher looks like he's picked up a spot in the pit lane. So Ollie Bryant comes past underneath us first. There is the safety car. Did that chevron not pit? Did he not get the email? Really? Anyway, that little Chevron B8 cannot be our race leader. Just simply cannot be our race leader.
That's Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie's car. Did they pit early? Let's have a look on our timing screen. 192 is their number. So they have pitted, so that's why they didn't go in under the safety car. They went in the lap before. And of course, Martin,
they really?
Those that were at the back of the running order may have got to the pit entry before, when the pit had opened, the leaders had already
in the tail of the safety car queue. Well, that might be a stroke of genius. I'm not sure that Chevron B8 is necessarily going to hold off all the big banger sports cars behind it, or even the 2-litre cars, although it is in itself a 2-litre class car.
I have seen Martin O'Connell win a race at Spa in a Chevron B8 against Lola T70s. So given the right driver and the right conditions, because it was wet, it is a race winner, even against the big five.
Yeah, no, that I don't doubt, because it's a sweet little thing, and particularly when you reduce the traction for the big engine cars, suddenly their power advantage goes away. Has got Simon Hadfield at the wheel of the number 81, the orange Lola T70 that has jumped up the order. That's at the back of that little queue. And then the Di Tommaso Pantera, that's that big, not wildly over attractive yellow thing with the roof on. A Di Tommaso Pantera is a fairly attractive road car. This racing kit, 3 out of 10 see me later, car number 144. So that's James Hansen started it, Paul Pocchiol has taken it on. So that car, possibly I would say a little bit out of its normal range. Qualified 19th, seems to be running in the top 10. I fear it may not be long for that position. The Ultramar Lola further back as well. So some cars will have had a relatively clean entry and egress from the pit lane or from stationary. Some may have been held up by others, either trying to park at a slant, maybe coming around the nose of somebody, or depart while somebody was stuck in front of them. However, the net gain is Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie. Now, who started that car is a long way down on grid. It was Julian who started. That's habitually the way they do it. And Callum Lockie then leads. Now, I don't like to talk out of school, but if you give Callum Lockie a lead, he will hang on to it like a Doberman with a bone.
You will have never seen a B8 as wide as the B8 that Callum Lockie is driving for the remainder of this race. But I think, to be honest, 23 minutes with T70s behind, driven by some of the people that are in them.
He'd hold on.
It's a tough job.
He'd hold on in front of me in a T70 without any question at all. Ollie Bryant and Steve Brooks. Okay, that is a slightly different prospect as well. And it's not just them either. It's Henry Fletcher, it's Tim De Silva, it's Alex Brundle, his first time racing that Ferrari, and behind him Martin Stretton in the red and white car. And that's before we get into Olivier Hart in the Ferrari, car number 14. It'll be really interesting to see what he makes of that. And of course, then you've got the Ultramar Lola a little further back and a whole host of others, and they all running nose to tail. And because there was no lapping, this is their literal race order. The car you're behind is the car that you're trying to pass. The car that's behind you is the car you're trying to stop passing you. So for everybody, it's going to be very straightforward. We'll have about 20 minutes, and it will just be go hell for leather. Try and pass as many things in front of you as you possibly can.
And Simon Hadfield in the orange Lola T70 with the double black stripe through it, the Chris Payton colours that he races on all of his cars. And he's just behind Olivier Hart in the Ferrari 512 there. The number 81 car is Simon Hadfield. And then we get a mixture of other cars. One worth mentioning is Gonzalo Gomez in the pole position. So, no, this wasn't pole in this one. It was front row, not pole, but front row. With Gonzalo in that. So very, very interesting to see how this shakes out, and let's hope we see the safety car lights go out at the end of the Hangar Straight, because we want to get back racing again, please.
We have still got one car in the pit. James Haddon is in and has not yet left. Lights out on the safety car a little early in the lap, actually, so as they come out of the Chapel Curve onto the Hangar Straight, lights are off, safety car heads for the pit lane. And that means that Callum Lockie in the little 2-litre Chevron B8 is the leader of the race, from Ollie Bryant in the 5-litre Lola T70. In third place is Steve Brooks in the 5-litre Lola T70. Behind him, two more 2-litre sports cars, then the two Ferrari 512Ms. Callum Lockie runs out very, very wide indeed. Safety car is in. We go back to green flag racing. The little 2-litre Chevron B8 to Callum Lockheed tried to get a real run away, but in the end, horsepower counts here. Ain't no substitute for Cubes, and the 5-litre V8s of the Lola T70s were fully wound up as Ollie Bryant moves by into the lead. Steve Brooks in second, and Lockie now trying to defend third place against the Ferrari, driven for the first time by Alex Brundle, the yellow car on the inside of 192, the little Chevron B8. They're 3 wide behind. They're basically queuing up to give Callum Locking a right kicking. Through goes the Tadek. Tim De Silva's picked up a couple of places from the restart. Through comes Olivier Hart in number 14, the red Ferrari 512. He disposes of the 2-litre Chevron and Lola behind, goes inside the Tadek, doesn't make it under braking, but his intent is clear. Olivier Hart, whose dad led the race early on in that Ferrari and then spun it away. Olivier wants to right that wrong, and he is determined to try and catch the leader, but Ollie Bryant is checking out as Steve Brooks is under pressure from the yellow Ferrari of Alex Brundle.
And I think Brundle's going to go through on braking for Copse Corner. He got up the inside, got a good run out of Woodcote Corner, but the 59 Lola is not giving up, but I think that's Alex Brundle up into second place. No, they're still side by side as they go through Maggots and into Beckett's, but finally Alex gets the move done as they move into Beckett's, so Steve Brooks down to third, but the other Ferrari of Olivier Hart now coming up to look at the back of Steve Brooks' Lola.
First racing lap for Alex Brundle in that 512M. Found out as he got to Copse Corner, doesn't have the grip of the LMP2 cars that he raced in the World Endurance Championship last year. Checks the mirrors, he's checking out, but here comes Olivier Hart. Hart's gone by Brooks for third place, so Ollie Bryant leads for the Lola T70 crew, and then Ferrari's in second, the yellow car, and third, the red car. Steve Brooks fourth, then Tim De Silva ahead of Henry Fletcher, and Martin Stretton. Stretton up the inside of Fletcher. He moves up a spot. He's into the top 6 now. Mighty Mouse in the double green helmet in that red and white 2-litre car, now chasing down the car in front of him, and that is Tim De Silva in the Tadek. Got a big moment there, taking the curb on the inside. That is not a great look. Steve Brooks taking just a little too much curb into the first turn. Stretton snaffles another position, and it looks as though the Henry Fletcher car trying to go outside inside as well may not get there, and Stretton has to cut off the nose of the T70 that has a quick squirt of Chevy power up the inside, but doesn't manage to close that margin. So Ollie Bryant leads, yellow and red Ferrari second and third, the Tadek, the 2-litre sports car of Tim De Silva fourth, ahead of Martin Stretton, and Steve Brooks coming back down the inside. Half an hour ago, he was racing a diesel turbo Peugeot 90X with enormous downforce, and now he's in a 1970 Lola T70, squirming his way around the tight infield section here as Martin Stretton comes back at him.
And a great move there from Martin Stretton, gets up the inside, but the power of the Chevrolet engine in the Lola pulls Steve Brooks ahead again, so Martin Stretton regroups, doesn't go for the move at Copse Corner, both of them running slightly wide. Even wider goes the, I think that was Henry Fletcher behind, so into Maggots and then into Beckett's now. So will Martin Stretton have another go here? No, he's not close enough, and the Henry Fletcher car is snapping at the heels of Martin Stretton, and I don't think Stretton and Fletcher have got much of a hope of getting past Brooks on the Hanger Straight, but into Stowe Corner perhaps, or certainly down into Club and then up to the next section of the track, they will be slightly quicker.
So fourth place Tim De Silva pull off a tear off and chuck it out of the car there on the straight, so clearly that visor has been picking up oil off something. These cars not the most oil tight of racers in period, and probably aren't much better now. Ollie Bryant leading by not even a car length now from Alex Brundle. Brundle with the bit between his teeth. Has he ever raced a Ferrari to victory before? This may well be the first time ever. He hasn't raced this car before. I'm not sure I've ever seen him in any Ferrari that I can think of. So Alex Brundle all over the back of Ollie Bryant, and this is our race lead. Olivier Hart in third place in the red 512M, car number 14, and Tim De Silva, the first of the 2-litre cars, in fourth place in the family's Tay-Deck. It's the second time that car's been raced today, and he is leading and starting to pull away now in the group that is chasing our top three. Martin Stretton through ahead of Steve Brooks again into fifth place in the red and white car, and Steve Brooks back down to sixth in that white Lola T70 with the green stripe. But it is all about Ollie Bryant, Alex Brundle and Olivier Hart, and Hart is closing the Brundle-Pearson car. 2 minutes 4.288 on the last lap. Brundle, the fastest man, the fastest lap in the race, and now he goes through on the inside of Ollie Bryant. Alex Brundle takes the lead into Copse Corner. In the sunlight, the yellow paint on the Ferrari gleams for the first time in front of the Lola T70, and Ollie Bryant is now going to have to try and find a way by the Ferrari. He's more familiar with his mount. Brundle in the Ferrari for the first time probably doesn't know what it can't do, and is therefore going to wring its neck as they come out onto the hangar straight. He is the race leader, and Olivier Hart is closing in as well. Hart also lapping on that lap, a second quicker than Ollie Bryant, and that was Bryant's fastest lap of the race, as well as the fastest lap for the two Ferraris.
Unfortunately, we're going to see the number 14 car come into the pits for a stop-go penalty, I'm afraid, and a drive-through for what is being described as a false start and yellow start rule. So I can only assume that's something to do with the restart after the safety car. Anyway, let's enjoy it while it's still out there in the leading group, climbing up behind Oliver Bryant as they turn into Abbey and Farm. But as Martin described, now Alex Brundle has made his way past the white, red and blue Lola T70 and has started to move away already as they go through the very tight section at Village and the Loop. Brundle is pulling away. They close up as they get into the slower sections because they're going more slowly, but as they get onto the straight now, the yellow Ferrari, again Brundle checking the mirrors as we see the retirement, unfortunately, of the De Tomaso Pantera. Squirming under braking there for Brundle.
You can see how hard he's pushing, can't you? We've got another car off as well. We've got a Chevron B8 in the gravel. We may be in a situation where the race director is having to think about a safety car as well, and that should mean that you cannot serve your penalties. Two cars with penalties. The number 57, Graham Edelman and Rob Hall car that started 31st on the grid has a penalty. There is the stranded Chevron B8. That is the 98 car of John Davison. In fact, it's a B6, slightly earlier version of the petite Chevron sports racer. And Tim De Silva in fourth place. Now, he can't match these guys on pace. He is losing ground to them. He's 4 seconds away from the lead trio, but this car with a 10-second stop-go. So that doesn't mean that you just lose 10 seconds. It means you lose 10 seconds and all the time it takes to drive through the Formula One pit lane, which is about another 25, 28 seconds, I would think, in these cars. So that's going to cost him a lot of time. I'm not sure how you communicate that on a pit board. Presumably they do have a drive-through, and in he comes, so he knows.
There's light boards here at Silverstone, so he'll have been reminded around the track. So he's coming in now. He'll pull into the right-hand side of the pit lane at the beginning, into the penalty box, and then be waved out after 10 seconds. And then make his way down, and nearly 31 seconds plus the 10 seconds, so 40 seconds will be lost.
See, this is why it's so important for drivers to attend drivers' briefing, because it's not just, oh yeah, I have to show up, it's part of the rules, but you need to know things like where the penalty box is, where the safety car line is, where the pit in and pit out lines are, which ones they are, because frequently pit lanes have different speed limit lines for different categories. So it's all of that. He knew where the penalty box was. You hope you're never going to have to use it, but at least he knew where it was and didn't just come in and drive to his own pit. So it's Alex Brundle who leads, and Oliver Bryant in second place. That moves Tim De Silva in the family car up to third, and in the same way maybe that we saw earlier on, a disgruntled driver producing speed that the car hadn't before, that might happen with Olivier Hart. So Tim De Silva now with Martin Stretton, the red and white number 65 Chevron, closing in behind him. Lola closing in behind him. So the pale blue Tay-Deck And the number 65 Chevron hoving in behind. And this is going to be an interesting battle. What we're also seeing, the car that started on the front row, James Claridge, lost ground, and Tim De Silva makes a mistake and comes back on in the Beckett's S's, but with filth all over the tyres, stays in front for the moment of Martin Stretton, but Stretton will know that the pressure is working on De Silva, so De Silva still third, Stretton fourth, and the Ultramar Lola that started second and pitted from about 10th place with Gonzalo Gomez at the wheel is now closing in on this battle for third. And that car has got power and downforce, and that might be a real problem for De Silva and for Stretton with 10 minutes of the race remaining.
The question in my head is, will De Silva have to give that place up? Depends what regulations say precisely about gaining an advantage effectively by running off the track. And that at Beckett's, it's a shortcut basically, so he was able to come back on. But we'll let the stewards sort that one out, and it's a great battle to watch as Martin Stretton trying to come up alongside as they're going into Village. This is a tight right-hander, so he's not going to go all the way around the outside, but he's just trying to unsettle Tim De Silva in the little tay deck as they come through the left-hander at the loop and then out through Aintree, which is a surprisingly tight corner which leads out onto the Wellington Straight, and Martin Stretton in great position to take a tow down the Wellington Straight. Will he dive out at the last minute? Yes, he is. He's going to try and outbrake on the inside into Brooklands, and he manages that as long as he can get the car turned in for Luffield, and he does. So Martin Stretton makes one place up. That puts him up into third place.
And he sent it nice and early down the inside. Tim De Silva is nobody's fool in any car, and certainly not in this one. He's already raced once today with his dad, and so Stretton sent that nice and early, telegraphed the move quite clearly. I'm coming, you haven't got room to shut the door. So Martin Stretton up to third place, Tim De Silva down to fourth, and the worry for De Silva is Gonzalo Gomez. That Ultramar Lola is another 2-litre car, but it is circulating quicker at the minute than the two that are in front of it. So that's a really good run for Gonzalo Gomez. 1977 car, the cars in front of it are a little earlier, a little less aerodynamically efficient perhaps. Tim De Silva checking the mirrors. Look how low that Ultramar Lola is. He can barely see past the back of the tay deck and even see the driver's helmet. And around the outside, Gonzalo Gomez goes by. Gomez, last lap, 205.36. The two cars in front of him, Stretton and De Silva, were doing 206.2 and 206.3. So he's a second a lap quicker. No wonder James Claridge was quite sanguine about just doing his bit and then handing the car over to Gomez.
And Gomez's target now is the red and white car of Martin Stretton just ahead. Now, question is, was Stretton's time compromised the last couple of laps? Because, as you say, the Gomez car was quicker, but of course Stretton was trying to get by the tay deck of Tim De Silva. So we'll see now as they go through Village and into the loop whether Martin Stretton can stay ahead as we take the long shot on our live stream along up Wellington Straight with Alex Brundle leading in the yellow Ferrari, and Ollie Bryant's not that far behind, is he? His last lap time was 0.6 of a second quicker than Alex Brundle.
Yeah,
another bit of interest in this race.
Gap is under 2 seconds. Brundle to Bryant out front. Stretton there in third place. The red and white number 65 car turning right into Luffield, and right behind the Ultramar Lola 117 Gonzalo Gomez with Tim De Silva's pale blue car in fifth and Henry Fletcher's pale blue car dropping away in sixth, dropping a long way away in sixth. By the way, what happened to the man who led behind the safety car, Callum Lockie, car number 192? That car is now down in 18th position. So the Chevron has not been able to stay in front, as we sort of expected might be the case, giving away an awful lot to an awful lot of cars that they had managed to very cleverly out pit stop strategize.
And Gomez through past Stretton, so third place at the moment, but Martin Stretton isn't giving up. He's looking for a good tow down the Hanger Straight. He's right in behind underneath that very, very sleek Ultramar car in front, and down into Stowe Corner he goes for the inside. Is Martin Stretton going to go through? No, I think Gomez is just going to stay ahead, but Stretton will have another go as they run down through the Vale into Club Corner. I think Gomez might have the line there. Yes, he does. So he's able to stay in third place ahead of Martin Stretton as they start another lap with just under 6 minutes remaining in this race.
So the car that started on pole leads, the car that started second is in third, and Ollie Bryant in the car that started fifth is in second place. Doesn't really tell you the story of how this race has yo-yoed up and down for some of these cars. Martin Stretton in fourth place, and that car started a little further back than that. Where were they on the grid?
Third.
Oh, they were third on the grid, right, so yeah, just a little further forward than that. Tim De Silva, Henry Fletcher, and then Steve Brooks, the Lola T70 that was right at the front of the field just before the pit stops, has not been able to keep up that speed. The white car with the green stripes down in seventh place, ahead of the Baton and Hadfield orange car with the black stripes. So Martin Stretton chasing Gonçalo Gomez. Two cars with Portuguese drivers in them. Diogo Ferral drove the 65 at the start. Gonçalo Gomez driving 117 to the finish and into the final 5 minutes of the race. And there still is our podium battle. And again, one tiny error by Gonçalo Gomez, and you sense that Martin Stretton will be straight by him. There is 4 years of aero development between those two cars. The Lola, much the more recent of the two, and probably benefiting from that as well, I should think, around the high speed of Silverstone.
And interesting to note that running in 10th place now after their stop-go penalty, Olivier Hart is 41.4 seconds behind the leader, and his pit stop penalty would have cost him 41 seconds. So he would have been right in this lead battle fight had he not had that penalty.
Well, he is currently lapping half a second quicker than anybody pretty much in the field, so yeah, he's giving chase. Well, there you can see Henry Fletcher ahead of Steve Brooks, car number 59, the white car with the green stripe. Not too far behind him is the Baton and Hadfield car number 81. Chris Baton started at Simon Hadfield doing the anchor leg of that orange car with the black stripes, and not really making an awful lot of impression on the Fletcher-Brooks battle at the moment. Steve Brooks fresh from winning the last race in the Peugeot 90X. And this is a very different kind of closed cockpit sports car. A very, very different kind of drive. The 1970s Lola T70, all about raw power and very little handling. And the Peugeot 90X, the diesel torque certainly I think would have matched anything that a Lola T70 Chevrolet could produce, but the grip levels would have been consistently a lot higher than the T70 is generating. So you can see Steve Brooks behind, just drifting out of the corner, and behind him as well Simon Hadfield doing likewise in the orange and black 81 car. The much more planted little 2-litre car of Henry Fletcher, his 1974 Chevron. In fact, not even 2 litres, he's only got 1800 cc's to play with, so giving away over 3 litres. It's basically giving away a straight 6 Jaguar engine 3.2 to the Chevron, to the Lola behind.
Lovely shot there on our live stream as they come into Copse Corner as the cars turn sharp right, and Steve Brooks running very wide out of Copse and up through Maggots now, making another effort to find a way past the more fleet number 26 of Henry Fletcher, but doesn't manage it through the Beckett's sweepers. But if he can get a good run through Chapel, there's a chance that the power in the back of the Lola will pull him up onto the big rear wing of Henry Fletcher's car as they come down into Stowe Corner. We've got 1 3/4 minutes remaining, so getting into the closing stages of the race now.
Is Henry Fletcher just cracking his visor open a fraction? Maybe he's getting a little warm in the low sunshine. He's got that mirrored visor on, so shouldn't be getting too much glare. He definitely didn't pull off a tear off. His left hand came up to the visor in between gear shifts, and they're coming up behind the 88 car, and that's the McLaren M1B of Richard McAlpine. It's a very early Can-Am style car, 1966. And what a difference 4 years made. Look at The car going by him, Henry Fletcher's car, well, in fact 8 years, 1974, that Chevron coming from, and the 1970 Lola with a little bit more than the McLaren M1. Of course, the open Lolas took over in Can-Am before McLaren developed their cars further and came back with Denny Hulme and Bruce McLaren to dominate proceedings. Onto the final lap now. Alex Brundle in the Ferrari goes by another one of the Can-Am cars. That's Andrew Haddon's McLaren M1A. And Ollie Bryant does likewise. The gap between them, nearly 3 seconds now. So Brundle just needs to manage the traffic. And he got by that tail ender just in time as he came through Beckett's, through Maggots and into the Beckett's S's.
And his management of the traffic has been really very good indeed, has Alex, and that comes from his racing in modern sports car racing.
Yeah, that's your modern Le Mans driver coming out there. It's all about traffic management. And now, for the first time in a Ferrari 512M, Alex Brundle heading down into the Vale for the last time in this final race on Saturday at Silverstone. The Yokohama Trophy goes to car number 23, started by Gary Pearson, finished by Alex Brundle. A flamboyant slide across the line. Victory for the Ferrari. Ollie Bryant in the family Lola in second place, and Gonzalo Gomez brings the Ultramar Lola across the line in third, ahead of Martin Stretton in the number 65 Chevron. Fifth place goes to Tim De Silva, and Henry Fletcher will be in sixth position. So a very strong debut for Ferrari. Actually strictly for Ferrari, obviously for Alex Brundle. I'm sure he enjoyed that enormously. Olivier Hart scything his way through traffic. They will finish in the top 10. A car that had the potential to win this race, just ahead of the number 1 Lola of Yerbstel and Willis. So John Spears and Nigel Greensell, another strong race result. They finish in 10th place in John Spears' McLaren M1B, the white and purple car. But there is Alex Brundle, your race winner, and that brings the track action for this evening to a conclusion. So checkered flag for the Ferrari, and Ollie Bryant in second place. Ferrari just had enough of an edge, and you probably imagine that should be the case from a car that was factory built by one of the great endurance racing teams for pro drivers, rather than the Lola T70, which was a tiny bit more of a compromise maybe because it had to be a customer car. But there's the car, the Ultramar Lola, that started on the outside, the front row of the grid. James Claridge, then Gonzalo Gomez bringing it home into third place. And hopefully those fans, along with many others, have had a thoroughly enjoyable day at the Silverstone Festival today. One more day of action tomorrow, and we should see an awful lot of entertaining racing as well. We start nice and early, 9 AM, and we will go again right to the end of the day around 6 PM. So lots and lots of racing still to go. Well, Alex Brundle had a Formula 1 drive earlier in the demonstration that he wasn't necessarily expecting, I don't think, and the plan wasn't originally for this 512M to be in the race either. Gary Pearson bringing the Scuderia Montjuic car out. This car, the Ferrari 512M, the cars that starred at Le Mans in 1970, ultimately didn't do quite enough to claim overall victory for Ferrari. Still a fabulous looking car. I'm not sure I can quite imagine what having that 12-cylinder engine wailing away behind you at full chat down the hangar straight really feels like. But certainly part of the sensation of these cars is not just their speed and handling, but the oral symphony as well. The V8 in the Lola, the flat 12 in the Ferrari, the 2-litre and 1800 engines of the smaller sports cars howling away behind as well. So Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle win the final race of the day, and Yeah, 2 Ferrari 512Ms on the grid for the Yokohama Trophy. That's always something to enjoy in anticipation, and they didn't disappoint. Montjuic, the hill in the centre of Barcelona, that was formerly the home of the Spanish Grand Prix. Also hosted the opening and closing ceremonies for the Barcelona Olympics, and all of those Olympic buildings are still there, along with the roads up and down the hill that form the Grand Prix track. That's before the modern Circuit de Catalunya was conceived and built in Montmeló. And there is Ollie Jarvis, another strong performance, and he never really does anything other than deliver the goods. Ollie Bryant, not Ollie Jarvis, in second place. Wrong coloured helmet, British flag rather than pink. So it is Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle who claim victory in the Ferrari. Ollie Bryant in the Lola T70 in second, and then the best of the 2-litre clutch, the Claridge & Gomez Ultramar Lola ahead of Ferrao and Stretton's Lola, Tim De Silva in the Tadek and Henry Fletcher in the Chevron, ahead of the next of the big bangers, the Lola T70 of Baton and Hadfield. David and Olivier Hart's Ferrari recovering from its stop and go to 8th place, ahead of the Lola T70s of Yerbstel and Willis and O'Connell and Brooks. Steve Brooks slipping down the order in the second part of the race. Spears and Greensall in the M1B McLaren, another good result for them, ahead of the Lolas of Gary First and Jason Wright, and plenty more entertaining sports car action. Don't see many Lenhams in action, good to see that out here, and the Cooper Monaco King Cobra, that will have been an entertaining device. And in the end, Julian Tollis and Callum Lockie ending up down at the tail of the top 20, having been in the lead of the race when the safety car was released part-way through. Well, it started with Ferraris at the front of the field, and Gary Pearson leading early on from the fast-starting David Hart, who took an early advantage. Lola T70s working themselves into the action as well. A spin for David Hart, blowing his early lead, and that left Gary Pearson back out front, being chased by a couple of Lola T70s and the 2-litre sports racers. Safety car coming out midway through the race, just as the pit stop window opened. Callum Lockie's little Chevron B8 was the leader as they were released from behind the safety car, but in the end, fuel and power told. The big banger sports cars moved through. A mistake from Steve Brooks dropped him down the order. Ollie Bryant led until Alex Brundle managed to thrust the Ferrari 512 in front, having taken over from the man who started from pole, Gary Pearson, and they claimed victory with Ollie Bryant in second, ahead of the Claridge & Gomez 2-litre Lola.
Everybody loves a goodie bag, right? If you head over to the My Motor World area, you have a stage going on over here. You've got a car you can check out. Everyone loves a Toyota Supra. And hi, Chris. So Chris is the marketing director here at My Motor World. So tell us what's going on here for you this weekend.
Oh, this weekend, so we've got all the team looking to sign people up to mymotorworld.com. By signing up, they're receiving member discounts, discounts on all our range of products. We've got 70,000 car parts, car care from brands that you'd recognise like T-Cut, Car Gods on the detail side, but then part range like Brembo, Performance Discs, Castrol Oil. So some really cool names, fantastic products, all available, delivered to your door.
Now, I did bring up the goodie bag earlier. So how do you get the goodie bag if you sign up, right?
Yep, sign up, simple. All the weekend, sign up with the email address and you receive a goodie bag.
So come on then, what's in it?
Lots of goodies.
Come on.
Some free products, some sprays,
lovely,
some Car Gods air fresheners, and a mini mic. Mini mic brewer.
A mini mic brewer.
You've got to get yourself one of those.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and a drawstring bag, obviously.
I mean, that's very handy for the weekend, right?
Spot on, isn't it?
But there's lots going on the stage as well this weekend.
So we're sponsoring the stage. My Motor World stage has live music and all sorts of things going on. But we've got an interactive game. Mike Brewer's going to be hosting it. Play your cars right. So you've got to
So you guess the cost of the car?
No, not quite. The speed. So
it's close.
Faster or slower? So we'll encourage people to come up on stage and play in the game, and they get some prizes if they get all the way to the end. They get some prizes anyway for taking part.
Excellent. And this is your first year here, right?
It is as My Motul, yeah. So we've launched the site this year. We're a recognised brand on the high street, or we were. There were a lot of retail shops in the past, but we've moved it all online. Yeah. That's the way, and the future, yeah.
And hey, look, if you want to have a look online, Mike Brewer is on hand to show you what the website looks like. Thank you very much, Mike. So there we go. We've had our last race of the day, and what a race it was. The Yokohama Trophy for Master Sports Car Legends. So shall we get the podium underway? All right then. So in third place, please welcome up to the podium, James Claridge and Goncalo Gomez. Congratulations, guys. And in second place, welcome up to the podium, Ollie Bryant. Nice polite handshakes all round, lovely to see it. And our winners of the Yokohama Trophy is Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle. Fantastic. Now, as you grab your trophies, I want you to put them up in the air as high as possible as we grab some lovely photos of you, please. Let's have a massive round of applause. And I'm going to come and have a chat with you if that's all right. Alex, how was that for you?
It was great. That Ferrari 512 is an unbelievable machine, but they kept us honest out there. I just kept on looking in the mirrors and seeing an Ollie Bryant-shaped car, and I wish he'd leave me alone. But we had a fantastic race, and it's just a privilege to drive such a machine, to be honest.
And Gary, you were first up. I mean, you set the bar, and then Alex finished it off for you. But how was your laps?
Oh, I loved it. Just honestly, watching after the stops. Been able to watch it on the TV. These are the coolest cars, and I think when we get a good bunch of these big sort of cars racing, there's nothing like it. It's the best historic racing in the world.
It also feels quite exciting having it as the final race of the day. It's rounded up the day so lovely. Ollie, how was it for you?
Yeah, it was great. It was fantastic. Great fun at the start. Got with Gary and at the end there with Alex. I mean, it's not often a Chevy's not enough grunt to keep in front, but it's fantastic racing against that Ferrari and great to see it out.
Can I just say as well, a proud moment to kind of be the solo driver to land on in P2. Very, very nice.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, this race used to be 90 minutes a few years ago, but a big shout out to Clive who prepares the car, because we only got the engine on Wednesday of this week, so it's been a big effort to get the car here, and thanks Masters for letting us in at such last minute entry. So.
Oh, congratulations, lovely stuff. I'm going to come and chat with you guys at the end. How are you both feeling?
I think I would just second everything that Gary said. I think that, when you get a grid of these cars, such variety and everything, there's, so much difference down the grid. They're fantastic, and it's great fun to drive. Brilliant.
Anything else you want to add?
Well, no, James said it all, Congratulations to Gary, okay?
Excellent. Let's have a massive round of applause. The final race of the day, Yokohama Trophy for Master Sports Car Legends. Congratulations.
Quote of the day from Ollie Bryant. Not often a Chevy V8 doesn't have enough grunt. Well, there you go. The 512 Ferrari coming out just on top. And the on-track entertainment may have finished, but in 30 minutes, the main stage will go live with music. If we can clear off Jason Plato and Comedy Dave Vitti anyway, their podcast, they're recording live now. But New Rules will be on stage at 7:45. And then at 8:45, it will be down to the Sugar Babes in the evening sunshine to wrap up the first full day of racing here at the Silverstone Festival. I know that Alex Brundle will be keen to get there before the girls go on air. You can join him as well. And that will be happening on the main stage. You'll see the balloons from wherever you are here at Silverstone. From the commentary box, from Alistair Douglas, me, Martin Haven, goodbye until tomorrow. And let's catch up now with Nicola and the tallest man in the collecting area, Ed Foster.
Well, thank you, Martin. What a day.
6'7" to me.
Yeah,
I mean,
true,
you are.
True.
Yeah.
What a day, though. I mean, from the start, the Formula Junior race to open the day, absolute cracker. And that last race, 2 512 Ferraris with the sun going down. I mean, bliss. But you've had a cracking day as well.
It's been an incredible day, and in true British bank holiday weekend fashion, perfect barbecue weather, having pretty much all 4 seasons in one day.
We wouldn't. It makes the racing better. It makes the racing better.
I mean, yeah, there were a few cars going sideways today, which made it quite exciting.
But so much more to look forward to. I mean, we are literally halfway through the racing, so we've got another batch of races, more demonstrations, the podium interviews. You had a few tricky ones. That'll be the 512 starting up. You had some tricky ones, but they're always such fun, aren't they?
I mean, it's lovely because I feel like you chat to the older boys and you know that they're just here to have a really good time. And the fact that they've landed on a podium just makes their weekend even better. And it was just such a brilliant time to have a little chat with everyone. I've loved it.
Yeah. No, it's been absolutely fantastic. There was absolutely nothing I can say that is going to sound better than that 512 Ferrari. But don't go anywhere, because we're back tomorrow for a lot more action.